You can probably tell.
Love it.
And we're live.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Seattle, the home of Wizards of the Coast, the home of the Magic the Gathering World Championship for 2015 here at PAX. The Penny Arcade Expo is about to kick into high gear, and so are we. Rich Hagan, your host, sitting alongside from Inside R&D, Mr. Ian Duke, from the Hall of Fame, Mr. Randy Buehler, and one of your limited resources, Mr. Marshall Sutcliffe. We're going to set the stage for you here for what should be a fantastic day two, but we've already had a great day one. It was Thursday. Maybe some of you had jobs and couldn't see every second. So, what did they miss? Marshall, give us one thing that some people may have missed on day one.
I hope they didn't. It's easily my favorite memory from yesterday, which is Kentaro Yamamoto uses Snapcaster Mage. He flashes back Molten Rain against Magnus Lanto, which is kind of mean, right? Like, that's not a nice thing to do to somebody. And Magnus, with just one mana available, calmly taps it and plays Ricochet Trap, which he's able to play because there was a blue spell cast thanks to Snapcaster, and redirects it back. So Kentaro wanted to make it rain, but Magnus had a different answer for him. It was pretty great.
That's totally awesome. All right, Randy, how about you?
I'm going to go with a player. Martin Muller, 17-year-old kid. He gets into the World Championships by being the captain of the World Magic Cup winning team, which is not the most glamorous way to get invited into this tournament. They've actually done away with the invite. Word is the kid can really play, but he also came up heartbreaking 1 point short of gold. So only 34 pro points last year. He actually doesn't have invites lined up for the whole season. So it's 17-year-old kid. He's only silver, although, like I said, one heartbreaking point short of gold. Shows up, 6-1s the field. He's in first place overnight at 17 years old, and then maybe he can play, but then why is he only silver conversation? I think that conversation might be over now.
Yeah, and of course, Ian, they get points for every match that they win here, so that's a big deal. But yesterday, for you, you split your time between here at the news desk and over in the commentary box. What stood out for you?
Yeah, and while I was in the booth, we got to see the Modern Masters 2015 draft, and my favorite part was seeing Seth Manfield draft a full-on Eldrazi deck. And in round 3, we got to see him literally annihilate Yuya Watanabe with Ulamog. So apparently it takes a 10-10 indestructible Eldrazi to beat Yuya Unlimited.
Yeah, and that's going to be an interesting storyline because Yuya is right in the thick of things. But we need to make sure that you're all aware. If you are new to coverage, you're extremely welcome to our World Championship. Why don't we walk you through what's already happened and what's coming away? So Marshall, what's the schedule? What are the formats still to come here?
So yesterday we kind of dealt with the past a little, right? Modern Masters 2015, older sets, Modern itself, older sets. Today, it's the present. We're here, we're now. We're going to start things off today with Magic Origins Booster Draft. So this is current format. Players are going to have to jump in there. They're going to have to be up to speed on what the latest and greatest is in this format. Now, transitioning out of that, Standard. And Standard, of course, one of the most popular formats in Magic, and one that changes a lot, right? Week to week, you have to be up on what's going on in Standard. And having talked to a bunch of the players, they told me that Standard is actually where they focused most of their energy for testing. They thought Modern, we'll put some effort into it. We'll do some of these Modern Masters 2015 drafts. But when it came to Standard, that was the one where they really put their effort.
But Randy, that's no surprise because ultimately the winner of the trophy goes best 3 out of 5 in Standard. And that is the match that they all want to win.
Completely agree. It may look like Standard is only 1/4 of the field, but it's the Sunday format. It is the most important format. If you want to win this tournament, you have to have a good Standard deck.
All right, so that's the schedule. When they do come back on Sunday, it will be best 3 out of 5 in the semifinals and the final. You'll see every turn of every game live as it happens. Now, Randy, some people not quite sure about our super complicated scoring system. Give it to them.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. The numbers say 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw. We saw 0 draws yesterday, which is not a surprise given that there's also a pro point on the line for each win here. You know, you might take an intentional draw into the top 4. That's probably about the only time we'll see a draw here. Now, the real interesting thing is how many points is it actually going to take to make that top 4? There's a lot of speculation right now. You know, if you get 10 wins, you get to 30 points, you should be safely in. You know, 9-4-1, 28 points should be in, but what if you're 9-5? I think that's where the bubble line is going to wind up. Last year we had one of the 2 players on 9 and 5 make it into the top 4, shaping up to be kind of similar. I mean, if somebody runs away from the field and steals all the wins, the line can get pushed down. But that's kind of where people are looking at. You know, they really want to get to at least 9-5, and they might need a little bit more than that.
Okay, and Ian, what are people playing for here? Tell us about the prizes.
So here at the World Championship, we have a prize pool of $150,000, with $50,000 going to first place, $20,000 to second place, and paying all the way down to $2,000 for 17th through 24th place.
50, geez.
Yeah.
I like that.
And those pro points are such a huge deal, every single one. And you said, Randy, that Martin Muller, 34 points. The 35th would have been worth many thousands of dollars. For players going for platinum, the 46th would have been worth tens of thousands of dollars. And even going, you know, not so much for this field, but the first starting point is silver. Just get there. And that's worth thousands of dollars. So it's not just the money that we're looking at there. All right, well, why don't we take a look at our overnight leaderboard? Let's show you exactly where things stand here at the 2015 Magic the Gathering World Championship. So if we take a look at our leaderboard, here it is. We have our 2 overnight leaders. They are Seth Manfield of the United States and Martin Muller of Denmark at 6 and 1. 3 5 and 2s, Yuya Watanabe of Japan, Sean McLaren of Canada, and the United States, Owen Turtenwald. And then the 4 and 3s all the way down from 6 through 12. But right now, all that is going to start changing, and it begins 1 card and 1 pack at a time. It's time for the Magic Origins draft. Let's hand you across to the commentary booth. Hall of Famer Luis Scott Vargas, from inside Wizards R&D, Jackie Lee, and first, the Pro Tour historian, here comes Brian David Marshall.
Hello and welcome to the booth here at the Magic World Championships here at PAX in Seattle. I'm Brian David Marshall, joined by Luis Scott Vargas and Jackie Lee. Welcome to the booth, Jackie.
Thank you.
Excited to work with you. Let's take a look at the draft table we are going to be looking at. We've got Seth Manfield and Martin Muller, the overnight leads, but you've got some real monsters at this table who are looking to overtake them. Luis Scott Vargas, what are you thinking about when you look at this table?
I'm thinking about how close Seth and Martin are because they know they're playing each other in round 1. So it would have been even funnier if they were actually passing to each other because then the incentives really get skewed.
Jackie, what are you thinking about when you're sitting down for a Magic Origins draft?
Well, so Magic Origins draft, it's kind of interesting because it's like a core set, but it is also deeper than that. So one aspect of it is like, what are the powerful cards that you open? We have a lot of uncommons that kind of try to tell the archetypes. So we inserted those to try to make it clear what every color combination was trying to do. But on the other hand, like any draft, you need to also think about the signals that you're getting. So if you first pick a 2-color uncommon telling you to draft something in particular, but you're getting signals for another color, I think that most of the time I would just switch into what I'm getting in that other color.
Is there any opportunity, Luis, for Seth to trap Martin from 1 seat away?
I think that even the one person in between is actually enough to make him draft fairly normally. Maybe if you're passing a pack to your left, which has nothing you'll play, then you'll have a slightly higher priority on hate drafting. But Seth also has to play 3 rounds. Yeah. So I'm not really anticipating too much of that, but it is really funny that's something that doesn't come into play in most draft pods because most of the time you're at a draft pod with 4 to 6 or even 8 other people of the same record. So you'd have no idea who you're going to play in the first round. In this case, there's just 2 people ahead of the field.
Right. And you can't afford to get too cute at this table. You see Yuya Watanabe, Owen Turtenwald, Paulo Vitor Damarosa, Pro Tour champion Yoel Larson, Pro Tour champion Sean McLaren. Pretty insane table.
Now, is it possible that Seth Manfield might have a little bit more of an idea what Martin is drafting rather than the reverse, given that he's passing to Yuya, who is then passing to Martin?
Yeah, I think that he has a little more control over that. But it actually does sound like the players are ready here.
Oh, great.
All right, so we are going to send it down to the floor. We're going to be watching Seth Manfield draft. And let us go down to the floor and crack the first Magic Origins packs of the World Championship. Good morning and welcome to day 2 coverage of the Magic the Gathering World Championship here at PAX in Seattle. I'm Brian Dave Marshall, joined by Luis Scott Vargas and Jackie Lee as we watch Seth Manfield. There you see him. He's one of the 2 overnight leaders of this tournament at 6-1. And we are going to be watching him draft Magic Origin pack. Magic Origin draft. Let's see what he opens up. I see a Wild Instinct at the front of his pack. I see a Fiery Impulse.
And Fiery Impulse is pretty widely regarded as just the best common, so it's going to be tough for him to want to pass that, especially since the next couple of cards are something like Wild Instincts, Revenant, which is one of the build rounds Jackie kind of mentioned that prompts you to try to fill your graveyard. And the rare slot, the one that you're most excited to look at, is a Battlefield Forge, which is not really what you're looking to first pick.
And he does take the Fiery Impulse. Where does taking a card like that lead you? Does it put you into anything, or is it pretty flexible?
Oh, one of the strengths of Fiery Impulse is that it's just great in any deck that can cast it, which is any red deck. It also is one of the best colors in the format. So you're feeling pretty good about first picking just a good red card, and you're feeling even better now.
How do you feel when you get past Whirler Rogue?
Wow. I actually got past Whirler Rogue in my draft last night, and I was pretty surprised, but it was also late enough that I couldn't take it. I could definitely see Seth taking it in this case. It's quite a powerful uncommon, even gets standard play. But on the other hand, there's also another Fiery Impulse, so he may want to just kind of double down on the signal that he's sending and keep his options open.
He's going to take the
Whirler
best
Rogue,
uncommon over the best common there.
I mean, it's just too strong.
Yeah, Whirler Rogue is just too good. And unsurprisingly, it looks like Paulo took a rare there, because that's really the only way to justify passing a Whirler Rogue. So Seth knows that there's no real information on what color the rare is. It's unlikely that it's blue, though, because I actually don't think there's a blue rare that's better than Whirler Rogue.
I don't think there is, yeah. So now we see a Crowan Sergeant, just a very solid creature.
And Seth is leaning towards red-blue here, given these 2 red cards and a blue card, and they're all very high quality. Jackie, did you find red-blue to be one of the more draftable archetypes? Like, how did you feel about drafting those 2 colors?
Well, personally, I found it to be pretty draftable. I don't know. However it ended up, I just tended to open Thopter Spy Network a lot while we were drafting internally. And I don't know. It was good for me because I really like drafting combo-y archetypes. And the ones that are kind of combo-y in Origins are like red-blue artifacts or maybe black-green elves.
Yeah. So Seth's looking at Willbreaker here, which is a kind of controversial card insofar as it takes a lot of work to get going, but Willbreaker plus Whirler Rogue is just absurdly good.
Yeah, that is one of the great 2-card combos. You get to basically tap your 2 artifacts and steal a creature every turn until your opponent kills your Willbreaker. There's a Water Courser up top. Not seeing incredibly strong. We're not seeing any Gear Crafters or Thopter Engineers or anything like that would back up the Whirler Rogue. But Whirler Rogue's still just fine on its own here. But you're not seeing the staples of the red-blue archetype.
No, but Water Courser is surprisingly good. This card is a lot better than I think people give it credit for, so I think Seth's happy enough to take it here. But one of the reasons that I have myself not drafted the blue-red artifacts deck all that much is that the high picks anyone wants. No one's passing Gear Crafter if they're in red. It's just a good card.
So you see a Ring Warden Owl and a Screeching Scab. Not really any premium cards coming around, even mid here in that color combination. Do you think maybe someone is blue-red near him, Or
I think blue is actually pretty open. Blue is one of the weaker colors, at least when I tend to draft it. I don't put a high priority on drafting blue compared to like red or white. But Seth's getting Watercourser, Ringward now. He got past a Whirler Rogue, which Paul is definitely aware of. My guess is that blue is fairly open, and Seth might want to veer into a second color here. He can keep deferring the choice if there's blue and or colorless cards like the Goldforge Sentinel. But if he, at some point, he's going to have to make a choice on a second color. And red, I don't think, is necessarily where he wants to be.
Looks like he took the Goldforge Sentinel to kind of remain open and also perhaps play into an artifact theme.
Yeah, it's very powerful for Seth to go into Pack 2 with, he has got the 2 red cards he took early, but other than that, he's got all blue and colorless cards, let's say. That way, if he opens something really, really powerful in another color, he can just go into that color.
Yes, and Origins does have its share of powerful rares, so that makes a lot of sense.
there's Scrapskin Drake, possibly thinking about being like blue-white flyers at some point.
And there was a Thunderclap of Vern earlier in the pack. I don't think it's very likely to wheel, but if it does, that would, of course, be a huge red flag.
Blue-white flag.
Yes. Guardians of Meletus, which, again, is not a premium card, but if you're drafting an artifact-themed deck, it can do some work.
But there was Artificer's Epiphany in both the last 2 packs. Is that not a card people are liking in this draft format?
It doesn't really advance the board at all, so I have not been a huge fan of it, despite the fact that it has the text draw 2 cards. So
Right. If anyone is going to be supportive of this card, it's going to be you.
And he took the Fairy
Miscreant?
Miscreant with 5 cards left in the pack.
Yeah.
which is a good sign that no one else wants them. The problem is Seth's probably not going to want them either.
Right.
And there, do you see an aggressive hate draft there, taking Aerial Volley over some playable-ish blue cards? Because Seth's expecting to have a lot of Thopters in his deck, or at least he's hoping to.
Right.
He's hoping to have more than 2 anyway. So let's take a look at where he's at the end of pack 1. He's got a couple of red cards, but like you said, Luis, not married to them. He's got 3 now. He took a Majoring Bully in there somewhere.
That card has gone up in my estimation a lot. I don't know how well it tested before the set came out, but when I first saw it, I was like, oh, this card's not great. But it actually does play quite well in this format.
Yeah, it reminds me of a card from, I think it was Born of the Gods. It also had to attack every turn, and it was surprisingly an upside in the format because it masked your decision.
So Seth did take the late Majoring Bully over a Knight of the Pilgrim's Road, so he had a couple opportunities to take white cards, but there you see, he's got all blue cards and colorless cards except for those 3 red cards, which he took first, third, and very late. The signs aren't saying that red is open.
But he's also, he passed that 1 Fiery Impulse, though.
He did.
To take Whirler Rogue.
I think, Pack 2 is where Seth's really going to flesh out a second color. There's a good chance he drafts red even though red isn't open, because that's fine as long as blue is open enough. Oh, well.
Wow. There you see a Soul Blade, Jin.
Yeah.
See, now it's good that he stayed in blue in case he opened this. Oh.
Yeah. Seth has the flexibility to take the blue card, but Soulblade Jin's a fantastic card, so he's obviously very happy to open that.
It really doesn't look like there's much else that's, super compelling in the pack. Oh, there's a
Suppression Bronze and a War Oracle, so there are a couple good white cards, but I think Seth's going to be satisfied with taking Soulblade Jin, trying to see if anything else interesting will wheel, maybe like a Veteran Sidearm or something along those lines.
Like Seth, even when I slam a rare, I usually look at the rest of the cards in the pack to kind of see what the person to my right or left will maybe take, and then to guess at what might table.
How often are you correct at what might table?
I don't count on it, but, it happens sometimes.
Well, there's a white card that has made its way into the fray, the Stalwart Aven.
There's no strong mono blue or mono red card here, so Stalwart Aven might actually just be the pick. There's also a possibility of Possessed Gob because, again, if Seth is assuming he's abandoning red, he's going to be blue. Possessed Gob is as monocolor as Stalwart Aven.
Possessed Gob also is a very powerful card. I definitely undervalued it for a while.
Yeah, but in Pack 1, Seth didn't see a ton of good black late, so if he's taking the Scob, it's more likely looking like a light black splash. Of course, one funny thing you can end up on is Seth didn't see any black Pack 1 that was good, but that means he expects to see a bunch of black Pack 2. He could go black Pack 2 and
there's an Unholy Hunger
3.
and a Cruel Revival in this pack.
So he's getting paid off pretty hard, especially if he ends up taking one of the removal spells. I would expect it to be the single black one, but he might veer back into just blue-red here. He's looking at the Alchemist Vow and the Dragon Fodder.
Yeah, as I was mentioning before, the 2-drops in this format are very important, especially when you're playing a color like red. So if he does want to stick with red, it does make sense for him to take Dragon Fodder here.
Are you surprised at all there, Luis, to take the red card there instead of one of the two, dark banishing effects in the format?
I'm a little surprised. Seth, I think, wants to be blue-red a little more than maybe I would in this seat. But Dragon Fodder is a nice little combo with Mage Ring Bully, and especially in Ring Warden Owl because it's a creature that does trigger prowess. So it's not inconceivable that he would take that there.
So he's got a Turn to Frog, another Ring Warden Owl. Takes a Turn to Frog. Yeah, also with the Soulblade Djinn.
Yeah, it's a good.
You get to play a creature and make all your
Dragon
creatures
Fodder.
bigger.
It combos on both sides of Soulblade Djinn, right? It's extra creatures for the trigger, and it also triggers the Djinn itself.
Yep.
So this pack is a little dry, though. Again, it looks like a second Guardians, which isn't. You don't really want to build the Mage Ring Bully Guardians of Meletis deck. So it's possible that. I mean, white is very open here.
Yeah, is that an Anointer of Champions?
Anointer, and another Stalwart Haven, and a Fetid. So Seth could just take his second black card here. Again, keeping his options open. I think he's not super likely to want to go black at this point, but he took those black cards over not a whole lot else.
Yeah, Passing Cruel Revival and Unholy Hunger is probably going to signal somebody else who's open into black here.
He also aggressively drafted playable blue cards and artifact cards in Pack 1, so I think that he is using that flexibility here to take cards that he might not play if he doesn't end up in those colors.
Yeah, because he's got extra picks, and he can afford to kind of take these detours knowing that not all of them are going to work out.
Yeah, Ramroller is the pick here.
Yeah, and this is one of the payoffs for drafting artifacts. If it's consistently a 3-mana 4/3, that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, blue is certainly open. He's 3 cards to choose from here. What order do you rank those in? Given his deck at this point, Luis?
It's really going to depend on curve. The Ringward Owl is the most powerful, but I kind of like Aspiring Aeronaut in the artifact theme deck. But Seth has a better idea of his curve, and if he needs another 3-drop, Scrapskin Drake makes the most sense. Because these cards are all so close together that whichever costs the right amount is the one he's going to take.
I also think that he already has a Ring Warden Owl, and in addition to the
Soulblade
Djinn that he just opened.
Yeah, that leans pretty heavily towards not taking the Owl, regardless of the other two.
This is quite a late Celestial Flare, but it looks like he's staying on path with Bone to Ash.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if Paulo was drafting white here. We didn't see a ton of late white in Pack 1. We saw like one late Night of the Pilgrim's Road, and all the white going the other direction even further reinforces that.
Yeah.
Tutelage.
Seth says, none shall pass. I'm not letting anyone just get a late tutelage here. Is there any way you would ever play tutelage in a red-blue deck?
Not if it triggers Mage Ring Bully, but that's not exactly the combo you want to assemble.
There's an Artificer's Epiphany.
I don't mind it here. Seth, given that he's stacked up enough prowess triggers, he might as well take it, and there's a chance he plays it. It's not a huge chance, but given enough good late game, the card does certainly get better.
Not a lot of options here. He could take a Yoked Ox or the 6/6 Wall of Fish, as my playgroup used to call it, it's reasonable in blue if you need that.
I like Stratus Walk over Hydrolash.
Yeah, it's like, do you want to take the mediocre aggressive card or the mediocre defensive card? And unsurprisingly, he took the aggressive one. That is actually a combo with Mage Ring Bully. You Stratus Walk your Mage Ring Bully, make it a 3/3. Also, it just attacks every turn, but it doesn't get eaten by random 2/3 ground creatures.
One of the advantages to being one of the only blue drafters at the table also is that you have a pretty high likelihood of getting a Jessian Thief, which is an uncommon that is made quite powerful with the Stratus Walk as well.
And Stratus Walk even has combos with Willbreaker.
Yeah, I will take your creature and make it flying.
Again, I don't think Seth's locked into red here. He's got 2 good red cards and 2 medium red cards. So if a better option presents itself, it wouldn't be surprising to see him jump ship. He's got 1 good black card in Possess Scob. So if Seth opens a very powerful black card, it wouldn't be too surprising if he just took it and hoped that the blue cards would carry him up to 23 playables.
And if he opened a Sentinel of the Eternal Watch, he could still just say, I'm going to be blue-white, mostly blue, splashing in a Sentinel.
Yeah, he's not expecting getting much white pack 3. Sentinel's good enough that he might actually take it because this is just one of the best cards in the format.
Right.
And it's a pretty gross combo with Willbreaker. But but if he takes that, he knows he's going to get like 1 to 2 more white cards probably total, which is not exactly what you're hoping for.
Would you pass a Sentinel of the Eternal Watch here?
Well, there's a good chance that neither of the two players to his left are white, given what we saw like Pack 4 with the Anointer and the Stalwart Haven. Oh, well.
Oh,
Seth has not had to make a ton of decisions when it comes to his first packs, which is a great place to be. I would much rather open Chandra's Ignition than open a really tough pick. This is just one of the best cards in the entire set. So it firmly cements Seth into red and makes him very, very happy that he's doing so.
well, what are the challenges of building a red Wrath, Jackie Lee?
Building a red Wrath. It's interesting. There aren't that many that we've printed. In general, they tend more towards Pyroclasm, the small ends, rather than Wrath. Chandra's Ignition is variable, so it's a little challenging to kind of try to know how to cost that, given that you have the option of what creature you choose.
I love the gamble element of it, where to some extent, you could get blown out if someone can deal with your creature. Well, there's a Gearport Gearcrafter.
And
there's the Jessian Thief you were talking about. Oh my gosh.
And a Separatist Void Mage. I think that Jessian Thief just has the highest upside of these cards, so that's the one I'd be leaning towards. But Separatist Void Mage is also great.
Yeah, Separatist Void Mage, it looks like an overcosted Mana War, but actually the reason is it does so many things in this format, resetting Renown and enchanted creatures. So it looks like he is going to go with the Void Mage.
Seth might also figure that his deck is powerful enough that he just needs to not lose, and cards like Soulblade Djinn and Chandra's Ignition will win him the game. Separatist Void Mage is certainly better in games where you've stumbled.
There's a second Separatist Void Mage and a Disperse that...
Oh, and the rare Separatist Void Mage.
Oh,
Harbinger
Harbinger
of
of
the
Tides.
Tides.
Wow. It's a card we saw being played in Modern yesterday in the Merfolk deck.
The flexibility of Harbinger is definitely a selling point. The fact that you can just cast it for 2 mana or cast it at instant speed means even though it's not as good on offense because your opponent's just not going to have any tapped creatures, it still, I think, edges out Separatist Void Mage here.
So I think it's kind of interesting. I think Paulo sent a very early signal to Seth. He's like, look, I'm going to give you a Whirler Rogue, and here's the deal. I don't have to be the blue guy. And then he
Whirler
sent him
Rogue-
another Whirler Rogue.
Well, Paulo cannot be a happy camper right now. He's sitting there having passed 2 Whirler Rogues, Separatist Void Mage, and Harbinger. So whereas Seth is just like...
By the way, that's the third Separatist Void Mage in a row also.
Seth was just the only blue drafter at the table, and he's just getting incredibly rewarded.
We could see a Separatist Void Mage come back around the table out of one of these packs.
It's possible, yeah, and which is insane.
Yeah. I mean, certainly there's going to be a super late Disperse at the very least for Seth Manfield here.
Yeah, and Disperse is an excellent card.
As you can tell, Seth's overjoyed right now.
Yeah, well, that is him overjoyed.
But no, seriously, he has to be feeling so good right now because not only is he getting these insanely good cards, which is just a huge gift, it also means the rest of the pack's going to be great. If you're getting 4th pick Whirler Rogues, the rest of the pack is going to look good. No one is taking your cards.
Yeah, every card you were like, well, maybe that'll come around the table, will now definitely come around the table. Skyraker Giant is the pick here.
Yep.
Yeah, double red is a bit of a reach in his deck with all these double blue cards, but it's possible that he ends up with a mana base that can run it.
It may be a reach, but that is much like the ability on the creature, so I think it's fitting.
Boggart Brute further reinforcing Seth's aggressive plan, though there is a Goblin Glory Chaser if he really wants to get aggro.
He does have some blue tempo cards. The Separatist Void Mage. Boggart Brute is such a good aggressive card, though. And I think that he is probably looking to get some more 3-drops.
It especially works well with like Separatist Void Mage really messing up their blocking strategies.
There's another Watercourse. Wow,
And
there's
a Thought
Engineer. So all the red cards also that not only are the blue cards flowing, but the red cards
Yeah, somehow
we
the red
didn't
cards
see.
are just... Seth is just in a perfect seat. He opened good blue and red. He opened a good red card, got past a good blue card, stuck to his guns, and just is getting paid off in Pack 3. This Pack 3 has been incredible for him.
He's enthralling Victor.
And a negate.
There's also a Bonded Construct if he really wants to bolster the artifact theme, but
If he feels like he just needs to, also, I mean, if he feels like his early game just needs shoring up in terms of like maybe trading with a creature to just stem the tide until he can get to his 4s and 5s.
yeah, my guess is that he's not for sure playing the Enthralling Victor. He's going to end up with a lot of playables, which is a good place to be in, obviously. But it is a good card, and there are some matchups where it's great.
He's going to take Smash to Smithereens here.
The old hate draft the sideboard card. Seth does not want to get any of his artifacts smashed. So unsurprisingly, someone decided that a 7th pick, Separatist Void Mage, was probably too much. So Seth's not getting any of those back 9th, 10th, or 11th.
Another Fairy Miscreant, but not going to play those.
No, there aren't enough Fairy Miscreants floating around. Also, Seth does not need to take that sort of gamble. His deck is just like a 10 out of 10, so there's really no reason to try to play a high variance strategy like Fairy Miscreant.
I do like his strategy of opportunistically drafting them whenever there's not really a better card for him.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to approach those cards. Was R&D hoping that those cards would hit at a higher level? Because they haven't seemed to be as compelling a build-around as maybe you would expect.
They're a kind of fun sub-theme, so the idea is that none of them are so strong that they wouldn't necessarily float to you, and if they do happen to, then you can.
Okay, well, that's the draft. So you gave the draft a 10 out of 10 for deck.
Yeah, I think the deck was a 10 out of 10. It was navigated well by Seth. He did have a little bit of guidance in his rares, which is always nice. I mean, it's always nice to have your path set for you, so it's not like he had to make a mid-pack switch or anything, but the results were incredible. I mean, he has multiples of the top 5 cards of the format. He has like 3 of them. He's got 2 Whirler Rogues and a Chandra's Ignition. Soulblade Jin's not far behind, so I have trouble seeing how his deck could be much better.
Jackie Lee, what do you think about the deck? What would your grade be? You can use a letter grade.
I guess I would want to see the curve laid out because that's how I tend to view my decks when I'm building them. But the fact that he has 2 Whirler Rogues and a Soulblade Jin to kind of pump all of his creatures, because that is 3 creatures on 1 card, which is not common in blue, 2 of which are flying. That's just super powerful.
But your concern about the deck without seeing it is that he doesn't have enough maybe at 2 and 3. That would be your fear. Does he have enough at 2 and 3 to get him to those turn 4, turn 5 plays?
And I suspect that he does. He certainly has a lot of powerful cards and removal like Fiery Impulse to kind of catch up if he's behind. But I tend to like to see it.
Luis, what's the likelihood of the Will Breaker making the deck with 2 Whirler
I think
Rogues?
Seth's going to play it. His deck's really powerful, but Will Breaker is it's kind of free with playing all these cards that like Whirler Rogue. He even has like a Stratus Walk if he wants to run that. So you can even target their creature with Separatist Void Mage, take their creature, then choose not to return it.
All right. Well, you know what? We have another draft that was recorded. We're going to watch that at the wall. We're going to send it back to the news desk where Rich Hagon and Ian Duke are eagerly awaiting.
All right, thanks very much to BDM, Jackie Lee, and Louis Scott Vargas there with the call on a Seth Manfield draft. Well, he went rogue in a big way, and that looks really terrific for Seth Manfield. Remember, 6-1 overnight, and we think round about 10-4, maybe 9-5 is going to be enough. So a 4-3 day today, Seth Manfield will be in your final 4, and it looks like he has the tools to have a great morning. What about Yuya Watanabe, though? Watanabe, 5-2, the only player other than Shahar Shenhar to win this event. He's the 3rd champion. He's been in all 4 of these events, the only player to do so, and he came into the morning at 5-2, 1 win behind the 2 co-leaders. We are going to take a look now at every pick that Yuya Watanabe made in his morning Magic Origins draft, in the company of Hall of Famer Randy Buehler and first Marshall Sutcliffe.
Hello and welcome to the Tournament Center here at the World Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Randy Buehler, and we love this stuff. We're excited to watch Yuya Watanabe draft. Let's take a look at the table though, kind of set the stage here for people at home to figure out where Yuya was at. So Yuya's over here on the corner, Randy. What are you seeing?
I'm still looking at Paulo, who we already saw draft the best deck of the format, right? The entire draft we just watched was what rare did Paulo take? Paulo passes the Whirler Rogue to Seth Manfield out of that very first pack. I hope that rare was good, because wow, did he hook up Seth Manfield with that blue deck.
Seth Manfield, we saw him draft a heavy blue deck, which indicates that Yuya probably won't be getting too many good blue cards, and it's something, a little hint as we lead in.
Yeah, the other thing I'm interested in seeing here is, there's people are starting to whisper just a little bit that Draft might be Yuya's weak suit. I mean, not that he's actually weak at anything. I mean, he's probably the best player in Magic over the course of the last 3-4 years. It'd be hard to know who else you would make a case for. But Constructed is where he really makes his living. Yesterday, in fact, he made a pretty controversial first pick. He took Scatter the Seeds over Banefire.
He did.
Pick one, pack one in Modern Masters, forcing the green-white tokens archetype. So I want to see what he's up to in Origins. This should be
That
this
is
should be
highly
fun.
controversial. Yeah, all right, so why don't we take a look here at what Yuya drafted. So again, I'm really curious to see how things shape up. Oh no. Did you see that, Randy?
No,
is
I
that
didn't.
a Soulblade Djinn?
Really?
I think, yeah, he opens
Oh my
Soulblade,
goodness!
so he opens a blue card.
On
A
Seth
really great
Manfield's
blue
left.
card.
Wow. So
Now, to set the stage here, we got to watch Seth Manfield, who picked up third pick Whirler Rogue, second pick Whirler
Second pick Whirler Rogue,
and then
and
another
then-
one later in the draft. So,
Yes.
like, he got hooked up coming in this direction and planted his flag very hard in blue
you have
early
to
on.
Soulblade Djinn here, though.
You
right?
have
I mean,
to.
you could. It's Cruel Revival, right? Is the black card? You could
Yeah.
take Cruel Revival. Black is a better color than blue in this format. I could imagine taking Cruel Revival. Is he looking at Deathbridge Shaman over a Cruel
Dead
Revival?
Bridge Shaman? What? Oh.
I mean, that card's great. I'm a big fan.
Dead Bridge Shaman?
It's 3/1.
fine.
It's good. All right, it's not great.
That was a distant third out of those options.
Well, he can take another one
Wow, Yuya Watanabe first picks Deadbridge Shaman
over Cruel Revival
over
and Soulblade
premium
Gem.
removal and a bomb. All right, well, hang
now-
on, Randy. This could get
Well,
crazy.
he's flicking between.
A Timber Pack Wolf?
Isn't there Wild Instincts in this pack?
Yeah, there is. If you're going to take a green card, it's Wild Instincts. But I assume if you're willing to first pick Deadbridge Shaman
You should
over
second pick
those
it?
cards, you also second pick it.
Which is what he did, right?
So Yuya, he just has to be on top of the world, right? They're like, these guys are passing Deadbridge Shamans if he values it that highly. So I wonder if he's forcing elves here.
Well, that's why he was flicking the green cards back and forth, the Timber Watch and the Wild Instinct. It
Timber
could be
Pack
that he's
Wolf, yeah.
forcing elves.
Now, he's got a third pick Fiery Impulse here, Randy. That is going to be very tough to
Yeah,
to
this is
turn
the pack
down.
that had the Whirler Rogue in it. So Seth first picked a Fiery Impulse, but then he wasn't going to take a second one over Whirler Rogue. Yuya takes the Fiery Impulse. Third pick Fiery Impulse is absolutely a sign that red might be open. Now, if he looked, there was a rare missing and an uncommon missing from that pack, so you can get past the best common in the set if there's a rare missing and an uncommon missing while somebody on your right
it's a
drafted
strong
red.
data point at this point, right?
Yeah, okay, read the bones if you're forcing black. Fetid Imp is solid, but maybe
Fetid
not
Imp
in
is
an elf
solid.
deck. All right, if he's black-red, he should be pretty aggressive, which is not where Fetid Imp is at its best.
No, I do think Fetid Imp is the best card in the pack, though Yuya clearly has a game plan coming in. You know,
I mean, Glory Chaser, if you're...
I don't even know why that Fairy Miscreant is... Okay,
Fetid Imp is the
Yuya
pick.
takes a Fetid Imp. He had me scared there for a minute, I won't lie. But he takes a Fetid Imp. So, you know, so far, heavy black, a little bit of red. His red card's very, very solid.
Way to the Underworld in black.
And there's a
Nantuko Husk.
Nantuko Husk. Now, we know that he's a fan of Nantuko Husk. We watched him draft at the Pro Tour where he had 3 or 4 of those and kind of a deck entirely built around it.
Yeah, there's a Blightcaster in here, too, which he shuffled to the front. Thunderclap is a nice build around, but not for him. He's not in either of those
He's going to take
colors.
the Husk. Yeah, the Blightcaster is a reasonable card, but it tends to go in the black-white archetype. And
Yep.
if he's leaning towards
Of course.
black-red, he's not going to want that card.
I mean, sometimes you can be black X, but your black includes a couple Way to the Underworlds, and it's good enough. But Nantuko Husk is definitely the card that has the most synergy with black-red. And he kind of thinks red is open. Now here, Dragon Fodder is arguably the best card in the pack.
yeah, I mean, it depends on if he wants to stay in these 2 colors. Farika's Disciple's a solid 4-drop in the format.
He's looking at the
nothing
elf, too.
exciting. Gnarl Root Trapper, sure.
But I mean, said no indication that green is remotely open. So Dragon Fodder, yeah. I mean, if I was
I
Yuya,
like
I
Dragon
would
Fodder.
think red was open here. Now, I mean, we know, having watched Seth, I mean, red's the right color you're supposed to be in.
I think it is your second color, yeah.
Demonic Pact?
Yeah, he stopped on Demonic
It's
Pact.
powerful.
You know, it's funny. I think I kind of dismissed that as too difficult to get rid of, but I've actually heard multiple pros tell me that they think it's legitimately good and limited.
I think it's legitimately good and limited. I agree with
Yeah,
you.
like
I mean, you
not
don't-
just good, like very, very good. Like they've
Well-
really hard sold me on the thing.
Yeah, you know what? One way to get rid of it, win the game.
it
Right.
does push
If your
you.
opponent scoops their cards up, you don't have to get rid of your Demonic Pact. You
It's
just get
true.
to shuffle it back in for the next game.
All right, so what does he find here? Well, this pack is not great. I mean, the best card is Charging Griffin here.
Takes the red card.
Yeah. All right, so he's kind of winding down the pack here. And, you know, he's not in a bad spot. He really isn't heavily in red here. He's got some decent black cards, and he can try to sort of solidify himself in black in the second pack.
What's his deck, though?
I'm still reeling from that pack one, pick one.
Same.
I mean, he's prescient here because he was getting cut so hard on blue. And do we know who's on his left, Randy? Do you remember? Whoever it is definitely took the Soul Blade Djinn, and it definitely is like, what happened here?
It's Martin Muller.
Is it Martin?
Yeah.
Oh, poor Martin. After the draft, I'm going to go look at Martin's deck, and I think I'm going to see a Soul Blade Djinn sitting idly in the sideboard.
Which is part of the reason why Seth continued to get hooked up in pack 2, if Martin had
Exactly.
to abandon red. And look, Yuya's got a decent set of colors here for his seat, I guess. But what's his deck? It's just a kind of
It's
trashy
super
black-red,
mediocre,
like
yeah.
mediocre aggro deck, right?
It's a mediocre aggro deck. That's what it is. And he's not picking up much late here either, which is pretty standard issue, but
He doesn't really have any of the temporary steel effect synergies that black-red can get. Like, black-red is supposed to be a sacrifice deck. And
it can be, yeah. That's what he drafted at the Pro Tour.
he's got
That
the
was
one Shaman, the one Nentuko Husk.
He had 4 enthralling victors
2
at
Shamans,
the Pro
of
Tour.
course.
Oh, yeah.
How could I forget?
Yeah, how could you forget that?
Is black even open? Like, he first picks Shaman, and then he gets a Husk down the road.
It's not. It's not particularly open. It's you'd call it like average. It's in the middle. It's not like you feel like I'm definitely in the right lane for my seat. But at the same time, there's a few cards that he's picked up. Yeah, a pair of Cobble Brutes here.
Right. The Cobble Brutes are in the deck right now. This is not a great deck.
Yeah,
it has a Fiery Impulse is the only good card in this deck. Although apparently Dreadbridge Shaman is better than Cruel Revival.
Cruel Revival and Soul Blade Djinn.
Yeah, look, I can see taking a black card out of that pack over the Soul Blade Djinn if you really don't like blue, but isn't it Cruel Revival?
Yes, it is. Okay. Full stop. It is Cruel Revival. That card is great. It can be a 2-for-1. It's always a 1-for-1.
The Shaman can be a 2-for-1.
It is basically always a 2-for-1. All right, so let's see what he opens up here. Maybe he changes his tack a little bit. I didn't see any great black cards here, though. There's a Possessed Scob at the back. He's pulled that up to the front now. Infectious Bloodlust, Thornbow Archer. Ugh, this pack's not great anyway. He might just want to speculate. I think the best card in the pack is probably Stalwart Avon floating around in the back, but he didn't take that latest Charging Griffin. I don't think he's interested in it at all.
Thornbow Archer. First pick.
What?
Thornbow Archer. Yuya Watanabe, ladies and gentlemen. First pick, Thornbow Archer.
What just happened, Randy? He just took a Thornbow Archer.
He clearly values elves
He
more
can
than we
wheel
do.
that so easily. He can
Well,
get
not
a-
if there's not going to be one in that pack. It's already been drafted. Can't wheel it if
Got
somebody
an
first
Unholy
picks
Hunger
it.
and a Priest of the Blood, right? Priest is clearly the pick here. So a nice gift here for Yuya. This is going to help, bump the overall power level of his deck.
Yeah, also a
up.
Cruel Revival in this pack.
Yeah.
This is the pack we saw Seth get where it was like Cruel Revival and Unholy Hunger.
Oh, yeah.
And Seth actually takes the Dragon Fodder, which surprised me a little bit. I would have taken Cruel Revival in his seat, but his draft worked out way better than mine would have in that seat.
All right, so he takes Thornbow Archer, but then gets hooked up with a bomb rare here
Yeah.
with Priest of the Blood, right? So
And he totally cut black, right? He didn't pass, well, no, he passed the Cruel Revival in the first pick. But,
yes, he sent a
but with a Soul Blade
potential
Djinn.
signal down the line here. And it looks like he's being punished for it here, too. There's nothing great in this pack for him. I mean, he could take one of these red cards. Both of them are mediocre.
Yeah.
They're 2 drops. They probably both make the cut. Mage Ring Bully is a card I was pretty down on when the set came out. I've come around on it. I think you can put it in your red aggro decks and be pleased with it.
You have Scout higher, though?
I do have Scout higher, yeah. It's
Yeah.
just more consistent performer.
Yuya agrees with you.
So again, I feel like he's trying to be like a hyper fast aggro deck.
Definitely.
I wonder if he wants
Fiery
to.
Conclusion.
Oh, there's Fiery Conclusion. That could be really good
Or
in there.
Fetid Imp. I would think Fiery Conclusion, he's clearly aggro. Like, Fetid Imp's at
He's
its
already
best.
got a Dragon Fodder. Yeah.
Right. Fetid Imp's at its best if you're, in the blue-black deck, or just something controlish. that
Yeah,
wants to
he
kind of
also found a
block.
card that makes Thornbow Archer playable here too. He's got the Fiery Conclusion. He's assembled the combo.
Look, I feel like he takes a constructed approach to drafting these decks.
Okay.
He's not afraid to force a deck, right? He'll take first pick Scatter the Sheets over Banefire because he really wants to be in that green-white tokens archetype. He wants to force that. You know, if you're playing black-red aggro, what you want a 1-drop that deals 2. Like Thornbow Archer is usually going to attack like a Jackal Pup, right?
It's just when we talk about fundamental draft strategy, that doesn't come up, right? The idea of I'm just going to play the deck that I want and hope that it comes together just isn't. Long term, it doesn't work out that well. Sometimes you can hit it, right? Like sometimes you spike and you're like, oh, nobody else was in this deck, and my influence on taking the cards maybe helped me out a bit. But the times when it doesn't go well for you, it can be a disaster. Super risky to do that. Jeez, and Shrouding Mist still in this pack too.
Yeah.
It's just that ship has sailed. Obviously,
he's
not.
just going to kill the Enshrouding Mist?
He might. I don't know. The third Cobble Brute doesn't have a real sheen
Well,
to
you
it.
take Bellow Lizards for your 1 slot. Like he's building a constructed at beatdown
Well,
deck,
you know,
right? You got to get some 1s.
Well, there is actually a deck that does that. I don't think it's one of the better ones, but you can play the Infectious Bloodlusts and the Call of the Full Moons, and you can be so hyper aggro. Remember, the removal in this format is not
Archer.
great. Another what? Another Archer?
Surely, if you're taking it first, is he going to take Consecrated by Blood?
Get those Archers up in the sky. Yeah, there you go. Make some dragons.
Plus, he's already got an Archer.
Yeah. But that is a thing. You can go 1-drop, play an
Agreed.
enchantment on it, and get in for 6 or 9 damage and try to get them close enough to being dead that you can use burn spells like Chandra's Fury or
Fiery Conclusion.
Fiery Conclusion to end things. I mean, Conclusion only hits creatures, but
Clears the path, but yeah. Another sidearm.
yeah, Veteran Sidearm, I guess, is the pick for him here. This is the later part of the pack, obviously, so nothing super exciting.
Although this is where your trashy black-red aggro deck is supposed to make its living.
That is true.
It's late in the pack where
Yeah,
you
no,
want
it's true.
cards that nobody else
This
wants.
is where you're supposed to pick up your Thornbow Archers, for example.
Or your Infectious Bloodlusts or
Yeah.
whatever. And there's not a whole lot.
And there was one.
Oh,
So,
on cue.
okay. Now I can start to see, that there could be at least an archetype hiding for him here where 1-drop into 2-drop enchantment to start beating down really does punish mulligans. It punishes slow decks. It punishes decks that have slow removal like, Unholy Hungers and Cruel Revivals and stuff. There's another one, Infernal Scarring.
Yep,
So,
yep.
okay, Yuya.
Yeah. Now,
Piecing it together here.
I agree. And I mean, obviously, we've hit on a couple of his picks that we weren't in love with, but what's the deck he's supposed to be in that would actually be better than this? Like, it's not like a good deck has gone through his hands. There was a Soulblade Djinn, but blue would not have worked out.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't know that there was going to be Whirler Rogue pass from Paolo to Seth on his right, but in fact, that's what happened, and the blue was totally not there, right? He hasn't really held good green cards. There's no elf deck available.
Yeah.
I mean, he hasn't held much in the way of white cards.
I mean, there's been some surprisingly late white cards, but not a volume of them.
And not the great ones.
No. I mean, Shrouding Mist, we saw the...
Right, one late and Shrouding Mist is kind of what we've seen.
Well,
So
and there was also a Charging Griffin that was like, oh, why are you here? I mean, he first picked it, like, in a different draft.
all I'm going to say is I think Black-Red aggro might actually be the right deck for the seat. Now, maybe you should have Cruel Revival over a Shaman, and I'm still not in love with the first pick Thornbow Archer, but Black-Red might actually be the right colors.
Well, let's hope it is for him. We're taking a look at how the deck is playing out here, and he does have a very low mana curve, which
Right.
is what you want in this sort of all-in type deck.
Right, if you clear a path for Cobble Brute, like, if you have enough removal to clear a path for Cobble Brute, the guy does hit pretty hard.
It does.
Yeah, this is high power to toughness ratio, low curve, removal spells. Oh, it's 2 Infectious Bloodlusts
Two Infectious
already.
Bloodlust, the Fiery Conclusion.
I'm in.
You want him to just...
I'm in. I'm happy to watch this thing come together. It's coming together. It looked much better there than I was expecting. And I feel like
Well, you
he
had
had a plan
he's
the whole
supposed
time.
to pick up these cards late, right?
Yeah,
and
he
he
did.
actually did. Yeah, he picked up an Infectious Bloodlust and an Infernal Scarring in the last 4 or 5 picks of the draft there, and those are part of this archetype. They are a thing. Like I said, I think the flaw here is that this archetype isn't great. It's not like,
Right.
oh, they
well,
had
I
that
actually
deck.
think he started out thinking elves, which is
I
why
do
the
too.
shaman was such a high
I do
pick,
too.
and the green was just totally not there.
All right, he's got some interesting choices here.
Tragic arrogance.
Yeah,
is
he's
the
not going to be able
rare.
to take that, but he's got
Enthralling Victor.
Yeah, there's also a Lightning Javelin floating around in this pack as well. So he's got some
Shambling
options.
Ghoul at the front. Isn't this just Enthralling Victor?
I actually like a Shambling Ghoul out of here. I've never really been that enthralled by Victor, so I think that he's okay. I know that Yuya values that card very highly. We saw him take it, pretty high. He already does have one Nantuko Husk as well.
That Pro Tour deck we talked about, didn't he 1-2 with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. It looked great when it came together. It was like 4 Enthralling Victors and 3 Nantuko Husks or something.
That's correct, yeah.
Bunch of active treasons, but he 1-2'd.
There was another there's a Gnarlroot Trapper as a 1-drop if he's in the business.
That's it. What else is in this pack?
Maybe an Angelic Tomb for him. I don't know what his creature count is at right now. He'll have a better idea of that, but that is the kind of thing that does get you in for damage. It is a very all-in type card once again where, basically it can't block ever.
Yeah.
So it really does reward you being
the
hyper-aggressive.
Undercity Troll's the best card in the pack.
Yeah, not
Not in
close.
his color. I think he's thinking about just killing it.
I think
Is
he's
he
going to take the tomb. Oh,
There
he
we
took
go.
the tomb. He slow rolled us there a little, didn't he? Yeah, so he picks up an Angel's Tomb, which is just okay. Ooh, Gearper Gearcrafter, that's business. All right, so he finally picked up a card, in a reasonable time spot. This packs have not been kind to him.
No, not really.
Like you said, we were critical of a few of his early picks, but to be fair to Yuya, it has not been overly clear where he should go, and he hasn't gotten, hooked up very well. So he's really trying to cobble together a deck out of this seat that I think is. I don't think there's many people that would have a great deck out of this seat anyway.
Agreed. There are people who would have Trainwreck blue decks.
Yes. That would have taken too long to figure it out.
Yeah, there's people who would have a Cruel Revival.
There's a Shambling Ghoul.
Yeah.
Now, that's a good pickup for him here, too.
Sure.
So, back-to-back solid pickups for him. Again, nothing remarkable, but these are the type of card that he wants to see right now. He wants to fill out that early part of the curve and that he can use to push through damage.
Yeah, especially when you don't have the bombs. You just want to end the game quickly.
Yeah,
Like,
he
you wanna
only has one bomb.
punish their hiccups, come out with a curve, hit as hard as you can, as fast as you can.
Yeah. Yeah, he is going to need to draw that Priest of the Blood right, though, to put away some of the more higher-powered decks that are going to be floating around in this pod.
Fuck, Cobble Brute, kill your blocker. You win games that way.
You can.
Lightning Javelin here, I would
Yeah,
think.
there's a Bully, a Javelin in this pack. There's also a Rabid Bloodsucker, which
Yeah.
is a 5-drop that he could play in a
He
deck
took Bully
like this.
over Javelin. That's interesting.
Yeah, he must be aware that his 2-drop slot is not
Yep.
fully fleshed out yet, and that's so critical for a deck like this.
Yep.
Also, Bully's a nice target for the
Infectious
enchantments.
Bloodlust?
Yeah, it gets a trigger right
Infernal
away.
Scarring, what does it hit for? Like 17?
It's 17, yeah. I ran the numbers. Let's see what he comes up with out of this pack.
He doesn't have enough goblins for Pile Driver, right?
No.
Just take Chandra's Fury.
I like the Chandra's Fury. I mean, we were talking about
the
it.
Chandra's Fury seems
You play
nice.
the 1-drop, you play the 2-drop enchantment, you get in for 9. Maybe your Cobble Root hits once, and you just need something to finish
Yeah.
them off, and that does it.
It's even a prowess trigger.
Yeah, it also has the random upside of killing Thopter tokens, which pop up pretty frequently in this
Agreed.
format. I don't usually main deck Chandra's Fury just because, but
You
in a
wouldn't
deck like
misdeck.
this, I would absolutely, yeah.
Glory Chaser, right?
Yes. Absolutely.
How high's the grade crawling? I hear you talking yourself into this deck. I was in at the Pack 2 review.
So what I've done
You sound
is-
like you're talking yourself into it too.
So in my head, I'm thinking, okay, the deck he wants is coming together,
Yes.
and it does seem like he's found a slot to be in.
Sure.
But I've put a cap on it because the deck that he wanted
deck tops out
isn't
at, like,
that great.
B+.
Yeah, like
there are no A
if he
versus
just
there. Look
stumbles
at the
on
late
his
dragon
curve,
fodder.
yeah. There's another Infectious Bloodlust too.
Oh wow, do you need Bloodlust number 3? Like
the
if you're
third
in,
Bloodlust is very good. Yeah.
yes, Bloodlust number 3.
Yeah, number
love
4 it starts to fall off, but 3 is great.
Dragon fodder's pretty good too. Yeah, I like it. Bloodlust, in for penny, in for pound.
Yeah.
So, what's the grade on the deck? Like maybe the archetype tops out at B+. There are no A versions of this archetype.
Yeah.
Is- I think I hear you saying. But has he gotten up to B-?
No.
Still a C?
C plus range.
You had a failing
Like
grade.
he did salvage the deck, which is impressive.
You had him
because-
at a D coming out of
Like,
Pack 1,
coming
and
out of Pack
he's
1,
crawled his
it
way up
looked
to C+.
bad. Yeah, like I
Agreed.
was really nervous for Yuya coming out of the first pack.
Agreed.
But now I do think he salvaged this. And, it's interesting, looking at it from Yuya's perspective as well, because he's one of the best players in the world, and he can find wins and put together lines with any type of deck, and he's going to be able to do that with here. The Yuya factor matters in a big way.
No, it's true.
Flame Shadow Conjuring, not what he's looking for here. But there's a rabid bloodsucker,
I
and
could
if he
imagine that
does
on top
find
of
a
the curve.
room, yeah, you know, we were talking about the reach aspect of being able to fire off that chunk of damage, and that thing does it. It does close out a game. It's obviously not an amazing card, but it does close out a game. All right, well, the second one's not quite as important as the as the first one, which might or might not make the cut for Yuya. But he certainly has enough playables.
He's got a plan.
The deck came together on some level, right? It's unclear exactly how powerful the deck will be, but the advantage of a deck like this, very assertive, punishes slow draws, punishes mulligans, and is quite consistent. I mean, these decks usually will put out a threat on turn 1 or 2, and they will make it big, and they'll put the hammer down pretty quickly.
And look, the way this tournament works, it's not like he needs to 3-0. Right, he comes in 5-2 overnight. 2-1 here, he's in great shape headed into standard. And even a 1-2 still leaves him live for top 4.
Yeah. All right, well, that's going to do it for our draft viewer there with Yuya Watanabe signing off from the Tournament Center.
All right, thank you very much to Marshall Sutcliffe and to Randy Bueller there, bringing you all the call on Yuya Watanabe's draft. Every pick. I'm here with Ian Duke. Ian, we didn't actually catch a lot of Yuya's draft because we were busy trying to look at what 24 people downstairs are actually doing with their decks. So why don't we start with draft pod number 1. This is our featured draft pod, and this features Seth Manfield, Martin Muller, Yuya Watanabe, Sean McLaren, Owen Turtenwald, Paolo Vita Dama de Rosa, Yo Larson, and Tiago Saporito. So, let's kick off with the 2 drafts that we have seen, Ian. Seth Manfield, which generally people were very excited about when the guys watched the draft. They certainly thought it was a very good draft. Seth's a little less happy. What's missing from his perspective?
Yeah, this was something that was actually talked about in the booth. I think Jackie touched on it, is that he has a very, very powerful mid-game for casting cost and up, but he felt he was a little bit lacking in his early game to sort of get him into those powerful mid-game plays.
Right, and it's a format where you can get steamrollered by the decent 1-drop into the powerful renowned 2-drop into sometimes a 2 plus a trick on 3, and then you're so far behind, you're in big trouble.
Exactly true.
Okay, so that's Seth Manfield. Now, Yuya Watanabe, who you've just seen all his picks, red-black, and he's very unsure. He started off with one of those hand gestures that's like, oh, kind of in the middle somewhere, and then he just started tilting his hand down a little, and, you know, so he's kind of thinking maybe even as low as a 4 or a 5 rather than a 6-7, so not great news for him. But where did all the rest of the cards fall? Martin Muller. Now, he's green-red, and he moved out of blue. Now, we know Seth Manfield got this fantastic blue deck, or potentially very good blue deck. Muller moved out of blue. He was just like, yeah, no, this doesn't feel right. I'm clearly getting cut here. Moved into green, was happy with the move into green. Ended up Zendikar Incarnate with a little bit of red in there. But he's happy enough. But like many players around that part of the table, was very aware that someone was getting all the good blue, which,
right.
As we know, was Seth. What do we know about Sean McLaren? Anything for him? He's green-black, I think. Yeah, he's.
I didn't see too much about his deck.
Yeah, green-black, and then Guy's Revenge is kind of his.
Oh, that's a
highlight,
really nice top end,
which is which is a nice top end.
Especially if he ends up facing Seth,
Right. Yeah, that would be a
Can't
neat
bounce
little
this
thing.
very easily.
Now, we've also been joined at the desk by Marshall Sutcliffe and Randy. Hi, guys. Now, I'm going to offer you this one. Marshall, I know you like value. I know you like all those really subtle plays that just net you 0.3 of a card.
Oh, yeah.
So our good friend Owen Turtenwald, he's drafted I didn't look at any of the cards, I just looked at the symbols in the middle. So this is his deck. He's black-white. He has a couple of Read the Bones, which gets you towards powerful things. And then he has things like Demonic Pact, Tragic Arrogance, Hixus, Kothafed.
Wow!
So
Really? He
basically,
ended up with all of those?
Owen's rare drafting at the World Championship.
Yeah, Owen just went, yes, I need that for my commander deck, clearly.
Yeah,
So
Owen's actually one of the people that told me that he thinks Demonic Pact is a legitimate bomb and limited.
Right.
You know, I'm scared of that card. Like, I see that card and I think of all the things that can go horribly awry for me, and I'm like, you know, I'll just play some 4-drop that can block or attack or whatever. But no, he says, look, you'll find a way to get rid of it, or you'll win the game before it matters.
Right, because you get three good turns out of it.
Great
And if you-
turns.
Right, and if you can't do something with those 3 great turns that you know you're planning for, you're using it when you want it. Yeah, if you can't beat it then, what was the red card from the 1990s that was like have an extra turn and then you die?
Final Fortune.
Final Fortune. There you
yeah.
go. It's kind of that. It's just, but it's final fortune.
Yeah, and it helps you along, right? I mean, it's giving you a nice little boost along the way. And also, there are ways in the format to either get rid of it, or if you're like me and you like value, bounce it, replay it. Let's do it all over
Bit of red hot void
Disperse
mage
that
action.
bad boy right back to my hand. Yep.
Okay, now Palavita Dharma Rosa, this is another part of the blue story at the table, because he said, I took an Outland Colossus as my first pick.
That was the rare. Outland Colossus.
That was the rare.
Got it.
Over Whirler Rogue.
Interesting.
And as he says, boy oh boy would my blue deck have been utterly amazing, and
Yeah.
boy is Seth Manfield drafting over there super happy.
Yeah, yeah.
It's crazy how much that one pick just shaped the entire table, you know?
Yeah, because you instantly picked out in the booth, they said, okay, it can only be a rare that's gone,
Yep.
you know, because nothing else excuses not picking Whirler Rogue. And Paolo said, yeah, it was really close. I do think in a vacuum, Outland Colossus is a bit better, but he regrets not the blue.
How's his green deck?
It's fine. But it's only fine. Whereas, you know, he said, I'd be so much
Well, his
better.
blue deck would be not so good.
Right. Now, it looks like all the blue was being hoovered up. And they touched on the booth as a Void Mage Separatist not coming back to Seth.
Yep.
And the thinking was that probably someone was going, yeah, enough of the fun for somebody else.
Yes.
But in fact, it wasn't that. It was Yo Larson saying, I am a blue deck. He is the blue-white artifact player at the table.
Was that where the Thunderclap Wyvern went?
I think so, yeah. And he has 3 Separatist Void Mage
Wow.
in his deck, and his deck looks pretty nice. And so it wasn't a kind of, yeah, enough of the fun for you. It was, yes, this is my deck. Thank you. So he's fine. And that just leaves us with Thiago Saporito, who is one of the 4/3s overnight at Pod 1. He's red-white. He also has Tragic Arrogance. So if he plays Owen Turtenwald, you've got Tragic Arrogance on both sides of the table. His problem is that red-white, you want to be off to the races early, and he sort of isn't. He has 1/1 drop. It's an Akroan Jailer, which I know Marshall is not your idea. Yeah, exactly. And he has 6/2 drops, which is kind of roundabout the right number, but it isn't necessarily the most powerful suite. He can go into some pretty ordinary starts, and you know, he's going to play it slightly differently with the Tragic Arrogance. So there we go. Now, Ian, you looked at table 2, so walk us through what people were doing.
That's right. So first person I talked to was Sam Black, who was laying out his nearly mono red deck, I guess, like with a touch of white. I asked him how the draft go for him, and he was not pleased at all. It looked like he had, you know, an aggressive white-red deck, a bunch of small creatures, but not really the glue that kind of holds it all together. A couple marginal cards around there. I talked to Paul Rietzel next. He was actually also nearly mono color, but mono blue this time with a light splash of white, and he was super happy with his deck. It looked great. He had numerous Separatist Void Mages, a nice curve, and a couple options for how he could sideboard depending on if he wanted to be more controlling or aggressive.
Marshall, do you like the mono blue as far as...
Numerous Separatist Void Mages?
Yes,
yeah, I'm in for
numerous.
that.
I thought
Yeah, you know, I love it if you can be hard in one color and then have a little splash in the other, because it makes your deck very consistent, but also gives it enough of another angle where you're not too one-dimensional.
Next, I talked to Eric Froelich, who was sitting to Paul's left, and he said he managed to salvage what should have been a train wreck, so he was pretty happy in that regard, but still overall not super enthused with his deck. He was hoping for maybe a 2-1. He did mention, though, I passed Paul an awesome blue deck going right in Pack 2, so that's
Which
makes
Paul
sense.
gleefully sucked up, it sounds
so
like.
they both agreed on that.
And
at
Eric
least.
is black-white?
He's black-white, yes.
Randy, something that you talk about is drafting the seat. Can you just explain to people at home a little bit about what that kind of means? Because that's
Sure.
that's a tough concept for your Friday Night Magic crowd.
Well, sure. I mean, you can't control what packs you're going to open, and you can't control what the people around you are going to open. So at some level, the best you can do is optimize for the decisions that you actually get to make. I mean, sometimes the packs conspire against you, and the people next to you open bombs in the same colors as you, and there isn't an A+ deck available to draft. if you made the best decisions that you could possibly make. If you sort of maneuvered the draft to get the best deck that was available to a person sitting in your seat, you've got to feel good about that. All you can actually control is how well you draft the seat, and then hope if you make all the right decisions in terms of the information that was available to you, you're going to get the best deck that anyone could realistically expect you to have. Even if it doesn't all come together, you have to feel good about just making the right decisions and getting the process correct.
All right, Ian, we've seen Sam Black, we've seen Eric Froelich, we've seen Paul Rietzel. That still leaves 5. Who else we got?
Yeah, I saw Alex Hayne building. Looked like a green-white deck, a lot of renowned creatures. Looked pretty solid overall, not too many comments from him. Next was Jacob Wilson. He was actually playing Teamer. Heavier red-green with a splash of blue. I saw a couple Bounding Crassus in there and a Yavimaya Coast to splash them. Also a Dwynen, so it's
Marshall,
pretty solid.
How hard is the third color splash? Is that a sign in general of bad news?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes. In this format, you do not want to splash. There are a few tools to do it. You got your Meteorites, you got your Evolving Wilds. But in general, your good deck in this format will not have a splash. And the consistency hit that you take for that is real, and there are decks in this format that will punish you very hard for that.
Yeah, for example, the red, black, red, white.
Yes.
All right.
Copen Freeblade, as a card, says no splashes. Yeah.
I hadn't realized. I'd not actually
Yeah, there's
read
a little
that on
flag.
table.
You got to look at the art closely, but
Fair enough.
no splashes.
No splashes. All right. So maybe a danger signal for Jacob Wilson. Now we also have our reigning player of the year at this table, Mike Sigrist, who had an up and down day yesterday, but is at this middle table, and the pod, everyone at this table is 4-3, 3-4, right in the thick of the crunch, where they come out well today through the draft, and they're in prime contention for a top 4 slot. So what about Mike Sigrist?
Mike had a black-green deck. Again, looked pretty solid. Typical solid green creatures, some black removal. Not too much from him, though. It looked like, a pretty solid deck, but nothing spectacular. Next up, though, was Ben Rubin.
It wasn't. I
Steve
guarantee
Rubin.
it wasn't.
It was not.
Sorry, Steve Rubin. Excuse me. Wrong Rubin. Steve Rubin. Chatted with him a little bit. He was super enthused. He had a black-red deck. Didn't get too much of the details from him, other than he said the packs were looking really powerful for him, and it felt like he was in the right colors, and his deck looked good. Rounding it out was Martin Dang. He was also green-black. He was pretty enthused also. He had a bunch of solid green creatures, good black removal, a Mana Gorger Hydra he managed to pick up, and he was pretty happy with his deck.
All right, so if we take a look at draft pod number 2 there, so these are the 8 that have been drafting there. Sam Black, Eric Froelich, Hayne, and Rietzel. They're the 4 4-3s, and then Wilson, Dang, Sigrist, and Rubin at 3 and 4. Randy, you're our number cruncher. We go through this together every year. What, realistically, do the 3-4s need a 3-0 here to be in the mix, or is 2 and 1 and coming out of this at 5-5 perfectly acceptable?
They really need they need a 3-0. If you get to 9 and 5, like the 6 loss is fatal for top 4, barring super bizarre scenarios. Even at 9 and 5, you probably need, if it's a tiebreaker dice off at 9-5, which is a very realistic scenario, then the guy who was 3-4 overnight is not in great shape. I gotta say though, the numbers that are insane to me up there are the ones on the left-hand side, the rankings. How absurd is this pod?
Yep.
Number 1, number 2, number 3 in the world in the top 25 rankings. Then Sam Black, Alex Hayne, Jacob Wilson, just such a pod.
Yep, it's utterly fantastic. We've had day 1. It's time to start the action in day 2. Let's send you across to the commentary box. Louis Scott Vargas, Jackie Lee, and here comes Brian David Marshall.
Welcome to the booth here at the World Championship at PAX. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm joined by Louis Scott Vargas and Jackie Lee, and we're going to send it down to the floor and watch the first round of action here on day 2 of the World Championship. Hello and welcome to Round 8 coverage of the Magic the Gathering World Championship here at PAX in Seattle. I'm Brian David Marshall, joined by Louis Scott Vargas and Jackie Lee, and we're about to watch Magic Origins Draft, the first round of day 2. Guys, I could ask you who we were going to see this round, but why don't we let those players tell us themselves?
Seth Manfield, United States, top pro points at large.
Martin Müller, Denmark, team captain, 2014 World Magic Cup champion.
All right, we are ready to go here between Seth Manfield and Martin Mueller. These are your two overnight leaders. Luis, what did we see when we watched Seth Manfield draft?
We saw him take a bunch of incredibly good red and blue cards. Whether his powerful cards will be leveraged here is yet to be determined, because Martin actually has a pretty aggressive red-green deck with multiple copies of Titan Strength and Ravaging Blaze. So Martin certainly wants to try to end the game before Seth gets all his Whirler Rogues and Chandra's Ignitions going.
So early game was a concern for Seth Manfield, we heard, but he has a Dragon Fodder here on turn 2, while the green-red deck has kind of come out of the gates without much to do. What do the turn 2 plays look like for Martin Mueller's deck?
He actually doesn't have a ton. He's got, a Timber Pack Wolf. He's got, that's actually about it for his 2-drops. He's got a lot of ways.
Probably why he's playing Hitchclaw Recluse, Jackie. That seems like a great card for clogging up a board here.
Definitely it does. It doesn't look impressive at first, but Hitchclaw Recluse is one of the things that can really stem the tide of the early game and get you to the late game when you can play big green creatures.
Right. It may not be where you're planning to be when you draft, but sometimes you just have to end up there. We did a piece with Mike Sigrist at Magic Origins, Pro Tour Magic Origins, and he was like, I had to play 2 of these. I didn't have any early drops. There was a...
Zendikar Incarnate hit the board.
Okay. So now that's a 4...
What we have to see now is whether Seth has an artifact to make Ramroller a 4/3. Otherwise, it's just suiciding into the Zendikar Incarnate, which is really not what Seth wants.
Right. So he does have 2 Whirler Rogues in his deck. We watched him draft those, and he has the mana to cast them, but I'm guessing if he's not just windmill slamming that onto the table here.
Well, he could have Whirler Rogue and is deciding maybe what to make unblockable, but no, it looks like Whirler Rogue is not one of the options.
Oh, but he does have a Thopter Engineer.
And that'll give him the artifact he needs.
And he even he could fly over for 1, but it would just get eaten by the Recluse.
Yeah, we're going to see the Ramroller roll in, and it's up to Martin whether he thinks that he wants to trade his 4/4, which is going to grow to a 5/4, maybe a 6/4 for the 4/3. Unsurprisingly, he doesn't want to. The Zendikar Incarnate has a much higher high end than Ramroller.
Yeah, that card is a house.
Martin also has possibility of, doing something like killing that Thopter token mid-combat, making Ramroller smaller again, and then getting to block with the Zendikar Incarnate.
He's going to rumble in with the Zendikar Incarnate. It is now a 5/4. He played his 5th land. Martin Mueller, one of the youngest players in this tournament. He is the youngest player in this tournament. He's only 17 years old. Do you consider just throwing everybody in the way here? Is the Zendikar Incarnate just going to take over the game?
So Seth could quad block and presumably wouldn't lose everything. He'd lose everything but one of the goblins. But if Martin has a trick there, that you end up losing a lot of cards and mana for, not very many. So I wouldn't be too surprised if Seth just took it. But it looks like he's maybe asking the judges something.
Right, and Martin is playing red-green, so not only could he have pump like Titanic growth in green, but he also has access to burn at instant speed in red. So there's a lot that could go wrong.
Yeah. Ravaging Blaze, for example.
And basically, anything would make this combat swing towards Martin's favor.
And then you get a look at the hand Martin Mueller has. He does have Ravaging Blaze in hand, Rock Maulers, Guardian Automaton, and Timber Pack Wolf. A little bit of a mixed bag of cards.
Yeah, it
here.
looks like Martin's deck is not maybe as focused as he would like. The Hitchclaw Recluse and a bunch of Titan Strengths is not generally the game plan, though. I guess that does make it a 4/5.
So yeah, Seth decided that he would take the damage there, and now he has to deal with a Rock Maulers.
The good thing about taking the damage from the Zendikar Incarnate is that you can eventually just start chumping it. It doesn't have trample, so Seth's got a lot of tokens in his deck and a lot of ways to make tokens. So he can take maybe 2 hits off it and then start throwing creatures in the way.
Right, also, Seth has lots of ways to potentially bounce the Zendikar Incarnate, kind of buy him some time, even beyond just chumping.
And bounce is very good against Martin's deck. He's got, we see a bunch of 4-drops and 5-drops, and cards like Separatist Void Mage can do a pretty big number on those.
And there goes the Void Mage. Bounces the Rock Mauler.
Hitchcall Reckless doing some work here. It's keeping back 4 creatures.
Is there a point where you think about just sending the creatures in?
Yeah, once Martin's life total gets a little lower, you can start looking at sacrificing one of the 1/1s to get 3 damage in. But one of the problems with that is that Seth only has the 1 artifact. He really needs that Thought Token to live, so he doesn't want to send that. And once you stop sending that, then you're sacrificing a Goblin to deal 2 damage, and that equation is not looking great.
You really want your opponent to be in single-digit life totals before you start thinking that way?
Yeah, and it also depends on what follow-up you have. If Seth does have some good expensive cards, which looks like he does.
6 mana here. Gold Forge Sentinel.
And which, conveniently enough, has haste thanks to the Thopter Engineer.
So a pair of 4 power creatures attacking out of nowhere here. There you get a look at Gold Forge Sentinel, flying 4/4 for 6 mana.
This is one of the most aggressive draws that Seth can have in his deck.
I would expect Martin here to trade the Guardian Automaton for the Ram Roller. I think we're past the point where you can hope to get rid of all the artifacts. So at this point you can do that. You effectively only take 1 because you gain 3 off the Automaton, and it opens the door for Martin to start attacking back with his Zendikar Incarnate.
And it looks like the other card in Seth's hand is a Guardians of Meletis. So that is going to do a lot of work too, and allowing him to race with his large artifacts.
And how impactful is it that the Guardians is going to have haste off the Thopter Engineer?
It can sort of block on Seth's turn. Well, there is the Ravaging Blaze. It's going to take out the Gold Forge Sentinel. And
even though it's an instant, you see Martin just running it out. He's wary of counter spells or bounce spells or some way to get disrupted.
Yeah, blue has excellent support cards. There's a lot that could go wrong.
Zendikar Incarnate has to stay home. That does not seem very incarnate of Zendikar.
No, but I don't think that's going to last all that long. Because you look, Seth doesn't have a follow-up here. He has 7 mana. He's just playing the 0/6 wall. So Martin's got to feel like, well, things aren't going so poorly anymore.
Yeah, and here it comes.
Because despite Seth having 6 creatures to Martin's 2, 1 of them can't attack, 3 of them have 1 power, and the other 2 are a 2/2 and a 1/3. Yeah. So Seth's not actually that close to assembling a giant, attacking force.
Martin also has more cards in hand, so it looks like he's got a couple of Farrakhan's Disciples, that Rock Maulers that was bounced earlier. He has a lot of power that he can add to the board.
And given that, I think Martin's fine, even though he doesn't have a trick here, trading off his Zendikar Incarnate for some of Seth's creatures, and then following up with either a Farrakhan's Disciple and a Timber Pack Wolf or just the Rock Maulers. Either way, if they continually trade, that's good for Martin. He's up multiple cards. Looks like Seth bites here. Earlier, Seth didn't want to make that trade, but now that Seth's not only not the aggressor anymore and he's kind of desperate, he doesn't really have a choice. He eventually has to run into a trick. So I think that block was good. You can't just sit here and take damage off the Zendikar Incarnate, especially if you're Seth. You know that you got these really powerful late game cards that if you draw them, then the game can turn. So you just want to buy yourself time.
Well, here's a Scrapskin Drake, not one of those powerful late game cards.
No.
It's a threat, which would have been nice earlier, but unfortunately at this point he doesn't have much defense.
And with that Hitchclaw Recluse, he doesn't have much offense either. That card has single-handedly dictated the tempo of this game.
Oh yeah, if that Hitchclaw Recluse was just like a replacement level 3-drop, then Martin would have just taken a ton of extra damage off the random Thopter tokens, maybe even the Thopter Engineer plus the Goblin tokens, depending on what it was. So.
And now he gets to get in and renown his Farrakhan's Disciple.
And thanks to Death Touch, though, the Guardians of Meletis can't block, and that actually means that Martin's going to prioritize playing his Farrakhan's Disciples over his Rock Maulers, even though usually it's the other way around. Even something like Chandra's Ignition wouldn't actually be very impressive here. Seth's finding himself without a big creature to target.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough power to make that card reasonable.
Yeah, Chandra's Ignition would actually be much better in Martin's deck.
Okay, Scrapskin Drake runs into the wall. There's a Skyraker Giant.
And that
Just
at least can
big
train
enough
for one of the Disciples.
Yeah.
It also means that Chandra's Ignition would be a slightly nicer top deck now. So Seth has incentive to not trade it off.
But Martin just keeps sending in the disciples. And he puts it right in front of the already renowned one. Seth's gonna
death
fall
touch.
to 11, yeah.
Death touch on those disciples just makes the Guardians look so unfortunate in this situation.
Well, the Guardians has identified its task. It's keep rock maulers at bay.
Yeah, it's going to do that reasonably well, but Seth needs to find something else to get something going up, because at this point he's just losing ground every single turn. And Martin's got a lot of good finishers in his deck.
He's considering no attack here.
Seth ran the Poco Scratch and Jake, see what happens last turn, and then it got blocked by the Hitchclaw Recluse, so it's unsurprising that he would just keep running it. There's no downside; it can't block anything.
Right.
Seth did draw Fiery Impulse.
So the second one wasn't a bluff.
Having to spend a Fiery Impulse on the Spider. I mean, yeah, it was really holding back his offense.
It's a great victory for spiders everywhere.
That Spider is a champion.
It does mean that Scrapskin Drake plus Thopter tokens start attacking, and Martin actually only has the Freaka's Disciple really getting in for damage right now.
Yeah, they're trading damage pretty evenly here.
So that Hitchclaw Recluse was actually the key to Martin's defense. So Seth might actually be able to put up a race here.
Well,
it depends if...
apparently he has multiple Ravaging Blazes in his deck.
Yeah, the second Ravaging Blaze, though, it doesn't have the spell mastery on, so it still just kills the Guardians and then Rock Maulers tramples over. So Seth's falling to 4 here.
And needs to find an answer for a Death Toucher and a 6/6 Trampler. And he doesn't have one readily available. And we are going to go on to game 2. You get a look at the feature match area. You see Paul Rietzel and Eric Froelich talking on the back table, which is going to be in the text coverage. You see Owen Turtenwald playing against Yuya Watanabe's Deadbridge Shamans. And then Sean McLaren and Joel Larson. We'll be right back with more Magic, though, after these quick messages.
Watch the best players in the world battle for fame and glory on October 16th to 18th at Pro Tour Battle for Zendikar. See the impact of the new set on Standard and Booster Draft, with complete video coverage streamed on twitch.tv/magic. Start on your road to the Pro Tour by playing in a preliminary Pro Tour qualifier. With more than 2,000 locations running events, you're sure to find one near you. Visit magic.wizards.com/pptq for schedules and information.
All right, welcome back here. We are in the middle of round 8 here on day 2 of the World Championship for Magic the Gathering. I'm Brian David Marshall, joined by Louis Scott Vargas and Jackie Lee, and we are checking in on Owen Turtenwald versus Yuya Watanabe. Wow. We see Majoring Bully, Shambling Ghoul.
Looks like Owen is up a game, and Yuya Watanabe got to play first with his aggressive deck this game.
Yeah, he cobbled this deck together from some pretty interesting picks that we got to watch in the draft viewer. If you want to see an interesting draft, you should definitely watch this. You see Return Centaur targeting Owen.
And thanks to Shadows of the Past, Owen has incentive to target himself. Now he could actually activate Shadows if he hits a 5th mana. And Owen's hand is pretty good here. It looks like a Bloodcurse Knight and a Hixus Prison Warden. So Owen is definitely in the control role here. 2 4s facing off against 5 2s. If Yuya can't get the Return Centaur out of the way here and get the Cobble Brute through, I think Owen's in pretty good shape. But Yuya's deck is kind of built around getting that Cobble Brute through. It's, like you said, one of the linchpins of the deck. So Yuya's really hoping this turn involves him either casting a removal spell on the Centaur or casting some kind of enhancement on the Cobble Root. Consecrated by Blood would be the best, just making it a 7/4 flyer all of a sudden, so that would be a pretty big swing.
There's an Angel's Tomb, so he's going to be able to make a flyer every time he plays a creature from now on.
But if you're Owen, you're super happy about that, because now Owen can just go land, go, and leave up Hixus or Shadows, and Hixus is a pretty good way to answer Angel's Tomb.
Yeah. Owen and Yuya's decks are like polar opposites. So Yuya's deck is made up almost entirely of janky commons, while Owen's is really built around a lot of bomb rares.
It's also just a lot of cards that are solid on their own, whereas Yuya's deck is comprised of cards that are largely synergistic. So like the Cobble Brute can't get through if it doesn't have a way to do that, like the one that you mentioned, Luis. Or also the Angel's Tomb doesn't become a creature until you play another one. So there's just a lot of A plus B going on.
Yeah, there's Priest of the Blood Rite. Priest of the Blood Rite. It's one of the few big rare cards in Yuya's draft pile.
And it looks like Nissa is playing the role of the demon.
And Owen decided that he could afford to take a turn off of leaving Hixus up to play Bloodcurse Knight to get that 4/3 lifelinker in because he conveniently enough has an enchantment, which actually is working out pretty well because Hixus now, he can play it next turn when the demon comes over, and maybe he takes a hit from Demon plus Angel's Tomb, takes that 8-point hit, but Hixus then exiles both of those creatures.
Right, and then he can start making some life back with the Bloodcurse Knight at some point. Yuya Watanabe loses.
I think a reason for Owen not to attack with Bloodcurse Knight is that a double block of Priest plus Shambling Ghoul means that the Bloodcurse Knight effectively trades for Shambling Ghoul, which I think Owen figures he can probably do better than that. Alternately, Yuya could take it, remove the Return Centaur, and just attack with everything, and that could also be problematic.
Yeah, and Yuya is incentivized to block with the actual Priest of the Blood Rite. Yeah, he just would like to get the the actual card off the board. Okay, there's a Fetid Imp. Turns on the Angel Tomb. He's just lining everybody up here.
And because this is draft, actually the players know about cards like Hixus because they do have the deck lists. So
just sends in the 5/5 flyer and the Angel's Tomb. You see Owen eyeing his Hixus Prison Warden.
Unfortunately, because he had to play that creature pre-combat, he couldn't even bluff that he had one of the 5-mana removal spells at black at instant speed.
And that demon's gone forever. Even if Hixus ends up dying, it's not coming back.
But Owen does have to fall to 7 to pull that off.
He does, but with Shadows active now and with potentially attacking with Bloodcurse Knight, I think Owen's in pretty good shape here. So it looks like Manfield and Mueller have started their game too.
All right. We're gonna while Owen sort of grinds away with his enchantment, we're gonna go back to our feature table between the two tournament leaders, Seth Manfield and Martin Mueller. They're underway, and a little bit of a better draw here for Seth Manfield this game.
Yeah, he was able to Fiery Impulse down that Timberpack Wolf and then slam Whirler Rogue, which is, you never play Whirler Rogue, you always slam it. That's just how the card works.
Yeah.
It's in the rules text. There is an Orchard Spirit for Martin Mueller that's attacking.
And Seth could double block here with the Thopters, but he doesn't have a huge incentive to do so.
And Lightning Javelin is going to take down the Whirler Rogue.
I mean, and this is part of why the card is so good. Both players spent 4 mana, and both players traded a card, and Seth ends up with 2 Thopters in play, which is easily worth 3.5 mana, 4 mana, something like that.
Right. And Seth can now attack with those, or he could even just, if he felt like he had to, he could trade with the Orchard Spirit
Right, he
later
could have
on.
traded his 4 mana for for Martin's 7 mana and 2 cards.
Yeah, but I think given the Soulblade Djinn in his deck, he's incentivized to leave those on the board as long as possible.
Yeah, and additionally, cards like Ram Roller even give him, a slightly more incentive. So Seth could have left 2 islands up for the Water Courser, but he looks like he prefers to represent red spells instead.
And there's really not that much left in hand for Manfield. You look, he's just got an Enthralling Victor coming up. He's got 2 more basic lands. It's the Hitchclaw Recluse, the MVP from Game 1.
Seth still can get a good hit in with the Enthralling Victor here, but, long term, that Hitchclaw Recluse is going to stop those Thopters. That's what it did last game.
It looks like Seth is lining up 4 mana. That could be Victor.
If it's Victor, we're going to see a pretty big hit for 7 damage here, assuming the water courser goes all the way up to a 4/1.
This is very suspenseful. Could also be Separatist Void Mage.
Oh, well, he just drew this. So you have inside information here, Jackie Lee.
Yes, information inside his hand.
So he's just drawn a Separatist Void Mage. He's going to Enthralling Victor instead here. And there you go.
Victor has arrived.
Rumbles in, pumps the water courser to 4 power. 4, 5, 6, 7. Drops Martin Mueller to 11 here.
And one of the reasons to play Victor over Void Mage is Void Mage can target something bigger, like a Rock Smallers, whereas Victor can't. And Victor's a 3/2, so you slightly rather have a 3/2 on the board.
Exactly.
All right. In comes the Orchard Spirit, just ticking away. And there's the Rock Smaller. That's a fine target for a Separatist Void Mage.
So it'll be interesting, once Seth bounces the Rock Smallers, does he attack with his squad? He could also actually bounce Hitchclaw Recluse if he just wanted to attack with the Thopters. But if he bounces the Rock Smallers and he attacks with everything, that is actually a pretty good attack for him. Because even if a Thopter gets eaten, he just gets a ton of damage through.
He does bounce the Mauler. He does line up everybody to attack. Mueller has to think about that water courser.
He could block the water courser, and then it's up to Seth. He either decides to trade it by making it a 4/1, or just let the 2 creatures bounce, with Martin taking 5. Blocking the Enthralling Victor is another option. It saves 3 damage, but it guarantees that nothing trades, whereas blocking the Thopter is the most aggressive. And given that Mueller has so many expensive spells in hand, Spider and double Ravaging Blaze, I feel like he's most likely to block the water courser.
Yeah, and that's what he does. And it also means he takes the least amount of damage this way. We have an update from the back table. Paul Rietzel has beaten Eric Froelich 2-0. That means Paul Rietzel is at 5-3, and Eric Froelich falls to 4-4.
Rietzel was saying yesterday he thinks he's going to win.
Yeah, we were talking to him back at the hotel. So the water courser pumps and trades with the Recluse. Means we're going to have another the Rock Smaller is going to make a reappearance with double Ravaging Blaze and Sky Snare Spider in hand.
Martin's getting a little punished for these aggressive Orchard Spirit attacks. If he'd left that back this last turn, he could have traded with Enthralling Victor, which, given the way the life totals currently stand, I think he'd be a lot happier with. Granted, it required Seth to have cards like Void Mage every turn, but yeah, that is something that I think he's thinking about right now.
Yeah, that's kind of what Seth needs to push through, and he didn't have that last game, and now we see him using it to maximum advantage.
He has to take a turn off here to cast Nissa's Pilgrimage, so he can guarantee that he has the mana to do everything he needs with his Ravaging Blazes, his Sky Snare Spiders.
Well, he takes half a turn off. He still gets to blaze one of the Thopters down, which I actually think he has to do.
Also, the Pilgrimage in the graveyard means that he is on his way to getting Spell Mastery.
Oh yeah, his second Ravaging Blaze will have Spell Mastery, right?
Yep.
Seth's in a position where if Seth draws basically anything, he's going to be able to push through, I believe. But as things currently stand, Mueller is actually kind of close to stabilizing here. The Sky Snare Spider does go a long way.
Yep, there you go. Ravaging Blaze takes down the lowly Thopter token.
Because now Seth has 3 power on the board, but Sky Snare Spider is going to shut that down. So Seth needs to have a big play this turn.
And he's got a Scrap Skin Drake.
Which, that represents lethal. If Martin has to now deal with 2 of Seth's threats, otherwise he will die. Well, Guardian Automaton plus Ravaging Blaze follow up on the second token. That actually is, good enough to at least stabilize on the board.
Back table update. Owen Turtenwald and his rares have beaten Yuya Watanabe and his Infectious Bloodlusts at the back table. So Martin Mueller is clinging to this game at 1 life.
He's got a Sky Snare Spider, which is one of the best answers and threats in green.
But 3 creatures.
Still, unfortunately for Martin, leaves him dead on board.
Yeah, the Guardian
Yes.
Automaton, you hear Seth just like, he's like, I know this works this way, but you don't gain that life
Seth
until after
needed
you're
to
dead,
not have
right?
a first striker. If you had a first striker, it would kill Guardian Automaton. Martin would gain the 3, but Seth, luckily for himself, did not have one.
And there you see, these guys are the last 2 players left standing in the feature match area.
Origins is such a punishing format. Seems like a lot of the matches ended pretty quick.
Yeah, these matches, the feature matches, obviously very small group of games to look at, but just seem to have gone much quicker than the Modern Masters matches from yesterday.
Well, I mean, Origins being a core set is a little less complex than Modern Masters, which is, there's normal sets. Modern Masters is way above normal sets in terms of complexity and what's going on. And Origins is, not quite as complex as a normal set. So that to some degree shows why there's a disparity in game length.
Yeah, and Ulamog. No Ulamogs in this format.
No.
Nothing looking to get you to 11 mana. I mean, you're known for casting expensive cards, Luis. What is the most, like, where's your top end in Magic Origins? Like, normally you're pretty comfortable casting. I obviously joke, it's a joke that people make, but you're obviously comfortable casting divinations and 7-drops in a lot of draft formats.
It's less good in Magic Origins than it has been in previous formats, but I have managed to draft. Like, one of my favorite decks was this green-white deck that had multiple Leaf Guilders and then had Gideon's Phalanx, Nissa's Revelation, Sky Snare Spider. That plan can work if you get the right cards, but it's more heavily concentrated on getting good rares and uncommons, which means you can't reliably draft it.
I think a good example that stands out to me is Gia's Revenge. I totally did not respect that card because it costs 7. I never want to play a card that costs 7, right? But Randy did really well. He destroyed me with it in a draft. And yeah, green is the color that can kind of accelerate its mana and get to 7 mana.
Yeah, and you're hoping to be accelerating with, again, like Leaf Gilder and not Nissa's Pilgrimage, but, when you've got Sky Snare Spider, multiple Ravaging Blazes, the Nissa's Pilgrimage makes a lot more sense.
Like, if that Nissa's Pilgrimage was just a forest that turn for Martin Mueller,
yeah, that would have been, he would have slammed the Spider and potentially just stabilized, because Seth would have had to suicide a creature in every single turn.
and then he gets to untap with a very large Ravaging Blaze that can take something out other than a Thopter token.
You mean Ravaging Blaze was not put in the deck to each Ravaging Blaze clean up half of a Whirler Rogue? The Whirler Rogue traded for a Lightning Javelin and 2 Ravaging Blazes.
That is quite the card. There you get a good look at Martin Mueller. He was one of the first people to earn an invite to this event. He qualified as the captain of the Danish team that won the World Magic Cup. Seth Manfield had to take the longer and grindier road to get here. He just had to be one of the best players on the Pro Tour for an entire year. Just a great breakout year for Seth Manfield.
And we were talking earlier, we were like, well, does Top 4, give you invites to the next Pro Tour, which really doesn't matter for basically every competitor except Martin.
Yeah.
So it would be awesome to see him continue playing, because he seems like he plays very well. So I would love to see him play at more Pro Tours, and I hope he does well enough in this event that it'd get him a good lead for this next season. He is silver this year. He ended up a point short of gold, which means that he's qualified for the next Pro Tour by definition. And if he does well enough here, plus well enough there, then we could see him parlay that into potentially getting gold fairly early in the season.
Yeah, and he's got the taste for this now. And at 17, he's got the time for it. All right. Players are drawing up their hands. There's a Whirler Rogue.
Well, the last couple cards saved it. Seth saw the Whirler Rogue and the Fiery Impulse, was pretty happy, but you needed that mountain, that island to make that a keepable hand. And I think Seth's hand is great. It is short on lands, but with a Harbinger of the Tides, Fiery Impulse, and Whirler Rogue, he's definitely not short on power and early interaction.
So no 2-drop from Martin Mueller.
He's got 2 Undercity Trolls. Seems like he hasn't been able to draw them. Just such a powerful 2-drop in green.
There's Nissa's Pilgrimage on turn 3. I mean, a great time to cast it when your opponent hasn't done anything to develop their board on turn 2.
Yeah, turn 3 is a good time for a Pilgrimage. Last game was a little late for a Pilgrimage, but
It does always feel like your 2-drops are trolling you when they don't show up. You're like, why did I put you in my deck if I'm not going to play you on turn 2?
the aptly named Undercity Troll.
Well, despite Nissa's Pilgrimage not being a high pick, when you're on the play and you can ramp into 5 and 6 drops, it does do what it's meant to do.
There's a Scrapskin Drake from...
Not to mention X spells.
Yes. Well, with two Ravaging Blazes. I don't know why Scrabbling Claws is there.
Yeah,
but
that's
Scrabbling
mysterious.
Claws found its way in.
It is like that hand.
it just wanted some airtime. There's Rock Maulers.
So this is a big turn. Did Seth manage to hit his 4th land drop? It looks like he does. So that means that Seth gets to up the pressure with Whirler Rogue, and then next turn follow up maybe with like a Harbinger of the Tides to bounce that the Rock Maulers. Seth also actually is leaving up Bone Dash. I think he sided it in because Martin has so many expensive cards, and Harbinger is so good here because now Seth gets to leave up Bone Dash. If Martin casts something, Seth just counters it and then untaps and plays something good. If Martin doesn't play anything, Seth can just end of turn cast Harbinger, and that's why he took that over as separate as Void Mage.
And he can also have the two, if Martin doesn't do anything, he can bounce it, untap, and have Bone to Ash.
Exactly.
So Martin, I think, correctly reading Seth for the Bone to Ash and playing around it, and then getting completely destroyed by the Harbinger. Yeah, Seth's very far ahead because
for 4.
Given that Martin didn't have a spell to play that turn, he has no instance. Martin just lost a turn's worth of mana. He lost 6 mana. Like, you can't lose 6 mana in such a close game and not feel the pain.
And look at the hand that Seth Manfield has. Whirler Rogue.
And Martin's creatures all cost so much, there's no way he can even play 2 of them this turn.
Yeah, and Seth
just
can't
has
afford
to-
Seth can't afford to wait around on that Bone Dash.
No, Bone to Ash costs way too much mana for Seth to not pull the trigger there, but he's still very happy with how this has turned out. Seth's going to end up vastly ahead on board here.
He's got Martin down to 10, and he is going to start deploying Whirler Rogues.
I think slamming is the correct verb.
Yeah, we went over this.
Yeah. Sorry.
The Crowan Sergeants can be deployed.
Now, is Seth willing to trade for a Mauler ever?
He could, but I think Seth's not going to have to. I suspect Martin does not get to make a ton more blocks this game. Between the Whirler Rogues and Seth's Flyers, and then Seth having cards like Turn to Frog in his hand, he's going to do a good job of just getting rid of whatever Martin does. In fact, Seth could just attack with everything here and then Turn to Frog the Spider, and apparently spiders are more dangerous than frogs.
Yeah, frogs are pretty harmless.
You guys never went to camp.
They're often the first markers of pollution in an ecosystem, so they're very weak to
Oh,
that.
you clearly went to school.
I was thinking that too.
All right, so Turn to Frog is going to take down the Sky Snare Spider. But Titan Strength is going to force it a trade with the Whirler Rogue. But I believe there's still a Fiery Impulse. Oh, he's going for the second one.
I think regardless of how this plays out, Seth's still pretty happy, since there's not a whole lot that Martin. So it looks like Martin actually cast both those in response, which I think Turn to Frog still makes it a 1/1.
Turn to Frog makes it a base 1/1, so the Titan Strength will give it +3/+1 on top of that.
Okay, so and then Seth's deciding whether he wants to now use Fiery Impulse.
Now, he could have used Fiery Impulse in response to the second one.
He could
Yes,
have.
and he could have
Well,
prevented Martin from scrying.
Well, no, because I think Martin cast them both with the Turn to Frog on the stack to
Oh,
play
okay.
around a burn
Got it,
spell.
perfect.
But Seth does have Spell Mastery, so Fire Impulse again goes over the top. So Seth gets to increase his board with another Water Coaster. Martin just has had enough.
Yeah. the more, and again, that's kind of the story of Magic Origins Draft, right? Like the cheaper, more efficient creatures over the clumsier, where you can't play ever get to a point where you can play 2 creatures in a turn, decks that, just get punished by bounce and removal.
Yeah.
Wow. So that was the last match. So we're going to see a little more Magic Origins pretty quickly.
That was an
here.
intense match.
It was.
And again, you saw Seth was able to get out early that game and then use that one crucial turn with the Harbinger was really what set the tone, because Martin was then forced into playing one spell per turn and Seth was already ahead 2 creatures, so one spell per turn on both sides greatly advantages Seth.
And I loved how representing that you had Bone to Ash set up the Harbinger perfectly.
Yeah, the fact that he played around it the first time and then was forced to walk into it right afterwards, he was just so far behind at that point.
Yeah, and to his credit, he realized Seth was going to have to counter a less impressive creature in the Guardian Automatons, but I thought very well played by Seth.
Yeah, he utilized his cards in a good manner. So one of the big differences, the way that game could have played out also, is the turn that Martin did not play anything, he could have Lightning Javelin the Scrapskin Drake. And he chose not to, keeping it for a higher value target. He ended the game with that card in hand. He never got to use that mana. So I think I would have been tempted there to spend 4 mana on a turn where he otherwise could not have.
That's true. That may have been a slightly better way to play around Bone to Ash, since it can only target creatures.
Right, he would have played around Bone to Ash while still, using a 4 mana spell, even if it's on a Scrapskin Drake, which isn't the highest priority.
And his spells costing 4, 5, and use your judgment amounts of mana in the Ravaging Blaze.
Well, the Ravaging Blazes cost 3 mana. We know from watching him kill 2
but that's because
parts
everything
of a
costs so much. He really wants to be optimizing his mana every turn.
I mean, how many 2-drops did or early drops did Martin even have in his deck? I mean, we saw
he
the
had 2
pair of
Undercity Trolls. He had the Timberwatch Wolf.
Yeva's Force Mage, Orchard Spirit, Kitchclaw Recluse, so not a ton.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were both limited in that way.
All right. Thank you, Jackie Lee. All right. So that's it for round 8 here at the World Championship. We'll be right back with round 9, but in the meantime, we're going to send it to the desk. Rich Hagon and Ian Duke.
All right, thanks very much to the team in the commentary box, bringing you all the action from round 1 here on day 2, round number 8. 2 more rounds of Magic Origins draft still to come. If you're hearing plenty of noise in the background, that is the happy sound of people playing Magic, watching Magic, getting signatures, looking at cosplayers. PAX is live and kicking and open for business. It's great stuff here, but why don't we get down to the floor as we bring you our 4 from the floor feature for round number 8. 4 more matches that happened off camera, away from the feature match area. Let's take a look now and see what we can bring you. So we're going to kick off. There you see the feature match area in the background, the players battling away. That man is Steve Rubin. Not a lot of people know a lot about Steve, but he's a Platinum Pro, quietly amassing all the good results, and he is in the thick of the action here against Mike Sigrist, the reigning player of the year. It was Rubin who would win that one. Rubin advances to 4 and 4. Sigrist at 3 and 5, now in trouble, must win out to get to 9 and 5. Hope his tie breaks hold up. What about Brad Nelson? There you see him on the left up against the Magic Online champion, Magnus Lanto. Nelson did not like his deck at all, and it turned out that Lanto had good reason for that. Lanto won that one, 4 and 4. Lanto, Nelson now at 3 and 5, like Sigrist, in deep trouble, really must win out. Now this, a little local affair. Paula Vita Dama de Rosa against Thiago Saporito. The 2 Brazilians went head to head. Paolo thought his deck was pretty reasonable, would have liked to have been blue, took Outland Colossus to kick him off, and De Rosa, with the help of his green deck, went to 5-3. Saporito now 4 and 4. And here you see Alexander Hayne on the left, Sam Black on the right, and these two battled away in round 8. It was Sam Black who would win that one, taking it down. So Hayne falls to 4 and 4. Black now at 5 and 3, still with probably a loss, at least one loss to give if he wants to make it to the top 4 of the World Championship. All right, Magic Origins Draft is how we are determining our winners and losers at the moment. And if you want to be more of a winner, well, we've got a great feature for you now. Randy Bueller and Marshall Sutcliffe are going to go toe-to-toe as they work their way through all the archetypes you can be drafting on Magic Online right now.
Hello and welcome. I'm Randy Bueller, joined by Marshall Sutcliffe. We're going to talk to you guys about Magic Origins Draft. We've been watching the pros draft it. One of the ways I love to tackle a format, Marshall, is just get into the data. Magic Online has seen tons and tons of Magic Origins Draft. If I was at home right now, I'd probably have one up on one monitor, have the coverage up on the other. It's probably how some of you guys are set up. Let's look at the numbers, though. Let's look at what you could be drafting on Magic Online, what you maybe should be drafting on Magic Online. Now, the whole set revolves around these two color pairs. You want to pick two colors. You said don't splash in this format.
No splashing. Splashing is off the table here in this format if you want to be consistent.
So blue-white is the first two color pair we're going to look up. What do you do with a blue-white deck, Marshall?
Flyers. Blue-white Flyers is the classic archetype. In most draft formats, it stays true here as well. Thunderclap Wyvern, you can see on the left-hand side, one of the key cards because it pumps up all of your other flyers and gives you a clock that is usually at least a turn faster.
All right, let's look at the next group. If you're in this color combination, what should you be first picking?
That guy.
That guy. He doesn't fly.
He doesn't need to fly. He holds down the ground and keeps them from killing you while your flyers take care in the air.
Okay.
Suppression Bonds is sort of the catch-all removal spell. It's not particularly efficient. It costs 4 mana. It's sorcery speed, but it just takes care of anything, and that gets the job done. Stalwart Aven, sort of the prototypical 3-drop flyer for this type of deck. Very solid.
So these are the most frequently first through fifth picked commons amongst people who then went on to win their draft on Magic Online.
Yes.
Those are the specific things we're looking at. And we're also going to look at the uncommons. And here's a guy you were talking about. Thunderclap Wyvern is really, the key guy to this archetype. Is that fair?
No, you don't need it to win, but it bumps it over the top. Like, if you show me a decent blue-white Flyers deck in this format and it doesn't have this card in it, I think, okay, good deck. And it has 2 of these things in it, and I'm like, you did it. You made the deck that you wanted to make. That thing pushes it over the top. Here we have 2 raw power level cards. They're not so specific to the archetype. They're just like amazing, and this one does produce 2 flyers as well.
And that does seem like a bit of a difference from the Modern Masters draft that we watched yesterday, whereas in Modern Masters, it seems like you have to have max synergy. Origins feels more like sort of vanilla block and tackle Magic, right? I've got my 2 colors. I just want the good cards from those 2 colors.
That's what you're going to see here. I call it cabs. It's cards that affect the board state, right? And if you draft a whole lot of those in this format, you are going to experience success. If you try to go off the rails and do cute things that don't actually do anything in the moment, you're going to get smashed.
Great. Let's move on to the next color pair. Home plane Dominaria. I love the theme in Origins where there's the 5 planes that the planeswalkers are from. There's the 5 planes that they first planeswalked to. And so the 10-2 color pairs, each one is actually just a different plane in the multiverse. So
that is cool.
They like their enchantments on Dominaria. What do you think of the whole black-white enchantments theme?
It's funny. You can do this. This can be a thing that you do, but it's often better just to play the good black and white cards and get some incidental value from the enchantments rather than trying to build an enchantment-centric deck as it sits. But a card like Sigil of the Empty Throne pays you back in a pretty big way.
How do you draft Sigil of the Empty Throne? Does that wind up in your deck? You kind of want the all enchantment.
You're asking me, so no.
Okay.
Does it affect the board state? No, it's out. I don't want to draft it.
If you get past it 5th, 6th?
Yes,
okay.
Then I will play it because you only need to make 1 angel from that to pay you back for the 5 mana you put in, and the second one, you're way ahead.
All right, let's look at the commons.
And as you can see, Suppression Bonds, once again, high on everybody's list, and you see removal spells, and I'm not going to talk about Topin Freeblade yet, because Topin Freeblade is going to get a lot of airtime here, but you can see, removal spells and solid creatures kind of make out the deck.
In Suppression's Bond, the fact that one of the best white removal spells is an enchantment is no accident.
It's huge.
Yeah, so any uncommons?
And you see right off the top Blood Curse Knight here. Now that's important because this card was put here for this reason.
Right.
This card says, I'm a 3/2 for 3 mana. I'm playable on my own, but I'm great if you have an enchantment. And it really does incentivize you. Now, you don't need much incentive to play Knightly Valor. It goes great in this deck, but any deck that can cast it's pretty happy about it. And you see more minor synergies like Blessed Spirits as well, which is playable on its own, and it gets better with enchantments.
It's a Windrake that gets better.
Yeah.
Next color pair.
Ooh.
Red-white.
This is the one.
Going wide. This is the best color pair in the format?
Yeah, this is where you want to be if you had the choice. If you do choose to draft this, you will be fighting with somebody else for it, so your deck is going to take a bit of a hit.
Yep.
But as far as consistency, power level, and doing what this format encourages you to do, red-white.
So the commons you want for this, I'm going to guess Topin Freeblade is on the list
Topin
again?
Freeblade is number 1.
Yeah.
That's the one. Fiery Impulse is right there as well. I think that those two are very close together. And then you see your sort of typical suite of removal spells and efficient creatures like the Gearcrafter here. All of these cards have one thing in common. They either beat down or they get things out of the way. And that's what this deck's trying to do.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how Fiery Impulse is second here because first through fifth pick, you don't get this card fifth.
No.
Doesn't happen.
No, that's not a thing.
All right, the uncommons.
And as you can see, once again, I think it's pretty great that the uncommon gold card for this color pair happens to be there. It fits the theme.
Oh, yeah.
The combat tricks are huge in this format, and they're very, very important to the way that the games play out. And Erosis Champion is one of the best targets for a combat trick that we have.
Yeah, and so a lot of this is just good creatures and combat tricks will work. You don't necessarily have to go wide to win with this deck.
Not at all. I'd say on average, you go normal. You have 2 to 3 creatures. You know, it's not like a whole bunch of tokens, but it's also not like you're piling up one thing on one creature. It's kind of in the middle.
All right, what do we got next? Green-white.
Green-white Renown is... So green is considered a much lesser color, so this is a heavy white deck.
Yep.
But it does reward you. These Renown creatures are very powerful. I don't think there's one in the set that isn't playable or isn't even good. You know, Valerian Wardens even here is one that changes the complexion of the board state completely when it's played.
All right, so what are the commons for green-white?
Hey, look. It's Topin Freeblade. Our friend Topin Freeblade will show up in any deck that can cast it. It's the best common in the set as far as consistency on power level goes. There's things that are, removal spells that are more valuable, but Topin Freeblade's absolutely fantastic.
It seems like it might also be the best Wild Instincts deck just because green-white doesn't have really access to removal, so getting that Wild Instinct is just crucial to be able to interact with the opponent.
100% correct, and even better than that, because oftentimes the turn that you Wild Instincts, you also get to renown one of your creatures. You get something out of the way, you clear an attack, and now your creature's bigger for next turn as well. Wild Instincts is the only removal spell in green in the format that you can main deck, and it's very, very powerful tempo play when you make it.
Makes sense. Let's look at the uncommons.
Again, we see the gold card here, and it's easy to overlook a card like Citadel Castellan as kind of being pedestrian. Oh, it's a 2/3 for 3, it has Vigilance, Renown, something. Well, it turns out Renown 2 matters in a huge way. If this hits you, you're going to take 12 damage from it. And then you're going to triple block it, and then you're going to go, please don't have another combat trick. And if that works out, then you might win the game. But if not, this thing's just going to run you over. It demands a removal spell almost immediately, or at least some way to block it profitably. And since green-white are the 2 colors that have the most access to combat tricks, it makes blocking it a necessity, and you're just tempting your fate. You're just like, well, I'm going to trade it for a combat trick and then hope to have something to follow up.
Yeah, those combat tricks are huge. Blue-black.
Oh, I love this archetype.
Yeah,
I don't think it's as powerful as some of the ones that we've talked about, unfortunately.
But that means it gets passed to you, right?
Yeah, you do get a Possessed Gob a little later than you might. We have it listed as a graveyard deck, and there are graveyard synergies here, but also it's a value deck,
it's
right?
Just a value deck.
It's a deck that
I've seen
just
you
lets
draft
you
this
draw
in
cards.
Cube. Yeah, no surprise that you like this deck. Let's look at the commons. Removal spells, right? Just
all
good,
of them.
Solid cabs, is that what you call them?
Yeah, cabs.
Cards that affect the board.
Board state, yeah. And so, even Fetid Imp acts as a de facto removal spell against some colored pairs that, again, we just talked about green-white.
You got to attack through him.
Bring it on and bring your combat tricks with you. Yeah, no problem. And then Reeve Soul is definitely the best black common, I think. It kills the creatures that you care about the most. Even though you see Unholy Hunger here, which can kill anything, and even give you some upside, Reeve Soul kills Topin Freeblade, Citadel Castellans before they get big.
Makes sense. Let's look at the uncommons. There's that Possessed Gob.
That's my guy right there. I love that card. Usually these type of cards we call it a regrowth effect, right? They'll get a card from the graveyard like an instant or a sorcery. This one can get creatures too. Now, it exiles itself, so the fun doesn't get to go on forever, but the card's fantastic. And then, these, again, value cards, right? Removal spell, a 2 for 1. Yeah, that's the name of the game here. The deck's a step slower than the aggressive decks in the format, so it does make it difficult to sequence things out, but if you do, you can smash
Feels
them.
like you really need the Fetid Imps and the Reeve Souls to try to stay alive to get to these cards.
That's why you saw those on the list, exactly.
Yeah. What's up next? Is this one good?
No. Okay, so it is good. The problem is that everybody wants the cards that you want for your artifacts deck anyway.
Right, no one's going to pass you a Thopter Spy Network?
Right, and even like you look at Thopter Engineer and a couple of the cards that we'll see here, like the Gear per Gear Crafters and the Whirler Rogues, you think, oh, well, I'll just snatch up all of those from my artifact deck.
Yeah,
awesome.
so it seems like an archetype that would be good, except it's hard to assemble a critical synergy version of it because everybody else is picking off your best cards.
Because they're just good on their own.
Yeah, so let's look at the cards
they're
themselves.
especially good in this archetype.
Yeah, Fiery Impulse, Void Mage, Gear per Gear Crafter, these are not getting passed passed super deep around the table.
Right, and especially for this archetype, it's the gear crafters, right? These are the ones that you specifically want. Everybody wants a lightning bolt type effect or a mana war type effect, but you really want those. And again, the issue being that anybody that's playing red will cast that card and be happy about it.
It's a 2/1 and a 1/1 flyer for 3 mana. It's
very solid card on its own.
Makes sense. What are the uncommons?
Best uncommon in the set right there, Whirler Rogue. That thing is unbelievable on its own. And then you get the Thopter Engineer, and this is where you can see that this deck can take specific advantage of these type of cards. Yeah. Chief of the Foundry can pump up all the tokens you get from those. So of the Thopter Engineers, Whirler Rogues, and Gear Crafters that you do assemble, this thing makes them amazing. And this is not a card that gets fought over in a non-artifact deck, though. It is playable. I know, it's still a colorless 2/3. Yeah, that's the problem. Again, is that other people are taking your cards.
Right. What's up next?
You know, I think this deck is actually a little bit underrated. These are considered the 2 worst colors in the format by most people. And so you'd think, well, jamming them together can't be great. But since draft is, generally speaking, self-correcting, you get this thing where, you know, you're kind of picking up a lot of the best blue and green cards out of the packs. Yep. And if nobody else wants them, hey, I'll take them. You know, Bounding Krasis is great. We talked about the Void Mage, which is fantastic. And, I mean, some people are lucky enough to open up a Mana Recorder Hydra of it.
So let's look at the key commons.
There's my guy right there.
I'm a big Leaf Gilder fan.
You like the Leaf Gilder?
Playing a good creature on turn 2, it gets you so far ahead in this format.
You're totally
just being able to skip ahead. It's just a paucity of good 2-drops I find in this format.
And you know what I find with this card too is that you play it on turn 2, now it can trade for a Topin Freeblade so you don't get ran over.
Right.
But if they don't have it, your Rock Smallers comes down a turn early and it's bigger than anything they're doing.
Exactly.
Yeah, I love that card too.
All right, so the uncommons.
Bounding Krasis, huge effect on the board state when you play it.
Yep.
It can take a blocker out, it can take an attacker, and then subsequently a blocker out in one turn. It adds a 3/3, and Flash means that you can use it effectively as a combat trick to eat a creature.
And being green and blue means you can get past it 7th, right?
Very late. If you're the green-blue drafter at the table and one of these gets open, you'll get it.
All right. Black-red sacrifice on Regatha, apparently. They like sacrificing their creatures.
Yeah, I don't know much about Regatha yet. We'll find out more, but it sounds like a hostile environment.
It does.
And this deck has the power level to make your opponent, you know, pretty scared of what you might do at any given time. Enthralling Victor is one hint here, but there's also, of course, Act of Treason, the kind of classic steal your card for a turn. But the key here is Nantuko Husk. You know, you get the Nantuko Husk down. That's how you can, you know, get the advantage from stealing the creature and never giving it back.
Profit kicks in on the fun and profit.
Exactly. And of course, Blazing Hellhound also does that, but it's an uncommon. You don't see it as often.
All right, so let's look at the cards. Fiery Impulse, still number 1. Yeah.
Big Daddy Husk, right in the middle. That's the guy. That's the one that you want to have. If you don't have Critical Mass of these in the deck, then you better hope that you have an aggressive curve to back up those, you know, steal effects, because this is the one that really punishes them.
All right. I've lost count. Yeah, here's the uncommons. See the Hellhound, see Enthralling Victor. Somewhat controversial card, maybe. How good is it? It's clearly...
I have it in the middle.
In the middle.
But if you've got a bunch of Husks, it goes up a lot. And this card's a little underrated, perhaps. Seismic Elemental is great.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
Yeah.
Elves.
I'm glad that this deck comes together, and it actually does. If you want to be an elf-centric deck, you can. The big payoff cards are cards like Eyeblight Massacre, which will often wipe away a bunch of the creatures on your opponent's side, but leave you with yours, even if they're small, which is a big deal. And then, again, Shaman of the Pack, playable, but if you're the only drafter in these 2 colors, you will get all the Shaman of the Pack.
Yeah, nobody else wants that one.
Yeah, so if I open one up and I'm in this deck, I will pass it. I'm just like, it'll come back.
Yeah, Leaf Gilder as the top common, makes sense, and then removal spells.
And then removal spells and Visionary, which can be really important to this strategy as well.
So the uncommons, we're going to see the Shaman, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And Dwine into Lead is another nice payoff card.
Super nice. Yeah, this is one of those cards that you can play on turn 3, or even better, on turn 4 with another 2-drop. And all of a sudden, you've got this army going on. You know, cards like Jiraga Invocation didn't make the list, but they are cards that you will see finish off, you know, with all of these elves floating around.
And the red-green beats.
Yeah, this deck doesn't really have a solid home in the format, right? It's not the one that you look at and you're just like, I know exactly what I'm doing, but it has enough good cards that you can put together a reasonable deck out of it. It's not one of the archetypes I'd prefer to be in, though.
So the key commons, just good cards?
Good cards, right? I mean, removal, the good 2-drop that you mentioned as well.
Yep. And then the uncommons. Zendikar Incarnate is kind of nice, but again, it's really just dudes in removal.
Good stuff. basically deck is what it is. That's why it doesn't really have anything going for it specific.
Makes sense to me. There is your whirlwind tour through Magic Origins Limited. Hopefully this helps you guys draft on Magic Online. Stay tuned. We'll be right back to watch more of the pros and see what they can do with this format.
Thanks very much to Randy and Marshall there, bringing you all the inside track on what you've been doing to win your Magic Online drafts. Now, of course, eventually, Battle for Zendikar will be on Magic Online. You'd probably like to know what's in Battle for Zendikar, wouldn't you? And in fact, at the end of the next round, we're going to show you an entirely new card from Battle for Zendikar. It's this one I'm looking at right now. It's very exciting. You'll see that at the end of this next round. And that next round is starting, well, it's starting right
As well.
I think Paulo's going to want to slam the War Oracle here. Kytheon's Regulars doesn't really have a ton of time to get active. Paulo doesn't have, he's not plains flooded, let's just put it that way. And War Oracle does a really good job of stabilizing. Yuya actually doesn't have great attacks. If Paulo doesn't attack with Oromancer, so leaves it back to trade with Cobble Brute, then War Oracle will give Paulo a pretty big, good blocking option.
And as you can see from cards in hand, Paulo has actually, got a land off of the Rune Servitor, but also drew a land for his turn. So he's going to be able to have a little room to maneuver next turn with that Might of the Masses and another 4-drop.
Paulo really wants to avoid putting War Oracle in danger this turn, because if he can wait one turn, equip Sigil, and have Might of the Masses up, he can just have this huge swing, this huge life gain. And he can also figure that if Yuya doesn't remove the Oracle right now, Yuya probably doesn't have a good way to do so.
There you look at the cards in Watanabe's hand, the Glory Chaser, the Thornbow Archer, the Fetid Imp, the Deadbridge Shaman, and the Angel's Tomb. 2 of those cards were first picks. They were the Thornbow Archers and the Deadbridge Shaman.
So this is a great sign for Paulo here. He's happy that you just chose to peck for 1 and is just going to play more things. Though there's a chance that Yuya wants to slow roll creatures to activate the Angel's Tomb, but getting Fetid Imp down is important because eventually he's going to want to try to trade for that War Oracle.
Oh, Wild Instincts is the draw for Paulo.
Wow.
Lifelink's really going to work overtime this game on that Oracle.
It really is.
So he's going to be able to take out that Fetid Imp if he wants to just not have to deal with it on another turn, on a later turn when you could potentially activate Death Touch.
Right.
Attack in and still have mana to activate to pay for Might of the Masses.
And I find that is generally what I want to do when I'm green-white. There aren't a ton of ways beyond Grasp of the Hieromancer to kind of get around a creature. So if it has Death Touch, you definitely want to deal with that as soon as possible.
He does make his War Oracle into a 5/5. It takes down the Fetid Imp. It only takes a point of damage in the process. Attacks for 5 with the Oracle.
And conveniently enough, Might of the Masses will make the Oracle big enough to survive a Cobble Brute hit.
It would turn it into a 7 toughness creature here. 2 creatures in play. And
so Yuya has to be looking at that Sigil and wondering, why didn't that get equipped? Okay, Might of the Masses, that doesn't work out great. The problem is if Yuya does double block here, then the Oracle just trades for the Cobble Root and the Shambling Ghoul by itself without an additional trick.
So you get the 2-for-1 either way here.
Not to mention all of the life that he's going to gain.
Yes.
Yeah. Either Yuya trades both of his creatures for Paulo's or trades Cobble Root just for Might of the Masses, but the War Oracle sticks around.
Right.
Neither of those scenarios looks particularly great for Yuya. When you have cards like Thornbow Archer in your deck, your opponent going to 24 life or 26 life is not really where you want to be.
Yeah, War Oracle is a card that I'm always excited to renown because the dream of having this 4/4 lifelink on the board, that's really good, right? But thing is, a lot of the time it's just going to trade, but the life that you gained incrementally makes it worth it.
Well, it's funny. We watched a Guardian Automaton thing where the Guardian Automaton traded on the last turn of the game, but that life gain that you get from it doesn't trigger until after you're already dead. But
That's
with
right.
lifelink and something like War Oracle, you actually it can get you out of, unwinnable situations.
So Paulo did, in fact, get to go up 26 because you threw the Cobble Root in the way, traded for a Might of the Masses. So Paulo, that was just a huge swing because now that'll give all that life gain gives Paulo time to leverage his really good cards in hand like Kytheon's Irregulars, even though Yuya is getting a pretty big attack in here.
Yeah, he's going to take it. And in fact, he's going to be able to play another creature and have mana to move the Sigil of Valor over to the War Oracle and attack for 6 next turn.
Well, he would need a third creature or another creature to make it a 6/6. Which
oh, you're right. I'm sorry. It didn't renown.
Yeah, which Yuya's hoping Paulo doesn't have, because if it can attack past the Cobb Brute, Yuya's in a world of hurt. And it looks like Paulo's going to be able to make it a 5/5 attacker. But even a 5/5 attacker, trading for Cobb Brute, getting Paulo another 5 life is a pretty good start, especially when Kythion's Irregulars is the creature he plays, which obviously gives him a great board presence too.
There you see Kythion's Irregulars.
Unfortunately, Paulo is a little starved on white mana, so there's no way that he can activate this twice on a subsequent turn.
And that's probably one of the reasons that Paulo just dropped the Charging Griffin. If you know you're not going to activate the Kythion's Irregulars, then there's no real point in playing it, especially since the Charging Griffin gets some better attacks and even keeps the Thopter token back.
Yeah, and now he's able to attack with a 4/4 Auramancer, thanks to the Sigil of Valor.
The influence of Bant being felt.
Yuya does not want to trade his Cobble Brute for the Auramancer.
And Yuya's really sad with Paulo at 20 here. He's got 2 1-drops in his hand that just didn't draw early enough in the game, and now it's going to be difficult to have those make an impact.
Yeah, the Glory Chaser and the Thornbow Archer are really sitting on the sidelines for this game. Subterranean Scout, though, does give, it's a card that, we saw Yuya Watanabe take an Antuco Husk. In the sort of dream, in the drew it up in the locker room version of his deck, he gets to play a bunch of those cheap creatures, cast an Antuco Husk, and then, sort of alpha in with the Husk after making it unblockable with a Subterranean Spirit.
Yes, and he can force through the Glory Chaser with the Scout as well. So it's not like it cannot become renowned at this point in the game, but given how much life Paulo has in his overwhelming board position, it seems pretty unlikely to be that impactful.
Yeah, the Angel's Tomb's hitting in for 3 a turn, but Paulo with the Sigil, with the Charging Griffin, with the Irregulars in hand, means that as the game goes on, Paulo's in a better position, especially since War Oracle, at some point, Paulo can just cash it in for a card in 3 life. And he's hoping to do better than that, especially with that Sigil out. But worst comes to worst, Paulo's not really in any danger of dying.
There's Deadbred Shaman. This was Yuya Watanabe's first pick of the draft.
It is card advantage, but I don't know if I would tend to value it that highly.
And here's a Subterranean Scout. It's going to make a Shambling Ghoul unblockable, and Yuya's going to sneak in for 5 damage here, and he's also going to throw the Cobble Brute into the mix.
Yuya is fine trading Cobble Brute for either of Paulo's creatures right now. And he knows he's going to get 5 through. The question is, does Paulo want to fall to 10? Yuya now has 6 power back, so Paulo could just take it all, equip Sigil to War Oracle, and just trade it for a bunch of Yuya's creatures. It's not the worst, but that still leaves Paulo with the problem of something like a Cobble Brute and an Angel's Tomb facing him down. Funny, Paulo has to decide how much he wants to balance, the value in the long game versus short-term life loss here, because all of Paulo's cards are better than all of Yuya's cards, pretty much, the Auramancer being that one exception. And with the Sigil out, Paulo has a lot of implied value, but he here is choosing to take just 10 damage just because he thinks his cards are going to be enough better that he doesn't want to trade down.
He's also going to be gaining life on his turn, so...
Yeah, he just drew a Yoke Dox, so he's able to actually play 2 creatures this turn if he wants to.
He can, but
one of them can't be Kythion's Irregulars.
Yeah, he's unfortunately not going to be able to equip the Sigil if he does that. He's still a mana short. So it looks like I expect the Sigil to fly right onto that War Oracle here.
Yeah, and War Oracle gets in for 6 damage.
And Yuya can trade for the War Oracle. Yuya can trade his 3 creatures for the War Oracle. Paulo even has to discard a card. But there's basically, I think Yuya's forced into this. If he doesn't stop this War Oracle now, then it's just going to run rampant. It's either going to get renowned or Yuya's chumping. And with the Sigil out, it's not like it's getting smaller every turn.
And that is going to leave Yuya with a pretty unimpressive board and certainly lower on life.
Yeah, no matter what, Paulo ends up with a life advantage at the end of this turn.
6/6. Yeah, he confirms that it's a 6/6. And he does. He pushes 3 creatures in front of it.
And the Yoke Dock's, providing some real value here, saving the Charging Griffin from the Deadbridge Shaman.
That's why he put it in the deck. But, once Paulo gets to untap with that Kithian's Irregular, she's going to be able to really, he'll have an Icy Manipulator online.
And currently Paulo's at 1 activation. He's not very close to getting 2, but I don't think he's going to need 2 a turn to win this game because he can really, between the Sigil and the Irregulars, he can really pressure Yuya's blocks. He just has so much control over what's happening in combat, which means that, especially since Yuya's creatures are smaller to begin with, Paulo has the time and the resources to really make it difficult for Yuya.
Sure, and if Paulo is sitting back at all, he can also deal with that Angel's Tomb if he feels like it's actually, threatening his life total. He could sit back and do that on Yuya's turn.
And unfortunately, Yuya really has no choice but to attack. Like the Scrapskin Drake, it's not like it can block. I have seen some blue-white decks that are able to flash in the Drake and allow the Angel's Tomb to block, but that's very rare.
That's sweet.
It's always surprising for your opponent when that happens, but yeah, it's a pretty nice one.
I need to cross that off my to-do list before Battle for Zendikar gets here.
You don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, it's practically crashing through the window on us.
How many Planeswalker flips down your to-do list are you?
Oh, I'm still a couple. I'm still a couple on those.
Let's see. So Yuya has enough power on the ground that I expect Paulo just to take it to the air here.
Paulo doesn't have 2 Yoke Doxes in his deck, does he?
He might. That also might be a tragic arrogance if he's lucky enough. There was one floating around. Those pictures actually somewhat look similar, but we'll find out momentarily. So Charging Griffin gets to attack as a 5/5 here. Paulo chose not to play another creature before attacking. He might just be leaving mana up for the Irregulars here.
Yeah, I think that due to his good board state, he just wants to tap down Cobblebrute at his leisure next turn.
Cobblebrute or even the Angel's Tomb.
Yeah, given Paulo's life total, I'm leaning towards the Cobblebrute as well, especially since you might not even activate Angel's Tomb.
Right.
Because once you tap down Cobblebrute, all of a sudden you're opening the door for Sigil to go on one of your ground creatures to attack, and things to look pretty good.
There's the Glory Chaser. Activates the Angel's Tomb. Paulo does tap the Angel's Tomb. He's willing to trade the Auramancer for the Cobblebrute.
As he should be.
Paulo's also 1 creature short of just having lethal with Charging Griffin next turn. So Yuya's forced to downgrade his Cobblebrute into Auramancer here just to make sure Paulo can't win with the Sigil.
Okay, they trade. He takes 2 from the Shambling Ghoul. There's a Stalwart even. There's another Charging Griffin.
And there is indeed another Yoke Dox.
So many Yoke Dox.
That was a clutch Yoke Dox. It let Paulo sneak into last point of damage.
might be the best Yoke Dox in history. I'm willing to make that
I've seen Yoke Dox wear an ordeal.
All right, we're going to be back with more of this match as soon as we are done with these brief messages.
The world's best strategy game is now letting you play free. Magic Duels Origins delivers an entirely new digital Magic experience, available now on iPhone, iPad, Xbox One, and PC via Steam. Visit magic.wizards.com/duels to download the game today. Ultra Pro is the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information.
Hello, welcome back. And while those guys are still sideboarding and shuffling and all that stuff, we're going to check in on Andre Strasky versus Magnus Lanto. There you see Magnus is up a game, but up against it here with a Fetid Imp and a Vastwood Gorger facing off against...
Oh, it looks like we're in full Abyss mode here
Yeah.
as Magnus is forced to chump block the 5/6 every turn, which won't happen too many more times, judging by the life totals. Well, once you're in that mode, it is tough to come back.
There's Enthralling Victor, steals a spider and attacks with it.
Man, those spiders love Victor.
Yeah, this is going to be tough unless Magnus has something here. He's jumping, going to 2, now facing lethal from multiple different sources.
Yep. Okay. Well, everyone in the feature match area is shuffling. There's no live Magic to show you. Paul Rietzel's up a game over Sam Black. Thopter Spy Network gave him all the intel he needed to win. So we were talking about Battle for Zendikar. So we're talking about the impending new draft format.
Oh, yes.
We also have an impending new Battle for Zendikar card preview coming up after this round. I know sometimes you're tempted to go get a soda in between rounds of Magic. Don't go anywhere. We are going to be bringing you a brand new Battle for Zendikar card, never before seen. Well, you've seen it before, Jackie. You can go get
I
a
have
soda.
seen it, and also Rich Hagon has seen it.
Well, he's looking at it right now and
He's looking
giggling.
at it right now.
He's giggling. He's rubbing his hands together.
So
It's
what you're saying
maniacal.
is people who want to see the card should be rooting here for Paulo.
Yeah, you should be rooting for 2-0s all around the feature match area. Yeah, we're going to take a look in on Seth Manfield versus Sean McLaren. Seth Manfield is alone atop the field right now. He's the king of the hill. He is 7-1. Manfield is at a healthy 20 life here, while Sean McLaren is at 17.
Flying over with a Harbinger here that has Stratus walking all over.
Yeah, that Stratus Walk also helped him win game 1 in this matchup. He put it on a ram roller and was able to just rattle in for 4 turn in the air with that. So Fiery Impulse takes down the Gnarlroot Trapper. And there is the Llanowar Empath.
And Sean's got a nice elf deck going here, especially given that the players have deck lists, because we streamed some of the drafts and whatnot. Seth firing off Fiery Impulse on Gnarlroot Trap really indicates that he knows that Sean's got a lot of elves. Wow. He knows that there's a lot of synergies going on. And he wants to nip that in the bud.
Talk about synergies. Hits a Dwynen's Elite off of his Llanowar Empath.
Yeah, so you got to scry Elite to the top, draw it for free, and then when the Elite comes into play, it sees the Llanowar Empath, makes another elf, and the story goes on.
Yeah, I was surprised by that Fiery Impulse too, but being able to give any of your tiny 1/1s and 2/2s Death Touch every turn is just so difficult to deal with.
It's no Thornbow Archers.
And Seth has kind of a tell here, where when he doesn't play Whirler Rogue with 4 mana, he probably doesn't have it. Though, as we saw in a previous match, he actually did decline to play it once because of Bone Dash, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's got a Bone Dash here. When your opponent doesn't play anything with 4 mana in play and a ton of cards in their hand, you have to start thinking about cards like that. And, Sean has a Geyser Revenge, so if Seth waits too long, then Geyser Revenge will actually come out and start doing some damage.
So here's the 5th land. Sean McLaren taps 4. Untaps 4. All right. So we're gonna go back. He plays the Dwynen's Elite. He's gonna get a token. Well, this game's gonna be there for a little while. We're gonna go back and watch our feature table right from the start here. They're just kicking off. Paulo Vitor Damarosa is up against it against Yuya Watanabe, who had a turn 1 Goblin Glory Chaser and then a Subterranean Spirit. Follows it up with Deadbridge Shaman. This is the draw that he was looking for. Is that a Hitchclaw Recluse?
Hitchclaw Recluse is going to do some work, but
not against the Glory
1, 2,
Chaser.
3 on the play is tough, especially since the 1 is quite good. Goblin Glory Chaser, when it gets in there, I mean, it becomes very difficult to block. It has Menace, so Hitchclaw Recluse isn't going to be able to stop it by itself. Though if Yuya doesn't have a follow-up spell here, then he might only just be able to attack for 2.
Well, he's going to put Consecrated by Blood on his Deadwood Shaman. He's going to fly over for 5, Menace in for 2, and Paulo Vita Dominarosa is down to 8. It might be a little longer than you want for that Battle for Zendikar preview card.
Well, not only 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, and the 4 is one of the better cards you can play. Consecrated by Blood is just amazing in an aggro deck. Just giving +2/+2 and evasion means that Paulo's very much behind here and needs to play some really impactful cards to try to stabilize the board. Just, normal creatures won't really cut it, I don't think. Suppression Bombs is the kind of card you want.
That will stem the bleeding for Paulo. He's still going to start taking 2 here, take 2 here from the Goblin.
Yuya looking to see if maybe he could sacrifice Deadwood Shaman to Consecrated by Blood, but that's not going to work out for him.
Right.
And a Cobblebrute. A perfect answer to Hitchclaw Recluse, by the way.
Yeah, it does go over the top. Paulo needed a Yoke Dox. If he had a Yoke Dox in his opening hand, this game would be so different.
Oh, yeah.
So Paulo's giving you a little bit of information here. Paulo could have left a Forest up, and he had played Might of the Masses in Game 1, so Yuya's thinking that there's a slightly better than even chance that Paulo has Enshrouding Mists in hand, because once you leave Plains up instead of Forest, then if Paulo had neither, he would represent Masses, presumably, but I guess it's pretty close because they do have deck lists. So either way, Yuya has to worry about that combat trick, but either way, I don't think he can really afford to do all that much. I think given what his deck's built to do, he's probably not going to leave creatures back in fear of it.
And that is why Enshrouding Mist and Might of the Masses are so strong, is that green-white having all of these expensive 4- and 5-drop creatures, it's so easy to have just 1 mana left, and those are the combat tricks that can win you an attack.
Oh, yeah, we're going to see here where the Enshrouding Mist is going to trade for a Cobblebrute. There it goes.
And when you're in Paulo's position there, you're just kind of like tentatively like, all right, cast this Enshrouding Mist, cross your fingers, hope nothing goes wrong. But when you have bins the Cobblebrute, you feel a lot better.
Jackie, we were noticing at the last Pro Tour that it felt like these tricks like that had replaced the cheap removal spells, like where we normally had like Terror or Dark Banishing. That we have these 5-mana removal spells, but like the 1-mana combat tricks, was that conscious? By
yeah,
R&D?
we've seen the cost of removal increasing over the past few years. And, at this point, we tend to...
Just interrupt you for a second. Rabid Bloodsucker has come down and put Paulo right up against the wall. He is at 2.
Right, but this at least will allow him to block the Stalwart Aven. In any case, yeah, we have increased the cost of removal in general because we feel like it is generally more interactive for you to be able to play combat tricks, to assemble your 2-color synergies like the artifact strategies and so forth. So for the opponent to have to pay just a little bit more for their removal, it's more reasonable for games in general.
So right now, because of Menace on the Glory Chaser, Paulo has exactly as many creatures as he needs to not die. So if Yuya has anything to turn the tables, he would be able to attack for lethal. And Yuya's only card is a Majoring Bully. He could have played it there and hoped to try to swing in for lethal next turn, but if he didn't draw something, then Paulo would just be able to eat the Majoring Bully for free. So I think Yuya's going to wait on the Bully until he can play another creature in the same turn.
There's Bully. There's a 4th land, a 6th land.
Well, Yuya does have a spell in hand, so that might be the card he was waiting for.
And now, if he attacks with everything, Paulo has to have something to deal with that Goblin Glory Chaser.
Because even though there's 4 creatures on each side, the Glory Chaser demands 2 blockers, and all of Yuya's creatures are lethal. And it turns out the card he drew last turn was Infernal Scarring, which is a reason to play the Majoring Bully, because playing the Scarring triggers prowess, and you can put the Scarring on one of your creatures and make it a lot more likely that creature trades up.
But really, if Paulo doesn't have an answer here, if Yuya just swings with all of his creatures, Paulo is dead. He can't block all of them due to the Menace.
Yuya, I agree, he's just going to go in for it because of the Majoring Bully forcing his hand.
And that is it. Yuya Watanabe, with his black-red jank deck, has evened it up against the green-white deck of Palavito Damarosa.
I do like the very aggressive strategies in this format, and I think that black-red sacrifice is a good place to be.
Yeah, it felt like Yuya was going for the black-red sacrifice theme, but didn't quite get there. He doesn't have all the synergies you'd want out of that particular archetype.
So we're going to take a look while we wait for these guys on Game 3 between Andre Strasky and Magnus Lanto. Both of these players are 4-4, and this is Game 3 in the 9th round here at the Pro Tour. I'm sorry, at at the Magic the Gathering World Championship. There's Leaf Gilder for Andre Strasky.
And Leaf Gilder on the play when your opponent doesn't have a play in the first couple turns is pretty strong, because now Andre gets to be multiple turns in. I guess Andre was actually on the draw, but either way, he's hitting 4 before Magnus is, and so now Andre's up multiple creatures to Magnus's board.
I love it. Right into Llanowar Empath. Pushes 2 lands, so he's going to be, this is a blind rip. It's another Leaf Gilder.
That's good as gold.
But it's actually leaves. Yeah, Leaf Gilder is one of the best 2-drops in this format because green has so many powerful 4-drops. The ability to play them on turn 3 is really important.
So, update from the King of the Hill table. Seth Manfield refuses to lose. He goes to 8-1 here. He's continuing to put some distance between him and his closest pursuers. He just knocks Sean McLaren down to 3 losses with his win.
So despite Magnus having an aggressive card in the Enthralling Victor, he chose not to trade it for either the 2-1 or the 2-2, which indicates that he's got some follow-up spells or some follow-up action. He might actually have Chandra's Fury in hand, which is definitely a reason to want those Leaf Gilders in play.
So we're getting the life totals update. It's 8-16. And the Victor and the Thopter token attack. It has haste, of course, from the Thopter Engineer's ability.
So Lanto is willing to trade on the attack, but not on the block, which means that he took an extra 2 damage, assuming nothing else changed, which indicates to me that he's got cards in his hand that would have changed that, but maybe doesn't have the 5th land for them, or his plan changed slightly between Andre's turn and his turn.
Also, just looking at what's on the table, red-green or red-blue, I should say, definitely has a lot of attacking shaped creatures and also tempo to back blue compared to black.
So Andre Strasky plays
Titanic Growth.
Yeah, Nissa's Pilgrimage first, then attacks with his Leaf Gilder and his Llanowar Empath, and then, Titanic Growth takes down the Thopter Engineer.
So Strasky's setting up for a big turn. He's got a ton of mana now, and presumably next turn he's going to be able to utilize it.
There's a Gearport Gearcrafter, a second Thopter for Lanto. Well, here is one of his payoff cards. Oh. Titanic Strength on the Thopter token. Just to scry and start
given
away.
Strasky's life total, the only thing that really signifies to me is that Magnus really needs a 5th land for something awesome. That's the thing that makes the most sense, because you don't normally want to, basically use a card for 3 damage and a scry when your opponent's at 17 to start with.
And it's the first spell, so it's not to set up spell mastery on.
Yeah, presumably not. So that was an aggressive play.
So Gearcrafter trades with Leaf Gilder. Lanto falls to 12 from the Llanowar Empath. And what is Andre Strasky going to do with his huge plot of land here?
He has millions of lands, but he also has millions of lands in his hand. So he needs a big play this turn.
Plays another land.
Necromantic Summons.
Oh, very exciting. He does have spell mastery.
Well, That can give a pretty big gear per gear crafter here.
Yeah, so he's going to gets the gear crafter. It's going to be a 4/3 and gets a token.
Now he can block, and he has a 4/3.
Just another update from the floor. Paul Rietzel has defeated Sam Black. Paul Rietzel goes to 6-3, and Sam Black falls back to 5-4.
So Magnus did find his 5th land. I'm curious what he's looking to play on this, because I think he's got a powerful 5-drop in hand. That's my theory, at least.
So Thopter's trade. Strasky falls to 12. There's a disperse.
Oh wow, that
for his own Gearcrafter.
That is amazing. It goes back to the owner's hand, so now Lanto gets to play it a second time.
Yeah, that's one of the main drawbacks of Necromantic summons against blue decks. There's multiple ways to bounce things, and yeah, that was a pretty big play.
In comes the Empath, maybe. It does.
The
Lanto is happy to
Gearcrafter
trade.
gives it something to feel.
And Lanto, I think, is happier trading now, given that he's now up a bunch of cards and it just wants to preserve his life total. Earlier in the game, we saw him not make similar trades.
Prickle Bore.
There's your 5-drop.
Yeah, maybe it was the Prickle War. Maybe he's looking for a specific card, but that Titan Strength was still, again, quite aggressive.
So Unholy Hunger takes down the Prickle Bore. Looks like a Rock's Maulers just goes straight from the top of his deck into play. And he's hiding behind his Fetid Imp against those 2 Thopter tokens. Matches up really well against the Thopters, the 1/2 against the 1/1s.
Oh, there we are. The Hellion is I think, what Lanto has been trying to set up. He even ran out the Prickle Bore earlier in order to not get hit by the first removal spell.
Unfortunately for him, Andre Strasky was still hungry.
Yeah.
He had been holding so much removal in his hand.
So now Lanto's actually behind to this Rock Mauler. He needs a good answer to that. A 6/6 trample is not going to make this game last very long.
Yeah, you can't even put a blocker in the way to slow down the Renown trigger. It has trample to begin with. So 4/4 becomes a 6/6. Dragon fodder for Magnus Lanto. But he cannot. He's just going to.
So I think Lanto has a Fiery Conclusion, which is going to finish off the Mauler here.
Okay.
It looks that way. The Maulers have trample, so there's no other way that he would just chump block to soak up a single point of damage.
Agreed.
And now a Hitchclaw Recluse and a Fetid Imp stare down against a pair of Thopter tokens.
Hitchclaw Recluse tightening the noose slowly and slowly.
Yep.
I mean, that's kind of what his arms look like, right?
Yeah, he hunts with them, apparently. He doesn't have a web.
We're about to be in chump block mode on a Hitchclaw Recluse, which is, not the way the games normally turn out.
Yeah, I love this Hitchclaw Recluse Fetid Imp aggressive stance.
And Strasky not willing to attack with Fetid Imp into 2 1/1 flyers before, but now that one of them is priced into blocking Hitchclaw Recluse, a lot more eager to do so. Oh, a Mizium Meddler.
Wow. So Magnus Lanto at 1 has found a creature with flash. Are we going to get a Vine Snare?
So Vine Snare makes it so
Wow.
the combat just basically didn't happen. It just prevents all everything.
It's funny because Lanto actually has the Titan strength to make creatures deal damage, but he's already used it.
So Lanto running out the Calculated Dismissal, forcing Andre to pay 3 more just so he gets to scry 2, which at this point in the game, Dismissal's not really countering anything.
So Lanto lives to fight another turn. He's got an uphill climb with 16 life for Andre Strasky.
I think that is the first time I've ever seen Vine Snare get played.
It's the first time I've seen multiple of these cards get played.
I was forced to name Vine Snare with Alhammerette at the Pro Tour because I played the 7-mana 5/5 flyer. That was the only card in my opponent's hand. I tried to like name something else. My opponent's like, you just have to name the card that's in my hand. I'm like, oh, okay, sure. I guess I'll name Vine Snare. I had never cast the card before. Turns out I didn't want to name Vine Snare when it was my only choice.
Thereby locking in that you'd never see it get played until
true.
now.
All right, a second Hitchclaw Recluse for Andre Strasky.
Reckless is coming. Magnus has to stop it.
So he scried, he found a Dragon Fodder. And there's a Rabid Bloodsucker for the win.
Ooh, the life loss ability is enough.
So Andre Strasky wins the match. He goes to 5-4. Magnus Lanto falls down to 4-5 here. And you know what? We still have an entire game 3 here between Paulo Vitor Damaderosa and Yuya Watanabe ready for you. We're underway here. And turn 1 Goblin Glory Chaser for Yuya Watanabe. No
right
turn
on
2 play for
this
Paulo.
game.
Yeah. So he's going to get that renowned, but no 2-drop. Wow, and no 3-drop from Paulo.
Paulo's not on the board here until turn 4, but once his deck does get rolling, it's got a lot of good cards. I mean, Suppression Bonds, War Oracle, and Conclave Naturalists are all in Paulo's hand here. So,
Having played no creatures on turn 3, he's not going to be able to block that Glory Chaser for quite some time.
He has no interest in blocking it with the War Oracle right now. He wants to get in with that creature.
yeah, but Yuya hasn't had much of a follow-up. This is very different from game 2 where Yuya had 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop. So the Glory Chaser by itself is definitely not going to beat the War Oracle.
So there, a Shambling Ghoul comes down, and War Oracle looks like it's going to be able to just get into the red zone here.
Yeah,
Get renowned, gain 3 life, and be a 4/4 for the rest of the game.
I mean, at this point, there's no card in the format that you could play except for Fiery Conclusion.
Yeah, that's
I think
the only
Paulo
thing I
would
can
be
think
okay
of.
with that. And Paulo's even drawn Kythion's Irregulars, so he's got some good options here.
Wow, and then leaves green open. So, and by the way, has neither card in hand.
Yeah.
So this is what you predicted earlier from your years of play testing with Paulo. You know his bluffs.
So Yuya does have a solid play this turn in Priest of the Bloodright, but against an Irregulars and a War Oracle, it's not actually going to do that much. Paulo can just tap down the Demon, smash with both, and still play another creature, or just leave the Irregulars up for a second activation.
Unfortunately, he's drawn a mountain this turn, so that means he has 4 lands in his hand, and that is usually doom for the red-black aggro deck.
So that means Yuya must have kept a hand of Priest of the Bloodright Goblin Glory Chaser 5-land because he didn't play the Shambling Ghoul earlier, which seems like a keepable hand, but quite borderline. It sounds like you actually mulligan 1, so it was 4 land plus Priest and Glory Chaser.
Which is even more
Oh, that's
reasonable.
definitely a keep. There's no way you mulligan that. You hope to draw a 2 or 3 drop, which you didn't until turn 4, but you don't really have an option there.
So staring down a board of a Kythion's Irregulars and a War Oracle, he's going to have to play a Priest of the Bloodright here.
Even if he plays it, Paulo can just continually tap down the demon every turn, and Yuya will lose life from the priest. So this is not a good board for him.
I feel like the priest is probably jumping in the way of something here.
I mean, if possible, Paulo can activate the Kythion's Irregulars 2 times every turn. So given that he has a 4/4 lifelink creature on the board, I'm not sure that he really needs to be tapping down his other creatures.
Yeah, Paulo's in a great spot here because not only is Yuya losing 2 life off the Priest of the Bloodright every turn, Paulo just has that Irregulars. He's able to dictate the pace of the game very, very nicely, and he's got the 4/4 War Oracle, so at some point he's going to sneak in for another hit.
And so Suppression Bonds just pushes the demon token aside, says, you don't matter anymore. And he just passes the turn with no attack, lets Yuya just sort of roast on his own Priest of the Bloodright here.
Yeah, Kythion's Irregulars is meaning that Paulo can shut down the Priest of the Bloodright without putting it in danger, so you can just keep tapping it down so it sits there draining Yuya.
another Shambling Ghoul. And there you go. He does tap the Priest of the Bloodright.
So now Paul's decided whether he wants to use irregulars in order to get an attack in. It looks pretty good. The coast seems to be clear here. There aren't too many cards you could have that would disrupt his plans. He wouldn't be very happy if he ran the irregulars in and you had like a Titan Strength or a Fiery Impulse to force a trade. But unfortunately for Yuya, he's aware that his hand is just a pair of swamps.
So taps a Shambling Ghoul, attacks with both his creatures.
Yeah, if you're going to tap down a creature, I think getting in with both is definitely right.
It does put his irregulars a little at risk, but I think that is worth it.
And Yuya has to decide what to do. I mean, ultimately, he just has to take this here, right? He cannot afford to go into any kind of chump blocking mode.
22.
But I think once his opponent goes over 20 life, I don't know how he can win with his deck.
Right, so Yuya at this point, you know, he's a great player. He's constructing what his paths to victory are. He's thinking about his deck, and I think he's coming up a little blank. He doesn't have a card like Chandra's Ignition that can really turn the tempo, and he's just down so many cards because he drew a bunch of lands, and the cards Paulo drew are so much more impactful.
Like Yoke Docs.
Yeah. Well, you know, Paulo would have killed to have Yoke Docs in his opening hand the last two games. It would have been actually awesome. It would have stopped the Goblin Glory Chaser. Paulo would have been at 8 higher life or 9 higher life.
Yuya shows off his land collection.
He's drawn a Consecrated by Blood, but given that Paulo's at 22, it doesn't seem like it's going to be able to matter too much.
Well, and it's only going to really be able to do something once.
It's the defensive Consecrated by Blood, which is never a good sign.
The defensive Glory Chaser Consecrated by Blood.
And Paulo even has a Conclave Naturalist in hand just for the full rub-ins. Like, if he really wanted to, he could blow up that Consecrated, but yeah, you know, giving 2 regular activations might be more tempting.
It also makes for better still had all these moments at the end of the match. So he taps down the Glory Chaser.
And so here Paulo's setting up the 2-turn win. He's getting to hit with the Orchard Spirit, put Yuya to 3. Yuya goes to 1 off the Priest. Yuya has a turn to come up with an answer to Priest and an answer to Paulo's massive board, which seems very unlikely.
And there's a charging Griffin. Right, and that Priest of the Bloodright is a ticking clock for Yuya. He is going to take 2 damage on his upkeep from it.
And we're drawing
Actually, he will lose 2 life on his upkeep from it.
We're drawing ever closer to our Battle for Zendikar preview here, which is as soon as this Priest finishes his work, we're going to get to.
But even the Priest of the Bloodright wants to see the new card.
Yeah.
I think the Priest would sacrifice everything for a taste of Battle for Zendikar.
All right, Yuya Watanabe's at 1.
So Yuya could have also done a end-of-turn sacrifice Priest and the Demon to the Consecrated by Blood, but I don't think he had a way out of here.
Yeah, Yuya Watanabe extends the hand. And Paulo Vitor Damarosa, he goes to 6 and 3 here. Yuya Watanabe falls to 5 and 4. How do you feel at this point in the tournament at 6 and 3?
You feel very good. You're one of the top couple players at this point, and this is a tournament with a lot of rounds and not a lot of players, so 6 and 3 is a good record.
Yeah, and we're assuming that X and 4 is guaranteed to be into the top 4, and then it's possible that someone with 5 losses can get into the top 4.
It really depends a lot on Seth Manfield now, because if he does a bunch of losing, then people with worse records do get in. If he does a bunch of winning, it actually opens the door too.
That's been the pattern he's followed, the latter plan. But we're going to send it back to the desk and to Zendikar.
Thanks very much to Brian David Marshall, Jackie Lee, and Louis Scott Vargas. Yes, just 2 or 3 minutes away from that brand new Battle for Zendikar card. But what are the players doing outside the feature match area? We've got 4 more from the floor. to bring you. So why don't we get down to the action and show you what's been going on here in the middle and penultimate round of Magic Origins Draft. I'm going to begin with Thiago Saporito. Remember, he missed out in the last round against Paolo Vida Dama de Rosa. Here he is in action against the reigning Pro Tour champion for Magic Origins, Jo Larsen. Saporito, the Brazilian, wins this one. That puts Larsen to a negative record at 4-5, Saporito to 5-4. Here's Alex Hayne and Steve Rubin. They're going at it. The Canadian, the Grand Prix Pro Points champion. Shaking hands there, Steve Rubin got the job done. He now has a positive record at 5-4, Hayne at 4-5. So well done to Steve Rubin, one of the quieter players, not a huge media presence, but certainly knows how to put the cards in the right order, now ahead of the curve at 5-4. Here's Martin Muller doing some probably yoga against Owen Turtenwald, and this was a really important match. We liked Owen's deck a lot. Owen liked Owen's deck a lot, and funnily enough, that meant that he won this one, 7-2 now. Martin Muller at 6-3. That's a great record, but it's nowhere near as good as the 6-1 that he came in overnight. He needs to stop the rot and fast. Finally, Martin Dang against Mike Sigrist. Can the Player of the Year stay in contention? And the answer to that one is no, he cannot. Martin Dang stays just barely alive at 4-5, meaning the reigning Player of the Year falls to 3-6. He'll carry on playing for money and position and pro points, but he will not be winning the World Championship to add to his pro player title. All right, so that's all the news from the middle round here of Magic Origins. It's time now for a brand new card from Battle for Zendikar. Hello everyone, welcome to PAX, home of Wizards of the Coast here in downtown Seattle. Rich Hagan alongside Ian Duke from Inside R&D. No one better than Ian to walk us through this brand new card from Battle for Zendikar coming your way in those brand new booster packs this fall. So why don't we take a look, our very first look around the world at Hedron Archive. Let's take a look. There it is on your screen. A 4-mana artifact. It's uncommon. Taps to add 2 to your mana pool, and then if you spend 2, tap, and sacrifice it, you draw 2 cards. Flavor text, you've begun to understand the Hedron's true purpose, said Ugin. The Eldrazi can be imprisoned. And how did that work out last time? Asked Jace. He's a very snarky individual, really. So that is Hedron Archive. We'll leave that up on screen for you to have a good peruse. Gorgeous art. No surprise there. Ian, what is going on with Hedron Archive?
This card is sweet. Talk about Value Town. So here's the deal. We know we're coming back to Zendikar. We know there's lots of huge Eldrazi on Zendikar, and you're going to need some way to cast them. This is one of the best ways to get your big Eldrazi out on the battlefield. It's awesome and limited. We think it's going to see some playing constructed as well, and we're really excited about what this card's going to do.
Okay, now it's uncommon, so obviously we're not going to see that many of them floating around draft tables. Is this going to be a high pick?
It's a pretty high pick, definitely if you're going into a more rampy strategy. Not to talk too much about what Battle for Zendikar Limited is going to be about, but there are definitely big Eldrazi there. You can definitely get them out in Limited. If you're going into an archetype like that, this is going to be a high pick for you.
Okay, now cycles in Magic, we talk about there's like 5 in a set sometimes. We might see 5 dragons, for example, in a particular set, or 5 forms of removal across the 5 colors. So this belongs in a cycle of sorts, but if you figured it out, I'm very impressed, because this is a pretty strange one.
Yeah, this is almost like a sort of an inside joke or reference for R&D. It's a long cycle across much of Magic's history. This card's origin dates back to an old card from Weatherlight called Mind Stone.
So this is like 1997, beginning of 1997.
Yeah, so this was a 2-mana artifact. It tapped for 1 colorless mana, and it had 1 tap, sacrifice me, draw 1 card. Okay. So flash forward to Rise of the Eldrazi. We had another card there, part of this cycle, called Dreamstone Hedron. This was 6-mana artifact, taps for 3 colorless mana, and has 3 tap, sacrifice me, draw 3 cards.
So we have the 1 and the 3.
Right, so this is finally your double Mind Stone completing that 3-card cycle.
Yes, hats off. Yeah, we have a crowd here, in case you didn't know, here at PAX. Great to have you all with us here at the big show. Now, when does a card like this get made? Is this a card that you know as soon as you say, we're going to put Eldrazi in the set, you have big creatures, you instantly think mana acceleration? Or is this the kind of card that development get their hands on when they've played with the set for a while and say, you know what, maybe we're getting to 7-8 mana, but not quite the 9-10 we need as regularly. Let's give a little bit of boost to mana. Where does this come from?
Really good question, Rich. So I was on both the design team and the development team, so I can kind of speak to both. In design, we definitely recognize that we're going to have huge Eldrazi in the set. We need to give you some ways to cast it. And so in that sense, we had some slots kind of set aside for these are going to be your mana ramp cards that allow you to do that. Now, this particular card in its current form actually didn't come around until development when we started working on, we want the themes of the set to succeed, in limited and casual constructed and in high tier tournament constructed. So we need to put in some cards that actually allow you to ramp out to those big Eldrazi. And when I say, we might expect to see a little bit of this card in constructed, just for comparison's sake, we've seen cards like Explosive Vegetation and maybe Frontier Siege kind of live on the fringes of constructed so far. And this is really similar. It's 4 mana, it ramps you up by 2, except any deck can play this, and late in the game when you don't have anything else to do, you can cash it back in for 2 cards. So it's kind of like a split card, Explosive Vegetation, Divination, and both of those are, in the realm of consideration.
It's looking very sweet. There you see it one more time. Hedron Archive coming your way in Battle for Zendikar.
Hello and welcome to the Tournament Center here at the World Championships. Marshall Sutcliffe, and I got Owen Turtenwald. Owen, welcome.
Hello.
We're going to take a look at your Magic Origins draft here early on day 2. And you had a pretty interesting draft with some pretty cool cards. Why don't we dive right into it here with your Pack 1, Pick 1. Here's your table. Pretty rough table. There's no soft tables here at the World Championship. We can see you're sitting next to Joel Larson and Martin Miller right next to you there. But this doesn't inform your draft really specifically, right? Like who's sitting next to you?
Nope, not at all. Not
you're just
even
drafting
remotely.
your seat and...
Yeah, I'm just going to do the best that I can with the cards that I see, and I'm not afraid of any of these guys.
All right, so let's get right into it. Now, as we see in your opening pack, you've opened up a Mythic Rare here. It's Demonic Pact, but this is a card that I think most people aren't that excited on. You have a little bit of a different take on it, though.
I love Demonic Pact.
You love it?
I love it. I think it's great. I think it's a bomb rare. I've said many times that I feel strongly that it's better than any common or uncommon, and I would like to first pick it. The reason that I didn't here...
Yeah, we see that you took the Consul's Lieutenant down here.
I did go with Consul's Lieutenant. I took the full amount of time when rifling through the booster, and I finally settled on the Consul's Lieutenant because I believed it would give me a much lower chance of ending up with a train wreck, non-functional deck. Like if I first picked a Demonic Pact, took some of the key cards that make it work and some other ones, and maybe kind of shoehorned in a deck to make it work, and didn't draw it that often in the games, I thought I could have the possibility of having a non-functional deck. Consul's Lieutenant I knew was going to be a top-tier premium card.
I mean, that's a great card.
I could put it in a white aggressive deck, I could, in a control deck, having another cheap play. I knew that not a whole lot could go wrong with it. And also in the back of my mind, I believed that not many other players at the table would think that the Demonic Pact was as good as I believed it was. So I thought there was actually a strong chance that it would wheel, even out of a bad pack.
All right, well, we'll see if it does. Let's move on to your second pick here. What jumps out to you from this pack?
Well, this pack is pretty
Javelin,
crummy.
Void Mage.
I was not happy to see it. I immediately addressed that Flame Javelin and Separatist Void Mage were the best cards. I ultimately went with the Lightning Javelin because I have a slight preference towards red versus blue. So.
Okay, yeah. So you pick up a solid removal spell, and also red-white, nice color pair in this set as well.
Crew Revival leaped out at me immediately. I think it's just it's leaps and bounds above. Actually, I forgot that there's a Conclave Naturalist. That card is incredibly good too, but I went into the draft hoping to be black-red Sacrifice, so given that I had a Lightning Javelin, Crew Revival just made perfect sense.
Now, if Demonic Pact wheels, you want one of these in your deck?
I do. Absolutely, I would like a Conclave Naturalist, but I think Demonic Pact is a little bit better in a black-white deck because of a Lightened Ascetic or Amancer, but Crew Revival is just a better card. Than the Naturalists. They're both great, but I was just going for power.
Okay, so let's take a look at your next pick here. This is pick 4.
Yeah, this pick is pretty bad as well.
This one bombed out on you a little bit here. I think you take the Dragon Fodder out of this
I do
pick?
take Dragon Fodder here because I had the Lightning Javelin. I wanted to be red-black, and I'm sacrificing effectively nothing to take a Dragon Fodder. Like, none of these cards are any good, so
yeah.
I figured...
You did first pick a double white card here. Mm-hmm. Are you kind of off it at this point? Like, are you thinking, all right, white's not really flowing, I need to look in a different direction?
This far in the draft, I haven't even seen one card that would lead me to believe that white is open, or even a good card that I would take. Like, if this was a Topin Freeblade or a Cleric of the Forward Order, or even a Celestial Flare, like any white card, I would think about taking it, but...
It's gone.
I'm not off-white, I just haven't seen any reason to take white cards.
Okay, so let's take a look at your next pick here. Now this gets a little interesting because there are actually a pair of playable white cards down here on the bottom. They're not exciting, but they're all right.
Both of these white cards are good. I'd be happy to play them in any white deck, but each of them individually is worse than any of the black cards. Shadows from the Past is awesome. Eyeblade Assassin is quite playable, and Fleshbag Marauder is great. The reason I took Fleshbag Marauder was because I had Crew Revival.
Whole Fleshy Bee?
Play Fleshbag Marauder, kill your creature. Crew Revival, kill your creature. Pick up Fleshbag Marauder. Rinse, repeat.
That's great.
Yeah.
All right, so you pick up that here. Now we're on the 6th pick here, and the card that kind of jumps out to me is this Read the Bones here.
Yeah, this was a close decision. I think that Goblin Glory Chaser is better than Read the Bones.
Wow.
The reason I did not take it was because my red cards were both of middling power and my black cards were both great, and I got them later in the pack, so it seemed clear to me that black was open. I knew I was going to play black. I didn't know I was going to play red, so took the safe option of picking a card I knew I was going to put in my deck.
And take the Read the Bones, yeah.
Yep.
Ye old 2-for-1. Let's,
also, I didn't want to pass a Read the Bones and go black, so.
Sure. All right, so let's take a look at your 7th pick as we're sort of winding down the picks we're going to look at. We're going to look at the first 9 here.
This was exciting because there was white cards and black cards in the pack. So, given that I had the option to go black-white, this reaffirmed my faith that nobody around me was drafting those colors.
So how do you decide which one of these to take then?
I took Way to the Underworld for the same reason I took Read the Bones. I knew I was going to be black. I took a black card. I hate to waffle between colors in a draft and end up spending a large number of picks on colors and cards that don't end up in my deck. So when I know I can take a card that's going to go in my deck, I always take it over speculating.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and you pick up a reasonable playable here. This is your last pick that you of the packs that you haven't seen yet here. Anything remarkable here? There's a Celestial Flare last pick.
Nora Root Trapper's great, but I knew there was almost no chance of me going black-green. I took Celestial Flare. You know, if I end up with a white deck, it's a good card to put in your deck. Totally reasonable. I was happy to take it.
Now here's the big reveal. It came back.
In my chair, I'm going, yes.
Yes, and in your chair, you're like,
yeah, I was really excited to see it. I was like, this is great. This is exactly what I would want.
So this is what you wanted out of the pack, is that maybe nobody else, because you said I'm not scared of any of these players. You're not scared of this card either. That's a scary card. It has a line on it that says you lose the game, but you find that you usually end up winning the game before that happens.
The thing is about Demonic Pact, either you kill it and get huge value out of the card, or you win the game before you get to the final step of the card, or you've lost a game in which, even with all of those 3 amazing effects, you didn't have a better chance to win.
I see.
Usually when you draw 2 cards, your opponent discards 2 cards, and you kill a creature, you've greatly increased your chances of winning the game. No card in the entire format can ever do what this card can do, and if you get all of that and you still can't win, then you probably weren't going to win anyways.
You weren't going to win with any card.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at your total pick here. We can see that you picked up a few more white cards. That's interesting. Night of the Pilgrims Road a little late, but we can move on to the next pack, which wasn't super exciting for you here. You open up this pack. We see a Topin Freeblade here in the middle, kind of jumps out. What did you look at here?
Oh, this pack is just awful. There's just no good cards. Even if I was in a different color combination, maybe Erosis Champion, but Topin Freeblade is just great, so I took it, and this is a no-brainer pick.
It's nice to take that one out of this pack too, right? And that one stands above the rest of these cards. Your next one?
I took Unholy Hunger here.
Yeah.
I wasn't happy to pass Sky Snare Spider. And obviously there's Stalwart, Haven, Anointer of Champions, Tactician, Fetid Imp, all good, reasonable cards, but Unholy Hunger is just a cut above the rest.
Okay. And your third pick out of the second pack here.
I took Read the Bones.
Are you going to play 2?
Yeah, I would play up to 3. I love Read the Bones. I think it's just amazing. Also, when you play with Demonic Pact, there's just a certain number of cards, really specific cards in your deck that you need. You need to play cards that kill enchantments, but you don't want to draw them early. Read the Bones is going to help you dig for it.
And dig deep, 4 cards.
Yeah, 4 cards is a lot. It's a huge percentage of your deck.
Yeah.
And I knew that if I was going to build a deck around Demonic Pact, I wanted to draw Demonic Pact more often. Read the Bones helps facilitate that.
Okay, so let's take a look at the entire pack here. As this is what you got from the whole thing. You know, this pack, not very exciting for you. It was pretty bland.
This was not good for me, but I did get a large number of role player cards.
Yeah.
So
it looks like, you know, it wasn't a disaster, but this isn't kind of the pack that you're hoping for.
No, it could have gone a lot better actually. But
like maybe how the third pack went. Why don't you take a look at that? This pack, on the other hand, you saw a sharp uptick in card quality. If we can bring up the pack 3 pick one here. So, boom, right there. Hix's Prison Warden kind of jumps off the page to us. Awesome bomb in your colors, just windmill.
True bomb rare. I mean,
did the table shake when you?
No, this is as good as it gets for cards that you can open. Also, I ended up with a Macabre Waltz, so even when people killed it, I was able to get it back.
Jeez.
Yeah, and when my deck has Crew Revival and Unholy Hunger, I sit there with 5 mana. There's nothing good for you to do. If you only attack with a small number of creatures, I'll just kill them. If you don't attack at all, I'll kill something. If you do attack, I'll have Hixus. It made it really difficult for my opponent to play against me.
Yeah, so huge thumbs up for pack 3 pick one for you.
Yeah.
You're like, all right, I got a bomb, and it's even a 5 mana bomb, which is, you know, a really nice spot to be. Let's take a look at your next pick. Bam! Kothafed just jumps out here too, and all of a sudden, you've got another bomb on your hands here.
Yeah, Kothafed is... It's
6/6
Kothafed. It's just great.
Yeah, it's just great.
It's funny because in the games that I played, my draws were so good that I would scry with Shadows of the Past, see Kothafed, and put it on the bottom because I didn't want to have it in play that would potentially deal me damage.
Because you were
I was
far
winning by
ahead.
so much that I thought the only way I could lose is if somehow I took like 10 damage off that card.
That's funny. Let's take a look at your next pack. There can't be more bombs here, can there?
Well,
ta-da! There it is. Tragic Arrogance for you here too. So your first 3 picks are just all home runs.
Incredibly good card, which also has the side effect of allowing me to sacrifice Demonic Pact.
Oh my.
I have Shadows of the Past and Demonic Pact. I do the ability.
You can
I
do both.
You're going to hold creatures in your hand to not sacrifice to Tragic Arrogance. Discard 2. When I feel like it, Tragic Arrogance. I keep Shadows of the Past. I sacrifice Demonic Pact.
You're not a nice person, Owen Turtenwald. Let's take a look at your 4th pick here. What did you get out of this pack?
Cleric of the Forward Order.
Solid.
Unimpressive card, but I was happy to get it because I had 2 Read the Bones. I wanted a little bit of life gain. I knew I had Tragic Arrogance, Kothafed, and Hixus. Huge card quality for the late game. I just wanted to survive.
Yeah.
Perfect card.
Your last pick that we're going to look at here was also a nice one for your deck. You picked up a Blood Curse Knight down there. Just casual 5th pick.
They made this for when this happens.
Yes.
For when you're black, white, and
for
you have enchantments.
In this tournament, apparently.
That's what you want.
All right, let's take a look at all of your picks just to get an overall view here of your deck.
Yeah, this pack was okay.
Overall, though, yeah, this pack was all right. Look at those first 5. So overall, grade your deck real quick for us.
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10, right?
A+,
It's just fantastic.
100%.
10 out of 10 from Owen Turtenwald. Owen, thanks for taking the time. We'll sign off here from the Tournament Center. Okay, come with me.
It's already gone. Thanks so much to Marshall Sutcliffe with Owen Turtenwald, who's playing a deck that I think now, Randy, you'd win with that deck, wouldn't you?
That deck's great.
Ian, you'd win with that deck, wouldn't you? Okay, this is how good that deck is. I'd win with that deck. Yes, I would. The players are ready. It is time for the final round of Limited here at the World Championship. Let's send you across for all the action. Louis Scott Vargas, Jackie Lee, and Brian David Marshall.
Welcome to the booth. We're going to go right down to the floor for round 10 of the Magic the Gathering World Championships. Hello and welcome to round 10 of the Magic the Gathering World Championship here at PAX in Seattle. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm joined in the booth by Luis Scott Vargas and Jackie Lee, and we are going to watch two terrific players competing here. Let's hear who they are and how they got here.
Paul Rietzel, United States of America, top pro points at large.
Jacob Wilson, Canada, top pro points at large.
All right, and there you have it. One of the top American players, one of the top Canadian players. Paul Rietzel is sitting on a 6-3 record coming into this match. He is paired down against Jacob Wilson at 5-4. So Jacob doesn't feel like he has any more losses to give here, right, Luis?
No, certainly not. And even if they're not in contention, which Jacob still very much is, the pro point per match win, which is how the World Championships is run, is a huge reason to want to win every single match you play.
So there you see a turn 2 Sigiled Starfish is in the destiny of Paul Rietzel here.
Sigiled Starfish does so much work in this format. It's a 2-drop, which, as we've mentioned, is very valuable. It can block Tobin Freeblade, can block this Scout right now.
Yeah.
And the ability to just kind of like fix your draws every turn for the rest of the game is very valuable.
There you see Paul Rietzel think about it for a second. He's like, block.
So Paul was thinking about what did Jacob have? Because, again, both players looked at deck lists, and Paul was thinking, like, well, I can't just not block here. So he called Jacob's bluff.
When Jacob Wilson looked at Paul Rietzel's deck list, one of the cards he saw was Sphinx's Tutelage.
Yeah, Paul's on this like control-ish red-blue Sphinx's Tutelage deck. He definitely has ways to win, in the air, but Sphinx's Tutelage is quite good in his deck.
Add this to my to-do list. I have not done the red-blue Sphinx's Tutelage deck, and here it comes on turn 3. Oh no, there's a Ram Roller. Sorry, he decided to be the aggressor here.
Yeah, he's almost blue, mono blue artifacts. He's splashing only a couple of red cards, Magmatic Insight and Girapur Gearcrafter.
Yeah, he's got the full 2 red cards.
Yeah, so very incidental.
So Yeva's Force Mage is making Valerian Wardens a threat to attack, which is one of the reasons that Yeva's Force Mage is in the set, I'm sure Jackie could tell us, is for situations like this, is to push your renowned creatures through.
Yeah, I was really impressed by Yeva's Force Mage because in the past we've printed it for a bunch of core sets, and it's never been stellar, But in this set, because of Renown being one of the key mechanics in green, it's just so good.
I like that it's a multitasker. It's really good with the Renown deck, but it also plays a role in the Elf deck.
Yeah, it fits into multiple different archetypes here. And here, Paul's going to be down a card no matter what. He either chump blocks the Wardens here, or he lets them through and Jacob gets to draw a card.
And that Valerian Wardens gets very big.
I will strive.
Renown 2 is pretty hard to deal with once it resolves. But he's blue, so it's not that hard to deal with.
Well, even if he bounces and resets the Valerian Wardens, there's always the threat that it can become renowned again, so it is still a threat.
So one of the key cards in Paul's deck is Thopter Spy Network, but he's running pretty light on artifacts. I think he would have loved to pick up some more random artifacts. He's got 4 artifacts in his deck to go with the Spy Network, plus an additional 1 Aspiring Aeronaut. So 5 total cards that make artifacts.
The Thopter Spy Network, with Sphinx's Tutelage is pretty sweet. It's like dealing damage and infect damage at the same time.
Well, why win when you can win more?
Splashing for the Gearcrafter makes way more sense in that context as well.
Yeah,
Having the first artifact is very important.
And another reason for Paul to splash, besides that, which is a very good reason, is that he doesn't really have a reward for being mono blue. He doesn't have a cards that cost quad blue mana, so if he draws a mountain or 2 along with a bunch of islands, he'll be fine.
So here comes a throwing knife, which now makes the Ram Roller a 4/3.
Now that Ram Roller's a 4/3, it's a better attack. Paul decided who to equip the throwing knife onto. Looks like he decided against it. The funny thing is, Sigil Starfish doesn't have Defender. It's an 0/3, but if you put a throwing knife on there, apparently a Starfish can wield it.
It can. It could also. Wield Sigil of Valor, so it's double sigil.
It's got all those sucky things underneath, so I
Yeah.
can see it.
Harbinger of the Tides. Paul is willing to take the risk. He's going to go ahead and bounce the Valerian Wardens because he's got no answer to it, even though he knows that opens the door to it getting re-renowned and drawing another card.
Yep. Cool. I will spray on your stuff.
So.
All right, so Paul Rietzel starts scrying.
And, Jacob has 3 Subterranean Scouts in his deck. He's already played 1, but he's got 2 left. If he had one, he would certainly be holding it in order to make those Wardens slip through again. Jacob actually, his favorite legacy deck is Rug Delver, Red Blue Green Delver, and he's done quite well with it in Grand Prix. He's actually running a Red Blue Green deck here. He's splashing for 2 Bounding Krasis. He's got Yavimaya Coast and 2 Evolving Wilds to splash the 2 Bounding Krasis.
All right, so Throwing Star is picked up by the Ram Roller, and the 6/3 rumbles in.
Paul choosing not to throw the knife at anything, partially because that would make Ram Roller a lot smaller. It would go from a 6/3 to a 2/3.
Yeah, he can take an extra creature out just by having Jacob block with 2 creatures. It has the same effect as throwing the knife at something. And that looks like what Jacob's going to do.
Doesn't want to just take 6 plus. Both of his creatures that he's blocking with already did their jobs. They don't really need to provide a ton more utility.
A couple of score updates from the back tables. Thiago Saporito up a game on Sean McLaren, and Martin Mueller up a game on Paulo Vitor Damadorosa.
And Martin was up a game very quickly into the round. We actually got that announcement just a little while ago. So he must have had a very aggressive start.
There's the Sphinx's tutelage from Paul Rietzel.
All right.
And
my 6/3 got killed. Time to shift gears.
Yeah. And with a pretty undeveloped board from Jacob Wilson, it looks like a good time to do that. So Valerian Wardens is going to fight with the Sigiled Starfish. Wild Instincts is the play. Seems a little bullying to me.
It doesn't seem like a fair fight.
No.
And once again, those Valerian Wardens are going to get another card out of Paul. Either he chumps with the Harbinger, or he just lets it through and Jacob draws a second card. Though,
although at this point that might be playing into Paul's hands.
Maybe Paul secretly wants Jacob to draw extra cards. Actually, he does not. But
so here comes Valerian Wardens, and Paul really just doesn't have a choice here. He has to let it renown.
Yep, it's happened. So because it was bounced, he gets to draw another card off the Valerian Wardens.
Now every card Paul draws, that's going to trigger the Sphinx's tutelage. If 2 cards are the same color, if they share a color, then it is going to trigger again, very much like a grindstone.
So Paul's attacking from all the angles here.
He's like, I'm not sure which one's going to get there first.
He's trying to turn the tide sideways.
But he's got another sigiled. He's got another way to bounce the Valerian Wardens. Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. If he keeps bouncing that to his hand, eventually Jacob's going to deck himself just on card drawing from the Valerian Warden. And this is where you want to be as a player with Sphinx's tutelage. You just want your opponent to have nothing on the board.
I thought you were going to say, with your opponent at 12 and you with 6 power in play. This is where tutelage wants to be. Given the Foundry of the consoles, I actually wouldn't be surprised if Paul was able to win this game via damage. If Jacob's next plays don't interact well with Paul's 4-2, then Paul can trade that off, maybe even get some damage in, and then make Foundry of the consoles into 2/1 Flying Thopters, equip Throwing Knife, and just attack in the air. That being said, having tutelage out does give Paul a plan B, but right now I think life total is kind of where he's focused in. And he's got to be very happy about that Lightning Javelin.
Yeah.
The fact that Jacob spent 4 mana to kill Paul's 2 power creature and the Throwing Knife can just get re-equipped somewhere else is not bad for Paul.
And the Valerian Wardens make their dramatic reappearance. And mill 2. from the Sphinx's tutelage. My big question is, where else is Paul Rietzel going to find some infect damage for this deck? Go for the full trifecta.
Well, the elves do deal in Moon Glove, so.
Yeah, and as long as Paul can do it with, like, you know, on turn 5 of extra turns, then he can just go for the ultimate victory. So Paul's got basically 2 main options. He can equip the throwing knife and play the water courser in hand. He can also sacrifice the Foundry of the Consoles to make flyers. I mean, technically another option is to use Sphinx's tutelage to draw a card and discard a card, but I don't think he can afford to be that far behind on board.
14-8, right?
Yeah, Paul's really pressuring Jacob's life total here.
Well, he has this board advantage. I see no reason not to do that. He can play the water courser, have it up for blocking.
And that's what he does.
Go.
And Jacob has another Yevos Force Mage in hand, so that Valerian Wardens is coming in for a 3rd bite at the apple.
Yeah, my Valerian Wardens hit 3 times. I drew 3 extra cards. Oh, so you won? No, it wasn't actually that close.
Someone in the chat put it up. Paul needs to give Jacob Demonic Pact to fully seal the deal. That's what I call synergy. So, Force Mage as well, living up to its name. It's forcing through Valerian Wardens for, again, a 3rd attack. Water Courser can at most be a 4/1, so this would be the full chump block, which I doubt Paul's going to make.
You can also make it a 1/4, though. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
We need the next one, Morphling Courser, for that
Morphling
to happen.
Yes, yeah.
Water only courses one way.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, Water Courser is a kind of complex common. If it pumped either way, there's no way that card would be common. Like, you know, Water Servant was a very powerful uncommon from recent core sets. So Paul is actually willing to take the hit here. Or rather, have his Water Courser take the hit for him. So he's interested in keeping Valerian Wardens off renowned.
Trigger power spell. Yep.
Jacob Wilson responds. He doesn't want to get his 1 blue source milled away here.
And if Jacob didn't have that splash, I think he would let the mill happen first. He would rather mill lands to make it so Sphinx's tutelage doesn't double up, because the tutelage, if it hits 2 cards of the same color, just keeps going. But here, yeah, like you said, he cannot risk that 1 island being milled.
Yep.
And there you see a Yavimaya Coast did get hit, but he's safe with his island. And there's a
Scob Goliath.
Well,
That
that's
is
not a bad
huge
draw.
creature. I was really impressed by that card. It looks really expensive. It's another one of those ones I undervalued at first, but 6/9 trample in blue, which doesn't have that much diversity of threats. It's no joke.
Yeah, and it's just locking down this board. Jacob actually is in a position where he's, you know, slowly loses the tutelage, can't attack through the Scob Goliath, and Paul's eventually going to have time to turn Foundry of the Consoles into a bunch of flyers.
Yeah, Paul could still win this on 2 different axes.
Yeah, we're joking about how many ways Paul can win this, but it is very relevant that Sphinx's tutelage and damage are both, you know, legitimate paths to victory.
And plus, he can use the tutelage just to, if he decides to go one either way, the looting of the Sphinx's tutelage is going to help him. So Jacob Wilson really wanted that island. What does it offer him?
Well, he's got a Chandra's Ignition in hand, so had the Valerian Wardens hit, he could have ignited Paul's board for quite a bit of damage. But as is, Scob Goliath, you know, 6/9, it's pretty hard to add up to 9, even with Fiery Conclusion and Chandra's Ignition. Jacob's a couple points short, which is funny because usually that's way overkill on whatever Paul could have played.
Just plays the land.
Jacob really needs to draw like his Rock Maulers or one of his slightly larger creatures. Even something like Enthralling Victor would give him a 3-power creature, which is getting closer. But yeah, Rock Maulers is really his it looks like his biggest creature left.
So you have 2 cards still, right?
Yeah, he does have a Jiraga invocation that he's playing, but in general, a single creature of his is...
And Sphinx's Tutelage sniped that one a few turns ago, and unfortunately for Jacob, as it did the Victor.
Well, I'll remember him.
Sphinx's tutelage, there you see it. Is Paul thinking about whether he wants to... Oh, he's... Okay, there it goes.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely smashing with the Goliath. The question is, do you want to move the throwing knife? Does the Void Mage want to come in? At this point, I would not expect the knife to be thrown at the Force Mage. Just have the Force Mage trade with the Separatist. And this puts Jacob to 2, which then gives Paul lethal with the Foundry of the Consoles.
Still no effects. Yep.
So Seth Manfield's playing Owen Turtenwald. We just watched Owen Turtenwald's draft tech up at the wall. But he is right now down 1 game to Seth Manfield at the King of the Hill table, which they're playing to 3-0 their draft pod.
Mm-hmm. And Jacob is now dead to throwing knife triggering. if Paul can attack with a throwing knife, that'll do it.
And there's the Foundry. Comes down, blocks the Valoran Wardens, and that's the game. Paul Rietzel wins game 1, does a little bit of milling, but in the end decides dealing 20 damage is really the way he wants to go.
Yeah, and things were looking dicey for Paul till Scob Goliath showed up, but Scob Goliath really just ended the game.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll be back with more of these games after these brief messages.
Friday Night Magic has expanded to include all formats. Be ready for Standard, Commander, Legacy, or even Conspiracy drafts. Check out your local store for details and share your FNM stories by using the hashtag MTGFNM. Visit magic.wizards.com/FNM for more information. Outfit your Magic collection with the newest Battle for Zendikar accessories from Ultra Pro. The full array of card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios of your favorite Magic artwork will be available at ultrapro.com on September 26th.
All right, welcome back to the feature match area here at the Magic the Gathering World Championship here at PAX in Seattle. We just saw Paul Rietzel go up 1-0 on Jacob Wilson, and we are going to check in while those guys shuffle on Sean McLaren versus Thiago Saporito. Thiago Saporito up 1-0 here over Sean McLaren, the Pro Tour champion.
And this is looking pretty good. It looks like Thiago just concluded an attack where he had Imprint Tactician, making both his Stalwart Ravens hit for 4, both get renowned, and Prickleboar came in for a bunch of damage too.
So you talked about the Gnarlroot Trapper and Death Touch earlier. Jackie, there you see the Gnarlroot Trapper letting the Yeva Force Mage trade up into the Emperor Tactician.
Yes, unfortunately, it's not so good on the defense against Thiago's Prickleboar and his Air Force.
And it was a specific choice to make that card not work on defense, to not just be like tap, give an elf death touch.
Right, certainly. We think that it's much more fun in general for the elf deck to be more offensive and to give death touch on the offense rather than have literal every one of your elves just be a Typhoid Rats.
So there you see Sean McLaren was scrying. He's got Shadows of the Past in play. And so creatures died, he gets to scry twice or just scry once if he likes the card on top.
Yeah, we've seen it in enchantments before, but it's also great in the elf deck because you have so many tiny little creatures to fill your graveyard. At some point, you can just start edging out 2 points of damage per turn and also recouping some life lost.
We do have an update, by the way, from the back table in the feature match area. Paulo Vitor Damarosa has fallen 2-0 to Martin Mueller. So Martin Mueller, who was one of the overnight leaders at 6-1, had picked up 2 losses, but has righted the ship and is going to head into Standard with a 7-3 record. So there's a 5th land for Sean McLaren, which is what he needs to activate the Shadows of the Past. Does he have 4 creatures? I can't quite get the count.
It looks like he's got 3, but either way, he's got a Crew Revival in hand, and I think he wants to set up a Draga Invocation at some point. So my guess is he's not in a hurry to activate those Shadows, especially since killing that Prickleboar is definitely got to be a priority.
Job number 1. But McLaren's at 6, so he is under tremendous pressure from those 2 Stalwart Ravens.
And he has down game, so he really needs to pull this one out.
Yeah, I don't even know if McLaren can afford to Cruel Revival the Prickle Board. It's the biggest threat, but that doesn't stop the Stalwart Evens at all, and he can start chumping the boar.
Well, he came to the conclusion that he had to play Return Centaur and target himself so that he could get his graveyard online for the Shadows of the Past.
This would be a whole different game if he had a Hitchclaw Recluse.
Yeah,
the spider that everyone needs.
And Sean is actually a point short here. If he casts Draw Identification, he can attack for 10, or 2 points short, actually, because he has to chump with one of his 2-power creatures on the Prickle Ball right now. So I don't know where he's going to make up those last 2 points from. And those Stalwart Evens are going to come over for lethal in just one short turn.
Well, he's clearly scrying to find himself. I don't even know what he can find. But by the way, I don't know if you're noticing this, but in the upper corner, Paul Rietzel, as he's preparing for Game 2, is doing some pretty major surgery on his deck here.
Yeah, he sideboarded a lot of cards. It looked like at least like 6 or 7 cards, which, you know, Paul Rietzel has Kithion's Irregulars in his sideboard.
There you see the hand from Sean McLaren. Tiago Saporito goes to 6-4. It drops Sean McLaren to 6-4. These guys could be heading to a rematch in Standard sometime soon.
I wouldn't be surprised if Paul's plan is to side in Kithion's Irregulars and Swift Reckoning and a bunch of planes.
Yeah, he doesn't have much else in the way of choices, but those are both good cards against green-white that wants to get renowned.
All right, well, we are going to pick up here on this match between Owen Turtenwald and Seth Manfield while we wait for those guys to finish shuffling. Seth Manfield, as we said, up a game. Owen Turtenwald with a deck full of very powerful rares.
Yeah.
Kothafed, Hixus, and Demonic Pact. Did you guys know Demonic Pact was going to be as impactful as it has been since it's been printed?
I mean, it's certainly an exciting card. I don't. Was it internally something that was looking pretty appealing?
Yeah, we thought it was really fun. It was, I think it came in second in one of these design challenges that we had online. So we really wanted to print it in this set because we thought that was just a really fun card. And so we balanced it for our Standard, knowing that some people would just want to live that dream.
So Seth Manfield, Bone to Ashes, a Blood Curse Knight. And has been taking a little bit of damage from Shambling Ghoul here.
Both players with a grip of cards. Owen cast a Read the Bones. Seth, his first play was a Bone to Ash, so they've got a lot to work with.
There's Harbinger of the Tides. There is Scrapskin Drake. A nice turn 5 there for Seth Manfield. You know, a lot of times you play something like a Separatist Void Mage on turn 4, you know, and that's your whole turn just to bounce something and get a 2/2, but he actually gets to develop his board with 2 creatures here. While also bouncing. And there is Shadows of the Past.
And, you know, it looked like Owen may have had Tragic Arrogance in hand, in which case he could be setting that up here, since right now he's not losing anything to it.
14.
In for 4 from Seth Manfield. You hear Owen dictating. There is...
Goldforge Sentinel actually fights Tragic Arrogance because Owen has to select an artifact.
If it's your only artifact.
So no matter what, Seth's keeping that. So Owen would get to double select it, choosing artifact and creature, which kills the other 2 creatures, but is a lot less devastating than it would be if that was just another random 6-drop.
In comes the Shambling Ghoul.
This is an interesting attack. So Owen clearly representing something here. And Seth has to try to decide what it is. Remember, they do have access to deck lists, but these players are probably not remembering every single card in the opponent's deck.
Well, you're looking at you can look at the deck list. I mean, do you know what he is representing here, or do you have an idea?
I could see Celestial Flare. I could also see Mighty Leap. Just anything to get that Goldforge Sentinel off of the board if he's holding Tragic Arrogance.
And I believe it is going to be Celestial Flare. That's the card that makes the most sense.
Yeah, and Seth Manfield doesn't bite.
Especially since he'll have Celestial Flare protection on the next turn by attacking with multiple creatures.
Let's stay here for a little while, see how this plays out. I'm curious. I
So-
mean, there's so many cards that Owen could have here. We saw
Right. So-
Hixus.
Owen missed a land drop, then played a land a turn later, and then didn't play anything. So now Seth has to think like, how likely is it that Owen has Hixus? And the answer is pretty likely. There's not that many cards in Owen's deck that he could be representing here.
But
So-
there are also multiple 5-mana removal spells in
Right.
Owen's deck.
There's also Cruel Revival and Unholy Hunger. So if Seth attacks with everything, Hixus gets him really good. If he only attacks with one thing and Owen Cruel Revivals it, that's also pretty bad. So Seth has to decide which one would be more problematic. Owen is more likely to have Cruel Revival or Hunger because there's 2 of them, but it's a lot more punishing to get hit by Hixus. So this is a pretty interesting turn.
All right, and in comes the team. So that's an attack for 8 from Seth Manfield.
And it was Hixus.
Yes. Hixus is going to be able to... Do you want to eat the Harbinger just to deal with it permanently?
You would block here. Seth has some options here. Seth has Disperse. He could just bounce Hixus before damage. So that seems like the most likely line of play. Or he could just let the damage happen and then end of turn bounce Hixus once Owen's tapped out. Because all the creatures just come back. As soon as Hixus is gone, they all come back.
So Owen falls to 6. There you see the cards exiled under the Hixus. He's just going to play a Void Mage Separatist.
That also does the trick.
And gets to hold up Disperse.
Yeah, the toll that Owen has
He
had
gets
to
the
pay
double
in
bounce
life
too.
just to use Hixus is pretty devastating.
Harbinger of the Tides comes back
God.
and bounces the Shambling Ghoul. This is putting Owen in a really tough spot. Even with Tragic Arrogance, Owen still doesn't really have a great counterplay to this. It can kill 3 of Seth's creatures, but the Sentinel just stays out there.
But which would give him a turn to find an answer. So he's going to have to cast the Tragic Arrogance here. So he'll keep his Shadows of the Past. He'll let Seth keep an artifact and a creature, both the same one. And then he gets to scry and try to find... He has 3 scry triggers to try and find the best possible card to help him get out of this mess.
Which I'm not sure what that is. He could find like an Unholy Hunger to kill the Goldforge Sentinel, but if Seth has additional pressure here, it's going to be really tough.
And there's a Dragon Fodder. And, and a Giant. So this is just an untenable board position for Owen Turtenwald.
And I think he's going to have to settle for a 2-1 with his deck.
Yeah, and there's the hand. Seth Manfield 3-0s his draft pod and manages to hold on to his 1-loss record. He goes to 9-1 heading into Standard.
Very impressive record.
All right, so we're going to pick it back up here. Paul Rietzel versus Jacob Wilson. We saw some pretty significant surgery happening on the deck from Paul Rietzel. And there's a Soulblade Djinn.
So looks like there's some early interaction here, but thanks to Harbinger of the Tides, Paul's not too far behind. He's going to take a hit off Zendikar Incarnate unless he wants to trade his Soulblade Djinn for it. So, but looks like Jacob's going to lead with a Wild Instinct. So,
yes.
And the only problem with that is Jacob can't attack with the Zendikar Incarnate this turn unless he wants to trade it for Harbinger, which I doubt he does.
Because it's already taken 4 damage.
Right, because the
from
creature's
his-
fought.
Yeah.
It also looks like Jacob may have mulliganed this game, so he is behind on cards as well.
You have 3 cards?
Yes.
Paul Rietzel just patiently nibbling away with his Thopter token.
Jacob now deciding whether he wants to trade his 3-2 for Harbinger. He could attack with Zendikar Incarnate. He's getting extra damage through.
He
but
is just going to, he decides to ultimately attack with both.
Paul Rietzel double checking.
10.
So Jacob really has to value those 3 damage, because if he just attacked with Victor, Paul probably would have also blocked. So by trading the Incarnate down for a 2/2, Jacob did get 3 extra damage through, but that's at a pretty big cost. That was not a decision undertaken lightly.
10-18, right? Go.
So Paul passes the turn. He's got Foundry of the Council's mana up, and that's what he's going to do. He's going to cash in his land for 2 Thopter tokens, double block the Enthralling Victor, and he gets to just trade his land for Jacob's creature. Timber Pack Wolf comes down, but not looking very menacing here. And there's a Sigiled Starfish.
And Paul's got to be pretty happy with this position. Yeah, he's a little behind on life, but his hand is dispersed and anchored to the Aether. He's got these 2 bounce spells. He's got Sigiled Starfish improving his quality of draws. And Jacob's not that close to killing Paul here.
Here's Subterranean Scout making the Wolf unblockable.
Paul deciding whether he wants to disperse to save 2 damage. I think it would be pretty aggressive to use the disperse there.
Yeah.
So often you'll see players scry on upkeep with Sigiled Starfish, but given that Paul really wants to block with it, we're not going to see that this game very often.
Displaying incredible patience.
And it looked like a Scob Goliath. All right, well, once again, that card just comes off the top and just does work.
It does.
Yeah, and what can Jacob Wilson do to get past it? He's already used his Subterranean Scout.
Ooh, he's got an Alchemist Vial. He's got a... it buys him another turn of reprieve here, but that's still not much. Jacob's still just a couple points short of forcing through enough damage. And you know, even if you use the Vial here, Paul can just block the Starfish on the Wolf and the Thopter token on the Subterranean Scout, and all of a sudden, Jacob just didn't get any damage through.
Yeah, and I think it's also interesting. Paul Rietzel kept his Thopter token back that turn. He just didn't want to have any creatures get through. He just wanted to really preserve his life total.
It looks like Jacob is holding Chandra's Ignition, so if he can draw a larger creature, he might be able to pull this through.
Unfortunately for Jacob, if Paul guards that Disperse wisely, then he's going to be able to use Disperse to just completely blow out Chandra's Ignition.
Yeah, if I were Paul, I would be feeling pretty confident in this position. He has an active Starfish, so he can definitely make his draws more valuable than Jacob's, and neither player is really able to attack.
Well, and Chandra's
Well,
Ignition
Well,
is just...
Paul can.
I think that Scob Goliath might not be staying home for too long. Paul just has to decide what that opens the door for. Like, what kind of ways does that let Jacob sneak in damage? Because Jacob does have a life total advantage.
Okay. 8 to 11, right?
So there comes the Goliath. Here comes Sphinx's tutelage.
Just in case.
It's interesting because both players know each other's deck lists, the tutelage actually gives him some information. When he mills one of Jacob's cards, he knows that that's not a card Jacob can possibly have in hand.
Oh, interesting. He gets to sort of check stuff off. Be
Yeah.
Like, oh, there goes the Chandra's
It's not much,
Ignition.
but it's a little
Sure.
information.
And knowing about a card like Chandra's Ignition does mean that Paul should be more willing to hold on to this Disperse than he would normally.
It's funny. We were talking to some of the players before the tournament, and Paul Rietzel said, if anyone is less prepared than me for this tournament and is playing professional Magic, they should feel bad. And he wasn't saying he didn't prepare as hard as he could. He's just prepared as hard as he could within the parameters of having a full-time job. But, here you see him sitting at 6-3, threatening to go to 7-3 here.
And I think he's actually got a pretty good chance of doing that.
All right, so time to attack for Jacob Wilson.
Presumably that leads to these kind of natural blocks here.
He's just going to Chandra's Ignition.
Which threatening to kill the Starfish.
We've seen some really unusual plays in these rounds. But Disperse is going to bounce the Wolf, counter the Chandra's Ignition.
That's right.
And Jacob Wilson is on the ropes.
Yeah, that was a very desperate play, and the fact that he couldn't even take it through to completion is just not a good sign for him.
And here you see Paul Rietzel sort of shifting his tactics. He decides that on upkeep now with no creatures that he has to worry about blocking, he's able to use the Starfish to optimize his card draw this turn.
And now there's no real cost to upkeeping it because unless Jacob plays a haste creature, you're not too worried.
Jacob Wilson falls to 5 from the attack. Remember, that Goliath has trample. So, very, very difficult to even buy turns looking for the answer cards by chump blocking. Dwining Giltleaf,
The Dane.
The Dane.
The Great Dane.
Yeah, Subterranean Scout and Timberpack Wolf are the cards.
Things are winding down for Jacob here.
They're dwining down?
Yeah, that they are. He's basically in chump block mode in a second here. The Alchemist Vial can buy him a turn, but that Scalp Goliath is going to come calling.
Yeah, I think that someone has seen Stitcher Giralf at PAX this weekend. Someone's cosplaying as him.
Yeah, he's been to a couple of the tournaments. I saw him at Grand Prix Vegas as well.
Cool.
He has a pretty good setup.
So Paul Rietzel just uses the Sphinx's tutelage to loot at the end of the turn. And now with a creature on the board, he doesn't use his Sigil Starfish on upkeep. So
Paul locking Jacob out of a new draw step here. So Jacob knows he's drawing Dwinen again.
So he's going to play Dwinen and Subterranean Scout.
Looks like he might run out the Timberpack Wolf because he knows he's chump blocking.
There's another bounce ball on the top of Paul's deck, and Paul Rietzel heads into Standard with a 7-3 record. Yeah, Paul he 3-0s his draft, and Jacob Wilson falls to 5-5. Yeah, 50-50 going into the Standard rounds.
Well, his deck was really strong.
So Jacob has not had a good run of it in the constructed portion so far. He actually 0-4'd with the Affinity deck during Modern.
He 3-0'd his first draft.
He threw his first draft, went 0-4 in constructed, then went 2-1 in this draft. So he's 5-1 in draft, 0-4 in constructed, coming into these last set of constructed rounds.
Yeah, it's you take a player like Paul Rietzel and you give him a card like Sigiled Starfish.
He had two in his deck.
He had two. Oh
so
my God.
He almost had more Starfishes than he had colors. He barely had a second color in his deck.
So yeah, no, that deck looked terrific. Were you surprised at all to see, the Sphinx's tutelage in there? I mean, is that something that you see as a real win condition, or is that more like just like he's using that to stay blue?
So Paul actually kind of had a funny setup where he had a lot of good cards in his deck, but if he didn't draw tutelage, then he may win by attacking. And if he didn't draw Scalp Goliath, he'd have a lot harder time winning by damage. So he kind of had these like one card, finishers. It doesn't cost that much to play a tutelage in your deck. And as long as you don't really have much more of a plan built around it, it can still just win you games.
And because he's not a dedicated tutelage deck, it's not as imperative to just stick it on turn 3.
Right.
Which is the downside of Sphinx's tutelage a lot of time. Because you're playing in this very aggressive tempo format, and like to take turn 3 off and play the Sphinx's tutelage can be a little punishing.
Certainly.
Yep.
Well, you know what? We're gonna ask Paul Rietzel about his deck and his 3-0 and his preparation. We have Tim Willoughby on the floor, ready with an interview.
Hello and welcome to the feature match area floor. I am Tim Willoughby here with Paul Rietzel. Got to be feeling pretty good about coming out of that draft pod as a 3-0.
Yeah, you play against Eric Froelich, Sam Black, and Jacob Wilson to run through that in limited is obviously great. And I was worried about Magic Origins. I thought this is one of the formats that I did not have edge on this field. So obviously to be fortunate enough to be in a good seat, have a good deck, and have everything work out during the games was I feel great.
Now, your deck was certainly an unusual one. Watching you build it, it seemed like it was kind of tough. Obviously, lots of blue in there, but some powerful white and some powerful red to contend with.
Yeah, so I built it as a blue deck splashing 2 red cards. Against Eric Froelich, I left it as a blue deck, splashed 2 red cards after sideboarding. Against Sam Black, I turned into a blue-white deck, and then against Jacob Wilson, I turned into a mono-blue deck. So I played 3 different decks over the course of 3 different rounds. But obviously, blue was the color that was flowing. Sam sent me a very clear blue signal. I cut blue hard, so Eric also got out of the way for blue, and the PAX happened to have a lot of really strong blue cards for me. So I was in the right seat, and the PAX broke well, which is what you need to 3-0 against this level of competition.
Now, thinking about this level of competition, I think that sometimes something that you see in lower level drafts is that signaling isn't quite that clear. Do you really feel like people moved out of the way because they wanted to be just in one strong archetype?
That's it. Yeah, that's part of it. And I think that, with Sam, being a teammate, being on my right, I knew generally his evaluation of the cards. And so when I see something like a very late Scab Goliath in Pack 1, maybe that's a card that other teams or other people don't like as much. But on Team Ultra Pro, it's a card that we rated pretty highly in Magic Origins draft. And so that for me, as I was kind of dipping my toes in various waters, that was the sign, okay, Sam wants me to be blue. If he's sending me that late Scab Goliath, and I'm gonna read that signal and make sure that I stay out of his way.
Now, this is the end of the draft portion of the entire World Championship. We're going into Standard. How do you feel about the Standard format?
I feel great. Yeah, if you could have told me I could be, what is my record, 7-3 going into Standard with a chance to make top 4, if I can, rattle off a few wins, I'd feel great. We had great Standard preparation. Sam was great. Team Ultra Pro was great. I have a good tuned deck that I know how to operate. So, no excuses.
Well, congratulations on your finish thus far. Best of luck in the last few rounds because we're fast approaching our Final 4 here at the World Championship in Seattle.
Welcome back to the news desk here at lunchtime on day 2 of the World Championship here at PAX, downtown Seattle. Players playing Magic, watching Magic, cosplayers aplenty, Eldrazi. We've got a live studio audience here. Great to see you. Guys and girls, hey, thanks for coming out. Great to see you here on this Friday lunchtime. We've got a little bit of interaction coming your way, audience, in just a little bit. But first, 4 from the floor. Let's take you down to the playing area where reputations, pro points, and thousands of dollars are being won and lost every round because things are starting to get very tight. So there we are downstairs. There you see Andre Strasky. He was up against the Japanese master Kentaro Yamamoto. Strasky, one of the youngest players in the field. Yamamoto, fresh off his Pro Tour top 8. Strasky won this one, advances to 6-4. That puts Yamamoto to 4-6. There's Sam Black up against Steve Rubin. This was another tight one, and in the end, Rubin took down Sam Black, one of the finest deck builders in the world. Rubin now goes to 6-4. Sam Black is now 5-5 as he heads back to Standard. Certainly no more losses to give. Will 9-5 be enough? We don't know, but 6-4, a 4-0 in Standard, that should certainly be enough for Rubin. Now, Yuya Watanabe. Is he close to the trapdoor? He was up against Yo Larson, the reigning Pro Tour champion from Magic Origins, of course. It was Larson who won this, so he is 5-5. Watanabe is now 5-5. That means Yuya Watanabe 0-3'd this morning in Magic Origins Limited. He didn't like his deck. He correctly identified it was not very good. 5-2 became 5-5. So deep trouble for Watanabe, both of them on the trapdoor. Alexander Hayne was up against Mike Sigrist, teammates having fun together. And the deal here was that if Sigrist won, that would finally eliminate Hayne from contention. Sigrist already gone at 3-6 against Hayne at 4-5. Sigrist did win that one to take him up to 4-6. Hayne fell to 4-6. Teammates, and they are both done. But they will still play for thousands of dollars and a pro point every round. We cannot emphasize how much of a big deal that is for them. So they will certainly be strapping on their constructed boots for 4 more rounds. All right, well, it is lunchtime. We've got a ton of entertainment to get you through. Right now, one player is utterly tearing the field apart, and that player is Seth Manfield. How good is he at Limited? We're about to find out because he's going to play So What Now, where he goes through every player at the featured draft table and works out if this was pick 1, what on earth would they do with pack 2? Let's find out in So What Now.
Hello and welcome. I'm Randy Bueller. I'm joined by Seth Manfield. We're going to play a little So What Now, see what you guys would take out of these packs, see what Seth would take out of these packs. First of all, though, 9-1. You've got to be feeling spectacular right now. Have you done much math? Like, are you in at this point to the top 4?
I mean, I'm not trying to think about it too much. I mean, I think
Sorry.
I might be, but I just want to. I'm planning on playing out my rounds. You know, my last 4 rounds, unless I get paired against, a teammate or something. So,
Sure.
Those are all still relevant to me, and
right.
I'm not thinking about the top 4 yet. But
So, yeah.
I'm feeling good about it. I'm feeling
The 3-0, it looks like, so probably and maybe, and we'll see.
Yeah.
Here was the draft table you sat down this morning. Now, let's flash back a couple of hours. You sit down here, you've got Yuya Watanabe on your left, you've got Paulo Vitor Dama-Rosa on your right. Let's look at the pack that you opened and walk me through what you're thinking about with this first pick.
Sure. Well, to me, basically, the best card was Fiery Impulse. It wasn't too close.
Yeah, this is a pretty easy Fiery Impulse. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Let's look at the pack 2 where we can really play the
Sure.
So What Now game. So you're Seth Manfield. I know it's a stretch. You first picked a Fiery Impulse.
Yeah.
You get past this pack. Not exactly the most difficult of second picks, I'm going to guess.
Yeah, I mean, Whirler Rogue was just too good to pass. I would have been happy if the Rogue wasn't in the pack to take another Fiery Impulse, which is also
Sure.
a great card. But the Whirler Rogue is just, I mean, it's insane. Like, so I think that and Sentinel are the best uncommons in the set, and the uncommons in the set are great. So
Anybody out there who would have stuck to red with the Fiery Impulse? One player would stick to red with the Fiery Impulse. It is shocking. Hall of Famer Mike Turian would have stuck to red. But yeah, Whirler Rogue was in fact your pick, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Now, let's take a little trip around the table. Packs you may be slightly less familiar with.
Sure.
And look at the next player. So here's Yuya Watanabe's opening pack. What do you think he would have first picked out of this? Or what would you first pick out of this? Maybe we'll start there.
I think I would take the Conclave Naturalist. I think it's close with the Djinn.
Okay. So Soulblade Djinn, nice big bomb blue rare. Conclave Naturalist. Anything else you would?
No, there's not. I wouldn't consider anything else.
Anybody else out there? Let's look at Cruel Revival. You can make a case for Cruel Revival, right? No.
I don't know.
Let's look at what Yuya first picked. Do you know this story?
No.
Deadbridge Shaman?
Yeah, I mean.
All right. So you first picked a Deadbridge Shaman. You go to the next pack. What do you second pick when you get past this pack after Deadbridge Shaman?
I guess you take another Deadbridge Shaman.
It does seem pretty straightforward. You take another Deadbridge Shaman here. Any thought to Wild Instinct?
I mean, you just took a Deadbridge Shaman, so.
Fair enough. The answer is, it is in fact a Deadbridge Shaman.
Yeah.
So there you go. Yuya's draft kind of went off the rails right from the beginning. He did wind up 0-3ing, so he is 5 losses. Maybe if he wins out, he can get in on tiebreakers at 9-5. He's done that before, 0-3 to draft and come back all the way to make top 4. So we'll have to see what happens. All right, let us continue around the table. Martin Mueller's first pack. What do you like? What do you think?
I think I would take the Separatist Void Mage. I mean, I understand. To me, both Lightning Javelin and Ravaging Blaze are a little bit overrated in this format, and there's also 2 red cards in the pack. I think that Void Mage is better than the 2 drops. So yeah, I mean, it's the only reasonable blue card. I would definitely take.
All
the
right,
Void
let's
Mage.
see what Martin did. Ooh, you went Ravaging Blaze.
Okay.
So you like blue better than the Ravaging Blaze here?
Yeah, I mean, Ravaging Blaze is sometimes just like a one more mana for a Lightning Javelin. Sometimes. I just haven't seen it be that amazing, so I like the Void Mage. And there's also 2 red cards, 2 good red cards.
All right, well, let's play the So What Now game. You first picked the Ravaging Blaze, and
Sure.
you get past this pack.
Sure. Yeah, I mean...
I'll give you this much. If you first picked the Separatist Void Mage, the Soulblade Djinn hooks you right up.
Yeah, I mean, it's still between the Naturalist and the Soulblade Djinn. Those cards are really close. If you have a preference for green-red, you take the Naturalist. Yeah, I mean, I'd probably...
Anything else in contention? Is Cruel Revival just too expensive to consider?
I don't think I would take... Yeah, I don't think I would take Cruel Revival.
All right, Soulblade Djinn votes? What do you guys think? Soulblade Djinn with a good chunk of the crowd. How about the Naturalist? Mike Turian continuing to be off on his own. So the group says Soul Blade Djinn. Let's see what Martin Mueller actually picked. He went with the Soul Blade Djinn.
Sure.
Makes sense. Nice big bomb rare. Probably, maybe you're blue-red. Maybe you don't wind up playing that first pick Ravaging Blaze. But Soul Blade Djinn makes a lot of sense. Continuing around our feature pod, we find Owen Turtenwald. Here's his first pack. We actually, before the last round, if you guys go back, the draft tech that Marshall did with Owen, well worth watching. I don't think you got the chance to see it.
Mm-hmm.
What would you be thinking about for this first pick?
I mean, I'd be looking at Council's Lieutenant. It's a premium uncommon. I don't think there's any card that really, nothing compares to it.
So I'll, as a teaser for the other pick, I did hear Owen's version of this. He does in fact take Consul's Lieutenant first, but he almost took the Demonic Pact. Owen swears by this card. Owen says Demonic Pact is in fact more powerful than Consul's Lieutenant, but A, this pick is safer, and B, he knows he's kind of the only guy who has Demonic Pact that high. He said, maybe I'll get it 9th.
Yeah.
And he did. So, you've got a first pick Consul's Lieutenant, you get a second pack. So what now?
I think I would take the Separatist Void Mage, but I could see I could see an argument for charging Griffin too, because you already have a white card. I think the Void Mage is enough better that I would take Separatist Void Mage.
Any thought to Lightning Javelin?
No.
Just not interested. No. All right. Separatist Void Mage votes from the crowd? Couple, all right, including Marshall, Sutcliffe, of course. Oh, you got the reveal too quick. How many were going to say Lightning Javelin? Mike Turian. So, Lightning Javelin is, in fact, where Owen wins. Seems like that side of the table likes the red cards a little more than you, which is interesting. Makes you more likely to get the Separatist Void Mages you want, I suppose.
Yeah.
Next around the table, Yo Larson. What's he got going on here for first pick?
I mean, the two white cards, the Swift Reckoning and the Totem Guide Heartbeast. I mean, it's probably Swift Reckoning. I mean,
even with Celestial Flares also.
Yeah, it's not a super exciting pack. I mean,
no, it's really not.
Yeah, I mean, you can, if you really like to be in blue, you can. I mean, the blue and the green cards aren't that good. I think that the Totem Guide and the Swift Reckoning are the best cards, and I don't really care too much about signaling in the first couple picks. I just want to be taking the best cards.
Got it.
Because you're only going to potentially not get rewarded pack 2, but like pack first pick. I don't want to send all these good white cards and then I can't take any more white cards.
Okay.
So
you're going to take a white card. You're going to make sure white's open on your right because you're not expecting it in pack 2. But which uncommon do you think is better, Heartbeast or Swift Reckoning?
I think I would take the Swift Reckoning.
Well, I don't know what y'all did. Let's see what y'all did. He went Heartbeast.
Okay.
Similar thinking. Sounds like pretty close call for you.
Yeah.
Now, you've got a Heartbeast. You've maybe shifted Reckoning. What are you thinking on pack 2? So what now?
So, pack 2, I'm looking at Boggart Brute, or, I mean, I could see an argument for Dwindon's Elite. That card is good too.
Sure.
I think it's between those two. Yeah, I mean, I think I'd take the Brute.
All right, Dwindon's Elite votes? Nobody wants Dwindon's Elite. How about Boggart Brute? Yeah, the crowd agrees with you, Boggart Brute. Let's see what y'all did. Boggart Brute, you guys all win. Who's up next? Sean McLaren opens up a rare. Now, where are you on Willbender?
I mean, in the draft, I think I saw it 4th. I don't think it's a bomb. Like, I actually never drew it. I don't think it's a... It is great whenever it works, but then there's sometimes when you don't have enough interaction and stuff. I had multiple...
Yeah, multiple Whirler Rogues?
Yeah,
it seems great in a multiple Whirler Rogue
It
deck.
does, yeah.
Did you actually get to steal anything with it?
I never drew the Willbender, unfortunately.
Never drew it? Okay.
But...
definitely seems like you had a deck that actually wanted it. So, spoiler, he's not going to be taking the Willbender. It is going to wend its way around the table.
I'm not in love with
Seth.
first picking it in this type of situation.
Okay, so what are you looking at?
I'm looking at Fiery Impulse. It's just, I mean, that and Reeve Soul are the best two commons.
Okay,
and
so
solid card.
One of the best commons in the set. Is that what Sean did? That's what Sean did. Yeah, Fiery Impulse makes sense. Let's look at the second pack, though. So you've taken a Fiery Impulse. You get past this. What are you thinking about when this pack comes into your hands?
So, I know some people like Nantuko Husk a lot. That's not really my style. I mean, I would take the Swift Reckoning because, sort of for the same reason, I thought it was the best.
Just the best card left?
Yeah.
Is Dragon Fodder good enough to second pick to stay red?
No.
Just not good enough?
No.
All right. What did Sean do? He went Elvish Visionary. What do you think of that pick?
Not a big fan, but, you know. I mean, if you really have a preference for going into some sort of Elves deck, which he obviously does because he went Elves, but, yeah, I mean, I normally just, I don't like to think about drafting preferences too much. I just like to take the best card in the first
Sure.
few
Figure you can
picks.
draft any archetype. Just you want the one that's the most open.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Sean McLaren was passing to Tiago Saporito. What do you like out of this pack?
You know, I think a lot of people are high on Exquisite Firecraft.
Sure.
That's definitely reasonable.
Saw plenty of that in standard play at the last Pro Tour.
Yeah, I couldn't fault anyone for taking that. I also think Somberworld.
I sense a butt coming.
Yeah, I think I might take Somberworld Alpha just because there's a couple red cards in the pack, and I'm not that high on the Lightning Javelin. This card is just sort of similar.
Okay.
But it's definitely better. So, yeah, I would take I might take the Alpha, but I think most people would take Exquisite Firecraft.
Let's see what Tiago did. He went with Exquisite Firecraft. Fair enough. So now you've passed a Somberworld Alpha. You've drafted an Exquisite Firecraft. You've seen a lot of red cards going early here.
Yeah.
Now, this pack comes into your hands, and not much in the way of red cards.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sergeant is good. So,
Sergeant, sure.
Yeah. Sergeant is, if I had a red card to start, I would definitely be taking that now. You know, I mean, I think that these multicolor cards, like the blue-white flying guy, he's really good, but I mean, he's a blue-white card, which I'm not trying to take super early. So
you want to get past that guy, what, third, fifth?
Yeah, if I've already drafted some blue or white cards and I don't have cards of other colors, then I'm super happy to take him fourth pick or whatever. But normally you're already in blue-white, pack 2 or pack 3, and then you get him and it's just amazing. But
fair enough. Let's see what Tiago Saporito took. He agrees with you. Stick to the red. Makes sense. And now Tiago was passing to his fellow countryman, Paulo Vitor Damarosa. Now, have you seen this part of the draft play out yet?
Well, I mean, Paulo was to my right, so
Paulo was to your right.
I know what he took.
Here's this lovely Whirler Rogue that I figure Paulo was actually the one who drafted the 3-0 deck at this table. No offense, but
yeah.
Paulo drafted a great 3-0 deck for you, Seth. Handed it right to you.
Sure. I mean, I agree with him that this pick is very close. I think he was debating on it.
Yeah, Outland Colossus is the rare.
Yeah, I mean, I probably would do the same thing.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question here. So it's Whirler Rogue, arguably the best uncommon. It's Outland Colossus. You agree with Paulo that the Colossus is just that much better?
Yeah, I think so. It's close though.
Fair enough.
I think I prefer to actually be green a little bit more than blue, so that's why I would take the
Outland Colossus was Paulo's pick. Ships the Whirler Rogue to Seth Manfield, who winds up 3-0ing. What does Paulo get for a second pick?
Well, if you already took a green card, I'm high on the Alpha, so.
Yeah, I'm a big fan as well. Somberworld Alpha just makes it so hard for people to block.
Yeah.
Hit,
especially with Outland Colossus.
Give a little trample, get some renown, 7 renown counters piling up on top. That works. Anybody want to disagree? Somberworld Alpha, pretty clear pick. Somberworld Alpha. Let's see what Paulo does. Paulo goes with the Somberworld Alpha. All right, there you go. Little so what now in Origins. Get to see what the pros do with the first pick. Some of those, you open the rare, you open the bomb uncommon. Relatively straightforward, but figuring out what to do with those second picks and when do I switch colors, when do I stay into the colors, that's really where a lot of the art of draft kicks in. So it was great to hear your perspective, Seth.
Yep.
Draft worked out great for you. Good luck in Standard. Maybe good luck in Standard on Sunday. I don't know how much luck you're going to need this afternoon, but I'm sure some more wins, some more pro points would be just what you're looking for, yeah?
Yep.
All right. Stay tuned, guys. We'll be right back.
Thanks very much to Randy Buehler and Seth Manfield. The world is at his feet right now, 9-1 as we head back into Standard. Well, we're going to put a bow on our limited coverage here, so why don't we look at the 3 draft pods that came in this morning and how all those matches fell out. So I'm going to begin with our featured draft pod. This had Seth Manfield, Owen Turtenwald, you see there, and Manfield pacing the field at 9-1. He was the 3-0 drafter at that table. Owen Turtenwald 2-1. Martin Muller 1-2 to fall to 7-3, but he did rescue his morning with a win in the last round. Sean McLaren also 1-2 at 6-4. Paulo Bida Rosa picked up a 2-1. Thiago Saporito, the other Brazilian there, also 6-4. And now Yuya Watanabe and Joel Larsen at 5-5. They're both right on the verge of elimination. They certainly have to 4-0 and then see what tiebreaks do for them. So that was our top table. Let's see what our middle table did. So by and large, we expect these results to be further down the field. And Paul Rietzel, the big winner. We talked yesterday here at the news desk what a huge round the last round was going to be for the players on 3-3. 3-4, you were really under the gun. 4-3, you've got halfway through, no major mishaps. And Rietzel was one of the players who had a very tough last round, but got the job done to go to 4-3. And when he has the sniff of opportunity, he takes it. That's one of the reasons he's number 3 in the world right now. 3-0, a very tough draft pod. Of course it is. Look at all the huge names in that field. And inevitably, the results in this middle table were elimination matches towards the bottom. So we know that Alexander Hayne, the world number 1 Eric Froelich, the reigning player of the year, Mike Sigris, they will not be your world champion. And even for the 5-5s, Jacob Wilson, Martin Dang, Sam Black at that table, by virtue of them playing in the middle draft pod of 3, their tiebreaks not as spectacular as some of the 5-5s further up the chain, like Joel Larsen, for example. So they are also looking at 4 wins in Standard and some help. Steve Rubin, though, very quietly, 2 games over 500. That is an excellent record for him at his first World Championship. Watch out for him as we head into Constructed. So one more draft pod to bring you, and these were the people who had kind of hoped that yesterday hadn't happened the way it did. And you see there that the player who has come out on top of that draft pod is Andre Strasky. Actually, a couple of results waiting still to go in. That's the reddish results there for you. But I can tell you, look at that. Shahar Shenhar and Ari Lax are well and truly gone. Somebody has to be at the bottom of the pile. We've seen Martin User, Reed Duke down there in previous years. This time around, it is Pro Tour champion Ari Lax and the 2-time world champion Shahar Shenhar. Clearly neither of them winning. Antonio Del Moral Leon of Spain up to 3-7, and you see Li Shichan, also Brad Nelson in trouble. But the big winner there was Andre Strasky at 6-4. He can absolutely go back into Constructed, knowing that 4-0 for sure gets him in, and 3-1 still might, despite him coming out of that bottom table. So that puts a bow on our limited coverage here. From now on, it is Constructed all the way. It is Standard all the way. Now, usually a metagame, if it's a Grand Prix, it's 2,000 players choosing what deck to play. At a Pro Tour, it's 400 choosing what deck to play. But here, not only is it only 24 players, once you start working out that players are playing together in teams, we saw a whole team playing Living End in Modern yesterday, for example. Just how many standard decks are there going to be? And what's the metagame call that could spell a Final Four appearance come Sunday? Well, we've crunched the numbers to go inside all 24 decks here in the standard portion of Worlds. Here comes Marshall Sutcliffe and Randy Buehler.
Hello there, welcome to the Tournament Center here at the World Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Randy Buehler. Randy, we're transitioning into the last stage of the tournament, and I think you could be pretty fair in saying it's the most important one. It's going to determine who makes our top 4, and it's also what they're going to play in the top 4. it's standard. So we thought we would take a few minutes here to take a look at the standard metagame overview. You can take a look at standard as a format here. It's big. This is about as big as standard gets.
It's as big as it's ever going to get for a while, right? New rotation kicking in next year. You're only going to see 18 months worth of sets instead of 2 years worth of sets. So 8 sets, kind of crazy big. Last time we'll have a standard this big.
Yeah, and usually what happens, and it is in fact the case here, is that when you have this many sets all in one, it gets more powerful.
Definitely.
More options, the decks get more concentrated, and we do expect some pretty powerful stuff here. Though this standard format is relatively well explored.
Right, we had Pro Tour Origins, and Origins had a huge impact on the field. Like, I think that going into that Pro Tour, I don't know, I mean, the pros figured out very quickly, you know, Hangerbeck Walker is huge. You can play mono red with the Abbott, with Exquisite Firecraft. We saw the blue-red Artifacts deck come seemingly out of nowhere with flying scissors taking over the
I know a bunch of the teams were trying to play Jace. They ended up not finding super many spots for it, but they were really trying to push it. There was a lot of cards. I remember when Origins came out, I thought, okay, Dragons made a huge splash in Standard, bigger than I thought, but Origins actually surpassed like how much I thought it would change versus how much it did.
Agreed.
It didn't change quite as much as Dragons did, but still, it was a much bigger impact than I anticipated.
But now we've had a couple of weeks since then, as we're going to see from this metagame, like, this is not the Pro Tour metagame. This is not, like, what was the mono red versus blue-red Artifacts, you know, green devotion everywhere. Things have changed a little bit in the last few weeks.
Yeah, now the players, many of them have teamed up. Right, teams of 3 and 4 grouped up, tested together, and many of them have even decided to play the same deck as each other.
Yeah, I know. So the way we're going to handle this overview is we can't tell you which players are on the decks because the players do not get deck lists for the first round of Standard. Like, the players do share deck lists after the first round, but we're going to tell you how many people are playing each, but we're not going to tell you sort of which teams have lined up with which deck lists because the players aren't supposed to get that information before the first round of Standard.
All right, well, why don't we dive in here and get a look at some of the things that you saw. Now, see the Hedron up there.
The Hedron here. This is how many players are on this archetype.
Now remember, we've got 24 total players here in the field, so only one showed up with Red-Green Dragons.
Red-Green Dragons, which, I mean, this is your classic ramp deck, right? You've got Rattleclaw Mystic, you've got, you know, Elf on turn 1, you're ramping into Thunderbreak Regent, you're ramping into Stormbreath Dragon, you've got Burn to remove their creatures, you've got Crater's Claws to kind of finish off and potentially go over the top. It's a pretty clean ramp deck, and of course, Den Protector Deathmist Raptor synergy has been around for a little while in Standard now. Gives you a little bit of ability to grind out a game. What this deck is not is, it's not Green Devotion.
Right, much different.
And in fact, you're not going to see a Green Devotion slide.
Really?
There are actual 0 Green Devotion decks in this field.
Very popular deck in this Standard format of late, even after the Pro Tour. Nobody?
Not a one.
I'm surprised by that. Yeah, this deck has the ability to accrue a lot of incidental damage as well. You know, the Draconic Roars here help pile on a little extra damage. Your Thunderbreak Regent, sure, they killed it, but it's even more damage. And then you start whacking them with these things, and it gets done pretty quick.
Now, the next slide's kind of interesting because there's 0 Green Devotion decks, but assuming I remember the order of the archetypes
let's see what the
correctly,
next one is.
There are actually some Nykthoses floating around.
And not green, because green has really been the Nykthos color.
That's been the devotion deck, right?
We had blue devotion decks back in the day, but that stuff over. So we'll see what this next one is. I'm surprised to hear you say that. I would have, whoa, I'm really surprised to see that. White devotion, did not expect that.
Have you seen Archangel of Tides? Look how many white mana
That is
pips.
a lot of white mana symbols on that card. Interesting. So how does this thing work?
It's kind of an aggressive white weenie deck. In a sense, I may be biased by the fact that the first place I saw this deck was actually in Craig Wesco's hands. Craig came up a little bit short of making it to Worlds, but he was at the WMCQ last weekend in Philadelphia, and Craig actually made the top 8 of the WMCQ, the World Magic Cup qualifier, with a mono white deck.
We see a new toy here, Knight of the White Orchid.
There's several new toys. Yeah. Archangel of Tides, brand new toy.
What's the payoff here, though?
Mastery of the Unseen lets you sink a bunch of mana
Dump a bunch of mana into Mastery.
Yeah, no, it's Mastery of the Unseen.
Because there's no Dragon Lord Atarka type card for white, right? I mean, they just don't get the over the top, but that does the job.
You go wide. Yeah, Mastery is very good. And you also have just a very nice curve of white creatures that happen to have a bunch of white mana pips. I mean, if you're playing a mono white deck anyway, like, throw 3 Nykthoses in. They're like the colorless lands in your aggro deck.
Sure.
Doesn't take a ton of payoff, but sometimes you get it all together and you just get to go super wide.
You know, I think a lot of people were waiting to see this card in Standard when it first got printed. It clearly has the stats, but the triple white is tough, right?
The other thing that Archangel does that I think makes it even a little better now than people thought at first is Hangerback Walker tokens. You have to pay for them.
Oh, that is annoying.
Right? It's the enemy Hangerback. Maybe it does bust up into all of its parts. Archangel makes that a little less effective.
Yeah, great card, Archangel of Tithes.
Only one of these, but
Yeah.
but it's here. We'd be very interested to see how it does.
All right, let's see what else we have here. Atarka Red. All right, now this goes back, rewind to
Yes.
2 Pro Tours ago. Martin Dang won it with this.
Right. I mean, Team Tomo has essentially won 2 Pro Tours with red aggro decks, right?
Yep.
Yul wins with the Mono Red in Vancouver. Martin Dang won with Atarka Red. There aren't any copies of the Yul Larson style Mono Red in the field.
Okay.
0 copies. The red aggro decks, the 2 that are here to play, have the green splash for Atarka's command. You know, also, of course, the Become Immense.
The one of?
The Misers Become Immense. They can just brain somebody out of left field.
That card is so nasty. Yeah, I mean, really, though, this is effectively a mono red deck in its core.
Just a very light
but it's
green
got
splash.
this card in it here, which can pile on a huge amount of damage for just 2 mana.
And of course, all the new toys from Origins go in. It's not like it's Martin Dang's deck just, dusted off and pulled off the shelf. You get Abbot of Carol Keep, right? You get Exquisite Firecraft. Like, you get all the Origins toys to sort of upgrade that list for this event.
Nice. Yeah, this one ends up being a little more token-based, too, than like the deck that we saw from Yul Larson, right? It wants to play multiple creatures to take advantage of
Yeah,
Atarka's
Rabble Masters
command.
being the most powerful, but definitely.
Okay.
Going wide with Atarka's command, still pretty good.
All right, let's see what we have up next here. All right, a relative newcomer to the standard scene, Hangerback Obzon. This did really well at GP London.
Absolutely. I mean, you say pretty well at GP London. It finished first and second. They played for the title at the Grand Prix 2 weeks ago, and there were 2 others in the top 8, and it finished 9th. So 5 of the top 9 decks, including both of the final decks.
Yikes.
All of a sudden, that was the week after the Pro Tour, and basically this deck, if you've been following Standard for a while, take your Abzan aggro deck, right? Lose the black-green piece. Hangerback Walker comes in as just a better, more consistent 2-drop, easier to cast with your mana, and all of a sudden, deck dominates the Grand Prix, and it didn't really go away. Like, if you look at WMCQ results from last weekend, this deck, even with a target on its forehead, was still putting up decent results. Only 3 players have chosen to run it here, and I think that is because this is the biggest target. Like, this to me is, the defining deck in Standard. Not the Standard's defined by one deck. It's a pretty diverse Standard, but like, if you had to pick the deck that you were most likely to run into.
Like, in this snapshot in time, it's this one.
The first deck you want to test against in your gauntlet to find out if your deck can't hang with this, maybe you need a new plan. Yeah. So yeah, Hangerback Walkers, Siege Rhinos are obviously insane. It's a nice aggressive curve of creatures, topping out with those Hangerbacks and Siege Rhinos.
Death Dealers out, Hangerbacks in, and off they go.
Pretty much Death Dealer out, Hangerback in.
Okay, let's take a look at our next.
Yeah, it turns out we aren't done with the Siege Rhinos.
Yeah, that guy doesn't go away easily. Obzon Control, 5 people on Obzon Control?
5 people on Obzon Control. So that's 8 Siege Rhino decks.
Does this represent the safe choice to you then? Like, is this, if you didn't really know what to play, you're like, this deck is obviously good. It has game against everything. It has got a solid plan from the beginning of the game to the end of the game.
Right.
I'll just play Obzon Control.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that even the line between the Hangerback Obzon, which is effectively the aggro version, and the control version, like, I don't know where mid-range is in control, and you could argue that, Siege Rhinos are just the dominant cards in this field, and so it's just a question of, do you like your Siege Rhinos with more control-ish cards, with Planeswalkers and Sweepers, and Languish, obviously. You want to talk about Siege Rhino synergy. Your guys are 4/5, let's give everybody -4/-4. Yeah, that works out pretty well as a sweeper.
Almost
that
says
just
kill everything else.
Just very close.
Yeah.
So yeah, fully 5 players feel like, I want Thought Seizes, I want Languish to keep the aggro decks in check, but I also want to have my own Siege Rhinos and
this just
my
seems
own
like
Dromoka's
a
commands.
solid middle ground deck here, right? I mean, it's hard to say that this deck has like a huge edge on any given field. There's certain decks that this one's very good against, but I don't know. I think if it were me and I just didn't want to take any big risks or take any big shot at the metagame, I'd probably land about here.
Makes sense.
And 5 people agreed. Let's take a look at our next one here and see Esper Dragons. Now this one's a little different.
That's a big number.
5 players, wow.
That's a big number for Esper Dragons. This is not a deck that really showed up at this Pro Tour. It showed up at the previous Pro Tour. When Dragons came out, Esper Dragons was a thing, and it was clearly the best deck, a couple of Pro Tours ago. But I think what's going on is that people believe they can beat the Hangerback Obzon deck here. You look at the Obzon decks that are out there, and You go up to bigger dragons and some counter spells. You know, you've got Faltongue Invocation, you've got Silumgar Scorn, which is just a great counterspell. I mean, sometimes Force Spike's good enough. Obviously, if you have a dragon, it's just a true counterspell. You get the power of Dig Through Time in your deck. I actually think this might be the call. Like, you might have landed on Abzan. I would have been really tempted to go back to just give me some counterspells. Give me the ability to say no in a field like this. It's not the most aggressive set of decks. I mean, you look at how we've got here, right? There were only, one ramp deck, 2 red aggros, only 3 of the Abzan aggros with hangerbacks. I think this might be a good field for Esper Dragons.
Yeah, that's interesting. I guess it would be very heavily dependent on what you expected, right? If you expected a lot of small, tiny creature decks, this deck's pretty good against those. The Abzan deck's very good against those as well, though. And I'm curious to see. This one feels a little riskier to me, right? Like, if I was more confident than the Abzan control version, if I was more confident about this, about what the metagame looked like, and I thought it was favorable, I would take this deck.
Sure.
But I think if it was like, we've been testing Modern Masters all weekend, I just did an Origins draft, and I've got a Modern deck over here I still need to figure out a sideboard for, I'd probably default to the more middle ground choice. But if I did think that there was going to be a whole lot of mid-ground type decks, I would play this one.
All right, so let's see if anybody can figure this out. There's only, I hope I'm remembering this correctly, there's only 1 deck left.
Whenever you say that, you always remember it correctly. Not
good.
to set it up too high for you, but
there's 7 players on 1 remaining deck. What's left?
Who knows?
We haven't seen.
We have a 1 mil
Sphinx's
vote.
tutelage vote.
You know, it won a GP, right?
Right.
Maybe they're just like, I want to do that.
No.
7 mil decks.
That would be a crazy number of Sphinx's tutelage decks. We haven't seen any of the Sultai controlled decks. We haven't seen
no
any
Sultai.
Sidisi's.
No Sultai at all, right?
We haven't seen any Green Devotion decks. Like, if I hadn't already said there's no Green Devotion, you could imagine, right? Green Devotion would be sitting on top
That
of
would be
the
my
metagame.
guess. I would assume there'd be a Tarka decks for the rest.
And
Yeah.
other guesses?
No.
Oh, Green-White's a great guess.
Green-White's a good
right?
guess.
The Brian Kibler deck, Green-White Megamorph has been doing a lot.
Coming
it
off
could
of
have
the
been
GP.
Thopters.
I heard Thopters out there too.
Let's show it.
Show it to him. Jeskai?
Jeskai.
Hello, Jeskai. Where have you been? 7 people?
7
playing?
players. That's like 3 different teams worth of players at least. All came to exactly the same conclusion. Jace on turn 2, Mantis Rider on turn 3. These are pretty aggressive Jeskai decks. You know, they're not necessarily maxing out on Dig Through Times, although they're happy to have it.
Have you looked at these lists? I don't want to spoil
glanced
too much.
at the lists.
Ascendancies?
No.
These are the more middle ground.
It's kind of tempo. Like, it's,
Yeah.
And in my mind, leaning aggressive. You know, they're not maxing on Dig Through Times. They are masking on, like, Soulfire Grandmasters and Jaces and Mantis Riders, and just burn your creatures, attack you with mine. I think this flying ability could be really good.
It's huge.
In a field full of Hangerback Walkers and Siege Rhinos.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think we've been keeping an eye on this Jeskai deck. It's popped up from time to time in Standard. It feels like, if you compare it to Abzan, for example, right? You've got this huge swath of cards to choose from if you're going to play an Abzan deck, and you can tune it how you want. In fact, we have 2 different versions of the deck here that do overlap a bit, but not that much. Jeskai's card pool is smaller, right? They don't have as wide of a choice here, but when it's right, there is a deck here, and as long as it's good for the metagame, you don't have as much wiggle room, but if it is right, it's here. I mean, these cards are all great, and everything in this deck, once you get this many gold cards that have 3 mana symbols, your power level is very high. It's just a matter of if that's what you want to be doing for
I will say, one of the cards I think is going to be crucial to this metagame decision is a monocolor card. It's this Stormbreath Dragon. Right, it flies over the Hangerbacks, it flies over the Siege Rhinos.
No Abzan charms.
It doesn't die to Abzan charms.
Yeah, it's
that
huge.
is huge. How many? We had 2 different slides for Abzan decks, right? There's what, 8 copies of Abzan in the field? That's a third of the field.
They only have so many Heroes Downfalls. They do run out.
And people have been trimming the Heroes Downfalls.
Indeed.
Protection from White is going to be good. Flying is going to be good. Jeskai seems to be, that's the gambit. That's what many of these pros have decided is the weapon they want to attack Standard with this weekend.
I'm surprised.
Interesting stuff.
I would have, if you would have set this up and said, what's this like? I would have said Green Devotion, not close. Like, I would have expected the number of Jeskai decks to be here between 1 and 0. Like, one person might be I'll run it, it's my favorite.
I can't remember the last time I saw a metagame that had Jeskai on top. I feel like we were in Hawaii, right? It was Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir was the last time Jeskai has been this big a stack of the metagame. So
this is a big picture
and
view
this
of
is
what we're
everything.
looking
There's
at here.
actually only 7 distinct decks getting played here. So many people went between Abzan, the Esper Dragons, and the Jeskai. People lined up I mean, some of that is going to happen inevitably with teams, but it's a pretty interesting take on what to do in Standard and how to attack. I feel like this is a threat. This was a big threat. This was a big threat that was expected. And then the Green Devotion, which isn't even on the list, was I think the other thing that people were really expecting to see and wanted to make sure they could beat.
Yeah, I know a lot of the players said that they spent the most amount of time on Standard. That this was where they felt the edge was the biggest and where they could really put their effort and actually see the results. I'm curious, Randy, let's say you're playing in the tournament, right?
Sure.
But here's the deal. You don't have a Standard deck yet.
Okay.
So I walk up to you and I say, this.
Okay.
What do you want? You get to pick one of these slots to be you.
Oh, I have to pick one of these decks?
But you know that this is the metagame.
If I see this metagame, I want to be down here.
You want to be the quick deck,
I want to be playing mono red aggro. Like, everybody is kind of loaded. I feel like people are loaded for control. People are playing control to go over the top of the mid-range decks. And so I just want to be way, way faster. Like, you don't want to play mid-range in this field. I think you want to come underneath with the red. If I knew this was the metagame, yeah, I'd be shuffling up Yoel's deck. I'd be looking at, updating Martin Deng's deck.
What do you guys like? What do you like? You'd play the mill deck? S for Dragons all the way, so he's got to vote for that. He's sticking to his guns. What about you? Abzan?
Yeah.
Oh, Abzan gets booze.
I like it.
That's kind of brutal. What would you play? Mono. He wants mono. He's with you, Randy. He's picking up one of these decks at the bottom. I kind of like your take on it there. I mean, obviously you don't get this information if you're testing for the World Championships normally.
I probably would have landed here, but...
All right, well, that's going to do it for the Standard metagame breakdown. Randy, thanks for taking the time to dive into the numbers for us. I know it's useful for everybody at home. But that's going to do it for the Tournament Center.
Thanks so much to Marshall and Randy. All right, Brian, David, Marshall, we are here together. We have the full metagame for Standard. We now know, we don't know who's playing what, but we do know what weapons people have chosen to try and turn a 5-5 record, a 7-3 record, or if you're Seth Manfield, an almost perfect record into a top 4 berth.
It's interesting. We talked yesterday about, we broke down the field, not the metagame, but the player, breakdown of who was here. And, we talked a little bit about the idea that the guys who won at-large berths, and had put together these, tremendous seasons of Magic were going to be the people who might be able to get out to a really strong start, especially something across 4 formats.
Right, because it's the season is a body of work where you pick up 3 pro points in a legacy GP when you're not really a legacy player. You play through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maybe limited formats in the course of that 12 months. Somewhere along the line, you have 2 good friends who are a great teammate to pick up 3, 4 points. And suddenly you're at 35, 38 points, which isn't as splashy as a Pro Tour win, for example. It's worth noting our 4 Pro Tour champions right now, and of course sometimes they played each other, 15 and 25.
Right, and that is, they're here as a result of a great event.
Right.
A single great event. They won a Pro Tour.
The weekend of their lives.
Yes, the weekend, but is that a whole year? And if you look at the top of the standings, Seth Manfield, Owen Turtenwald, Paul Rietzel, Sean McLaren, Paulo Vitor Damaderosa, I mean, we're getting into some of the regional slots at that point. Thiago Saporito, Steve Rubin, Andre Stresky, those are all people who just put together remarkably consistent years. The one standout that kind of is very interesting to me from the top of the standings is second place, Martin Mueller. He's had a very quiet Pro Tour year. We've talked about this idea that he fell 1 point short
34.
of getting to gold. But you know what? This is a guy who's been thinking about this event longer than anybody except for Shahar Shenhar.
Right, because he knew last December that he was going to be coming here when he was captain of the World Magic Cup. Interesting last round. We talked about Rietzel yesterday being one of 3 big-time American pros who won their last round to get to 4-3. Rietzel is the one who parlayed that into a 3-0. Slight reverse with Martin.
I was just going to say for a second, 3-0 in what he considered to be his worst format for this event.
And a killer draft pod as well.
Yeah.
But Martin Muller is the reverse of that because he was 6-1 overnight, fantastic. And you and I have sat at this desk and seen any number of overnight leaders not crumble, but just get faced with relentlessly excellent players on day 2, and they end up 3-5 on day 2 and back in the pack, and they finish 28th at a Pro Tour. And Martin Muller looked like he was that guy, 6-1, 6-2, 6-3, and suddenly he's in trouble but he wins his last round of the draft to salvage a 1 and 2, and now at 7 and 3, if we stopped right now, he would be in the top 4.
And we're going into standard, and this is a format where he gets to leverage one of the larger teams in the field. He had a 4-person team, Team Tomo, but also, the resources of the greater Team Tomo that's prepared for the Pro Tours. Uli Rade's been very instrumental in helping that team find the right decks, grinding incessantly on Magic Online to find, in all these different formats. So, I'm really excited to see what weapon he has to fight with down the stretch here at the Magic World Championship.
Well, why don't we take a look at our leaderboard as we come into the 4th of 4 formats. We've done 3 rounds of Modern Masters 2015. We've done 4 rounds of Modern. We have now finished our limited action. The 40-card decks go away, and this is what the leaderboard looks like right now. So, BDM, Seth Manfield, he was unwilling to commit to saying, even with a 0-4, I'm in the final 4, which makes perfect sense because he might as well win some pro points and get seeding for tomorrow and so on. But from our point of view, it would be an epic collapse to see him fall as far as 5th, given how great his tie breaks
Yeah, absolutely.
are going to be.
If anyone with an X5 record is going to make the top 4, you would assume at this point it would be Seth Manfield. But again, this is a guy who's, has, again, a large team and has the standard resources of Brad Nelson to find the right deck.
All right, well, we know that 7 people are on Jeskai. Is that the right call? Let's find out. Time to buckle up for standard. Here comes Marshall Sutcliffe and the team.
And welcome to the booth here at the World Championships at PAX in Seattle. Marshall Sutcliffe, Ian Duke, and Randy Buehler. And we are excited to bring you standard action here. We're down the stretch of the tournament. These next 4 rounds are going to determine who makes the top 4. Let's head down to the feature match area right now for round number 11. Hello and welcome to coverage of the World Championship from PAX in Seattle. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Ian Duke and Randy Buehler, and we are just about set here for round 11 action. Let's meet our players.
Martin Müller, Denmark, team captain, 2014 World Magic Cup champion.
Owen Turtenwald, United States, top pro points at large.
And welcome to the feature match area here, where we have round 11 action. Martin Müller, 17 years old from Denmark, Randy, and he's putting together a nice little run here. He's had a bit of a stumble in the draft, but he's looking to get things rolling here. Tied for second place?
Yeah, still tied for second.
Yeah, so
Seth
he's in a
Manfield
great
is
spot.
2 matches ahead of the field, so Martin, Owen, and Paul all tied for second. Paul got paired up. He's the one who's got to go try to stop the Seth Manfield train, whereas these 2 guys, there's Owen Turtenwald.
And you take a look at Owen Turtenwald here, also sitting on 7 and 3 in the tournament. Now, that record might not sound super impressive if you're used to watching GP and PT coverage with us, but here at the World Championship, that is a great record. Again, good enough for second place. Again, we're playing standard here. We're going to be playing 4 rounds, and we are just underway in the early stages. Taking a look at the decks that they're playing here, Owen Turtenwald, he's on Abzan. Control, it looks like. He's on the slower version, Randy.
Yeah.
And
he's played a lot of that.
He's played a ton of
year.
Abzan in general. He's just his kind of deck. He used to play Jund back in the day, and this is a similar feel to it.
Yeah,
Owen
2 Languish. 1 Dragonlord Drumica has made the cut.
Oh, in the main?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
2 Elspeths.
It's a sweet deck. And Ian, on the other side of the table there, Martin has decided to, well, he's not too excited about it, it looks like, but he's playing Esper Dragons.
Yeah, Esper Dragons. He had a nice opening hand here with Ashiok, Nightmare Weaver, ready for turn 3. But Owen opens up with a Thoughtseize, so let's take a look at his choices here.
Now, one of the questions that jumps to mind immediately, gentlemen, here is 2 control decks. These decks are both looking to go to the late game. Who wins if it does go to the late game?
Typically, you'd say the blue control deck is going to win going to the late game because it's got powerful card draw and counter spells. But the Abzan control decks can definitely hang with that with cards like Read the Bones and powerful planeswalkers in the late game. So it's definitely going to be a neck-and-neck battle through the mid and late game.
Now, are they still going to be trying to push things towards the late game? Like, if both of them are trying that, isn't one of them wrong?
Well, look, in a game where Ashiok is involved, Ashiok is in your deck because it's really good against the other sort of slow decks. Like, the plan A for Martin Mueller in this matchup is to slam Ashiok on turn 3, and that's exactly what he's got to do.
He's done it, yeah. So he has ticked Ashiok up to 5 already.
Yeah, I really like Ashiok against any of the green-based decks, and I include Abzan in that because it naturally curves and it comes down with 3 loyalty, ticks up to 5, and then it stands ready to take a 4 mana cost creature. And as we know, things like Siege Rhino or in another matchup, Pelucranos are great things to steal with Ashiok.
Okay, he's got Siege Rhino and Courser already online, but Owen does have one of his 3 main deck copies of Heroes Downfall.
Yeah, he's going to fire that off on the main phase here. He's going to play around any counter spells for Martin Muller because he clearly respects the power of Ashiok and knows that he needs to get that off of the table.
All right, so now we get to play a game. Now we got past we got past the Ashiok portion of the festivities.
Right, that was like phase 1.
Yeah, do you have the Hero's Downfall? Checkbox complete, and now we're going to settle in for what's likely to be a much longer affair. Martin Muller's going to play a Temple here, leave up all 3 mana, pass the turn back to Owen Turtenwald. Owen looks focused.
Yeah, let's take a peek at Owen's hand and options here. He goes with the Siege Rhino this turn. Not a lot of gas in the tank, but you know, Nissa stands ready there to get some card advantage, and eventually he could get up to 7 lands to transform her.
All right, so Siege Rhino hits the battlefield for Owen Turtenwald. It immediately gets killed, though, by a Crux of Fate, right? Now, Martin Muller is completely tapped out, meaning that Owen Turtenwald has free reign this turn, and he comes up with a Nissa to punish him.
Yeah, I mean, I think Martin figures Owen is good enough to only bring 1 creature into play. He was just going to get attacked for 4. He didn't have anything else to do with his land, so he figured, all right, I'll just 1 for 1. Pretty hilarious update from the back table, by the way. Martin Dang has 5 goblins in play already, but Sam Black has Archangel of Tides.
Ooh. That's an interesting board state for sure. All right, and we've got a Thoughtseize now for Miller.
Wow.
And you know what? Owen played perfectly here. Only drew lands, dodging the Thoughtseize.
Even so, Muller's got to be really happy. He just top-decked the Thoughtseize that turn. He has 2 copies of Dragonlord Ojutai in his hand, and Owen had a lot in they were unknown cards, so he doesn't want to run the Ojutai into potential removal.
There's no white mana for Martin.
Oh.
That's why he had 5 mana after the Thoughtseize, but
great point, Randy.
None of them tap for white, and that is one of the sketchy parts of the Esper Dragons deck. Does not play a ton of white mana.
It's true.
And meanwhile, Owen's all lands draw.
Wow, he's actually going to be able to turn Nissa here. He's going to get that attack in there first, but this 7th land hitting the battlefield, and he's got a ton of lands here. He's also going to use an interesting one there, Windswept Heath, which gives him a little bit more protection there from a removal spell. And that's going to get Nissa flipped over and become a card advantage machine for Owen, who unfortunately can't help but find even more lands. But the window's closing here. Again, a non-white mana source here, a pair of Ojutais in hand for Miller, and he just has no game against this Nissa, which could run completely rampant on this battlefield. God, was that another land off the top for Owen? All right, he found a Hero's Downfall there. No target for it currently, but drawing cards, ticking upwards.
Owen is crazy flooded, and yet he's going to get away with it.
Well, there's a Temple of Enlightenment now, guys. So there is a white mana source. So next turn, Ojutai could hit the battlefield.
Owen drew a land.
And Owen drew another land. He still has a full grip here, and none of its action. I think he just has Hero's Downfall lands. And there is a nice one for him, a proactive way to kill the first Ojutai that comes down with Languish. He doesn't have to wait for Martin to untap and have something nasty. And Martin's draws just hasn't really cooperated in general here. He just drew another removal spell, no targets, no nothing going on here on Turtenwald's side. So again, his Savage Flood just getting around Martin's hand. Oh, but there we go. Abzan Charm off the top for Owen. So he can use that to draw a couple of cards if he wants and sort of find himself some more action.
Yeah, the lack of white mana being just crucial here in this game. Had Muller played Thoughtseize into Ojutai on turn 6, this would be a very different game.
Just because he'd have 5 more cards in his hand? Do you think that would help his chances? And now Owen is worried about permission from Martin.
He's being real careful about the Languish and how's he going to make sure he kills Ojutai and what does he do with his Abzan Charm. Doesn't realize that Martin's hand is just more Ojutai.
Yeah. Now Martin did see that Languish, right? It was revealed on Tanissa.
I believe so.
I think so. So he.
Which is all the more
we'll
reason for Owen to figure.
Ooh, there's a Den Protector now off the top for Owen. So the cards are flowing freely now for Owen Turtenwald. Yeah. He's found Abzan Charm into Den Protector. And, you know, the downside to flooding out is you don't have any spells. But once you find them, now he's actually got the mana to cast multiple card draw and board affecting spells in one turn for multiple turns in a row. Look at all those lands in his hand still. All right, he's just going to pass back, though. He still has that Abzan Charm at the ready.
Sam Black did win that game against Martin Deng, by the way. Archangel of Tides, in fact, good against 5 Goblin tokens.
All right. There's Dragon Lord Ojutai, the replacement. Foul Tongue Invocation in hand for Miller. He's also got extra land. Did Owen fire off the Abzan Charm? I couldn't quite see there. He did not. Okay.
No, he's playing this pretty slow. Just keeps ticking Nissa up, too. No interest in random legendary creatures. He might need Abzan Charm as a removal spell here,
That's
right?
true. That's absolutely true.
If he figures Martin let the Languish resolve since he had a backup, then Owen feels like he might need to kill this Ojutai twice to make sure it doesn't hit him.
Yeah, it makes good sense.
Colorless, green, white, black, black. So 2 black, 2 green, a white, colorless.
You heard it from Owen. Is he ultimating right now? He just ultimated Nissa. Okay, plan A for him. You can see you get to untap 6 lands, which that's why he floated all that mana, and now they're all 6/6 elementals.
Play a morph with a green and 2 black floating.
So he's using some of the mana left over from this 6. He's going to play a morph. Use up 5 of the mana to make a Den Protector. Get back Thoughtseize you. And the Eminent Attack incoming says, Owen had the line on the ultimate from the get-go.
Yeah, he did.
I have to admit, I just thought he's going to draw enough cards to just come out of this, but he had the line on the ultimate
he
the whole
did draw
time.
enough cards to actually win the game through card advantage. Or you can make 66 power worth of lands.
He did indeed. We'll be back right after these messages.
The battle for Zendikar is coming to PAX Prime, and the Eldrazi are taking over. Join us Saturday for a special 1-hour Battle for Zendikar preview show hosted by Will Whedon and Ashley Birch, and featuring the Wizards of the Coast R&D team as they pull back the curtain on Magic's most exciting fall release ever. Qualify for the next Pro Tour on Magic Online. Go 5-0 or 4-1 in one of 10 preliminaries to advance to the finals. See the full schedule at mtgo.com.
And welcome back to the feature match area here at the World Championship.
Shuffle cam?
Looks like we're on shuffle cam here. Sometimes this happens. We've got 4 feature matches down there so that we can go to one of the other ones when our main match is shuffling, but unfortunately, occasionally the stars line up such that everybody's shuffling.
Yeah, I know we heard Sam won with Archangel. Sounds like Tiago won his first game 1. And Seth Manfield won his first game.
He is just running away with this thing.
2-match lead on the field. May have already clinched top 4. Certainly with a win here, he's mathematically clinched. And you're starting to get to the point where Seth winning, everybody who's not playing against him is rooting for Seth Manfield. The way this schedule works, the more wins he can get, the lower the line goes, right? Now your 9-5 starts to look safe. If he sucks enough wins out of the system, you could see an 8-6 sneak into the top 4, hypothetically.
He's Shota Yasuoking it, basically.
Yeah, exactly. This is exactly how John Finkel managed to make the first top 4 of the first one of these new World Championships with a record that was only 2 games over 500.
See, the players have finished sideboarding and are preparing for game 2 here. Gentlemen, sideboard-wise, Ian, do you have any strong inclinations as to what's going to happen on Martin's side?
We may see him bring in an extra copy of Ashiok Nightmare Weaver if he feels he likes that here.
4 hangerbacks he's got?
Yeah, he has 4 hangerbacks in the sideboard.
Does he bring those in? I mean, those are actually tough for Owen to deal with.
Well,
ultimately.
Abzan Charm can exile them,
Yeah.
is one important thing.
Okay.
So it's unlikely for them to go too big without getting removed.
Yeah,
not
when you
getting
put that
value.
cap on it, they look a lot less impressive.
Yeah, I mean, he could bring in some powerful late game stuff like an Ugin the Spirit Dragon or Dragon Lord Silumgar. I actually like Silumgar quite a bit in this matchup because, as we saw in Game 1, one of the ways that the Abzan control deck can really match punch for punch in the late game is by sticking a powerful Planeswalker, and Dragon Lord Silumgar, of course, can turn that right around and steal the Planeswalker for you.
Can the Abzan deck kill Dragon Lord Silumgar?
I mean, Hero's Downfall, of course, right?
Oh, that Dragon Lord Silumgar. I thought we were talking about Drifting
Oh,
Death.
the Drifting
I'm
Death.
sorry.
Yeah.
That's
Nope.
my bad. All right, so stealing Planeswalker's not bad either. Yeah, I was thinking you were talking Drifting Death to pressure them, to attack them.
Yeah, I mean, Drifting Death can be effective against Elspeth.
But I like stealing them better. That's a lot more fun. What about you, Randy? What are you seeing on the sideboard over there?
I see 2 copies of Read the Bones. I think Owen wants to win this through card advantage. We saw the way he played that. He just wants to get ahead and press and press. He's also got a Duress in his sideboard, which this seems like a really good matchup for.
I don't think he's interested in card advantage, Randy. I think he just wants to ultimate Planeswalkers.
Well, you need card advantage to set that up.
That just happened to be the avenue that he took to ultimate this particular Planeswalker. All right, let's jump back over to Saporito versus Andre Strosky here. We got a little mirror match here. Is that what you guys are seeing?
Yeah, it looks like Esper
mirrors?
Dragon's mirror match.
Thiago Saporito had won game 1.
These guys wound up testing together, right?
They
Andre
did.
was somehow an honorary Brazilian
Yeah.
for the testing process.
Yeah, the extensive system to get Andre on the team was Thiago messaging him on Facebook. And Andre saying, sure.
That works.
Yeah. Paulo also tested with them. Dig through time? Andre's going to take dig through time away, leaving Thiago with 3 lands and 3 spells, 2 of them Hero's Downfall.
Looks like a mulligan for Martin Mueller back in the main match.
Not too punishing, though, right? Control mirror, take a mulligan, not the end of the world.
Sure.
It's always interesting when you see a card like Dig Through Time taken with a turn 1 or turn 2 Thoughtseize, really just indicating, okay, we both understand this game's going to go super long, and that nullifying that card advantage, 4, 5, 6 turns from now is going to be more key than taking, an earlier game play.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, that card costs 8 mana. Well, ostensibly 8 mana. But that was turn 1. Right? I mean, that thing wasn't coming out for a while either way.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually a wise decision in these control matchups.
Yeah,
It's
makes
usually how they
makes
play
good
out.
sense. And, for frequent viewers of coverage, you'll be familiar with the control mirror here. Not a lot happens for a lot of the game, and then there's these flurries of action where, they decide to fight over a certain spell or
Not a lot happens. Look at all
counterspell.
the wonderful lands that are coming into play.
Yeah.
Draw,
I
play
know
a
you
land,
appreciate
say
that,
go.
Randy.
It's great.
Woohoo! Randy's getting flashbacks of the good old days. I mean, there are cards that closely resemble actual counterspell being floated about here.
Sure. Looks like the main match is starting up
Yeah,
again.
yeah, looks like it started. Why don't we jump back over to our main match here where we find Owen Turtenwald up a game over Martin Miller. Now, both of these players are tied for second place in the field currently with 7-3 records. And Owen was able to win game 1 in impressive fashion. I mean, that turn was absurd.
Yes.
It wasn't just the ultimate. He also played a Den Protector, flipped it for a Thoughtseize, and cast the Thoughtseize all in that same turn.
With mana that was floating.
Yes. That was with all of his lands untapped still after all of that. Although, to be fair, 6 of them were about ready to attack and kill Martin. Speaking of Thoughtseize, Owen's going to play an early one here. I think this is a, pre-Ashiok prevention here, and he's going to take a look at what Martin's got going on. I can't quite see it from the angle we've got here.
Two different flavors of Silumgar.
I see a Drifting Death and the Dragon Lord sitting there. I also see a Dissolve and I believe a Hero's Downfall behind it.
Yeah. Dissolve is the choice.
I'm just taking the dissolve here, says Owen. Turtenwald passes a turn back. Curious to see what his sideboard brought him. There's one of the Read the Bones that you mentioned, Randy, so you were dead on that. He's going to be looking to out-card draw his opponent, and he has a lot of the tools to do it.
Now, Ian, is it true that this card was named after Owen's teammate, your brother, Reed Duke?
That is not true. However,
that explains the weird spelling. But your brother loves this card?
R-E-I-D, comma, the bones. That would be Reed's name if he was a legendary creature, right?
Planeswalker. I love that. Read the stones. Ian, when you're thinking in terms of R&D, right?
Yeah.
Read the bones. You could see a lot of cards and you get 2 of them. Then there's a card on the other side of the table, Dig Through Time, where you could see more of them and you get 2 of them. How close are those 2 cards to you in, power level from a development perspective?
They certainly play pretty differently. Of course, Read the Bones, life loss, a hallmark of black getting powerful effects.
Yeah.
Means you're more vulnerable to aggro decks, and especially since it's sorcery speed, you have to tap out for it early and lose life. So we like that dynamic of this is a way for black to get card advantage, but it leaves them vulnerable early. In contrast, the blue card advantage spells a lot more of them tend to be instants, which lets you play more with counter spells, and instant speed removal and tricks to defend yourself in the late game.
But you rarely have access to a card like Dig Through Time so early in the game.
Correct.
Yeah, you have to wait a
little
little
bit. It's more for
bit.
clinching the late game.
Yeah. All right, Hassiger the Golden Fang now for Martin. And he's facing down an empty board from Owen Turtenwald, who's going to have to do something about it. And he is immediately going to use Abzan Charm to exile that. Again, these are sort of tests for Owen. Martin following up now with Silumgar, though. And this is a Drifting Death. We were talking about Dragonlord Silumgar, although I apparently wasn't aware of it when we were sideboarding. But he does have the other one here. And I asked you that question earlier, Ian, and I want the answer now. Can he kill this? Languish does
Certainly
not do it.
Easily. I don't have Owen's
Elspeth
entire deck list
doesn't
in front
do
of me at the moment, but yeah, it's particularly effective against Elspeth. It has 3 power. She can't kill it. It kills the tokens.
Den Protector for Thoughtseize to knock the other Silumgar out of Martin's hand. I think his plan is to race it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the downsides of Silumgar the Drifting Death is it doesn't actually clock that fast.
Yeah, 3 power on your 6-mana creature is not huge. It is a thing, though.
You talk about the card advantage fight. Martin is hellbent. Owen has, what, 5 cards in his hand?
Yeah.
To Martin's 0.
Yeah, Owen has Thoughtseized Martin twice and resolved Read the Bones here. Finds himself way ahead on cards. He's also used a Den Protector. So, yeah. I mean, I remember when blue was the card advantage color, but it's green now. It's just like Den Protectors, getting back other spells that get you more cards, and top-decking Martin Miller finds another land here. It is a temple, though. Interestingly, he found a Haven of Spirit Dragon here. Does he keep that, Ian? He can get back Dragonlord Silumgar with it.
If he knew Owen's hand, I think he might keep it. Well, there's the Valorous Stance there that could take care of Dragonlord Silumgar, but this Dragonlord Dromoka is going to be big trouble pretty soon here.
Yeah.
Just puts a brick wall in front of Silumgar.
Wow. Yeah, cannot be countered.
Yeah, shuts off counter spells on Owen's own turn.
Yeah, Dragonlord Dromoka, she's not nice.
Attacking through Drifting Death is going to be tricky. Is he going to do some kind of Abzan Charm, Valorous Stance shenanigan?
I mean, he's safe to do it.
Right, you can't cast any spells.
Yeah.
My guy is huge.
Muller's also hellbent, so yeah, that worked. Now he's got a huge Dragonlord Dromoka and gets Silumgar off the table.
Yeah, Muller's...
This is a clock,
the
too.
The window's closing here. I mean, he really needs multiple top decks in a row. The thing is, even Crux of Fate won't save him here because Owen's threats are split between Dragon and non-Dragon.
Yeah, especially now.
Yeah.
So, I think Martin kept the land. Like, did he even look at his draw step there? I think he might have kept it on top.
We'll take a look and let you guys know as soon as we can.
Yeah, he'll play it.
But
he did.
As we know, Owen actually has a backup Valorous Stance in his hand.
And that does look like it's going to work because Martin has to make the big swingy play here.
Takes the morph.
Yeah.
It takes the morph.
I think it's his only option. I mean, certainly what I would do there, too.
Is he scooping his cards up or untapping them?
No, I think he's just reorganizing. I've seen Martin do this in other matches as well. I thought the same thing the first time I saw him.
Valorous Stance is going to have him scooping his
Now
cards
he
up
may be
in
scooping
short
them up.
order here. Not quite yet. Only 10 damage. He can take one more hit of this magnitude, but he's
Owen-
cold top decking here.
And Owen still has a hand of Siege Rhino Thoughtseize.
Wow. This has just been a thumping. And that is going to do it. Owen Turtenwald improves to 8-3 and moves one step closer to the top 4 and maybe even a world championship for Owen.
Yeah, commanding victory there.
Yeah,
for
he
Upzone
is
Control.
second place and possibly second place by himself.
Yeah, that was a beating. All right, well, why don't we jump over to our King of the Hill table, which is Seth Manfield
this is
versus
the other big
Paul Rietzel. Now, this is an Obzon, I'm going to put air quotes on this, mirror.
Yeah,
We're
no.
actually seeing the two different flavors of Obzon that
Exactly.
people have brought here. If you look at Rietzel's side, he's on what we're calling hangerback Obzon. This is the one from GP London that crushed that tournament. It's a much more aggressive, lean and mean version of the deck versus Seth Manfield, who's on a slower, controlling version of it.
Yeah, essentially take your old Obzon aggro deck, swap out the Rakshasa Death Dealers for Hangerback Walkers, and you're good to go. Dromoka's Command has been great in this metagame. Probably not as ridiculous in the standard today as it has been for the last few weeks, but very good card versus a lot of the decks that people can play.
Looks like we jumped in on a key turn here. You see Seth Manfield has had Elspeth in play for a couple turns, making some soldier tokens, but Paul had just played a Wingmate Rock. So what we'll see is if Seth can answer them.
Wow.
Indeed he
Languish.
can.
Yeah, how about we use that in
And having
past tense?
blocked the tokens.
Wow.
Wow.
So things looking fantastic for Seth as he ships the turn back. Look at his board. He's got Siege Rhino, Elspeth, 3 tokens, all rocking and rolling here, while Paul Rietzel on 5 lands is trying to find a way out. I saw that he's got an Elspeth in his hand.
And a Siege Rhino and another Wingmate, but only the 5 lanes.
Also, Paul finds himself behind in the damage race here. I mean,
Paul's
looking
also
at...
down a game.
And he's down a game.
Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play?
Ugh. Yeah, Paul's going to have to go deep in the tank to try to find a line out of this. It's going to be tough. I mean, remember, Seth Manfield has 7 power up right now. He gets to attack for, so Paul's got to find a way to not die and start dealing with things. I mean, his hand looks great.
Trouble is there's no clean, efficient way to answer this board. I mean, Seth has both Planeswalker threat, a big creature, and a bunch of tokens, and there's no single card that can really deal with that all at once.
Yeah. So when in doubt, Siege Rhino. He's going to play the Rhino, put him back up to 13, which is going to potentially nullify the other Rhino on the other side, making attacks for Seth. Not, uh-oh, did I speak too soon? Yes. Wow. Hero's downfall to kill it means that Paul Rietzel is going to take that full 7 damage here. It's going to drop him down to 6 life. And what else does Manfield have for us? Well, some tokens, that's for sure. Soldiers join the party. Plays the land. Goes for a scry. He's got more? Oh, he's got more. What is this, a Den Protector? Don't do it. Oh, no. Face down morph. Gonna go ahead and assume that one's a Den Protector. And yeah, you can kind of read it all in the face of Rietzel there. This is not looking good for him. I mean, his hand is stacked. If he could deploy these cards in a timely fashion, he would be in fine shape, but he's just too far behind. And that will do it. Seth Manfield wins again.
Crazy.
He's just stacking up pro points at this
he can't
point.
be stopped.
Yes. Yeah, these are pro points for next year. He wants to blow out this field so badly today that they have to invite him back.
And that's one of the
Whether he
exciting
wins
things.
it or not.
Yeah, exactly.
One of the things I find exciting here is that, like, even though Seth is a lock for the top 4 now, he's going to keep playing and keep winning. You know, so it's not like he's just going to draw or concede to anybody else he plays in the next couple.
Absolutely not. A full pro point on the line for every match here at the World Championship. Those add up in a big way. Talk to the guys that bubbled. You know that
Jacob Wilson only made this event because of every single round that he won, right? If Jacob Wilson wins one last round at last year's Worlds, he doesn't get to come play this year.
Exactly. All right, so one more match, it looks like, going in the feature match area here. Oh, actually, there's 2 going still. So we'll jump over here and check out Thiago Saporito and Andre Strasky. We know that Saporito won Game 1 in this Esper Dragons mirror match.
Yeah, Sam Black just finished off Martin Dang, so this is, in fact, the last match.
Oh, this is the last one, right? This is the first round of Standard here on day 2. We're going to be playing 4 in total today, culminating with our top 4. We're going to know who the top 4 for the World Championship is this year at the end of the day today. We'll come back on Sunday.
You mean our top other 3?
Yes. I do mean our top other 3, as Seth Manfield just bulldozing this field.
Yeah, 2 matches ahead of second place, 3 matches ahead of third place now.
With 3 matches to go. He's so far ahead. Normally at these smaller field tournaments, the records tend to bunch up in the middle. But occasionally, somebody decides that they're just going to run over everybody. Shoti Asaoka did it, and now we see Seth Manfield putting together a similar run here.
This is a big match for these guys. They were, what, 5-1 this morning between the two of them? Andre won pod 3, and Tiago 2-1 at pod 2. They've had a good morning, but, you know, that just meant 6 and 4 in contention, but time to make a run in Standard.
Well, a full grip of cards here for Andre Strosky. We see that. He's also got Ashiok Nightmare Weaver already on the battlefield, but Tharby Dragons on the other side there for Tiago Saporito.
Yeah, this is a really tough turn for Strosky. Again, in a position where a single Crux of Fate can't eliminate both threats, and Saporito, you know, looking like he may have a counterspell represented here.
How do you feel about this? That does a pretty good job.
I feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Given that it resolved.
Now, will it survive? Dragonlord Silumgar stealing Tassiger, which is, that's got to be the flavor win of the weekend so far, right? I mean, he's literally wearing him as a necklace.
That's right.
Just bossing him around.
Yeah, if you check out the art there, yeah, you can see in the future, Dragonlord Silumgar is wearing Tassigar as a necklace.
Yeah, and apparently he has so much sway over him, he can say, you know, I want you on my team, and just pull him over. Is he going to stay there is the question. So far, so good. Though, that did mean that Andre did not want to block Dragonlord Ojutai and took a hit. Which can potentially find more answers for Tiago here.
So a key turn here. If Saporito can't answer the Dragonlord Silumgar this turn, Strosky gets to untap with what looks to be a full grip, and I think I saw another Dig Through Time in his hand. So it's unlikely that after this one-turn window, he'll have a good opportunity to kill it.
Speaking of Dig Through Time.
Yeah.
Tiago just churning through his deck here.
Challenging Marshall's early assertion that green is the card drawing color now.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Dig Through Time has something to say about that. And let's see, Tiago just has to have found an answer here, right? Oh, I saw one. He's got Ugin. Can't cast it this turn, but does have that in his hand. Is it a Jace? Jace? This is a big turn here. Tiago just passed it back. Andre's like, me? Wow. My turn? Untap my lands? Great. So Tiago moved things forward with Dig Through Time, the Jace, but did not find an answer to Dragonlord Silumgar, so Tassiger stays at his side. Super interesting, too, that their life totals have gotten pretty low. Andre's down to 4, so he's dead to 1 hit from Ojutai now. Tiago's at 9. And Andre's got 7 power here. This is a Thoughtseize. Yeah, he's going to Thoughtseize Tiago to go down to 2. And what does he find? Another Tassiger, another Ojutai. The Ugin we mentioned a moment ago. And what's the other card there? Silumgar's Scorn? Looks like it.
Yes.
So there are some problems here. Of course, it depends on what Andre has in his hand. Do we have an idea of what Andre's hand looks like right now?
We don't just yet,
not
since
yet?
we're not on our main feature match.
Sure.
But we'll get you guys updated as soon as we can.
Alrighty. We'll, might be able to to deduce some of what he has in his hand based on what he chooses here. Andre's down to 2, so he cannot let Ugin resolve, even if he has an answer for it once it was on the board. Or else Ugin threatens to throw some pain right in his face, and that would be it. Andre has taken a long time to make this decision. It seems to be a very tough one. We know it's critically late in the game here for him. He takes Ugin.
We believe the remaining card in Strasky's hand may just be a single dig through time.
Okay.
So lots of options there. But
That is the one you
spend
want,
mana
I
to
suppose.
access it.
Yeah. Okay. Ashiok ticks up. Doesn't hit anything. It's not uncommon, though, in this type of matchup. So Andre's down to 2. He's got Tiago down to 5. He's got 8 lands untapped here, plus 3 cards in his graveyard. Tiago's going to play a Temple, put a card on the bottom. He's going to activate Jace Vryn's Prodigy. Draw a card. He's only got 3 cards in his graveyard thanks to all those dig-through times. So this is not going to transform Jace. God, this is a close one. Tiago has to decide what he wants to discard. Looks like that's even a tough decision at this point in the game. He attacks, forces a block here. Otherwise, it was a lethal attack. That means that Tassiger is going to jump back over to Tiago's side.
But interestingly, Strasky has a Ashiok on 5, which could steal Dragon Lord Ojutai. I'm sorry, not exiled, but...
Yeah, he doesn't have any creatures under Ashiok currently. So he's going to have to keep ticking Ashiok up to try to find one. But in the meantime, Andre's hopes really lie with this dig through time, right? And he needs something huge with this dig. And he knows that Tiago has Silumgar Scorn as well. No dragons on the battlefield for Tiago. 3 cards in hand, that's right.
How many of them does Andre know about from the Thoughtseize?
He knows about all of them.
He knows about the Scorn.
Mm-hmm. And he also knows that he has a Dragon Lord Ojutai.
Yeah. So he knows that the dig through time is going to get countered. This is why I thought so long on that Thoughtseize. It's because he was worried about the counterspell. He really wanted this dig to resolve, but since Ugin was instantly lethal, he felt like he had to take the game-ending threat.
And now he just needs to
rather than
rip
the
something
counterspell.
great. Let's see what he finds. He doesn't find anything, and Tiago Saporito defeats Andre Strasky. A tough one for Andre there. He has a smile, but tough match. Really close for those two gentlemen. And Tiago Saporito is going to improve to 7-4.
He's tied for third
He's
now.
in the thick of it, no doubt about it.
He's tied with Rietzel. He's tied with Martin Muller.
Now,
They're all third.
Strasky's 6-5.
Yeah, he's rooting for Seth Manfield to keep
So
sucking
he's on
wins
the
out of
Manfield team Manfield, just hoping that he pulls a bunch of wins out of the system.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the booth, Marshall Sutcliffe, Ian Duke, and Randy Bueller. And you already start to get a sense for the tension down there, right? I mean, even in that last match, you know, we saw Strasky just minutes on that Thoughtseize because he knows if he screws up anything, he gives himself no shot here, and they're potentially playing for top 4 slots now.
Yeah, just the gasp and just the release of energy when he knew he didn't have it on the final draw step.
Yeah. All right, well, that's going to do it for round 11. Let's send it back to Richard Hagen, who has some special guests at the news desk.
I certainly do. Thanks very much to Marshall and the gang there, bringing you the start of Standard action. It is Standard all the way here on day 2 of the Magic the Gathering World Championship here in the afternoon. We've got a packed auditorium because PAX is in full swing here in downtown Seattle. Swing by if you get the chance. It's great to have you here with us, our live audience, and the hundreds of thousands of you around the world tuning in to this, the Magic the Gathering World Championship. So, how are things doing on the floor? Let's bring you 4 from the floor for this round here in Standard, show you what some of the action has been down there. So downstairs we go to see Sean McLaren up against Steve Rubin. And this match, this is so critical, 6 and 4, these two going at it. And I can tell you that as the time ticks down on the round, they are still going. They are into game 3, so critical. The winner here in decent shape. There you see Paolo Vita Dama de Rosa. He was up against the Magic Online World Champion, Magnus Lanto. And the winner here would get up to 6-5. De Rosa wins 6 and 5. So right on the verge of elimination, 9 and 5 we think could make it in. Seth Manfield winning is very good news for players on 5 losses. So De Rosa at 6 and 5. So where do we go next? Well, why don't we take a look? There you see them finishing off. Here's Yuya Watanabe, who had a horrible morning. 5 and 2, became 5 and 5. He was up against Yo Larson, reigning Pro Tour champion, of course. Watanabe, one of the pre-tournament favorites, but with already 5 losses, could certainly not afford another. The good news for Watanabe fans, he won this one over Larson of Sweden. Larson at 5 and 6, back under 500. Watanabe 6 and 5. And then we have Jacob Wilson and Mike Sigrist. So these the last two, and these two also still battling. Now we already knew that Mike Sigrist was gone. He cannot make the Final Four, but Wilson with a 4-0 run in Standard might just be able to squeak in. And as I say, as the time kicks down, they are still ongoing. So that's the state of play here, but I'm delighted to welcome 2 very special guests to the news desk, people who sometimes are in front of the camera and sometimes are very much behind it. We've got Sean Kornhauser and Nate Holt. I think a lot of you will know them as the host and creative brains behind Walking the Plains. Yeah, I thought about calling this segment No Cape, No Camera, because that's often how we would see the two of you.
Yes.
Not often we get the faces unadorned. So it's great to have you with us. So many of us love Walking the Plains. It's been such, it's hard to remember a time when it didn't exist, but of course it's only, what,
three and a half years that we've been doing it? Yeah.
So many great shows, so many great moments, but we're not here to talk about Walking the Plains. We're here to talk about something much, much more exciting. Nate, what do you got?
So, in addition to Walking the Plains, which Sean and I produced together, we have, over the last 2 years or so, been working on a feature-length documentary about Magic players on the Pro Tour. It's called Enter the Battlefield, Life on the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour. It's a doozy. It's our pride and joy, and we're very excited about it.
Wow, I can imagine you would be. Now, we'll just ask the audience, would you like to see a little clip from Enter the Battlefield? I think that sounds like, I think we should do that. Why don't we do that right now?
There's a lot of glory with winning a Pro Tour, and for a lot of people, that's just check the box. Okay, whew, it's all done now. But for me, it was very much a stepping stone to the World Championships. It was the best road I knew how to try to get a slot on to achieve my dream of being a world champion.
Reaper of the Wilds comes off the top for Namsung work. There's the hand. Patrick Chapin, the innovator, has done it.
It means that I have a chance to play in the World Championships in France later this year. So I'm like super excited. Like I'm one more step closer.
Ladies and gentlemen, how exciting does that look? Fantastic, great stuff. Enter the battlefield.
Just a little teaser.
Right,
just
absolutely.
Just a little clip.
One little moment from there.
Yeah, there's more of it, I promise.
I am sure. And Patrick Chapin there, one of our most famous players. And this documentary is packed with big names, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Very exciting stuff. So, Sean, tell us a little more about this project. How did how did it come to be? Whose idea was it in the first place, I guess?
Sure. Yeah, we had a few discussions. The original concept, I guess, was more to be kind of the story of the season, like that particular Pro Tour season. So that was around Pro Tour Theros we started shooting. And as that season went on, as we were shooting more and more, developing that idea, we decided we wanted to go a little bigger, I guess. Instead of just focusing on the best of the best, whoever was doing the best that year, we wanted to talk about other kinds of players, maybe some players who were struggling to stay on the Pro Tour, people from other eras, and it just the picture got wider at that point.
Well, Magic's a world of stories. I mean, that's one of its great strengths. It's not just about the play, it's about all the people who surround the game. And we all have our Magic lives that are away from just being at 20 or 15 or 0. Yeah. And that's so cool because there's a never-ending supply of stories. Now, Nate, what are we going to see tonight? Because a lot of us are on social media. Magic players very active on social media. I think tonight it's going to be a little bit busy in the Nate and Sean Twitterverse.
Right. No, it's a big night for us. Right here on this very stage tonight, in this very viewing area, we are having a very exclusive, private little party that is called the First Look at Enter the Battlefield, where a select number of Magic luminaries, I suppose, will be watching 25 minutes of selected footage from the film, treated to that, and hopefully they have something to say about it on social media. Hopefully, if you guys are interested and intrigued in this kind of content, talk about it. Let Wizards know, let us know what you think.
Because you're the trailblazers for this kind of thing, and I'm sure in 50 years when there are entire, the MTG 3, 4, 5, and 6 channels that you can choose from, going back in footage, this will all seem very, very much part of the fabric. But you guys are the trailblazers for this kind of thing. It's fantastic. Yeah. Where are we in terms of the project? This is post-production time?
Right. So the film is currently in post-production, which means we're done shooting, but we're still working on the film a bit. And we do not yet know when the film will be released, so we're all waiting on bated breath about that, but we hope to know more about exactly when it will be released by the end of this calendar year.
Okay, so you're looking at distribution options and getting the final cut together and all that good stuff, crossing the I's and dotting the T's or whatever way round that is. Those kind of things. All right. Fantastic stuff. Can't wait to see more from Enter the Battlefield live on the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour. Thanks very much to Nate and Sean, walking the plains, and now Enter the Battlefield. We can't wait for that. Thank you so much to them. But we get back to our World Championship. Standard is the format. Who are going to be the stars of this year's World Championship? Well, one star of almost every season is Sam Black, and he's waiting to deck tech for us in the company of Mr. Brian David Marshall.
Hello and welcome to the Tournament Center here at the Magic the Gathering World Championships at PAX in Seattle. I'm Brian David Marshall, and I am joined by deck builder extraordinaire Sam Black, and we're about to look at a pretty saucy little number that you brought to compete in the standard rounds here. Tell us a little bit about the origins of this deck, because I know I got to see it in action last weekend during the WMCQ.
Yep, exactly. I first heard about it from Craig Wesco, who got it from someone I think he knows named Justin Heilig. Who built it, and Justin and Craig and some other people were working on it on a Facebook group separate from our team that they built just to talk about this deck. They had a bunch of guys who were just really into this deck, really into this deck.
In a way that perhaps is a little bewildering to you?
Like Craig's like, oh yeah, we've been so as soon as I saw that Craig top 8'd the event with this deck that he'd posted in our forums, he's like, hey, I'm gonna play this just so you guys know. And then as soon as I saw he top 8'd, I was like, okay, I should try this. Fire it up, play some games with it. I'm like, yeah, Craig, I've started testing it. And he's like, great, do you want me to add you to this other group that I'm on where we've been talking about the deck? I'm like, okay, sure. And it's just like thread after thread of talking about like every possible card and going through all their sideboard plans. And it's just like these guys who are just like, I don't know most of them, and they're just like going real deep on it.
The way you explained to me, people were like, "You're gonna love this deck. It's so much fun."
They were very enthusiastic.
And you were like, "I don't care. I just want to know if it's good." So let's take a look at the deck we're talking about. It is Mono White Devotion. Here are some of the new cards from Magic 2015 that are in the deck. Talk us through, starting with 4 copies of Archangel of Tides.
Yeah, from Origins. Archangel is the card that deck is built around. Like you have to be a base white deck to play that. And
white.
I mean, it was absolutely the star of the match I just played. Played against Goblins. As soon as I cast it, Martin just couldn't do anything. It's 3/5 is perfect numbers. Lives through Elspeth. Lives through Stoke the Flames. It just beats like it. I mean, it's
lives
bad
through
against
Languish.
Yeah, it lives through languish. It's bad against like Ojutai and nothing else. Yeah, outstanding.
Hangerback Walker, good in every deck is what I'm getting.
That's more or less what's going on there. Yeah, this deck. So the thing, like the big secret with this deck, like the thing that like is not obvious but is really going on, is this next card, Knight of the White Orchid. The deck makes really subtly great use of Knight of the White Orchid, in addition to just like, oh yeah, it's a mono white deck, Knight of the White Orchid's a great card. The deck has like a really low curve with a lot of stuff that it can do on turn 2, so that you can spend your turn 2 casting a non-Knight of the White Orchid 2-drop, and wait until your opponent plays a 3rd land. Even if you're on the play sometimes, you'll just go like 2-drop, 2-drop, sit on a land, just wait for your opponent to play a 3rd land, and then play Knight and then play another land. And then it gets you to your Angels and your Rocks and activating Master the Unseen. The deck is really good at playing on a little bit of mana and then exploding in the late game and having a lot of mana sinks. It uses Knight of the White Orchid in a way that just like other decks can't come close to.
Kythian, Hero of Akros?
It's a playable 1-drop. I was hoping that it would be more than that, but it's a playable 1-drop. That's what it's doing in the deck. Every now and then it becomes Gideon. Every now and then it's the late game and you just like have an indestructible blocker. But I mean, really, it's just when you're trying to like. When you're playing all planes and you have untapped mana on turn 1, you might as well do something with it, and Kythian's something to do.
And you talked about the idea of playing a 2-drop on turn 2, so you don't have to play your Knight of the White Orchid. Kythian can substitute for a 2-drop even though it costs 1.
Yeah, and I mean, just like every now and then you just get an aggressive draw and kill someone. Like, for the most part, you're like a mid-range or control deck, but like against, an actual control deck, you really want to just be able to go like 2-drop, or 2-power guy, attack you.
All right, let's talk about some of the other cards that make this deck work. You see Anafenza, Kin Tree Spirit, and Brimaz, King of Oreskos, and Wingmate Rock, cards that we haven't seen as much for a while.
And Soldier especially.
Soldier was a card that was a Pro Tour top 8 fixture for a little while, and it's kind of gone away. What's going on with this set of creatures?
So, I mean, Soldier of the Pantheon has some issues with like Goblin tokens, and just like 2/1s were really bad for a long time. Doesn't attack into Caryatid, doesn't attack into Courser. But this deck, I mean, it just really wants white 1-drops, and also like it's so good against red because of these new cards, Hangerback Walker and Archangel, that you can afford to have a card that doesn't fight goblins well. And Anafenza also just works well with it, lets it get big enough to like attack into Caryatids. And so with these legends, with Kythian and Anafenza, when I first got the list, like Craig played 2 Anafenza and 3 Kythian. I've gone down on the legends just because like it's really important to not run into the legend rule with this deck, because you need to just like be able to play your cards so they're giving you white devotion. Like the most important thing about Anafenza is that it costs white, and if you have a white card in your hand that you just can't put into play to use your Nykthos, it's a big problem.
I also like the way Anafenza interacts with
Hangerback
Walker. That's just kind of sweet. You get like 2 free mana out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, really good there. Wingmate Rock is just, I mean, it's last year I was playing a deck that was entirely in Worlds. I was playing a deck that was entirely based on play guys that let me get a second rock off of Wingmate Rock, and that'll be the game. And this is the same deck. Just make Wingmate Rock work. It's so powerful.
Let's take a look at some of the spells in this deck. Banishing Light, Valorous Stance, 4 Mastery of the Unseen. This is a card you've played in other decks.
I've played Mastery of the Unseen before. It's a good one. Nykthos and Mastery is just a great interaction. And it's just normally like a white weenie deck or like a white creature deck, especially a white creature deck that's playing like 4 and 5 drops is going to be really bad against a control deck because like you play Wingback and they're like, okay, Languish, and you're like, well, I guess that's it. But Mastery lets you just grind that out. You just set your hand aside, play a land every turn, activate Mastery at the end of their turn, and just like see if they can deal with all those 2/2s. It's really important. Like it's not every game that happens, but it's massively important there. And again, in my last match, I just like against Martin, like I didn't need to try to figure out like how many guys I could attack with to pressure him before he burned me out. I was able to just like get all my guys on defense, play Mastery, start manifesting and gaining life, and he could never catch up.
Hide
to me.
behind an Archangel to slow him down, and then the life gain from this can be so brutal.
Yeah, and then this is just some interaction, some removal.
Let's take a look at the lands because this is really nice. Sometimes we'll go through like I'll do this gesture 4 times to get through the mana base
Right, no, this
of
is
a
it.
standard
Just
deck.
these.
This is all.
Yeah.
1 Foundry of the Council, 3 Nykthos Shrine to Nyx, and 21 Plains.
Yeah,
And
this is the selling point of the deck right here. I love basic lands in this format. From Mono Blue Devotion, Burn in last PT, and I mean last Worlds, I had to play a couple non-basics, but I like having more untapped lands than my opponents, more consistent mana than my opponents. Temples are great, but not having them when other people need to is even better.
I love the Nykthos Shrine to Nyx, Mastery of the Unseen interaction.
Yep.
And when everything is all just one color, it just seems
It's just so easy.
seamless.
Yep.
All right, let's take a quick look through your sideboard, and then we're going to let you get back down to the battlefield. So, Elspeth, High Sentinels of Arashen, Banishing Light, Celestial Flare, and then the next set here. Well, I guess they want us to talk about these.
Sure. Okay. So Elspeth is just like the way to beat like mid-range decks. It gives you a way to kill Stormbreath Dragon. It is great against Abzan. Just anytime, like the deck is positioned in kind of an aggro, kind of mid-range spot, and sometimes you want to go a little smaller, sometimes you want to go a little bigger. Elspeth's the just easy way to go bigger in a mono white deck. High Sentinels is if people are relying on red removal, when you have cards like Anafenza and Hangerback Walker, sometimes it just comes down with 5 or more toughness, and then like they can't kill it, and it takes over very quickly. Also against like green-red Devotion or Dragons or something, it just like flies over them and ends the game very quickly.
All right, let's take a look at the last few sideboard cards here, so we can let you go. Glare of Heresy, Revoke Existence, Surge of Righteousness, Tragic Arrogance, and Valorous Stance. Where are you bringing in Tragic Arrogance in particular?
Against, I mean, just like any creature deck, especially things like Devotion and Thopters that have like a lot of creatures and some of them are really bad. And then you're just like, okay, well, get rid of your stuff.
Does Stormbreath Dragon factor into this card?
Well, Stormbreath Dragon was more the 3 Celestial Flares that we saw in the last page and the Elspeths. But certainly, if it's like a red-green Stormbreath type deck, you'll want Tragic Arrogance. But some of the decks that are just like removal spells and Stormbreaths, it might not work. The rest of the sideboard's basically just different removal spells to tune to whatever you're needing to remove.
You're off to a good start with the deck so far.
Yep.
1 match win. Sam Black, Brian David Marshall, signing off from the Tournament Center.
Thanks very much to Brian David Marshall and to Sam Black. If you have some spare time, go through YouTube and find all the Sam Black pieces. He is just always tremendous value. Thanks very much to Sam for giving us his time once again here at the World Championship. Now, this morning we had 2 overnight leaders at 6 and 1. One of those was Seth Manfield. Everyone wants to do well. 6 and 1, great day 1. But it's in the nature that you're going to fall back into the field, you're going to go 1 and 2 in draft, and maybe never be heard from ever again. Unless you're Seth Manfield, in which case you go win, and win, and win, and win. So why don't we find out how Seth was feeling at the start of what is turning into an amazing World Championship Day 2 for him. Here's Seth in his own words.
We are here on the eve of Day 2 of the World Championship. I've got Seth Manfield. Seth, incredible run yesterday. You finished at 6 and 1. Congratulations on a great day 1, a fantastic start to your tournament.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, it's just unbelievable. I haven't processed it. I'll process it once the tournament's done. Right now, there's still another day, so I just want to. Hopefully, it'll be smooth sailing. But you never know with these tournaments. So.
You're in business mode.
Oh yeah.
Not sitting back and looking at like, God, I played that match really well. You're just in what's up next.
No, that's for after the tournament is reflecting. I just want to keep cool and don't really think about my record. That's like the worst thing you can do is think about, you know, I don't want to think about the top 4. I just want to think one match at a time right now.
I see. So, you know, because a lot of the players will start to get an idea for, well, what do I need to make the top 4? What does that mean I need to do today? How do tiebreakers affect that? But you try to just push all that aside and just play.
I push all that aside, and there's a pro point on the line for each round. So each round is important, not only just making the top 4, but the pro points as well.
Right. Now, you and Martin Miller are the only two that emerged with that record coming out of day 1. And so it had to feel good. Did you give yourself a chance to, you know, kind of say, good job, Seth? Or is it like you're worrying about Origins draft already?
I mean, I'm worried. I mean, I think I'm happy with how yesterday went, but I didn't really have time.
You're not banking it.
I'm not celebrating or anything like that. No.
Now, are you the type of player, because I've definitely seen two groups, and there's probably more, who has a great start like this. Do you ratchet up the pressure on yourself to do well based on a good start? Or, you know, are you the type of person that kind of builds confidence coming out of it? Like, you know what, I can beat these guys. I'm going to come back and do it again tomorrow.
Well, everyone that knows me or has tested with me knows that I already put a lot of stress and a lot of pressure on myself. If it's possible, that is ratcheted up, but I always want to do well, especially against the best players in the world. So this is probably the highest pressure tournament I've played in.
So didn't sleep that well last night? Or?
I tried to go to bed early. I went to bed at like right as soon as I got back to the hotel, but I mean, not particularly well.
Yeah, because you have all that pressure on you.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Well, good luck in the tournament. You know, you're close. You could put together a run and find yourself in the top 4, one match at a time, Seth. Good luck.
Thanks, Marshall.
Yep.
I got to admit, I love seeing those when you already know that he's gone win, 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 kill everybody. And here he is at 10-1, utterly for certain, guaranteed to be back on Sunday playing for $50,000. And guys, we were looking through the history of this. These 24 players between them, over $2.5 million in prize money for playing this game we love. Crazy numbers. Crazy good players.
That is so good for my game.
Right.
I love it.
Yeah, it's wonderful. And we sometimes lose track of that because we talk about wins and pro points and prestige and trophies and giant checks, all of which are great and a big part of the game. $2.5 million, you can do stuff with $2.5 million, you know.
I have heard that.
Yeah, and it's certainly, you know, Magic has certainly changed all our lives and these players as well. Why don't we take a look at our leaderboard? Here we are with 3 rounds to go. This is the state of play. So, Seth Manfield, away, clear, home host, playing for pro points, playing for seeding on Sunday. 2 full rounds clear of Owen Turtenwald, number 10 player in the world right now at 8-3. Owen is in very good shape, but of course could easily still miss out at 8-6. 8-6 unlikely to make it in. The 7 and 4s, there's 4 of them. Martin Muller, who began 6-1, so he's in trouble right now. 1-3 today, but still in 3rd place. That's why 6-1 is such a huge, huge deal. McLaren was 5-2, so he's now 2-2 today. And hats off to Thiago Saporito. He faced Paulo Vitor da Rosa earlier in the tournament. He is now up to 7-4, the leading Brazilian. He would not be favoured to be that, but Paulo is 1 round further behind at 6-5. And Paul Rietzel at 7-4. And Luis, so often we talk about players who make the difference between when they just have the door a tiny bit ajar. At 3-3, Paul Rietzel's had a reasonably miserable day and then has to play this super tough, super intense last round on day 1, just in order to be barely above 500. He wins. He comes back, sees what he thinks is one of the toughest draft pods he's ever faced, 3-0's that, and now here he is. Yes, he is now 7-4, so he's on the edge with that 4th loss. But just how important is it as a pro player to make that jump from beating most people most of the time to almost choosing to win when it really matters, because so many of the great players have that ability seemingly to engage the turbo.
Yeah, a big part of succeeding on the Pro Tour is winning when your back's against the wall. Playing the same when you're 3-3 as when you're 6-0. And you know, Paul coming into this event, he knew, he internalized that your win percentage is not going to be much higher than 50-50 against the best players in the world. And so when he was 4-3, I was talking to him, and he was actually feeling pretty good. He's like, hey, I'm slightly above expectation. I think I'm like a 53% favorite against the field, and I'm 4-3, so I'm outpacing that.
Right. Well, the thing is, it is so small edges, Jackie, at this level. And it's one of the reasons, certainly, because Rietzel was in my Final Four ahead of the event. Not really because of playability as such, but because he's so ornery. He just never loses when he just buckles down. He's just a monster. And some of these players playing in their first Worlds, or even someone like Li Shichan playing for multiple times here, at crunch time, it can be really tough because you face a Pro Tour champion, then it's a Hall of Famer, then it's another Pro Tour champion, then it's Player of the Year at 4-6. You know, this is such a super tough tournament. What is it like? Because you've played on the high stage, or you've been at Pro Tours. What is it like when the pairings go up and round after round, there are no easy matches?
Well, like we saw in Seth Manfield's interview earlier, when you're actually in the tournament, it really helps to just not think of that stuff. He said, I'll think about this tomorrow. And that's exactly the kind of mindset you kind of need to have, because if you think about it too much, that's when you get the opportunity to kind of buckle under the pressure. But on the contrary, I've also heard from many people that they've played their best when they know that they're dead if they lose one more round. If they lose one more round, they're out of the tournament. And that is when some people in particular just play their best because they know they have to.
Certainly Olivier Ruel is someone who was like that. If you found him with an 0-2 start in draft, you expected him to finish the day at 6-2, not just because he was good, but because he was cross. He was angry about being up. What am I doing here? No, this is not correct. And would then go on a tear. Because he built a Hall of Fame career on that ability to never have that final loss, as you say. And Brad Nelson is someone else who is at his peak. He's a player who also very much said, I'm going to keep playing Magic until the rules require me to cease. And maybe that is going to be, at the end of round 14 of the Swiss or whatever it is, or maybe that's at the end of the final. And ideally, I'd like that to be the case because then I get to play 3 more matches and that'd be like great. So, that is certainly part of it. Incidentally, I'm just looking here. I'm getting final results in from that last round. Magnus Lanto, Sweden over Denmark. Martin Dang falls to 5-7 there. So the players are getting ready the players are shuffling for this round. I can also tell you, by the way, must share this with the people at home. We'd had a preview of Enter the Battlefield live on the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour this round. Next round, Jackie will be here with me at the news desk. You've got another Battle for Zendikar card to unveil. That's right, isn't it?
It's true.
Excellent. That one just there.
Yes, this one. The
Lovely.
one you were looking at earlier.
Yeah, so we will talk about that at the end of the next round. Meanwhile, let's take another look at our leaderboard and see where we think the chips may fall. We know that Seth Manfield is in at 10-1. Luis, as a former teammate of Owen and someone who knows him very well, I presume that you are expecting him to seal the deal from second place at this point.
Well, Owen's in a great position, and we were talking earlier about players who don't play differently, despite having a bad record. Owen plays exactly the same, whether he's 8-3 at the World Championships or playing for 11-4 at a Grand Prix, which apparently is his specialty. So I expect Owen to keep an even keel. He's happy with his deck choice. He said he got lucky last round to escape a bad matchup, but he's got plenty of good ones in the field. So I think Owen's got a really good chance here.
So if we take those two as in for now, which is certainly not mathematically true for Owen, but let's put him in for now as 2. Jackie, we look at the 7 and 4s. We've got Martin Muller, Sean McLaren, Thiago Saporito, and Paul Rietzel. If you were going to take 2 from those 4 to basically have to run the table from here, certainly need to win the next 2 to get to 9 and 4, and then hope that maybe they might be able to draw the last round potentially at 9-4 and 1. We've seen that before with Kentaro Yamamoto last year. 28 points was enough. Pick 2 of those 4 for me.
Well, I'm definitely rooting for Paul Rietzel. I've been following his testing and the deck that he's prepared for Standard with Team Ultra Pro, which is in this case Sam Black. And I'm really just impressed by his record so far, his ability to kind of think in the space of a small 24-person tournament comprised of the best players in the world. And I really want to see what his specifically tuned standard deck can do. For the other players, I've really been impressed with Martin Mueller's play. He's just been tearing it up, and I don't know, honestly, enough about their standard decks to say, oh, which is favorable or not favorable, but, you know.
Sure. Martin's got a great reputation on the European scene. If you talk to a lot of my European coverage colleagues, Matej Zadelkai, Frank Carsten, for example, certainly rate him very highly. Luis, this is the test, because there comes a point where reality kicks in. You can play a certain number of rounds, you can do a draft and do well, then you can play a modern format and go, oh, that went well, great, 3-1, thanks very much. Here I am 6-1 overnight. But today, he's gone lose, lose, salvage, win, lose. So he's 1-3 today, and yet he finds himself in 3rd place in the World Championship. Now, on the one hand, he is spiraling towards being knocked out, but on the other, he's very close to being in the top 4 at just 17. It's going to be extraordinary stuff. Let's see if he can halt the slide and get himself into that top 4. All the action of the second round of Standard is coming your way right now.
Hello there, welcome back to the booth here at PAX from Seattle, Washington. We're at the World Championship, and we're heading into the second round of standards. There's only going to be 2 more after that before we cut to our top 4 here, so we're getting right down the stretch. Randy Buehler, Ian Duke, Marshall Sutcliffe. Let's head down to the feature match area for round number 12. Hello and welcome to coverage of the World Championship from Seattle, Washington. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Buehler and Ian Duke, and we are ready for round 12 action. Let's meet our players.
Sean McLaren, Canada, top pro points at large.
Paul Rietzel, United States of America, top pro points at large.
Pair of top pro points at large players here as we take a look at Sean McLaren from Canada. Big smile on his face. You know, he told me earlier today he meditates in between rounds to make sure his nerves stay nice and calm. It helps keeps him focused when he comes back, and it looks like it worked this time. He's all smiles down there. Playing against Paul Rietzel, calm as ever as well. One of the best players in the game, a Hall of Famer, and we are underway here. So Paul Rietzel, Ian, he's playing Hangerback Obzon, kind of the it deck right now in Standard. What is it trying to do?
Well, it's been called Obzon aggro, but in truth, he's not super duper aggressive. He's got some early stuff like the Hangerback Walkers,
Fleecemane Lion, which we've seen.
Fleecemane Lion, and 4 copies of Onofenza the Foremost. But he's also got a pretty nice high end with a variety of Planeswalkers.
Now on the other side of the table, Randy, Sean McLaren has taken his favorite 3-color combo.
Indeed, I was going to make that joke.
Yeah, so
these are the colors he won the Modern Pro Tour with. You know, he trimmed the white for the Modern portion of the tournament, but jury's still out on whether Sean McLaren is aware that the colors black or green exist.
So Paul Rietzel has a nice little start here with a Fleecemane Lion to kick things off, and no answer for it immediately from Sean. Sean is running 4 copies of Lightning Strike, but doesn't have one in his opener, or at least doesn't deem it necessary. He's going to play Jace Vryn's Prodigy first.
Yeah, don't forget, Sean McLaren top 8 at a Pro Tour this year with Jeskai as well. Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir is the last time we saw this big of a Jeskai presence in the metagame, and there was Sean going all the way to the finals where he lost to Ari Lax.
So interesting here, McLaren has a copy of Magma Spray in his hand as an early removal spell, which would be tremendous against Paul's Hangerback Walkers. It happens that Paul got a Fleecemane Lion draw instead. Magma Spray obviously not matching.
It's a bummer for Sean.
Yeah,
it's a pretty interesting spread of removal for Sean. The 4 Lightning Strikes, 2 Valorous Stance, 1 Jeskai Charm, 2 Roast, 1 Stoke the Flame, 3 Ojutai's Command, 3 Magma Spray. Eclectic numbers. That's a lot of time spent on Magic Online, grinding and trying to figure out which cards are good more often.
All right, so here comes Sean with his 3rd turn of the game, using his Jace Vryn's Prodigy here. He finds a Shivan Reef, plays it. He's got a Lightning Strike in his hand. He's just going to pass a turn back. Paul Rietzel is going to draw a couple of cards here with Obzon Charm, which will open the door for McLaren to take care of this lion if that's what he wants to do. You got to figure he's got to take care of it at some point here.
Yep.
Bzz, down it goes. So lion down, but Paul still gets to draw the 2 cards from his Obzon Charm, as that is going to resolve. And let's see if Paul can reestablish a potent board state here. Land Siege Rhino seems to be one sweet option, though I don't think he's got any in his hand. He does have a hanger back now, though, Ian.
Yeah, if he goes for the X=2 hanger back, that would be devastating because McLaren can Magma Spray at end of turn and then untap with all his mana up.
Ugh, I just got a shiver saying that. him using all of his mana and taking out a potent threat in the cleanest possible way.
Right, remember Magma Spray does exile the creature that took damage, which means Hanger Backwalker doesn't split into its constituent Thopters.
Fully 3 Magma Sprays main deck for Sean McLaren. He was expecting exactly this matchup.
Yeah, clearly a conscious metagame choice.
Okay, Paul Rietzel is going to crack his Windswept Teeth. McLaren's got to be hoping for no Siege Rhino, no Siege Rhino, no Siege Rhino. But
no, he's dreaming of hanger
but
back
he
for
wants
2.
the hanger back. That's what he wants to see, and I think Paul's going to play into it here. Paul obviously does not know that he's got the Magma Spray in hand. There has been no Thoughtseize cast this game.
There are other options for Paul, too. I mean,
What else does he have? Does he have a...
He could go... He has 2 Hanger Backwalkers, so he could play each for 1. Right?
Oh, that's interesting.
Or it looks like he may have a second copy of Fleece Mane Lion, and he may play that plus... Oh,
Okay.
interesting.
Murder the Jace.
He's going
Goes
to
for the
murder his cut
Okay,
here.
so taking a slightly more defensive line of play.
Yeah, he's going to make sure that Jace doesn't get flipped, and then he's got that follow-up Fleece Mane line. Nice play here from Paul Rietzel. You know, he does not get blown out by the Hanger Backwalker play that we talked about, and he's reestablished his board state and taken a threat off the table. So, right back at you, Sean McLaren.
Love it.
Yeah, this is great stuff.
Yeah, the tempo of being able to do two things in a turn is great.
And there's a Jeskai Charm, which on the main phase is going to put it back on top of the library for Paul Rietzel, just basically setting him back while Sean McLaren builds out his board here.
Sounds like a flurry of burn spells from Jacob Wilson on the back table has allowed him to defeat Steve Rubin in Game 1. Those guys are 6'5", trying to win out.
Hey, look, another Fleece Mane Lion. This thing refuses to die. Third one now for Rietzel. He's got 3 mana up here as well, though.
Yeah, so his hand right now is 2 copies of Hanger Backwalker and an Obzon Charm. So leaving the Charm up rather than playing Hanger Backwalker.
And he's going to go ahead and fire off this Obzon Charm to draw 2 cards and lose 2 life on end step. Sean McLaren just played a land and said go.
And Paul's played this game so well.
Yeah, I have to think that the fact that they've seen each other's deck lists are shared in this tournament has really played into this because Paul knows that Sean McLaren has 3 copies of Magma Spray, so he really doesn't want to invest a lot of mana in Hanger Backwalker and get blown out.
Now, Randy, what kind of counterspell suite does Sean McLaren have? We know he's playing blue, so he has access. Is he actually playing counters of any sort in this main deck?
Ojutai's Command. 3 copies.
That doesn't do much against Elspeth.
No, it does not. 2 Disdainful Strokes on the board, 2 Negates on the board.
But
1
Paul
Dissolve on the
Rietzel's
board.
Wow, this is a bold play. This
He's
is
just going for it.
A combat step monstrous. Saying, do you have a Lightning Strike? Sean McLaren says no.
Well, if Sean had one, he would have played it previously. Like, Sean just declined to use his mana last turn while it was a Fleece Bane, right? When Paul taps out for the Obzon Charm.
Right.
That's, like, when Paul tapped out for the Obzon Charm, Lightning Strike would have come out of Sean's hand.
Yes.
Paul now knows there's no Lightning Strike, and the coast is clear. Really smart play. Really smart sequencing from Paul, just deducing what must be in his opponent's hand from the way that he's playing around the spells. That's...
Remember, you know, Sean also used a Jeskai Charm there, indicating that he didn't want to give the door opening again.
Yeah, there'd been 1 draw step since then, but yeah. Yeah, that's the level Paul plays at. And I mean, he kicks himself every time he misses something like that. I was talking to him last night about one of his losses yesterday where, you know, he felt like, oh, I should have known that he didn't have this. And it was like, you know, in Paul's mind, I completely punted.
Just punted it out the door.
The story took 5 minutes
Yeah.
to even describe where the decision was that he thought he got wrong.
Yeah, normal people punts don't apply in Paul Rietzel's world. He goes deep.
But at the same time, he's like, look, that's if you want to win at this level, you have to.
I mean, there's a saying among high-level Magic players where if you think you played a game perfectly and you don't think you made any mistakes, you're probably not good enough to realize the mistakes that you made, right? So as you get better and better, you realize more and more things you could be doing better.
Totally.
Yeah, Mike Turian is famous for saying he's never played a perfect game of Magic.
So Hanger Backwalker is the result, ultimately, of that dig-through time on end step from Sean McLaren. He dug for 2 cards, and he's now played a hanger back. The hanger back is just going to jump in front of the lion, it looks like. Sean has no interest in falling down to 9 or 8 life here.
You know the other reason this Monstrous Fleece main is so good here?
Boom.
Well,
here's a
other
reason,
than,
Randy.
Yeah, turning on
I found
Wingmate
one.
Rock. Sean only has 1 copy of Jeskai Charm. in
Oh,
his
that
deck.
was it. That was the one.
Yeah.
Oh, man, these deck lists, knowing the deck list is definitely coming into play here. Now, there is a Magma Spray,
We
though.
got there.
And Paul, immediately, he knew.
He knew. He had the read.
He had been playing around it since the early stages of the game. In the first round here, they don't have the deck list, but we're in the second round of Standard, and they do. They've had a chance. They get about 2 or 3 minutes to review the list. In other words, Paul's memorized it. And now he's got a dominating board state here with Wingmate Rock and Friend, plus the Monstrous Fleece main line. What kind of cards, Randy, does Sean have that can even get him out of this? Is he playing sweepers?
No.
So he's got to 1-for-1 his way through this mess.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a tall order.
Hangerback is sort of better than 1-for-1. I mean, I don't know what he does against the Fleece main line other than just somehow chump with a never-ending stream of Thopter tokens. Maybe there's a Goblin Rabble Master involved. You know, maybe he sets up some Soulfire Grandmaster recursion.
Yeah, or
looping a burn
Ojitai's
spell.
command, bring back Jace and transforming into recursion there, but I agree.
All right, so Valorous Stance will take out half of the Wingmate Rock duo.
Right, but how many 2 times has Paul 2-for-1'd him? It's like Obzon Charm to draw 2, Obzon Charm to draw 2, Wingmate Rock.
Yeah, he kind of threw him a bone with that last hanger back. Just like, you can have one.
Got a Valorous Stance and a Stoke the Flames there for 1 Wingmate
Yeah,
Rock.
like we said, 1-for-1 in his way through the mess, but he has here. He's left just the Fleece main line back, and Sean McLaren is at 12, right? I mean, he can take a hit or 2 here before he gets into critical range.
And Paul's still got a giant Hangerback Walker potential.
How about an
Or
Elspeth?
Elspeth. Sure.
Yikes.
God,
Why not?
Paul is just crushing this game right now. 3 soldiers hitting the battlefield now.
I thought Sean was ready for this matchup. I mean, look at the deck list, and it's clearly been tuned with this matchup in mind.
I have the feeling that if you just smash the decks together, Sean might have an edge thanks to his main deck cards. But if you put Paul Rietzel in the mix, it changes that
Yeah,
equation.
personally, I just think Paul sequenced so well in the early game.
Yeah, it's insane. You're grinding this deck on Magic Online. You don't get opponents as good as Paul Rietzel.
That's right.
Well, I mean, you might
Imagine
get
if-
actual Paul Rietzel, but
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
about the
yeah.
only one you might.
Little Darwin.
Little Darwin.
Yeah.
You get paired against Little Darwin, you know you're up against.
Buckle up. Yeah. Now, interestingly, yeah, I mean, think about this game going back to turn 4. If he just would have slammed Hanger Backwalker for 2, he would have been, behind for a significant stretch of the game.
Yeah, that easily could have been the game.
A lot of people here in the area down at PAX. Foot traffic walking through. There's a bunch of people joining us here in the booth as well. Normally we're in a closed-in space. I see a few of them turn around and looked at me when I said that. Hi, guys.
Hi, guys. Welcome.
And they're enjoying the coverage from right now, right here. And they can also walk downstairs if you happen to be at PAX, and you can check out the action live. It's a little harder to see than our sweet camera angles here, though, but it works. Cool environment, lots of electricity in the air here as Paul Rietzel moves himself closer and closer. He just drew a Siege Rhino. So the hits keep coming for Rietzel, who's surveying the scene here deep in focus mode.
I mean, I do kind of like the way Sean's played these Thopters aggressively, just attacking and trying to turn the game into a race. It's got Paul down to 8. I mean, Paul's helped a little bit, but still. No more Jeskai Charms to point at Paul's face. No more Stoke the Flames either. That's also a 1-of.
So that leaves the Lightning Strikes. He has 4.
Yeah.
Used one already. We have seen McLaren take that line, though, in multiple formats, including Modern, like you mentioned earlier, Randy, where his decks will often find themselves in this mid to mid-late game portion, and then all of a sudden he'll start, Lightning Bolt you, Snapcaster, Lightning Bolt you. Now, he doesn't have those tools available to him here, but he does have some burn spells at the ready.
Oh, sorry. Combat, okay. Yep.
All right, so combat has been entered. 7 damage. That's all but 1, making the Siege Rhino lethal if Sean were to take it all. But he's actually going to take 4, or excuse me, gain 4 off of Ojutai's command and just draw a card.
Yep. Take 7 down to 4.
Take 7 drops down to 4, which puts him just out of range of that Siege Rhino.
Sounds like Owen Turtenwald has taken game 1 from Seth Manfield, by the way. First Planeswalker wasn't good enough. Second Planeswalker wasn't good enough. Number 3 got there.
Ooh.
And that's a rematch for those two, right, Randy?
Yeah, they played this morning with Seth winning in Limited.
Yeah, they played in the finals of their draft pod. All right, well, Siege Rhino hits, and that's going to drop Sean down to 1 and leave Paul Rietzel with 6, 7, 8 lethal threats. And all Sean has to do is either kill Paul Rietzel from 11 here or find a way to deal with all of them. Seems like a very tall order for McLaren. We may be on the verge of game 1 going to Rietzel here.
It's interesting that Sean chose Gain Life Draw a card with Ojutai's command instead of holding it up, so Paul even got to hit him with the Siege Rhino.
Yeah, there it went. So
well
Paul
played. Wow.
Rietzel wins game 1 over Sean McLaren, looking to take this match and stay in contention for top 4. We'll be back right after these messages.
Watch the best players in the world battle for fame and glory on October 16th to 18th at Pro Tour Battle for Zendikar. See the impact of the new set on Standard and Booster Draft with complete video coverage streamed on twitch.tv/magic. Play in the Magic Online Championship Series. You could win a slot to compete against Sam Black, Magnus Lanto, and Mike Sigrist at the next Magic Online Championship. For more information, visit mtgo.com.
And welcome back to the feature match era here in Seattle, Washington. We're at PAX, the Penny Arcade Expo. Huge gaming convention in Seattle every year. And we're hosting the Magic the Gathering World Championships here. Let's jump over to Table D, where we have Jacob Wilson of Canada on the left side. He's up a game against Steve Rubin for the United States. Steve is playing Abzan Control. And Jacob Wilson's one of the, 7 players on Jeskai here, Randy?
Indeed.
Yeah, it looks like a similar matchup to the one we just came from, except each player is on a different team. So Jacob Wilson having a slightly different Jeskai deck from Sean McLaren, and Steve Rubin having a more controlling Abzan deck than Paul Rietzel does.
He's got the not hanger back walker version.
I believe that's the case.
Yeah, they've got a Silence the Believers, they've got a Tragic Arrogance, 3 Elspeths, 2 Nisses, Tassiger. Definitely on the essentially the Ari Locke side of this fight, right?
You see what just happened here, guys? This is pretty sweet. Valorous Stance tries to take out Siege Rhino. Steve Rubin uses a Bile Blight to shrink his own Rhino.
Nice.
Very nice.
Gets it out of range.
So this is Jacob up a game, but in trouble here in
That's
game
correct.
2.
He's up a game, but on 6 life here. Steve Rubin at a comfy 22 life. Well, Jacob Wilson, though, rebuilding up the board. You can see he's got Jace Fringe Prodigy 1 loot away from flipping into a Planeswalker. He's got a Lightning Strike, a Dig Through Time, and, of course, that Valorous Stance we just mentioned looming in the graveyard. So those could be in play. He's also got another copy of Manus Rider sitting in his hand. And you see a chump block here from Jacob Wilson. You don't normally see blocks like that.
Yeah, it's possible he's playing around an Abzan Charm top
I
deck.
think.
Yeah. Which is pretty conservatively, because I think Steve Rubin started the turn with no cards in hand, so it'd have to be an exact top deck of Abzan Charm.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Jacob can see that, like, let's say that Steve Rubin did top deck the land here. Next turn looks really great for Jacob. He gets to make another Mana Strider, hit for 6, also transform Jace and kill the Siege Rhino with Valorous Stance. It could be a great turn for him. He does need to make sure he doesn't die here. He can't beat a top deck Siege Rhino if that's what it was. As it turns out, it's Tasigur the Golden Fang. And enough mana to activate it this turn as well for Rubin, leaving just Den Protector in his yard. Well, that's going to change things. This does get really interesting, especially, you know, with that chump block as well, Ian. Not having the token means that, you know, Tasigur could get full-on chump block.
Yeah.
Where the Rhino now becomes a must-kill, or it's going to have to get double-blocked with a pair of Mana Striders.
Yeah, I mean, my read on that chump block is kind of like Jacob Wilson saying, well, I think I have the tools to win this game unless I die this exact turn. So I'm going to play around the exact Abzan Charm. However, with Tasigur for Steve Rubin, he may wish now he had that token instead.
Yeah, both of these threats, huge problems for Wilson, though he, with the second... All right, so here we go. Jace becomes Telepath Unbound, but with the second copy of Mana Strider, it does mean that he can double block something here as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him do exactly this. Take out the Tasigur, because that's the biggest threat long term. Oh, that's a bummer for Jacob Wilson, though. Land means that Steve Rubin is going to get back Den Protector. And here comes a pair of Mana Striders crunching in there for 6 damage, but also representing a block on the Rhino. Now, the next question is, well, what does Rubin have in his graveyard? And, of course, it's just those 2 lands plus the Tasigur that's now dead. So the good news for Jacob Wilson is that Steve can't just immediately buy back a removal spell with his Den Protector.
Yeah, Jacob has to just double block this Rhino here.
I didn't quite see what Steve drew there. It looked like an ultimate price to me. I can't tell.
That would not look very good here.
Yeah.
But Rubin can trade off Siege Rhino for a Mana Strider here.
Yeah, go on.
Jacob Wilson has to kind of hold his breath there. There was a card drawn, but he didn't do it. So Rubin says, yeah, sure. And now we're going to see the Den Protector hit. And remember, that Siege Rhino's lethal, right? If it hits the battlefield, it will kill Jacob Wilson. So there's a pretty clean line here for Rubin to just buy it back next, and then next turn play it. And if Jacob Wilson can't deal with it, then down it goes, especially considering that Jacob just discarded a Disdainful Stroke to his Jace. Pretty brutal. Rubin applying pressure on multiple levels to Jacob Wilson.
Dig through time?
Yeah, so Wilson's now forced to dig through time to try to find a way out of this mess. Let's see what he finds. See a Lightning Strike, another Mana Strider.
So he doesn't have a lot of counter spells in his deck. I guess he'd be maybe looking for like a land and an Ojutai's command or something.
That would be great. Wow, land Ojutai's command would have been sweet. I think he found another Disdainful Stroke, though.
Did he?
Yeah, I think he did.
It requires an answer.
He does.
He
He needs to find a way to stop Siege Rhino from hitting the battlefield or a way to gain some life.
Yeah, Steve should just go for this.
Oh, for sure. And he does. He picks up the Rhino. That Rhino can win the game. Ooh, Elspeth off the top, too. Geez, he is just presenting so many threats for Wilson. But he's going to go with the clean one here and just say, Rhino, are you dead? No, you're not. Wow. Disdainful Stroke was found with Dig Through Time, so Wilson doesn't lose this turn. And yes, the Mana Strider can block the Den Protector.
Yeah, Jace also shrank the Den Protector.
Indeed.
But Lightning Strike, sure.
That shrank it down properly as well.
Is Jacob going to come all the way back and win this game?
I don't know. I still think it seems like a tall order for him here, though. He has done an admirable job of fending off multiple threats from Steve Rubin, but Elspeth next turn is going to be pretty tough for Wilson to close the door on.
Interesting there. I mean, had Steve Rubin had one less life point, Jacob Wilson could have gone end of turn Lightning Strike, untap, flash it back with Jace, attack you with Mantis Rider, you're dead. But because of that one life difference, he had to kill the Den Protector instead. an Ops to flashback dig through time.
Jace commits suicide in exchange for a dig through time flashback.
Yeah, Jacob Wilson needs stuff now, not later, so he doesn't mind losing.
This is quite
his
the game.
Planeswalker. This is a great game so far. Steve Rubin applying pressure on multiple dimensions, and Jacob just able to fend them off each time. I mean, if he didn't find Disdainful Stroke with the dig through time, this game would be done. Passes the turn back to Rubin, who has no board state and is at 7 life.
But with an Elspeth in his hand, right?
With an Elspeth. He's also got an ultimate price, which hasn't done anything for him.
Yeah.
And a freshly drawn card. Looks like maybe a Glare of Heresy there. God, that's an interesting one, too.
Is that a lightning strike in Wilson's hand?
Is it? Glare away your Manus Rider. Pass. So he's going to wait a turn on the Elspeth in order to keep his life.
Mantis Rider.
Was it a Manus Rider? That's
So
still not lethal,
yeah,
though.
he's still 1 point off lethal.
Attack you down to 4, but if Ruben's play is effectively tap out for Elspeth here, then he will lose this game.
And I think that's what we're going to see,
I
Marshall.
do too.
This is incredible.
Wow. Is Jacob Wilson actually pulling this out?
Two turns ago, Jacob Wilson was literally dig through time and pray I hit something that could stop the lethal Siege Rhino.
Attack you and jeez, lightning strike you out of this game. Jacob Wilson defeats Steve Rubin 2-0.
Jacob Wilson 7-5 now.
Sick game.
Wow, that was great stuff from Jacob there. All right, back to our main match. Take a deep breath. It's going to be like this the rest of the way.
To Jacob Wilson, that's 7-5 despite an 0-4 in Modern for Jacob Wilson. If he could have won a match of Modern, he'd be in great shape right now.
Is he dead?
No. No, he 0-4'd Modern.
Thanks to his
he's still
good friend
fine.
Seth Manfield.
Well, I mean, he can get to 9-5. His breakers won't be great, but, I mean, if Seth keeps sucking all the wins out of the system, then all the 9-5s can get in.
There you go. Now, as we join our main match, we have Paul Rietzel up a game. Another beautifully played match in game 1 as Rietzel puts his hanger back walker to 2. And interesting.
Fight the Mantis Rider. Trade with the Mantis Rider. Oh, I have 3 Thopters left over.
Yeah, and you know what this does is it does get around having that door open for Magma Spray to punish him for having a 2-powered hanger back on the turn on the board for even a turn.
That's right.
Paul Rietzel.
Look at the numbers on the back of this thing.
Yeah, his estimate that he's 53% against the field, I'm not buying it.
Now, don't listen to Paul when he starts talking about himself in relation to other Magic players. It's all nonsense. I'm not saying he doesn't believe it. I don't know, but I know that he's wrong. Look, he's number 3 in the world right now. He's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Good.
He's one of the best technical players out there.
I mean, the fact that he got to number 3 in the world, the fact that he qualified for this tournament while going to like a handful of Grand Prix.
That's right.
It's truly remarkable.
It really is.
I think he got pro points from some, like, all but one of the Grand Prix he attended. He got 3+ pro points from, some crazy number like that.
Yeah, anybody that says Paul isn't one of the best players in the world, including him, is wrong.
Sure.
He's great.
So Anafenza comes down for Paul Rietzel.
There's a scry to the bottom and pass the turn back over. Now, Jace Friend's Prodigy is ready to rumble here. Planeswalker mode will be engaged after this loot resolves. Rietzel's tapped out, so McLaren does have free reign at the moment. He's going to pitch a Roast here. Roast not looking great against a bunch of Thopter tokens.
Oh, no.
Now, Randy, does Sean McLaren have any easy way of sweeping away those Thopter tokens?
Okay. So it's a
Tragic Arrogance doesn't count as easy, does it?
Okay.
He may have sideboarded in Anger of the Gods. He has a couple of those in the sideboard.
Sean, for this turn, though, is just going to plus Jace to shrink down one of the Thopters and pass the turn back with 3 mana. Does look like he missed a land drop here.
Yep.
That could start to catch up to him pretty quickly. Rietzel's hand looks nice.
Yeah,
Rhino
curious-
and Afenza and Thoughtseize in there, too.
Curious to see what Paul does this turn. He has option of Siege Rhino or Thoughtseize plus Anafenza. And I believe...
Does he have a downfall too?
He does have a downfall, yeah. He picked up last turn.
So can he downfall and Thoughtseize his turn if he wants?
He could do that also.
Okay.
Actually, no, he can't do that because he only has 2 black
Only
mana.
2 black mana, yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's between the Siege Rhino and the Anafenza Thoughtseize. Okay. Goes for the Upkeep Hero's downfall.
He's just going to take care of Jace immediately, and you can see why. McLaren did get some value out of the looting, digging, hopefully for him closer to a land here, but he got no direct value outside of preventing 1 damage with the Planeswalker side of Jace there. So Paul curbed that immediately before he could start getting ahead. Attacks, hit for 3. Rachel still just chipping away with these 3 Thopters, but they're looking good here.
Yeah, Paul knows he's got time on his side here.
And now he's going to clear the way here. He's got a Thoughtseize.
I think he drew a land, so he's trying to clear a path for Siege Rhino.
I mean, obviously, Sean McLaren's hand is great, right? Because we know that it's full of sweet spells, and the reason for that is that he's missed 2 land drops now.
Is that Disdainful Stroke?
So I'm with take the stroke and slam Siege Rhino if possible here.
That's his only relevant play that he can make while it's Paul Rietzel's
everything
turn.
else is 4+ or sorcery. Waste.
Yeah, what's the worst thing that happens? Like, even if he hits a land, there's nothing devastating on the other end. I mean, your Siege Rhino's going to get roasted.
Yeah, it can get roasted, but
that's his turn again.
Yep.
Yeah, I like your guys' line a lot here.
Well, I mean, I guess he could take Roast and play Anafenza.
Yeah, that's the other option that I see here.
And then just play around the stroke. Because if he gets him to keep up 2 mana for the rest of the game, Rietzel will win.
Right.
That's interesting, too. Huh. Now I'm really curious to see what Paul comes out with.
Yeah,
here.
I mean, it does leave the... Oh, wow.
What did he take?
Ojutai's Command.
Yep.
Okay, so he took Ojutai's Command.
That's interesting.
And there's Anafenza.
Wow, so now if Anafenza gets roasted, Disdainful Stroke mana will not be available for the Siege Rhino, and there's no removal spell for the Siege Rhino.
Looks like Paul's playing
an untapped mana would have...
Tying up the mana.
Yeah, it has to be an actual untapped mana, though.
Which
this
he
is
didn't
a deck
find.
where most of the majority of the lands come into play tapped.
But if he just goes like Island there,
Yeah.
it's roast and still have Disdainful Stroke for your Siege Rhino. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, this play from Paul makes a lot of sense, because now if McLaren main phase roasts the Anafenza,
Which he's definitely incentivized to do, yeah.
Now he can't counter the Siege Rhino next turn, and now the Disdainful Stroke is kind of stranded in his hand.
But what if he had drawn an Island is the counter argument, right? Or an untapped mana source?
Well, then McLaren still has to leave up.
The
He still
2
can't
mana.
do anything else this mana that turn. Paul just doesn't play the Siege Rhino. And then McLaren has Disdainful Stroke he has to leave 2 mana up for all game or not have a chance to play it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier too, right? Is
Right.
that if he leaves up to 2 mana all game, Paul wins.
Right.
He's way behind on mana here. And sure enough, Paul Rietzel takes the opening to Windmill
But
Slam
roast
Siege
number 3
Rhino.
off the top.
Another roast, though, will take care of it, but the damage is done here. Paul's got a 2-turn clock. Crunch. You're down to 2, Sean McLaren. Even a land off the top for that Stormbreath Dragon's not going to get it done. And on top of all of that, there's also a Fleecebane Lion. So Paul Rietzel, just systematically dismantles the Jeskai deck of Sean McLaren and picks up the victory in 2 games here. That was impressive stuff.
Yeah, incredible sequencing both games you saw there
was
from Paul.
Fun to watch.
Yeah, 8-4 is Paul Rietzel's record now, Randy.
Yeah, so
what's the picture look like for him?
I think he gets to play a win-in now. If he wins next round to get to 9-4, he probably gets to draw in the final round. I mean, it's messier than that, but to a first approximation, Paul has earned himself a win-in.
Paul Rietzel, world champion, kind of has a ring to it to me. I don't know. It just kind of works for me. I'm sure there's some people downstairs that might disagree. Let's jump over to Owen Turtenwald versus Seth Manfield, 2 of our top competitors here. Seth Manfield, far afield here. Look at him. He's 10-1 right now coming into this.
I mean, Owen at
match.
8-3 is in second all by himself.
Yeah, and he's also up a game here, by the way. So if Owen is able to win this, he would keep himself firmly in second place. How good of a situation would he be in if he can win this game?
Great.
Great situation.
At 9-3, he could potentially go loss and still make top 4. Realistically, he goes loss-draw and makes top 4 at 9-4-1.
Wow, this is a huge turn, by the way. Seth Manfield just attacked for lethal to Owen, who used 2 removal spells to kill a soldier token each and go to 1, and he has Nissa's Sage Animist at 6 here. mean, it looks like Manfield's going to be able to win this game. Owen Turtenwald has a game to give here, being up 1. But he's not dead this turn. It's a lot of mana available, too. Draws his card for the turn. Oh, he's got to read the bones in his hand. He's going to plus draw the Siege Rhino. There's an Obzon Charm. Is Siege Rhino enough? Gets him up to 4. Can block 2, and then take 4 and die at the minimum.
Well, he has a land he can play also.
He has a land he can play. Okay.
Yeah.
Put him up to 5. Courser of Crewfix doing its thing. Oh, this is a big one for Owen. Seth Manfield has already breathed a bit of a sigh of relief as he's pretty much locked up his seat here, but Owen has not. He's looking good. Really doesn't want to give anything away down the stretch here, though. You know, Owen Turtenwald generally plays pretty briskly.
Yeah.
When you see him go in the tank like this, you know it means a lot to him. He's really trying to explore all of his options, but he can't find it. And what that means is we're going to get a game 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thought there was if he sees Rhinos to gain life, to read the bones, what can he draw underneath the Obzon Charm? Just couldn't come up with any sequence that got him out of that. So shuffle up, make sure you get time to finish game 3.
Does look like our Thiago Saporito Martin Milla match is still happening. Of course, our main table's done. Our back table's done as well. Yeah, let's jump in and check this one out. So Martin's up a game over Thiago.
I think Thiago just resolved to dig through time. Yeah.
Yeah, he may have, though it may be too late here. He has a Jace on 9 counters, it looks like, but there's an almost lethal attack here for Martin. So Jace plus something. Yeah, whatever. I mean, it's not lethal anyway. He's only got 8 power.
Good. Dig through time for Martin. Martin's the one who's up a game here.
Yeah, he looks like he's ahead on board. He's going to be ahead on cards in hand here as well. Thiago's got 3 mana looming over there. Maybe a hero's downfall for Ojutai. Martin's probably looking for a dissolve or a Silumgar Scorn here to protect Ojutai because he knows he'll win if he just hits twice here.
This is table 3, by the way. These guys are 7-4 coming into this round. Same record as Paul Rietzel coming in. Gigantic match. The winner probably gets to play a win-in next round.
And there's a dissolve, and he's immediately going to put that into his hand as Martin Mill. He's got the mana for it and everything. Now he can just pass the turn back, knowing that any one answer that Thiago has is not going to be good enough. He's going to play a Jace. He must have Silumgar Scorn in his hand as well, because he did not leave up the 3 mana, it looks like, for the dissolve. So I'm going to assume that other card is a Silumgar Scorn, and sure Thiago will too. Yeah, it looks like Thiago's hand is Jace Crucible. And that's going to do it. He plays a land and extends the hand. Martin Milla is going to be X and 4 now, Randy?
Yeah.
8 and 4? Is that his
Tied
record?
with Paul Rietzel for either second or third.
Now, are you anticipating a win and in on his behalf as well next turn?
I mean, the
or
pairings
next
get
round?
weird, right? Seth is going to have to get paired against one of those guys. Seth has now already played Owen, so Seth is going to get paired against either Paul or Martin. Yeah, there's nobody else in the mix at X and 4. So one of those guys, either Seth or Paul, is going to have to play Martin, and the other one's going to play Owen. Unless they played last round? Who did Owen play last round? It gets weird, right? You can play people multiple times in this tournament, but you can only play them once per format.
He played against Martin Miller.
So
last
Owen
round.
played Martin last round. Owen and Seth played Paul, so they can't make the pairings work. How do you find Seth an opponent?
He's won too many. He's broken the pairing system.
Oh, Seth can play Martin, right? And then Owen can play Paul? That's how it works.
Yeah.
Seth can play Martin,
Well-
Owen can play Paul. I think those will be the pairings next round.
If that is the
No
pairing,
matter what this result is.
If that's the pairing, I would expect to see that next round. I'd like to watch it in any case. We'll have to, of course, wait and see how things shake out. Meanwhile, game 3 here. This is a big one for Owen Turtenwald. It's less important for Seth Manfield. Now, it's not that he doesn't have anything on the line. There is a pro point on the line for him, which is a big, big deal. He is not going to be taking this lightly, but it has much more on the line for Owen Turtenwald. That same pro point, but of course, keeping his dream of top 4 alive. You know how much winning a world championship means to these players. Owen's been playing his whole life. This is his world. Seth Manfield, 3-time Grand Prix winner. Different formats, too. He's been playing for a long time. All right, so Courser of Crewfix is what Owen's going to take.
Yeah, Owen consistently makes the card advantage selections with those thought seizes.
Third land there for Seth Manfield. Owen saw one additional one in the Thoughtseize.
Go. Nothing for Owen on turn 3 here. Looks like he's just going to line up another somewhat land-heavy draw, and he's going to fire off an Obzon Charm to draw some cards, or maybe just keep it up in case he wants to kill something.
Yeah, I think he's going to probably draw cards at the end of the turn and then play the Courser of Crewfix on turn 4, so he has a chance to just play a land off the top immediately, get immediate value from the Courser.
You see that line pretty commonly if they're not under a lot of heat.
Yeah, I mean, the way Owen's been playing this matchup, it seems like he values the card advantage heading into the mid-game, and he doesn't have a lot of gas in his hand, so he just wants to maximize everything he can get out of the cards that he has. He has enough lands at this point that playing a land off Courser is effectively like drawing a card.
All right, he found another Obzon Charm with that one. And there's that Courser that you mentioned a minute ago, Ian, and there's another Obzon Charm. So he's getting a little Obzon Charm flooded here, but it's not a bad place to be,
I'm
is
not
it?
sure there is any such thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's happy
You're
with that
okay
at
with
this
4
point.
of them, so can't have too many.
16, strike the top.
He's just going to keep that Obzon
Yep.
Charm on top. Yeah, he wants them all. Owen knows that he has answers to everything that Seth can do. Is this going to be ultimate price here? No, it's Dromica's Command. That's going to take down Courser of Crewfix. But, you know, as you mentioned a minute ago, Ian, Owen got a little value there, right? Like he got to see something. He's moving forward. He got to gain life. In this case, he didn't get to draw. You get to play a land for free off the top, but every little bit counts here for Owen Turtenwald. Both players playing Obzon Control. And as you know, these control mirrors often end up being about raw card advantage.
We had another preview card after this round, by the way.
Another one?
Another one.
I like that Mind Stone Plus.
I thought you would.
That was sweet.
We'll
play that one.
Yeah, that card is value.
Yeah, I agree.
I just love that the Mind Stone cycle is complete. Or it's not complete. You can do a quadruple Mind Stone, right?
You could just keep going.
8 mana.
Now you're giving us ideas, Randy.
Oh, I'm sure Eric Lauer's already thought of that.
Oh, yeah.
He has the craziest cycle ideas in his head.
Can we do half a Mind Stone? This is why I'm not in R&D.
So it costs 0.
Yeah, it taps for half a mana.
It's colorless Mox is what you've just made. But you want it to also sack to draw a card? That's your theory? Sack for 0?
It was a brainstorming session. I was told to go nuts.
0 tap for colorless, 0 sack draw a card. I would play that.
Okay.
I would play 4 of that in every deck I ever made.
It's met the Bueller threshold. We just need to maybe fine-tune it a little. All right, so not a whole lot as far as board state goes for these two gentlemen. Again, this is a game 3 here, and That was a Den Protector, so Owen Turtenwald firing off the Hero's Downfall and gets that Den Protector dead before it can turn face up. So again, it was just a 1-for-1, but it's supposed to go the other direction for Seth Manfield. So Owen, again, creeping ahead just in a little incremental card advantage ways. And is this a Siege Rhino? No. Speaking of card advantage, here's Sorin Solemn Visitor, which is going to make a 2/2 Vampire.
Yeah, and Owen used the Downfall
He
on
did.
that Den Protector.
That's
Could
very
be
much
a
of
little
note.
bit of trouble for Owen. He doesn't have an immediate answer to it.
No board presence at all for Turtenwald. Playing the card advantage game. All right, still playing it. And
That's a
hitting
nice
the
draw.
land.
Nice draw, nice hit.
And he's got a Thoughtseize sitting on top of his library as well.
Yeah. When else did you get?
You got to figure like he'd like to be able to play that Thoughtseize now just to keep Seth Manfield off a card like Elspeth, Sun's Champion. Unfortunately, stranded on top of his library, he's not going to have that option.
Almost draw it with Obzon Charm, but doesn't have the mana to then cast it.
Right. So let's see if Seth can take advantage. He knows that the Thoughtseize could come down next turn, so he's going to have to deploy whatever his most potent threat is that he wants to protect from it.
Yeah, it looks to me like Seth has a Siege Rhino and a Tasigur as far as potent threats go. Owen, we know, has an Obzon Charm, so whichever Seth plays this turn...
Just
well,
gonna
it's
get
going to depend on
snapped
whether
up.
Seth is a 6 mana, because if he has a 6th untapped land, he can play both the Rhino and the Tasigur this turn, which would be huge.
Okay, 2 damage is going to hit Owen Turtenwald, but no big deal. Wow, and Seth Manfield just immediately cashes in his Planeswalker for another 2/2 flyer. So Seth's playing the card game here too, right?
Yeah.
The card advantage game, I mean? Just 2-for-1 you? Again, none of these are like devastating game-swinging plays, right? But they're just incremental. Little bit at a time.
So this is huge here. It looks like Seth did have the 6th untapped land, which means he can play both Tasigur and Siege Rhino this turn. And the reason that's important is if Seth could only play one threat, Owen could say, end of turn, Obzon Charm your threat. My turn, draw Thoughtseize, play it, take your 2nd threat, and then Seth doesn't really have anything powerful to do from there. But as it turns out, this is going to be a fantastic turn for Seth. He adds the 2nd 2/2 flyer.
Did he just pass the turn?
Oh, wow.
He's leaving up Tasigur activation mana.
Okay.
Okay, he's got the only card left is a Den Protector, so he's going to hit that or something else.
Or
of the
thing
top
that
2
gets knocked
cards.
out of his hand by the Thoughtseize.
Yeah, this makes some sense.
I mean, he's got to be a little worried about Owen drawing a sweeper, right? And hostilities could really set Seth back if he committed a Siege Rhino to the board, for example.
That's true.
Okay, Obzon Charm, take care of Tasigur.
Yeah.
So we expect to see an activation in response.
Yep.
Let's see what he gets. Land and Ugin.
Jeez.
Yikes. And of course, given that it happens to be a Den Protector in there, he's kind of get that Ugin anyway. It just costs him some more mana. Since Owen has no real clock on him, he says, fine, take the Ugin, I guess. Thoughtseize it away.
16.
So let's get Ugin out of there, probably. Let's see how many. No, actually, maybe not.
So I like that.
Seth's 2 mana away.
Yeah. I
from
think Owen's
casting
plan
Ugin.
is, well, we'll see what his plan is. I'm not going to speculate too much here. I do like, though, that Owen Obzon Charm to Tasigur before Thoughtseizing, so he can make sure whatever he Thoughtseizes away actually stays dead.
Uh-huh.
It won't just potentially be brought back by the combination of Den Protector and the Tasigur activation.
So Ugin the Spirit Dragon, clearly the most powerful card in Seth's hand, but he's a little ways off from being able to cast it. The problem is, does Owen even have an answer for it if he does find a way to cast it? And that's a...
Nope.
The
not
answer
in
is...
his hand.
Yeah, not
So
easy.
This
here.
is a real turning point, and this is not an easy decision.
it's definitely not an easy decision from Owen's perspective here.
I mean, if Owen doesn't take the Ugin, he's basically signing up to have to kill Seth before Seth hits 8 mana, because he's not easily going to be able to deal with the Ugin.
With his 2-power creature.
Right.
It's not going to happen. Now, he could find himself another Thoughtseize before Seth finds the land drops. It's not like it's guaranteed to be 2 turns away.
Deck, so yeah, I don't think you need the Ugin here because there's Den Protector on top of your deck to get back the Thoughtseize. I think Obzon Charm, it means it's going to take Seth that much longer to find the lands anyway. So he goes for this, goes for the Obzon Charm. Figures he's got removal in his hand for the Siege Rhino, and he can loop this another Den Protector into Thoughtseize for the Ugin.
Now, what that leaves behind here, Randy, though, are these 2 vampires, which have just been crunching away in the air.
Oh, and also leaves behind the Elspeth that was on top of Seth's library.
Okay, well, that changes the equation significantly.
Yeah.
So here comes Elspeth Sun's champion.
That is not the top deck Owen was planning for.
He did not want to see that.
Now, does Obzon Charm need to draw cards? Is it dig for Hero's Downfall time? You can loop Den Protector for Hero's Downfall for Elspeth. But A, he needs another land to make that play all work in 1 turn. And B, he doesn't have the Thoughtseize plan.
Yeah, he didn't do it. He just drew the Den Protector there. Yeah, a lot of threats to manage here if you're in Owen Turtenwald's seat. Seth Manfield drawing that Elspeth was huge. Owen kind of had his hands full, making sure he could take care of Ugin and get that stuff taken care of. And now he's got a full-on awesome Planeswalker sitting on the battlefield that he's got to deal with on top of it. And all the while, he's fallen down to 10. Like, his life total is not high here.
Let's read the Bones in addition to the Siege Rhino. Does get a free land from Courser. Sees that he's going to draw Hero's Downfall next turn. Or this turn, if he casts Read the Bones. Although that seems a little scary from a life total point of view. I mean, Owen does know there's a Siege Rhino in Seth's hand. He's got to be nervous about his life total. Does that mean you run out a Siege Rhino of your own?
Man, that Elspeth.
It's a good card.
So nasty.
Well, Siege Rhino.
That's what the play is. So Siege Rhino hits, bumping Owen back up to 12. And he passes the turn back. There's going to be so many tokens on the battlefield after this turn. 2 2/2s and 6 1/1s.
Wow. Goes down with Elspeth, kills the Rhino. Middle ability is an interesting choice there. Again, I think Seth is worried about sweepers from Owen. 2 languages in the main, 2 end hostilities in the board.
So, I go to 6.
Owen Turtenwald falls to 6 here. Make it 3. Seth Manfield plays a Siege Rhino. And the hits keep coming here for Seth. Owen Turtenwald fighting the good fight here, but Mr. 10-1 Seth Manfield just putting so much pressure on Turtenwald to find too many answers in a short period of time.
Man, the vampires alone are lethal now. The 2 flyers will finish Owen off.
Even with this land drop in the Courser. That doesn't get him out of range. Now, how much mana does Owen have here? Because remember, he's got that Den Protector. Can buy back something of consequence and probably cast it. 5. He's got 9 mana. Could even just get back a Siege Rhino. Would that get him out of this?
Well,
it buys him a turn.
I do believe Seth Manfield has a copy of Hero's Downfall in his hand at this point.
Really?
Which we saw last turn. So if Owen just decides to move in and get the Siege Rhino, that's may not play play out well for him.
Wow, he drew Hero's Downfall. Since that Thoughtseize, he's drawn Elspeth followed by Downfall.
That's right. This game is a struggle for Owen. It's not that he doesn't have the tools to deal with what Seth is presenting. It's just he doesn't have the time and mana to deploy them all.
Yeah, I keep thinking back to when Seth played Sorin, minused it, and just happy with the clock that it's producing. You can see
that
why.
was a great decision. All right, Den Protector for Siege Rhino, run out the Siege Rhino. That's the line Owen has chosen.
Yeah, he goes up to 7 here, passes the turn back to Seth Manfield, but Seth just has too much gasoline in the tank here.
And a Valor stance off the top.
Man.
Glare of Heresy
Glare
for
of
the
Heresy
Rhino.
to take out the Rhino, ship the team, and there's even a Hero's Downfall to kill the creature that blocked. The Siege Rhino trample finishes the job, and Seth Manfield picks up a pro point and goes to 11-1. Now, we know what his fate looks like as far as the top 4 goes, but what about for Owen there? So Owen picks up a loss here. He was second place coming in all by himself.
Sure.
Where does this set him?
Now he's second place, tied with Rietzel and Martin Mueller. Man, what must it feel like to be Seth Manfield right here? I mean, I think
top of the world.
Every Magic player in the planet has just dreamed of having a day where you run this good, right?
Exactly.
Where you're on top of your game, and not that he's getting lucky, just he's got all the tools, he's playing great, he's drawing what he needs when he draws it. That feeling is just Cloud 9.
He's got to be on Cloud 9. All right, well, you know what? Let's send it over to the news desk. Richard Hagan is sitting with Jackie Lee.
Thanks very much, Marshall. All right, so 24 players came in. Our reckoning is 10 players can still be world champion. Here's why. Seth Manfield is now 11-1, the destroyer of worlds. Seth Manfield 11-1. He's so far clear you need binoculars to see him. Everyone else, can't even say it without giggling, is 3 rounds adrift. Second place is 3 rounds adrift of Seth Manfield. There are 3 players on 8-4. Owen Turtenwald, Paul Rietzel, Martin Muller. 6 players are on 7-5. That means 9 players are fighting for 3 more slots in the Sunday top 4 of Worlds 2015. One of those 7-5s is Jacob Wilson of Canada. And as he came off his 7th win, he talked to Brian David Marshall.
Willoughby tells me I missed a hell of it. Steve Rubin, why don't you tell us how it played out?
All right, we played a pretty long game in the first few turns. He played a Fleece Mainline, I played a Soulfire Grandmaster, then a Rabble Master. We both killed each other's creatures, and then he resolved multiple Siege Rhinos due to Den Protector. I was at 3 life at one point, he was at 31, but I was ahead on cards. I had more cards in my hand, but at any point I was dead to another Rhino, so I had to keep killing all of his creatures. In response to one of my Valor stance, he had Bile Blight to save his own Siege Rhino, but eventually I found enough cards to counter all of his threats and kill him with a Mantis Rider over several turns.
All right, now you're still clinging to life here at 7-5. How do you like your chances with Jeskai to win out through the rest of this tournament?
I definitely like my chances. I like playing Jeskai. It's pretty fun, and I think it's well positioned. There are a lot of people playing the deck, so I might play the mirror match a couple more times, and hopefully my tiebreakers will be good enough if I win the next 2.
All right, good games the rest of the way, Jacob Wilson.
Thank you.
Thanks very much to Jacob Wilson. Thanks to you for being patient, because I know what you want. You want a new Battle for Zendikar card. Funnily enough, we like giving you what you want, so we'll give you that new card approximately now. Hello everyone, Rich Hagan sitting alongside Jackie Lee here at the news desk live at PAX. Hello PAX, how are you? Having a good time? Yes! Great to have you all here with us. It is time for a new Battle for Zendikar card. Jackie, what have you got in store for us from inside the R&D excitement?
I have brought from R&D preview card from Battle for Zendikar.
Okay.
Yeah, so one of the things that we like to do as designers of Magic is when we revisit a world that we've been to in the past, like Zendikar, we like to take existing characters and kind of twist them a little bit and see how they would behave and play in a slightly different light.
All right, why
So-
don't we take our very first look at Omnath, Locus of Rage. There we go. So 3 red, red, green, green for a legendary creature elemental, mythic, 5/5. Landfall. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, that's the legal bit for landfall, put a 5/5 red and green elemental creature token onto the battlefield. Next bit. Whenever Omnath, Locus of Rage, or another elemental you control dies, Omnath deals 3 damage to target creature or player. All right, Jackie, lots to digest there. Off you go. Tell us about Omnath, Locus of Rage.
All right, so just to be clear, this is Battle for Zendikar and not Ghostbusters. The other thing is, you'll note that the landfall is the recurring ability that you've seen last time. Originally, you saw it in Zendikar, the block where Omnath is from. Originally, he himself is from Worldwake. If you play Commander, you're probably familiar with his green aspect. It's the embodiment of mana on the plane of Zendikar. Here, he's pretty pissed because it's not the open invite Facebook party of Zendikar. It's a battle. So every time you play a land, he battles back in a big way.
In a very big way. I mean,
Yeah.
5/5s. We're used to seeing 1/1 soldiers and little fairies floating around the battlefield, spectral procession and so on. I mean, a 5/5, that's a giant card all on its own.
Yeah, and it gives you a lightning bolt when it dies.
That's pretty savage. I wanted to ask you, it's a mythic rare. How tough is it to make mythics? Because people always say, designers always say, the thing that's really hard is red commons, because you need a ton of them, and the design space is relatively narrow. Now, we don't have that many mythic rares, and indeed, we haven't had that many years in the history of the game with mythic rares. But the fact is, every single one of them has to be special. So how do you go about making the mythic special?
So in this case, he's legendary. That is one of the hallmarks of mythic creatures. Very frequently, they're legendary because there's just one of them that feels pretty mythic. Other than that, it's pretty difficult sometimes. So this guy is a recurring character. He's large. He's an embodiment of Zendikar. We want it to be an exciting card for Limited. We want it to potentially be something people can build around for Constructed. So there are a lot of constraints.
Now, I wanted to ask you about Constructed because clearly this is a great card if you're in sealed or if you're red-green, you open this, yes, please, wonderful news. But how about Constructed? Because you've gone out of your way to make sure that mono-blue players aren't really splashing this in anything. So, where do you see this in terms of Constructed?
Well, we were talking about ramp decks a little bit yesterday, and I think that is probably one of the ideal ways to build a deck for Omnath, Locus of Rage. So you can play cards like Rampant Growth to accelerate to get to 7 mana so that you can play it. And then after that, your extra Rampant Growths that you draw, they're not bad because they're actually 5/5 Pitchburn Devils. That's pretty good.
Okay, I hadn't thought of it like that. So I guess the kind of space we're looking at constructed-wise, maybe a card like Dragonlord Ataka, that kind of space is somewhere where we might look at Omnath coming into play.
Yeah, and we love to do that. We love to give you options for the top end so that you can kind of tune your deck specifically against a certain meta that you may be expecting.
Fantastic stuff. Om nom nom. It is Omnath, Locus of Rage, coming your way in Battle for Zendikar. Yeah, me or straight to the deck tech? Yeah, fine.
In the immortal words of the kids who live on Elm Street, you again? Welcome to the Tournament Center. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm here with Sean McLaren, and we are going to be talking about standard red and blue cards, guaranteed to be involved, probably some white cards. Sean McLaren, why did you bring Jeskai to this tournament?
Well, I basically had to, right? I mean, I only do well with Jeskai. I might as well be playing.
Does that make playtesting by yourself? You talk about being a lone wolf. Is that like easier when you can just eliminate 40% of the colors in Magic?
Yeah, you just start with Jeskai and end with Jeskai. You're done.
Excellent. Does it make drafting more challenging?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so to tell us about the deck, and let's take a look at the cards and just talk about some of the old favorites that were available to you when you start building the deck. Mantis Rider has been a fixture in this deck since it was printed.
Yeah, Mantis Rider is the best, obviously 4 of. The other numbers are not normal though. Like 4 Goblin Rabble Master isn't a sure thing anymore, but I wanted to be aggressive for this tournament, try and get low, which is also why you only see 1 Stormbreath Dragon. A good card right now, but I sort of just want my Miser's Stormbreath Dragon, not having too many high casting cost cards gumming up my hand. And also 2 Soulfire Grandmaster. Usually you see 4 of those, but I cut down to 2 because I'm running a different card in its spot.
Okay, but it's also a misleading number in this deck, right? 2. It's not quite. Sometimes it's 2, but sometimes, much like you in the tournament center, they come back.
Right. You really want 1, but the extras don't work so well with it.
Okay, so let's take a look at some of the new cards you got to play with here. And I'm going to assume this is the 2-drop, or wait, is this the 2-drop that you're talking about?
Jace is the really good 2-drop that you want 4 of. Jace is just incredible. Hangerback is the 2-drop that replaced the other 2 Soulfire Grandmasters.
Okay.
I really wanted a card that was good against mono red and control in that slot, and Soulfire's okay against mono red and control, but usually it's just dying against mono red, and usually it's just dying against control. So I wanted Hangerbacks as an option against those decks to play out, and even if they do kill it, then I get a token, and it's capable of running away with the game in slower games.
What does Jace bring to the Jeskai party?
Jace is just able to loot away your dead cards in dead matchups. With Ujatai's command, we'll get to Ujatai's command later, but Jace is just incredible. He just does so much for the deck. Being able to consistently smooth out your bad draws, find your good 3-drops, make sure you have lands to cast your good 3-drops. Jace is just incredible. All
right, so let's take a look at some of the spells that you can bring back with Jace once you transform it into the Planeswalker side. Magma Spray, Lightning Strike, Roast, Stoke the Flames. How did you arrive at these numbers here?
Well, Magma Spray is the interesting one, which is there mostly for Hangerback Walker, which has been seen a lot more play. It's also really good in the mirror. Exiling a Jace or a Soulfire Grandmaster to make Ujatai's command worse is really huge. And usually you might be saying, what about when you want to burn the face? Well, usually Wild Slash isn't getting the job done against like control decks. If you're usually getting them down to about 10 against the control decks if you're not winning with like a Mantis Rider bashing one.
So if the creature would die this turn, exile it instead. That's the big nod to Hangerback Walker.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Roast is another great card, good against mono red and devotion decks, whereas Valor Stance isn't so great against mono red. So I split 2 Roast, 2 Valor Stance, and Stoke the Flames, great with Goblin Rabble Master, great against Stormbreath Dragon, but also a little pricey. So
okay, so that's why only 1. So let's take a look at some of the other cards. You mentioned Valor Stance. I never know to put that in removal or control elements. You know, it's kind of a flexible card. It can save your creatures, kill their creatures. But the card I really want to talk about is Ojutai's Command.
Yeah, Ojutai's Command at 3 of, just excellent. Like I said, I wanted a card. I had Hangerback Walker because I wanted a card good against mono red and control. Ojutai's Command also fits that bill. Being able to return a Jace and draw a card against control at instant speed, and Jace is like a must-kill for control decks, so it gives you a lot of play in that regard.
So return target creature card from converted mana cost with mana cost 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Also works really well with Soulfire Grandmaster, right? You can get into a late game state where you resolve command, get Soulfire Grandmaster back, and then can just kind of burn with buyback your opponent out.
Absolutely.
Does that happen a lot? Tell me that happens.
It happens. I mean, I only have 2 Soulfire, so it happens a bit less. But I'm happy returning Jace.
Okay.
I'm not complaining when I'm returning Jace.
Fine. You like your planeswalkers. Yeah. Jeskai Charm 4 of.
That's actually a 1 of. The graphic is wrong.
Oh, sorry. That's
a 1 of. A good 1 of. Good against like Ensoul Artifact or just. It gives a lot of play. Great with a bunch of Goblin Rabble Master tokens, giving them lifelink and whatnot.
Okay. Let's take a look at how you make this all work. Mana base wise, Flooded Strands and Temples of Epiphany, Temples of Triumph, Mystic Monastery. Of course, I guess that's the land you really want to see in your opening hand.
Yeah, I love Scrylands. I'm sad they're rotating. I'm going to be very sad. I unfortunately couldn't run the full 8 Scrylands.
Okay, why not?
It was actually mostly the scry rule that was the deciding factor. Otherwise, I probably would have just ran the full 8.
Too much scry?
Yeah, too much scry.
Okay, let's take a look at the rest of the mana. A couple of Battlefield Forges, and then 6 basic lands.
Yeah.
What?
That's actually 1 mountain.
Oh, okay.
But yeah.
It's a 62 card deck, folks. Don't let them lie to you.
It's all good. It's all islands, mountains, plains. It's all good. Yeah, 2 islands, 2 plains is for your fetching for your Flooded Strands, basically a must. And then the Battlefield Forges, I shaved down on the pain lands because I prefer scrying over taking damage.
Let's take a look at the 19 cards on the sideboard now. Okay, talk us through what you're doing here.
None of these cards are in my sideboard.
What?
No, these are others. So 1 Elspeth is good to have in the deck just as a trump card.
Arshan Cleric's there for Martin Dang.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of mono-red players here. Mono-red has won the last 2 Pro Tours, so Arashan Cleric is great with Archetypes command.
When you're building your sideboard, do you think about that? Do you look at the field and you go, oh, Martin Dang, Yoel Larson, these guys like to play the red decks. I really want to have an answer for them?
Yeah, you got to think about that. Also, the scry rule also makes aggressive decks a bit better, I think, so got to keep that in mind. Also, Soulfire Grandmaster. Kind of a card that can come in a lot of matchups. Just nice to have an extra one for basically any matchup that needs a filler card.
Anger of the Gods.
Also a good card. Tokens can be a problem or decks.
Oh, we talked about Hangerback Walker a lot,
yeah.
right? So, all right, let's keep moving along here, and just a bunch of tools in the toolbox to get the job done. Anything in particular stand out here? Tragic Arrogance? How's that card been?
Tragic Arrogance, mostly for Devotion and Enchantment decks, which it's really good against. But those didn't show up too much. But it's nice insurance to have. Also, a great card to flash back with Jace as well. Yeah, that's really nice. And then also the 1 Dissolve is great. I love Dissolve. It scries as well.
For when you need that 1 extra scry that you didn't have at the beginning of the game. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Sean McLaren, Jeskai, that's what he's playing in Standard. You got to win out to have a shot here at the top 4. This is the deck you brought. Do you think it is up to the task of getting you into the top 4 at the World Championship?
The deck is definitely up to the task. We'll see.
There you go. For Sean McLaren, this is Brian David Marshall signing off from the Tournament Center.
I'm not quite sure what drum Sean McLaren beats to, but it is certainly his own unique drum, and it is just great. One of the real stalwarts of the Pro Tour. He brings his own decks to everything. Just fabulous guy and a terrific ambassador for the game. Hats off to him, and best of luck in these last 2 rounds. I've been joined at the desk by Jackie Lee and Louis Scott Vargas. Boy, are we at the sharp end now, and let's just take a moment to remember that we've got through 12 rounds so far. 3, 4, 3, 2, and still 10 of the 24 players can start this round thinking they can be world champion. That's an extraordinary number to still be live for such a life-changing thing. Great job by Scott Larrabee and the team for coming up with a tournament structure that lets that happen. Great stuff. I can tell you that the players are ready to rock and roll. And in our feature match, we're going to see Paolo Vida Dama de Rosa against the Hangerback Walkers of Sam Black. So why don't we take a look at Sam Black's hanger management.
Hello there, welcome back to the booth here at the World Championship in Seattle. We're at PAX. A lot of people in the crowd here, a lot of people walking by, and we're ready to head down to the feature match area for round 13 here from the World Championship. Hello and welcome to coverage of the World Championship. We're in PAX, Seattle, Washington. Marshall Sutcliffe with Randy Buehler and Ian Duke. Let's meet our players for this feature match.
Paulo Vitor Dama da Rosa, Brazil, top pro points, Latin America.
Sam Black, United States of America, top pro points, North America.
All right, you can see that we've got two of the biggest names in Magic duking it out down there in the feature match area. Let's take a look at Paulo. Paulo has decided to bring, well, his favorite standard deck of late, Esper Dragons, to the table. You know, somebody told him, you know, you could probably play that here, and he's like, yeah, let's do it. So he's in. Now, sitting across from him, though, is Sam Black, a known brewer who picked up this deck, you know, via testing channels and some connections and such, and has worked on it.
Teammate Craig Wesco had success with it last weekend, so Sam said, I guess I better check that out.
Now, the deck, we should say what it is.
Mono White Devotion.
Mono White Devotion. Not a deck that we've seen in Standard in the past, or at least not one that had any success. And we're going to keep an eye on to see how it goes here. He starts off Soldier of the Pantheon.
Just your everyday ordinary standard turn one, right? Soldier of the Pantheon?
Haven't seen that guy in a while. He has had his day at the Pro Tour level, but not recently. So Soldier of the Pantheon kicks things off, and that's an Unoffensa.
Look at the curve. This is what the deck is designed to do, right?
This is a 1-2 punch here. You know, White Weenie at its finest. Now, what sets this deck apart, Randy? What's the big upside here for a deck like this?
I mean, Sam will tell you just being able to play 21 planes is a big upside, but it's really the Archangel of Tides. Archangel of Tides is just a great card. It's super efficient, but it demands that you be heavy, heavy white. And then once you've got Archangel of Tides, well, Nykthos is in the format. You can sink a bunch of Nykthos mana into Master of the Unseen. It gives you just a way more powerful late game than a White Weenie deck is used to having.
Now, interestingly here, so Paulo's going to get some value off of his Silumgar scoring here. He gets to counter the Hangerback Walker just straight up. Archangel of Tides in this matchup, Ian, what does it do here?
Definitely not at its best against Esper Control. It doesn't match up well against Dragonlord Ojutai, for example, and Esper deck not really trying to attack with lots of weenie creatures. It put a little bit of pressure on mana if they have a blocker, but that's not really usually how the matchup is going to play out.
Yeah, we saw Sam do a deck tech earlier. I'm sure you guys can go back and watch that if you're interested in this deck. And he said that, you know, the numbers on Archangel of Tithe line up great against everything except exactly Ojutai.
And generally the deck that runs it too, right? You know, it's just not a lot of heat. You know, the Esper deck can say, okay, you did it. You made your best card. Now attack with it a few times. Like, yeah, still, you're fine, and eventually I'll kill it.
Yeah, I think a far more threatening card out of Sam's deck against Paulo's Esper Control is Mastery of the Unseen.
Which we see on the table here, so Unseen no longer. He's also got the Nykthos there, so he's going to start generating extra mana pretty shortly here. And it looks like Dissolve is going to hit that Mastery, so it will not, in fact, hit the table for Sam Black. Paulo knows how important that card is in the matchup.
And Paulo is down to 8 versus 4 power, right? He needs to start killing these creatures. Of course, one of the things that his Esper deck is set up to do, but it's time.
Looks like we're going to see ultimate price here from Paulo. Paulo's currently 24th on the top 25 ranking. Sam's 8th. You can see that number next to their name. That's what that represents. Now, both of these players are 7 and 5, Randy. Where does that set them up? We've got this round and then one more round after this is standard.
So they need to 2-0. But the way the math shakes out, looking at the pairings, looking at the standings, somebody is going to make top 4 at 9 and 5. At least one person is. Okay, foul tongue invocation is what Sam goes with here. No dragon, so no life gain. Somebody's guaranteed to make top 4 with a 9 and 5 record, possibly multiple somebodies. In addition, I think somebody's guaranteed to miss at 9 and 5 as well.
Okay.
I think we're going to wind up with a tiebreaker scrum, and we're going to wind up with the bubble is going to be somewhere amongst the 9 and 5s.
So these players need to win out.
Win-win.
And then cross their fingers.
2 rounds.
Okay. Now, we see Sam has come up with an Archangel of Tides here. And again, we note that it's not, a powerhouse threat, but it's still a nice big flyer when your opponent's all the way down to 6 life here. So Paulo is going to take care of it with an ultimate price. But
yeah, and offensive keeps coming over.
And Unoffensive picked up a counter as well, thanks to that Archangel hitting the battlefield.
She's lethal next turn.
Indeed. And there's more problems from Paulo, who can't counter a Mastery of the Unseen. And Sam really just dismantled Paulo there. It was the quick start, right? The 1-drop, 2-drop that got underneath any counter spells. Yeah, exactly, on the play. And even though Paulo found removals and counters and stuff like that, he was taking 2 to 4 every turn. We'll be back right after these messages.
The battle for Zendikar is coming to PAX Prime, and the Eldrazi are taking over. Join us Saturday for a special 1-hour Battle for Zendikar preview show hosted by Will Whedon and Ashley Birch, and featuring the Wizards of the Coast R&D team as they pull back the curtain on Magic's most exciting fall release ever. Start on your road to the Pro Tour by playing in a preliminary Pro Tour qualifier. With more than 2,000 locations running events, you're sure to find one near you. Visit magic.wizards.com/PPTQ for schedules and information.
And welcome back to the feature match area here at PAX in Seattle. Let's jump over before we blink here and check out Magnus Lanto playing Atarka Red. He's up against Sean McLaren, who's on Jeskai. And yeah, as promised,
he followed the lead of teammate Martin Dang.
Crunch, crunch, crunch. 3 creatures hitting the battlefield here, or hitting the red zone here, I should say. Looks like a Zergo, a Swift Spear, and a Foundry Street Denizen.
Yep, these guys are also 7 and 5. Win-win gets them into the tiebreaker scrum at 9 and 5. It's a scrum Sean McLaren has some experience with. Last year, he went 9 and 5 and was on the losing side of that tiebreaker scrum. He was 5th place at Worlds last year. In addition, Sean this time around has the best tiebreakers amongst the 7 and 5. So I think if he gets there this time, he'll probably be on the right side of the tiebreakers.
So Magma Spray looks pretty good here.
Yeah. Missing land drops doesn't.
No, here's another Zergo Bell Striker, though this is the same one being dashed again by Magnus Lanto. And there's Wild Slash target your head.
For effectively 3, thanks to prowess.
And Sean McLaren's life total is falling quickly. He seems to be missing land drops and doesn't have the cheap answers he needs to get rid of his opponent's threats. He draws a dig.
Look at all the life he could gain with those Ojutai's commands.
Yeah.
3 of them.
Yeah, this matchup does not look that bad for Sean, but he stumbled, and that is one of the benefits that you get out of Mono Red, is that when your opponent stumbles, you get to just pound them. Let's jump over to table D here, which for you at home is that back table. Where we have a
big
great matchup. Owen Turtenwald versus Paul Rietzel.
There are feature matches. And then there's Owen versus Paul in what is close to a win and in. Paul's tiebreakers are actually crap. So Paul may not be able to make top 4 with a 1-1. He could wind up on the wrong side of that 9 and 5 scrum with a win and a loss. Owen, though, he's been at the top of the Swiss the whole tournament. He's in great shape with a win.
Well, we're going to stick on this one for a few minutes. I got to see what happens with this match. This is just too good to look away from here, and it looks like it's drug out a bit here. Check out those graveyards.
Yeah, which has to be good news for Owen, right? This is 2 different flavors of Obzon. Control versus aggro, and you know what? When you're playing control versus aggro, and both players have 7 lands and no board, it's usually good for the control player.
Right on time, Randy. Owen Turtenwald plays Elspeth's Sun's Champion, making 3 soldier tokens here. Now there is a face down morph though for Rietzel. Looks like it's already got a counter on it from a Dromica's command earlier, and it is a Den Protector. Now it has 2 counters on it. That's actually going to be able to pressure Elspeth here. Would need 1 more power to actually take her down.
Well, he got Dromica's command.
Does he have one in his hand? He got it
That's
back?
what he picked up with the Den Protector.
So
He
he's
chose
actually got
Dromica's
enough
command.
to kill Elspeth here. He can fight a token. He's got to put the counter on it. There we go. And wow, so that was about the cleanest way you could get rid of
seriously.
Elspeth there. Now
Paul's
Owen's
like,
still
not
at 13.
so fast, Randy.
Yeah.
We're still in the beatdown portion of this game. I got it under control.
Just a slight diversion for Paul Rietzel, who follows up with a Fleecemane Lion. Still 2 soldiers left over for Turtenwald, but he needs to find a way to get some cards going. And right now, doesn't have it. He got an ultimate price here, which you can use to kill the Den Protector. That's nice.
Is that a Dragonlord Dromica? No. What is that other card in Owen's hand?
Owen plays Dragonlord Dromica.
He does have one in his deck. I couldn't see the card. Pay the price. Play a land. This could leave Fleecemane Lion open. In fact, he has left Fleecemane Lion open for Monstrous.
Wow, Paul's still got Siege Rhino. He's got another Siege Rhino. He's got an Elspeth.
All right. And it comes, and Turtenwald's going to maintain his life total by cashing in 1 soldier.
Yes, Paul could Monstrous his Fleecemane. He probably suspects Owen is Sans removal since Owen didn't kill it while Paul was tapped out. But Paul's got better things to do with his mana. Summoning a Siege Rhino seems like it might just be better than Monstrous this Fleecemane Lion. It's also got a Wingmate Rock he can summon.
There it is. Wingmate Rock hits the battlefield. So a big play for Rietzel, who's going to look to apply maximum pressure to Owen Turtenwald here. Was that last card Dromica for Owen?
I think it is.
And if it is, that will stabilize him, assuming Dromica lives.
Yeah, Paul just draws land, plays Elspeth.
Done.
Well,
Elspeth
that's the
doesn't
bullet that Owen has to dodge here.
Owen drew
Hero's Downfall. Huh. Well, the time is now. Yeah, you
do
were
what you
right.
gotta do. Cross your fingers.
So is this an untapped land for Rietzel
Paul is
or a
insane
removal
here.
spell?
Yes.
It was, but it's
But
not
it
the
was an
right one.
ultimate
It was an
price.
ultimate price. That
Wow.
will not get it done.
So a little window here for Owen to get back in this game.
Yeah, it looks like Owen's bought himself some breathing room here. Though it's not getting any easier. Paul can play a Siege Rhino here.
Yeah.
The
And
pressure
will.
is certainly mounting, but Dragonlord Dromica doing a noble job of holding off a massive effort here from Rietzel. Go. Big draw step for Owen Turtenwald. And he finds Nissa. He even has a fetch land sitting there. He's also going to, of course, be able to get a forest, so he can turn that face up here, get an extra card, and have mana for his Hero's Downfall.
Okay, there's something coming together here.
Yeah, I think you're right, Ian. That was a nice rip.
Back table update, by the way. Seth Manfield, stop me if you've heard this before. He's up a game.
Yep.
Over Martin Mueller.
Seth Manfield is 11-1 in this tournament.
Yeah, you remember that how people still talk about the performance Shota Yasuoka put on at that first these new World Championships? Shota went 11-1. That was a 12-round tournament. I think we want to stay here and finish this.
We're going
right?
to stay on this match
yeah,
here.
You want to watch Sam Black's Mono White Devotion.
If you
it's
wanna,
up there in the corner.
Yeah, if you want to keep an eye on it, you can look in the upper right part of your screen there as Paulo tries to fend off Sam Black after game one here. But I want to stick on Paul Rietzel versus Owen Turtenwald here.
Yep. But yeah, Seth has already equaled Shota's mark from that first Worlds. They're now 14 rounds instead of 12, so he may put up the even better Swiss performance.
All right, so there it is. Nissa turns face up. What does he want to do? Owen's at 10. This is game one. Is this effectively a win and in, Randy?
It is for Owen. Paul would still need a draw because to get out of the tiebreaker scrum.
Okay. Now, does that also make it a losing out?
Not for Owen.
Okay. He could be one of those 9-5
Yeah,
players.
Owen can win that scrum with a 1-1 finish. These guys are a match above the 7-5s, obviously. Tied for second right now. And you know how many 9-5s can get in depends on Seth Manfield once again. If he knocks Martin Mueller down, it's just more room for more 7-5s. One of which might be Martin.
So Owen here attacking with the Dragon Lord.
Yeah, he wants to make sure he triggers lifelink.
If Paul were to double block, we know Owen has Hero's Downfall in his hand to take out one of those birds.
Paul's on 13? Doesn't seem like you double block here.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I mean, you kind of want to crack back. Actually turns a profit on the crackback unless Owen has something else going on.
Now, why wouldn't Owen just leave back Dragon Lord Dromica?
I think he wants to get the lifelink.
Yeah, because Paul plays Elspeth, kills the Dragon Lord, you never gained the life.
Yeah.
And that is a significant amount of life that he gains here. 15 he's up to now.
And he's
Interestingly,
pressuring Paul,
Rietzel's down to 8, yeah.
Yeah, he gave Paul the opportunity to double block, which Owen could have blown him out if Paul does. Okay, Paul dodged that bullet successfully, but...
And Owen's still deciding what to do with Nissa. Hasn't used her yet.
Could make a 4-4. Could take a peel at the top of the deck. It looks like he's going to make a 4-4.
Wow.
So a
Making
Shia
Elspeth
token.
even better.
Indeed. Oh, he finds a
Comes into play,
tap
tap
land
land.
off the top. Temple of Plenty is not going to let Paul Rietzel play Elspeth here.
Now what? I mean, Paul's got a bunch of good attacks. Even Fleecemane Lion can attack if he was willing to go monstrous.
Yeah, no.
Owen is not interested in the Wingmate Rock life gain for helping out Paul's side of this race.
So he's going to pre-combat, make
Yeah.
sure that he Hero's Downfalls the Wingmate Rock. Paul's at 8.
Owen is hellbent, so Paul knows what he's up against. He's got a Siege Rhino he could play. He's obviously going to play the Temple, which means that Elspeth is an option next turn. What else does Paul have?
He's got another Siege Rhino.
Yeah, it's Siege Rhino, Elspeth, Temple, and he has Ultimate Price.
I'm interested to see what Paul attacks with here. I
Yeah.
believe we're in his Declare Attacker step.
I mean, he can
We
Ultimate
are.
Price the token, right?
He totally can.
And then attack with everything?
Yes.
Maybe
Does
send
he
a
wanna-
flyer at Nissa?
Yeah, does he want to take out Nissa in that exchange? I mean, Owen's taken the kill him line off the table here by being all the way up to 15 after that attack.
Right. But Owen has no cards in his hand. You drop
Yeah.
him down to just the Dragon Lord.
The thing is, if Paul spends mana to Ultimate Price this turn, I think that's at the expense of advancing his board with something like a second Siege Rhino.
Oh, because he's only got the 5, you're right. Yeah.
So it's actually a pretty tough decision how to attack and what to attack with.
Probably want to kill Nissa, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, he's going to kill Nissa with Siege Rhino, not the Rock token. Interesting.
He's left the Rock token back.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised the Rock token didn't attack. I guess that means it's chump blocking this turn. I mean, Paul's
Double
not
blocking?
Paul's it could.
It could chump block. Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe he does just chump block the dragon.
I assume so. I mean, Paul doesn't have any other flyers, so, and Paul's not one to no attacks, no blocks, as they say.
Right.
No, he is not.
Oh, wow. Paul gets... oh.
Okay.
He held back the Ultimate Price. Oh, and double block. Now Paul's totally priced in. Because the Ultimate Price saves the Siege Rhino and kills Nissa.
Yeah, which he did that exact play. And there is that 6th land, of course, for Rietzel that he drew this turn, meaning that Elspeth is primed to
Owen
enter
is
the
down to
battlefield
just
next
the
turn.
Dragon Lord. Yeah, I think Paul's line there. He was only going to Ultimate Price if Owen opened himself up to a 2-for-1. Otherwise, he could spend his mana either on Fleecemane Monstrous or Siege Rhino. I'm guessing Fleecemane Monstrous.
And like you guys predicted, Paul Rietzel does chump block with the
And
token.
Owen top decked. Was that Den Protector?
Must be.
Wow. So Paul's chump block there is to stop himself from going down to 3, which would make Siege Rhino lethal.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's a good thing that he did that. Do we know if Owen has a Siege Rhino in his graveyard?
He does.
He does.
Here comes Elspeth.
I mean, Elspeth can kill Dromica, but it also kills Siege Rhino.
Yeah, and Turtenwald's up to 20. I mean, he was on the ropes.
Yeah.
He was down to, what, 8? Now he's at 20? He's going to take 4 here, though. Falling down to 16, another land for Rietzel.
Now Elspeth down. Fleece Mane can block Den Protector. Is that the line?
Then we have an Elspeth fight, potentially, if Owen wants to get back his own copy.
Yeah,
I mean, if
Owen top decking Den Protector makes Paul's life a lot more difficult.
that
sure
was
does.
brutal draw from Paul Rietzel's perspective.
So remember, if Paul plays Elspeth and takes down, Den Protector can turn face up, get a removal spell, kill the lion, kill Elspeth. Is a potential play here.
So what happened here is, so Elspeth...
But then the Den Protector
minus
only
has
killed
just
Fleece
happened.
Mane, right? And you still have Elspeth? Or no, you don't have Elspeth.
So, just to keep an eye on what the main match is on the upper right-hand side as well, you can see that Sam Black has a fairly well-built board, but Paulo is nicely battling back thanks to Silumgar the Drifting Death clearing away a bunch of tokens on the ground there.
Whoa! Owen Den Protected for Bile Blight and shrank Dromica.
Wow.
Dromica does the limbo, gets underneath that Elspeth activation.
That was a Siege Rhino off the top for Owen.
What?
I think he just drew a Siege Rhino. He did!
Wow.
Siege Rhino off the top, and Owen Turtenwald
Holy
wins
smokes.
this game.
Owen Turtenwald, ladies and gentlemen.
Man, nothing like Den Protector into Siege Rhino. Let's get back to our main match, though, where we're in the midst of game 2 here. We have Sam Black up a game over Paulo as we came in here, and looks like this one's pretty well developed. We see a Jace Vryn's Prodigy there for Paulo, along with Silumgar the Drifting Death, but he is facing down 2 very problematic cards for this deck, an Elspeth and an active and rolling Master of the Unseen. Whew. That Owen Turtenwald, huh?
Did not see the Bile Blight to shrink under the Elspeth coming. I don't think Paul saw it either.
So pretty cool interaction happening here. Paulo plays his second dragon. Now remember that Silumgar the Drifting Death triggers once per dragon you control that attacks. So with 2 dragons, that's actually -2/-2 on Sam's whole team. Perfect for killing manifests.
Back table update, by the way, Magnus Lanto has defeated Sean McLaren. So the red deck got there against McLaren's Jeskai. Atarka Red still very live. Magnus now 8-5. Sean McLaren has been knocked out of top 4 contention.
Now we blinked, but Sam Black minus Elspeth to take care of half of that plan in leaving Ojutai in the graveyard. But still, Silumgar the Drifting Death is alive and well. That 3 power, a big boon here. And Sam's going to attack for 4, dropping Paulo down to 8. Looks like he's down to 7 now, actually.
The 9th and 10th of our last remaining players, by the way, playing outside the feature criteria this round are also done. Tiago Saporito over Jacob Wilson. So Tiago stays in contention. Jacob picks up loss number 6.
Normally, if you're the white weenie deck and you have 8 lands on the battlefield, you're pretty bummed out. But this one's a little different. This one can actually make use of all that mana and in a very effective way against the Esper Dragons deck. Paulo goes into the tank, the 9-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor and Hall of Famer. How does he get out of this mess? He can use his Jace and get it transformed this turn. Gets rid of a land. All right, he's going to buy back Ojutai with his Crucible and Spirit Dragon, play another one, and he's got the mana now to replay Ojutai. So this worked out pretty nicely here, but he's at 7 life, and he knows he's going to be facing multiple manifests on top of the ones that Sam already has. He'd love to be able to get in there and kill Elspeth here. He knows he can wipe away the manifest next turn with his 2 dragons. But is he going to leave himself dead?
So here's the tricky thing. If Paulo attacks Elspeth with Silumgar, end of turn, Sam makes 2 more manifests. Now that's 4 manifests attacking. Paulo can block one with Ojutai, but if he blocks the wrong one, we could see an Archangel of Titus turn up. And that'd be exactly 7 on the remaining 3.
Well, but Jace hasn't been activated yet either here. He can shrink down one of the manifests.
That's true.
And change the math here. This is close. This is...
it feels like it comes down to how many of the manifests can turn up into bigger creatures that hit for more than 2.
Yeah. With all that extra mana from Sam, you know, most of his creatures top out at 4, right, as far as actual converted mana cost goes.
Right.
So he could flip up the other 2, assuming that there's something.
He is not going to finish off Elspeth.
And I think the largest power of any creature in Sam's deck is 3,
It's 3, right? It's Brimaz or the Angel.
Right, so he doesn't have to worry about suddenly taking too much damage from an unblocked manifest. He could take one extra point.
Also, leaving Elspeth alive doesn't really do that much. She makes 3 tokens, right?
Right.
They get swept away.
They get swept away with the Drifting Death attack next turn. So I like Paulo's line.
This is super tight. Yeah, there's 3 soldier tokens from Elspeth and an army of manifests as well.
Now Sam has, I believe, he has a backup Elspeth. So Elspeth minus can kill Ojutai.
Interesting.
And mess things up. Paulo.
He actually wants his Elspeth to die?
Well, he wants to be able to do Elspeth minus.
Yeah, if his Elspeth dies, he can play the second one and
Play
immediately
the second one
minus.
anyway. Just decide to keep it.
Yeah, so that's what he's going to do here. He got the other tokens out of the first one first, plays the second one, minuses it, and once again keeps Dragonlord Ojutai at bay. There is another Crucible of the Spirit Dragon on the board, though, for Paulo. He can buy it back. If he has an untapped land, he can replay it again, but the clock is getting real nasty here.
Yeah, looks like Sam's going to get through for
4?
at least 4.
Yeah, minimum 4. Might be 5. And Paulo falls down to 3. Let's see what he blocked. He blocked the planes, as it turns out. You see that one manifest that hung back. That's the one that got shrunk down by Jace.
Precisely. All right. So we just repeat the board state again.
Yeah, this basically is the same thing that happened last time.
Except Paulo doesn't have a land. He's short one
but
land.
he drew a Dragonlord Ojutai, I think. I think his hand is Dig Dragonlord.
That'd be a great hand. If he doesn't have to sack the Crucible to go get a Dragonlord Ojutai,
I mean, if he does, he can't cast it.
Wow,
so.
he did. He top decked Ojutai. That's crazy.
Is
Was
that
one
good?
short of being able to Crucible it back out. But now, does Drifting Death need to clean up those soldier tokens? It probably does.
Yeah. Also clean up Elspeth in the process here.
Yeah, yeah. But Sam's still going to have 4 manifests.
Yeah, it might just be too late.
Jace gets to tick one down again.
Wow, crazy. So last turn, could Paulo have actually targeted his own Ojutai with Jace to shrink it so it can't be killed by a new Elspeth?
I think so.
I think that might have worked. I mean, it's a little risky because it means that other manifest can attack and he may take a couple more damage, but if he's leaving them all back anyway and he's just playing for this double thing, yeah, I think that's hilarious.
Yeah, it's just up to 1 target creature. It can be yours.
Hat tip
Hexproof
to-
allows it.
Hat tip to Neil Rigby for whispering that tip into my ear. All right, Jace is going flashback mode.
Let's see what Paulo has to grab out of his. He's got a Languish sitting there.
Oh,
All right,
wow.
so he can reset quite cleanly here with a
Okay.
Languish. And he doesn't even need to play the Ojutai card.
All right,
yet
so he
here.
wasn't all in on that Ojutai line.
Nope.
Languish with the flashback cleans this up.
And there's no Angel of Tithes down there to dodge this. Looks like a couple of lands and a soldier. So down they go, but still end step. And Sam gets to play
if this
a manifest. What if it's a 3-power
creature?
Yeah, he could just win.
Crazy.
Paulo trying to work through these Master of the Unseens.
The hand. We want to know. What is it?
That was Jacob Van Lunen, who's our spotter down there. He's gonna punch it up. We can see right here. Let's bring it up. It's a Soldier of the Pantheon.
Oh, so he hit a creature.
He did, just not the right one. Now, Paulo's probably figured out, okay, he probably doesn't have it at this point.
Yeah, this attack would not have taken nearly as long. After we talk about perfect play in Magic, it's actually one of the things we talk about. Can you play the perfect game of Magic? It's like, how long do you think about things? What are you representing by how quickly you take your actions?
Right.
That,
I mean, the hard part about Magic is that it can be very difficult to double-check your work even if you have a lot of time and a computer and smart people. All right, so here comes the Manifest. This is going to drop Paulo right? down to 1. Yep. And he's got a follow-up play here as well.
Knight of the White Orchid.
Knight of the White Orchid.
Does not get a plane. It's disappointing.
No, but it does create mana for him, so he still gets to activate his Mastery twice on end step.
Yep.
Or whenever. And this is dig through time now for Paulo. This is huge.
So Paulo's last remaining card is Dragon Lord Ojutai. For context here.
Yeah. Yeah, he decided not to cast that last turn in lieu of just casting Languish on flashback. But this is a huge...
Ugin.
Ugin. Now, that Ugin is one of the only ways that he actually has to get rid of a Master of the Unseen.
Yep. What's under the Banishing Light?
Yeah,
because Ugin also gets rid of the Banishing Light and returns whatever that is to presumably Paulo's side of the board.
That's right. He needs another mana source, though, for Ugin, and he just drew it. That was a polluted Delta.
Wow. Is Ugin good enough? Because Ugin doesn't kill the Manifest.
It does not kill the Manifest, but it still leaves him with the Silumgar, right?
Yeah, but Sam's going to make multiple Manifests as a response.
So I'm doing an Urborg check here, right? The polluted Delta with Paulo at 1 is not helpful? Question mark?
No Urborgs.
Okay.
You are totally correct. I'm so used to there being an Urborg with this
you got to
deck.
do the Urborg check, otherwise Twitch chat, starts going crazy.
Oh, yeah, they do. Usually it's the other way,
right?
A fetch line gets tapped for mana, but it does work the other direction. Yeah, no, I think you're right, Randy. I think that there's an Archangel of Tides, which means that Paulo's not going to be able to block.
Yes, it does.
And that will
Paulo does not
do
look
it.
happy.
I wouldn't be happy either. This is a tough matchup for him.
Sam Black.
So Sam Black evens things up.
No, that's
against
the match.
Paulo. Oh, sorry.
That's
Yeah,
the match.
that is the match.
Yeah, we
Sam won
saw
the first
game 1, Sam Black rushed him down with a white weenie draw. Game 2, Sam Black out-controlled him with Mastery of the Unseen.
Pretty much.
All
So
right,
Sam Black stays live for top 4. Paulo Vitor Damarosa will not be making this top 4.
Okay. Yeah, tough elimination match there for Paulo. But let's jump back to Owen Turtenwald versus Paul Rietzel here.
You have 6 cards, right? 6, yeah.
Last we saw, Owen Turtenwald had some pretty major heroics to pull out the win.
Indeed.
With some clever play and some nice top decks, he managed to find game 1. Paul Rietzel now, no board state whatsoever, but he's ahead on mana. Interestingly, Owen in the Abzan control role here is the one who's stuck on 4, where it looks like the hangerback Abzan deck of Paul Rietzel's up to 6 now.
Sounds like both players took a mulligan before this game.
Okay. A lot of cards in hand for Rietzel, and bang. There's Elspeth to take down the Siege Rhino, and that could be a game-winning sequence here. As you can see, Owen's got 6-7 cards in hand here.
Just pinched on mana.
Yeah.
Oh, one of them's a downfall, though.
Okay, well.
Elspeth is not going to get out of control.
That is a good thing for Owen. Yeah, it's not going to run away with the game, at least.
Paul's
It looks like
on-
Paul's got a bunch of reactive cards, or wait.
I think there's an Anafenza.
There's
in
an
there.
Anafenza, yeah. At first I thought that was a Dromica's command, but it is not.
Yeah, I think it's 2 removal spells, Anafenza, and land.
He knows that Turtenwald's on all spells.
Oh, I didn't see the Tassiger.
Oh, hello. Can he play both this turn?
Probably.
Absolutely.
Depends how much he wants to delve, of course. He may just go Tassiger with mana to activate it.
He's
Oh,
left just one
just
Elspeth.
Elspeth. There
Pass
you
a
go.
turn back, giving himself a reasonable chance to pick up an Elspeth here. Yeah, we're watching you, Paul. We see you. Yeah, there it was a land finally off the top here for Turtenwald. You can see he had a Caves of Koilos there, and there it is. Turtenwald's at 18. He's fine on life. Does he just have to bite the bullet and Obzon charm this this Tassiger here?
Yeah, he's certainly going to have to deal with it eventually.
Interestingly, the fact that Sam Black and Magnus Lanto are the 21 pointers who've won so far is good news for Paul Rietzel, as his tiebreakers don't look nearly as bad now.
All right, so what did Paul get back? It's not the Elspeth. What was the other card? Didn't quite catch it. It was face down there. But the Obzon charm did take out Tassiger.
It's a self-inflicted wound.
A self-inflicted wound. Yep. Okay, well, that's about the best case scenario for Turtenwald, right? I mean, instead of an Elspeth, he got a self-inflicted wound?
Yeah.
Sure. And there's Anafenza the foremost joining the board here for Rietzel. So the pressure keeps coming, but Turtenwald's definitely clawing back to mana parity here, and with 5 lands, could be in business. Yeah, the long game is certainly Turtenwald's. You know, I don't know if you guys caught that, but he's got a pair of Den Protectors in his hand. He's also got a Bile-Blight, a Hero's Downfall. I think a Languish and a... Oh, yeah, there it is right on the screen, Languish and a Courser as well. So he's got the tools. And it looks like he's going to take a hit here and get this Den Protector down.
Yeah, I mean, Owen's sitting at a comfortable life total. He's got plenty of removal in hand. Paul has only the Anafenza to threaten right now. Paul's hand looking pretty reactive. Looks like Paul has a Hero's Downfall, the self-inflicted wound that we saw that Owen knows about, and Dromica's Command.
So Anafenza is going to hit Owen, dropping him down to 14. That part he knew about. Land go for Paul Rietzel just does nothing. Here's that Den Protector. And he's going to get back a Valorous Stance, so he's found a nice cheap answer to deal with Anafenza. Still on end step here.
Yeah, Paul's got removal, so he wanted Owen to make that Den Protector decision without, and now Paul might kill the Den Protector with Owen tapped out.
Paul's at 11. It is a real card here.
So using the Dromica's Command to fight while Owen's tapped out, just knowing that he may not have the opportunity to
just
do
taking
that
the
and not,
safe.
Yeah, to not be responded to with a removal spell.
Oh my God, Seth Manfield.
Did he win again?
He's comfortable. He's got that King of the Hill table locked up. He is 12-1.
Oh my God, in this field?
Unprecedented record in this field. And that means Martin Mueller just lost.
Yep.
Now he had that loss to give, but now he's in the scrum at 5 losses. Basically, the winner of this match is going to be in second all by themselves, and there are going to be 5 players who are all tied at 8 and 5 going into the last round. We're going to have 7 people still alive for top 4 in the final round.
Paul Rietzel just can't find anything. He finds a Plains off the top of his deck now. Self-inflicted wound is going to take care of the Courser of Crufix. So that's nice for him. Doesn't have anything else going on here, though. And the information will be known as well. Hero's Downfall was the last spell in Rietzel's hand. It hits the graveyard thanks to a Thoughtseize, and now Owen Turtenwald has turned the corner here.
Yep.
He's up a game in the match already, and Rietzel needs to find something, and quickly. He found a Dromica's command off the top. That's not what he wants to see.
Man, the pairings in the last round are going to all be screwy too, right? Owen will get paired against somebody in that scrum. Seth Manfield will get paired against somebody in that scrum.
Owen
Somebody will
Turtenwald
get paired down.
is now turning the corner on this game directly. He had just got back a Siege Rhino, and he's looking to close the door on Rietzel. He knows he's out of gas. He attacks for 3. Plays the Rhino. That drops him down to 5 and says, you have to draw something now, Paul, or you're dead. He finds a Siege Rhino.
I think that counts.
Paul says, okay.
Wow. They can't hear us, but he certainly responded.
Still, unfortunately for Paul, we know Owen has Obzon Charm among other potential answers here.
Yeah, you know, I think he actually has the win here with Hero's Downfall plus Obzon Charm for counters. I don't know if he goes for it. I mean, there is one unknown card, right, for Rietzel?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, there is none? Okay.
When Owen Thoughtseized, he saw the planes, and Paul since played it.
Yeah, and that's it. He did have it exactly as we thought. And Owen Turtenwald wins his very close match there against Paul Rietzel to improve to 9-4, Randy, putting himself in a position
99+%. He has the best tiebreakers in the room. And with a loss, he just falls into a place where multiple people get in off tiebreakers. He's in. Like, he's all but mathematically in.
All but mathematically in. Wow. Had to beat Paul Rietzel to do it, but he pulled it out. Welcome back to the booth. We're here at PAX in Seattle, Washington. Marshall Cycliffe with Randy Buehler and Ian Duke. And now the tension is palpable down there in the feature match.
I mean, you can see there, Owen's obviously elated to have clinched, but he's also had to beat a pretty good friend, Paul Rietzel, a guy he hangs out with all the time.
All the time. You know, he's got a lot of respect for Paul as a player and a person. So yeah, it's always tough. You have to manage.
Yeah, you didn't really see any of the elation that I know Owen is feeling. He knows he's got this.
He's got to be so excited.
It's one of those where, like, you look at the standings. He's not going to get the draw to mathematically clinch it, but yeah, look, the only person in the room who has breakers anywhere close to him, Sean McLaren lost. Martin Mueller lost. So Owen has he's in good shape.
He's clear of the field.
But now he gets to play Dream Crusher in the last round.
Hey, there's a pro point.
There's a pro point. Of course, you want the pro point. He only made this Worlds by one pro point.
Yeah, it is not about crushing dreams. It is about accumulating pro points at this early stage of the season and trying to set up a late season run to get back here.
That's right.
Next year, right? And you know that these players are thinking about that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we saw that, down the stretch, Ian. A lot of the players were so close, just right on that bubble. And, one pro point can make the difference.
Yeah, it absolutely can. And just coming out at the end of last season and seeing how tight that race was to get here in the first place, starting fresh again, you bet that everyone here wants to get every single pro point they can out of this event to start the new season.
Yeah, and, somebody like Owen, full-time professional Magic player, has been the majority of his life. He values every single one of those points. All right, looks like we're ready over at the news desk. And Richard Hagan.
All right, thanks very much to the guys there. I'm going to open this little section with a question for the crowd here live at PAX. How many of you in the game of Magic the Gathering in your lives have ever got to 12-1 or better? That was a big fat 0. None. Louis Scott Vargas. Hall of Famer Randy. Okay, I should have said non-Hall of Famers, shouldn't I? Fair enough. All right. What an achievement, though, by Seth Manfield. Just extraordinary. 12-1's almost impossible. To do it at this level is just absurd, and he knows it too. We're going to have Seth Manfield up here at the news desk talking through his Abzan deck in just a little bit. But why don't we look at the way things stand? So Seth Manfield, by virtue of going 12-1, has just basically turned this into 2 tournaments. There's the Seth Manfield experience, and then there's the 23 players playing in the World Championship. Those 2 tournaments will join again on Sunday when Seth Manfield, well, who knows what happens Sunday, and who knows who joins him. Owen Turtenwald has just taken a gigantic step towards that Final Four, because at 9-4, even with other players coming up to 9-5, and with Owen losing in his last round, were that to happen, his tiebreaks are looking pretty sensational. So he will feel he is just about there. And we agree, he is. So that means 2 more to make it in. So, it turned out that Sam Black beat Palavita Domodorosa. Palavita Domodorosa will not be world champion. He's now at 7-6. Black is at 8-5. Jacob Wilson lost. He's at 7-6. Thiago Saporito is still alive at 8-5, and he had pretty reasonable breaks. He's in the middle. I will say nice things because he's nearby. Magnus Lanto is up to 8-5. Sean McLaren is done at 7-6. Playing for pro points, playing for cash, but not playing to be a world champion. So Lanto, Saporito, Black, all at 8-5. Martin Muller is 8-5 because, of course, he started at 8-4. He was bound to lose. He was playing Seth Manfield. That's what happens to everyone who plays Seth Manfield, apparently. And Paul Rietzel, you've just seen, fall to 8-5 because Owen Turtenwald is up to 9-4. So by our reckoning, there are 5 players at 8-5 looking to claim the 3rd and the 4th spot in the top 4, alongside Seth Manfield for sure, and Owen Turtenwald, barring, I don't know, a meteor strike or an Eldrazi sprouting up from through the ceiling, picking up a cop card. Wait, that kind of actually happened this weekend. Why don't we take a look at how the tentacles came to town?
You're standing in front of the Wizards of the Coast Magic the Gathering Eldrazi Sculpture at PAX 2015.
This is the plane of Zendikar. Zendikar is a plane that we are visiting this fall where these monstrous Eldrazi, these alien figures, are devastating the plane. And we've recreated Zendikar here at PAX this year for the launch of our Battle for Zendikar campaign. And this statue is a Eldrazi ready to wreak havoc on Seattle.
We started working with the Eldrazi IP, and from there we were designing tentacles that were exploding out of the building. It morphed into tentacles exploding up from the ground. From there we started putting into the bifurcated hands, which were then coming down, crashing a police car, snapping a Seattle lamppost.
Design time, I want to say it was about a 10-month process to get this thing from creation, multiple sculpts, multiple redistribution of the clay for the clay maquette that we built.
The process itself was going from sketch format to revising sketches to a clay maquette. From the clay maquette, we brought it into studio. It was 3D scanned. From the 3D scanner, it was CNC routed out, multi-axis CNC routers. Out of foam, it was then sprayed with hard coat and paint, steel infrastructure, and from there was brought to site and assembled.
We had the police car was the first thing we purchased. We added the sound bar and the fog machine that would make puffs of smoke every once in a while.
You're looking at a pretty significant structure. So it took a 36-ton crane with a 150-foot boom and 3 lowboy drop-down tractor trailers, all wide loads, special permit, plus a half a dozen other trucks to bring this thing in. 2 nights to install. We had to offload in the evening and build in the evening so we could close the streets. It's a pretty big labor.
One of the things that we wanted to do this year is we really wanted to bring the plane to life. Our creative and R&D teams do an amazing job of, in the cards and in the story, creating that setting. And we really wanted to give our fans an opportunity to see what that looks like in life. And so the concept was to create as much of a life-size Eldrazi as we could. They're huge alien monsters. This is over a 25-foot tall Eldrazi monster. And we really just wanted to start with what is that going to look like for our fans. So you can see it's got a hand crushing this vehicle, which is one of our first responders. You go inside, we have hedrons. We have the core swinging from vines trying to fight back this alien invasion.
Pictures of this are trending as the #1 photo on the PAX Prime site, which is pretty awesome. During install, people were taking pictures out of their car windows. They were stopping on the corner, taking all sorts of video. And this morning, as people are going to work, there's been nothing but a stream of people stopping to take pictures with the tentacle arm, with the police car, and all of the awesome stuff here. It's been really pretty amazing. I think people are really jazzed about it.
I think everyone is very excited. Everyone just keeps walking by, stopping, taking pictures, pointing, smiling. We're pretty pleased.
And now we've got an actual sculpted Eldrazi monster. It's pretty kick-ass. And you can edit that out if you need to.
First off, thanks to the Wizards of the Coast for the opportunity. You don't often get to do a build this big. I'd like to again thank our partners at Dylanworks. The local exhibit company did a fantastic job in the build out and the installation. Thanks to Penny Arcade Expo and Reed Expo, to the building Washington State Convention Center, and to the city of Seattle, without whose support we never would have been able to have done this. It was a collaborative effort by everyone.
Hello and welcome to the Tournament Center here at the Magic World Championships held at PAX in Seattle. One of the big themes here at PAX has been Eldrazi monsters. People have been taking pictures of monsters all day. If you want to take a picture of a monster, a true monster, look no further than right here, Seth Manfield. He has lost one match all weekend so far. He is locked and secured for the top 4. Seth Manfield, what is this weekend like for you so far?
I mean, I haven't really absorbed it yet. I've just been trying to play my matches, and you know, it's been amazing. I mean, it's been great. I feel like my confidence has been growing every match, basically. Even it doesn't matter who I'm playing against. I'm just, you know, I feel like I'm in, I guess, a little bit of a zone. But I mean, I couldn't have ever expected this, but I mean, there's so much luck and so much variance that obviously I'm on the right end of it right now. But yeah,
12-1. You get the standard. What you know, this is the deck you guys talked about. You know, you not only are you going to play it for 4 rounds today, but if you make top 4, which you're going to do, you have to play more rounds, best 3 out of 5, tight sideboard. You know, lots of sideboard decisions. Why did you choose to play Abzan?
Well, it's funny, you know, Steve Rubin, a good friend of mine and testing partner, going back to Ari Lax's win, however long ago that was, he basically built this Abzan control deck that won the Pro Tour. And ever since then, our team's kind of been the Abzan control team. We just sort of tuned it. I've gotten a lot of reps with the deck. It's still good. I mean, there's still plays the best cards in Standard pretty much. And I feel like for a 5-game set, I feel pretty good because I feel like Abzan control traditionally has the best after sideboard.
Okay, well, let's take a look at some of the best cards in Standard as Seth Manfield called the Abzan control deck list. So talk about some of these cards right here.
Sure, so for Courser, I mean, there's a bunch of Jamoka's commands in the format. It's still just too good not to play Courser. It's absolutely one of the staple creatures of this deck. It always has been. Nissa's one of the new additions. Some versions play 2. We like 2. Some versions play 3. It can be a little bit slow, and we only wanted to play 3 forests in our deck, so we went with 2. And then 3 Den Protector. Den Protector is great in any sort of grinding matchup. And again, like Nissa, it's sort of a slow card. Like, you can play 4, but I think 3 is a good number.
Okay, so let's look at some more of the cards that are in here. These are some of the creatures, but then there's some bigger creatures, and Siege Rhino has really become the mascot of the deck.
I mean, Siege Rhino is just the reason to play the deck. I mean, the life swing, the trample, the 4/5. It doesn't even matter that there's roast and valor stances, and whatever kills it, you're still getting plenty of value. You can return it later, and then Tassiger is basically you just want like a delve spell. Like, there's no reason not to have one, and Tassiger is the best one. And I mean, the activation comes up a reasonable amount where you just play it for 1, then you leave 1 card in your yard, you activate it, and you put your opponent in a really tough spot later in the game.
And then Elspeth.
Then, of course, Elspeth. Like, I've heard people say, oh, Elspeth's bad right now, and I'm like, no, like, Elspeth's always been very, very good. I mean,
don't listen to those people. Listen to Seth Manfield. He is 12-1.
Yeah. I mean, Elspeth just does everything. Like, there's some decks where you just plus it, and you just brick their entire board. Like, game 1's against Abzan aggro. If they don't have, like, hangerback tokens, you just go Elspeth plus, or, you know, sometimes you minus. You kill a Rhino, you kill a Stormbreath Dragon, you kill a Thunderbreak Regent, whatever, yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at some of the tools in the deck. Thoughtseize, Ultimate Price, Bile Blight, one each of those, and Hero's Downfall, 3 there.
So we need a certain amount of cheap interactive spells because all of our creatures start at 3 mana, besides the Fleecemanes and the sideboard. So Thoughtseize is just sort of like our... Normally you start with a tap land, and then you go like tap land, Thoughtseize. It's just sort of... helps you know, your draws smooth out a little bit better. And, I mean, sometimes you just take their best card and you know exactly what's going on and you're playing with perfect information. Thoughtseize is great in every format, so why not play it in Standard? Ultimate Price, basically, it's not great against Abzan aggro, but it's great against any of the green decks, Green Devotion, Green Red Dragons. We just need some 2-mana removal spells. There's good things about Ultimate Price. there's good things about Bioblight. Like Bioblight can kill a Fleecemane Lion. It can kill Hangerback tokens. So it's also a little bit tougher on the mana, so we went 1-1.
I imagine you get to dial these numbers around a little bit after sideboard.
Yeah, we dial them around, and we dial them around based on the metagame too. So.
Okay. Hero's Downfall, just one of the all-purpose, deals with everything kind of cards.
Right. Downfall's just deals with everything, like you said. Is our only answer to Planeswalkers in the main deck. So you need to be able to kill Planeswalkers, especially if you're behind and they go like a Johnny, and normally you don't have anything on board. So you need some Downfalls.
And people might say, well, then 3. If you need to deal with Planeswalkers, you only have 3. But you do have the Den Protectors, so
sure.
you can bring them back as
there's
needed.
Just so many 3-mana cards, basically. And so, yeah, I mean, you need some 2-mana removal spells, even though there's not as strong, basically.
All right, let's keep looking at what makes this deck tick. Abzan Charm, 4 of. Again, a couple of, finely tuned cards, Silence the Believers, Languish, and Tragic Arrogance. All 3 of these can mop up multiple creatures.
Sure. Abzan Charm is great because it's so versatile and it's still good against control, and it kills Mantis Riders. You can put counters on your Den Protectors or whatever. It's just the most versatile removal spell / whatever you want, utility spell. The one, Silence Believers, that was an innovation of Ruben's. He top-aided the WMCQ last week with 1 Silence in the main, and not many versions play Silence the Believers, but it's really nice against the Abzan aggro decks like Hangerbacks, cards like that. And
exile any number of target creatures. Exile is a big word in a format where everybody's putting Hangerback Walker into their standard deck, regardless of archetype.
Yeah, like you get to 7 mana and you just go kill 2 things, and that's great. So, and then of course Languish is that's one of the newest additions in the deck. It just makes the deck even better against like the Abzan aggro decks or what have you. Just like Fleecemane Lion just is a lot less difficult to deal with when you just can play 2 Languish in your deck. I like the number 2. We went with a 2 Languish, 1 Tragic because Tragic is so good against like Devotion. Devotion didn't really show up, but Tragic is just the reason why Devotion's not here. So.
Okay. All right, let's keep going. We'll start to look at the mana base that makes this work. 8 Temples, 4 Windswept Heath, and an Urborg. Let's take a look at some more of the lands here. Let's take a look at the next set of lands. And then we see the Sandstep Citadel, the Llanowar Waste, the Cave of Koilos, 5 basics. What do you like? What kind of land mix are you looking to open up with in this deck? Like, what's your best mix of lands to open on?
I mean, normally you want to start on a Citadel or a Scryland. If you don't have any Scrylands in your hand, your draws just end up really awkward. So you want to start on a tap land. Then you don't mind playing a tap land on turn 2, or you can play an untapped land, but you want to start with your Skylands and work your way up to your untapped lands for sure.
So you kind of like, would you say like Scryland, tap land, Thoughtseize You? Is that kind of the sequence you really want to open on?
Exactly.
Okay, and then let's take a look. Let's keep moving along. We take a look at the sideboard here. What's the big cards here for you in the sideboard? Drown in Sorrow, I assume, has a pretty clear role against all those red token decks.
Yeah, I mean, any sort of mono red deck, you're especially if they're on play, you're disadvantaged game 1. So it's just like a hedge. It's good against any sort of small creature decks that try to go wide against you, and even against like Rabbles, sometimes you need them. And then there's another Tragic. Same thing for Devotion. It's just the reason why Abzan Control used to have a bad matchup against Devotion. Now you have Tragic. So
now, there's a lot of sideboard cards here. Let's take a look at some more of them. Do you expect that your games are just always going to go long and that you're going to find your sideboard cards? Because you don't have really more than 2 of almost any card. So you're expecting that you're going to have the time to get set up, find your cards, and just like grind your opponent down and win the game?
Yeah, I mean, traditionally there's just like 1 ofs here, 2 ofs here. And you just like shave numbers, or you shave a card here or there, and that's sort of how this deck wins. Every single sideboard card is very important, and when you board a card in, because you have such a late game basically, and the game's going to go long after board, and you have Scrylands, it's pretty likely that you'll draw your 1 of, more often than you would think. So the Planeswalkers are nice against control and mirrors, and then Ugin's just a staple sideboard card. We didn't want it main deck because it's so expensive, but against any sort of control matchup, it's just great.
Well, there you have it. He's currently 3-0 at the deck in Standard, has potentially as many as 3 more rounds of Standard ahead of him. He's locked for the top 4. Seth Manfield, this is Brian David Marshall, signing off from the Tournament Center.
Two days from now, Seth Manfield could be the Magic the Gathering World Champion for 2015. In 2013, that man was Shahar Shenhar. In 2014, that man was Shahar Shenhar. This year, it hasn't been his tournament. 3-10 down the bottom of the standings, but already planning for 2016. Why don't we hear, before we move to crown our new champion, let's hear from the 2-time world champion, and still for 2 more days, reigning world champion, Shahar Shenhar.
All right, I'm sure no one was rooting for the three-peat as hard as you are. Maybe your dad and your brother. Yeah. But this means you don't go into a Pro Tour season for the first time in 2 years with guaranteed platinum status. What is next year on the Pro Tour going to be like for Shahar Shenhar?
Well, I'm definitely looking for a PT top 8 in the next 4. That's my goal, at least. That's my year-end goal. You know, a lot of people are saying it was a relief or whatever to not be locked for platinum, and you can't like take it very, you know, chilled out the entire year and everything. But no, I'm pretty disappointed about this tournament, and I was looking for a top 4. I wasn't saying I'm going to win or anything, but I was looking to do a top 4, so it kind of sucks right now.
So right now it's just like win as many of your matches as you can, get a nice little foundation of pro points?
Well, I have 1 match left, so I can maybe win that one. 3-10 so far, so I haven't been doing a very good job at, you know, grabbing those pro points. So, yeah, it's been a tough tournament, though, for me.
When do you turn around and start preparing for Pro Tour Battle for Zendikar?
Probably 3 weeks before Team Pantheon is going to meet up in Milwaukee, and we're going to test a lot.
All right, good luck in the coming season, Shahar Shenhar.
All right, welcome back to the news desk. We are closing in on the last round. I've been joined by 2 very wise men. And I'm saying that because we have the craziest set of tie-break math going on up here. Luis, let's not overcomplicate things. Let's start with the basics. Seth Manfield, reasonable chance of making the top 4 at 12-1 currently?
I don't think he's going to have to depend on tiebreakers. I actually think he's pretty safe.
Okay, yeah, so we know that Seth Manfield is in. Owen Turtenwald right now is clear in second place on 27 points. In fact, why don't we look at the leaderboard, which I can assure you is about to get very, very complicated. So there you see Seth Manfield, 12-1, utterly locked, home and host. Owen Turtenwald in for all money. So he's at 9-4. Let's assume for a moment he gets to 10-4 by winning his last round. Now, we're not going to reveal pairings right now because the players are busy doing their thing downstairs. So we're going to have to deal with a little bit of, as we call it, hidden information in the world of Magic the Gathering. But we'll assume Owen wins and goes to 10-4. In third place right now is Martin Muller. Let's assume that he wins to go to 9-5. That would put him in. And at that point, there are various people on 8-5 who can end up at maybe 9-5, but could end up at 8-6. There is a combination of results that leaves us with 6 players on 8-6, joining one of them, joining Manfield, Turtenwald, and Muller in the final 4. Which means right now, by our reckoning, that there are just so many players who are still alive. All of those 8-5s are very much alive, and it is possible that an 8-6 will make it in. There are quite a lot of results that have to happen to see that. But BDM, you are one of the people, we go back to the preview show, which seems a long, long time ago now, but I still dimly recall you uttering the words Owen and Turtenwald and discussing him.
Yeah, Owen he's had a great year, but it's been, just short of those top 8s and, obviously just short of only having 3 losses at a Grand Prix, but consistent. And I think one of the things that makes Owen scariest when he plays Magic is in a format that he has had the time to thoroughly dissect and find the right tool to apply to it. Sometimes at the Pro Tour you can just make the wrong assumption about the field. But this is all 4 formats for this tournament were established formats. And Owen had 12 hours a day on Magic Online. Grand Prix Detroit side, detour, aside.
That counts as practice for the limited part, right?
Yeah. And, there's not someone I would less like to face in a win and in that kind of situation.
We're almost certain that Owen Turtenwald is in. His tiebreaks are still tremendously good. So even with a loss, 9-5, he's going to be there. So Manfield and Turtenwald, we're looking at who joins them. Now, the next 2 in the standings, it is the World Championship, and we're likely to have Manfield and Turtenwald from North America, from here in the United States on home turf. But 2 more continents are up next. From Europe, Martin Muller. Luis, I don't know how much this is always a maelstrom of a tournament. Have you had the chance to actually draw breath and see a little bit of Martin Muller in action this weekend?
Funnily enough, since I haven't had a chance to fully cover one of his matches, I did watch him in the feature match area last round, and he had this really interesting dig through time decision. And then he scooped up all his cards because he was actually at 1 life, and I didn't realize that until the result. I'm like, well, it was looking good.
Right. So he now is at 24 points, so he started off the day at 6-1. He now will need a win, and we think that'll be him safely in with a win. Without a win, then he's one of the 6 players potentially at 8-6 in all kinds of tiebreak scrum. We go to another continent now, Brian David Marshall. Let's talk a bit about Thiago Saporito from Brazil.
Yeah, you know what? Thiago Saporito started this season out with a Pro Tour top 8 at Pro Tour Concert Turkey. Actually had a World Magic Cup top 8 finish as a member of the Brazilian national team, which got him there, and he parlayed that into a top 8. And or maybe I'm reversing my order. I think actually, well, anyway, he's had 2 good results this year that were especially standout. But he's been mentored by Willie Adel, and has been preparing for this event with Paulo Vitor da Rosa, and I think a lot of people may have discounted him.
Yeah, if you look, it's great fun to do fantasy drafts around events like this, and it's fair to say that in the Brazil fantasy drafts, he generally went second. But at a lot of the fantasy drafts in other countries, he went more like sort of 20-something. Because a lot of people didn't think that he necessarily quite had the resume or the chops to go round after round after round.
Well, he didn't have the resume, but as it turns out, he has the chops.
Yeah. Absolutely. So Muller and Saporito currently in 3rd and 4th place. Next on the list, a good friend of yours, Luis, Paul Rietzel.
Yeah, and Paul, again, has been pretty even-keeled throughout this tournament, but, I mean, this is it. This is the round that is going to determine whether he goes home feeling satisfied or goes home feeling, well, maybe a little less than satisfied, I would imagine.
And again, we've said it time and time again. At 3-3, he put the foot down and got to 4-3. And that's the win that has enabled him then to come back this morning, 3-0, a very, very tough draft pod. He was in the middle draft pod and turned 4-3 into 7-3. And now here he is, having not had a great day, but from there, but now with 1 round to go, still in the thick of things. That's number 5. Number 6, Brian David Marshall, Sam Black.
Yeah, Sam Black, we did a deck tech with him playing the Mono White Devotion deck in Standard. If you're looking for something that's not Obzon, although I at this point, watching Seth Manfield in action with that deck, I could hardly recommend any non-Obzon deck. But, Sam Black, great deck designer, and, showing that sometimes, when you're a great inventor and someone shows you the wheel, you don't need to reinvent it. This is him playing a deck that's not the deck he built. He's like, oh, well, Craig Wesco said this was really good. I talked to some people about it. I play tested it. It was great. I'm going to play this deck.
Sam Black also, one of the highlights of this week with Girapur Ether Grid.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
I mean, if ever there was a card that was off the grid, this was it.
He and Paul Rietzel playing this in their Affinity deck out of the sideboard as just a way to get the coverage booth to make their jaws drop.
Yeah, and it worked. Now, someone else who has very quietly just sneaked their way through the tournament, Magnus Lanto, the Magic Online champion of the world, and he is currently in 7th place. I don't think he's ever been higher than 1 win above 500 at any point in the tournament until he turned 6-5 into 7-5. Now here he is at 8-5, knowing that a win puts him in the mix. However, his tie breaks are horrible. They are vile. And so you have to we tell it like it is. We have to think that if there are multiple 8-6 or even 9-5s, he could miss out on tiebreaks, because if anyone will, he will. There are more players. Palavida, Dama de Rosa, Yuya Watanabe, they're still alive. It's going to be an extraordinary hour. And to take you through every twist and turn as we find our final four here at the World Championship, Hall of Famer Randy Buehler, from inside Wizards of the Coast R&D, Ian Duke, and the man with the plan, here comes Marshall Sutcliffe.
And welcome back to the booth here at the World Championships in PAX. I do have a plan, and it's to put some people into the top four. This is going to be exciting. That's Randy Buehler, Ian Duke, Marshall Sutcliffe, and we're ready for the final Swiss round here from the World Championship. Hello and welcome to coverage of the World Championships. We're in Seattle, Washington. We're at the PAX Prime here. Tons of people watching. And it's all come down to this, Randy. We've got one more round to go. We've got Ian Duke with us. Let's meet our players.
Martin Müller, Denmark, team captain, 2014 World Magic Cup champion.
Paul Rietzel, United States of America, top pro points at large.
All right, so we're going to take a look at these players here. Martin Müller versus Paul Rietzel. I need to know what's on the line before I get into this, though, Randy. What is at stake?
This is the closest we have to a win and in. This may be the craziest final round I've ever seen. There's fully 10 players live for a cut to top 4. We could have a 9-5 miss the top 4, or we could have an 8-6 make the top 4. That's how crazy this is right now. Martin Müller, though, if he wins, book him. 100%, best tiebreakers in the room. He's not going to lose a tiebreaker run. If he beats Paul Rietzel, he's through to the top 4. Paul Rietzel probably in with a win, like 90% in with a win. His breakers are not as good, but they're better than the guys who've been coming up from below him. So very close to a win and in here. We can just call it a win and in and be done with that part of the conversation.
Okay, so we have, in any case, a lot on the line. I know it looks not like it. You see 8-5 for both of these players, but the nature of these small field tournaments is that the records end up converging towards the middle, and Seth Manfield, throwing a wrench into the works, has even an 8-6 possible to make the top 4 here.
Which could be Yuya.
Seattle.
It could be Yuya at 8-6. Or McLaren or Paulo.
All right, so let's take a look at our matchup here. We have Esper Dragons for Martin Müller. He is playing a deck that we've seen on and off in Standard since its debut a couple of Pro Tours ago. On the other side, a new version of a deck that we've had for a while as well. We're calling it Hangerback Abzan, but this is for people that have been out of the loop for the last 3 or 4 weeks. This is Abzan Aggro with a little bit of a twist with Hangerback Walker in it. Now, a nice start here for Rietzel. He's got the Fleece Mane Lion. He's got it underneath the counter magic. And he's even attacked with it once already as well.
You want another crazy storyline for this match?
I do.
Martin Müller is playing for Pro Tour invites. Like, he came 1 point short of gold, does not actually have Pro Tour invites. Obviously, the guy can play. But, I mean, he's 17 years old. He's just started his career. He fell 1 point short of gold, but winning Worlds, hey, you could auto promotion to Platinum if he wins the tournament.
Wow. As if we couldn't put any more on the line for these players. You know, I mean, Paul Rietzel, the opposite end of the spectrum as far as Magic careers go. He's already in the Hall of Fame. He's one of the most well-respected professional players that we have.
Yeah, when Paul was Martin's age, he was studying at, Your Move Games. Dave Humphreys, teach me how to play. Darwin Castle, why did you make that move?
So he goes for Storm Sullen Visitor here on turn 4 after attacking with Fleece Mane Lion, but it gets Silumgar Scorned right out of the sky there. So Paul's going to have to live with just the 3/3 as his only offensive threat for now. Ian, what do you make of the matchup in general? Esper Dragon, slow control deck versus a much quicker Abzan build.
A lot of tough to deal with threats coming from Paul Rietzel. I mean, if he can manage to monstrous a Fleecemane Lion or stick a big Hangerback Walker, it's really, really tough for the control deck to deal with. That said, Silumgar's Scorn, an efficient counterspell, can help get Martin through the early game. And if he can stick something like, an Ojutai and protect it, he can definitely close out the game from there.
Interesting turn here for Rietzel. If he has an untapped land, he will have monstrous mana, but with 3 untapped mana sources for Miller, including 2 black sources, it's not going to be in a great position to fire off the monstrous here yet.
Paul Rietzel's deck, despite calling it Abzan aggro, he's actually pretty deep into the Planeswalkers here. You can see he's got 1 copy of Ajani, Mentor of Heroes, which is a card we've seen off and on a little bit, but not always a standard inclusion.
He kind of represents his big top end, right? He's only got the 1, but if he plays it, it goes good. All right, so he's going to attack with Fleecemane Lion. That happens. Now, interesting here because I can see that Martin has got a Foul Tongue Invocation in his hand, but Paul's actually got Wingmate Rock. Guess he doesn't have the land to cast it here, though.
Yeah, stuck on 4 is Paul.
But potentially letting Paul get to raid there could be a problem for him, but like you said, I think he's just stuck on 4 mana here anyway.
Well, he had a Silumgar Scorn that could have force spiked any potential Wingmate Rocks.
Ah. Backup plan.
Morph.
He's going to play a face-down Morph creature, which ostensibly plays around Silumgar Scorn, at least without any dragons. Now, Martin can respond with the Foul Tongue here to get rid of the Fleecemane before that becomes an issue. And he's not going to do that. He's going to make sure that any Den Protector card advantage is curtailed here thanks to Hero's Downfall.
Yeah, Foul Tongue's a great answer to a monstrous Den Protector if the monstrous Den Protector is the only creature in play.
You mean the lion?
Sorry, the monstrous Fleecemane Lion,
Yeah.
of course.
All right, here's Ashiok Nightmare Weaver now for Martin. He's going to plus that, revealing 3, and he did hit, in fact, as well. The Fleecemane Lion and a pair of lands.
Pretty effective there. I mean, if Paul wants to attack Ashiok, he's got to sink 9 damage into it. And I think...
Over the course of the next few turns?
Over the course of 3 turns,
Jeez, yeah, that is a lot.
Or he's got to expend mana to kill it.
And Paul drew another Planeswalker. Elspeth was his draw for the turn, which is not
what he wants to see. He'd rather see an untapped land.
Right, so he's going to attack Ashiok here. Ashiok's going to drop down to 2 loyalty. Still enough to make a Fleecemane Lion if Martin decides to do that. So much on the line for these players here. Martin with superior tiebreakers effectively playing a win and in. Paul not far behind him in that category.
Sure. Okay.
And Martin says, yeah, sure.
So
Ashiok
looks like
takes 3.
Paul Reed's a little bit clogged in his draw here.
He's kind of got a lot of his top-end cards.
Yep.
The other big pairings, by the way, we'll keep bringing you updates as we get them. Sam Black is paired against Owen Turtenwald. Owen is in, but wants the pro point. Sam needs to win and hope his breakers are good enough. Owen winning is part of the way the X6s get in. He knocks Sam down into that mess.
Yeah, that would put Owen at 10-4.
Yeah. Seth Manfield, of course, already in, paired against Thiago Saporito. Had to go all the way down to the 24-pointers to find an opponent for him.
He's ran through everybody else.
Yeah, he's played, well, I mean, pretty much. So Seth winning helps the 9 and 6s, the 8 and 6 stream. Thiago winning gets him into the 9-5. Magnus Lanto's paired against Yuya Watanabe.
Yep.
That's Watanabe paired up against Lanto. And then, like, the McLaren DeRosa match actually matters because those guys have pretty good tiebreakers. Speaking of...
Yuya's up a game.
Yuya Watanabe leads Magnus Lanto by 1. That's good news for basically everybody except Magnus Lanto.
So a pair of Fleecemane Lions now on the battlefield for Rietzel, but they're facing down a friend, another one. So there's a total of 3 Fleecemane Lions.
So Paul Rietzel has Dromoka's Command in his hand. He couldn't cast it end of turn last turn because he only has 1 green mana, which he spent on the second Fleecemane Lion. This turn he needs to decide between casting the Dromoka's Command or casting the Siege Rhino that he just picked up.
Of course Yuya Watanabe is still in this scrum. 4th time he's played this tournament. He's never finished lower than 6th. Doesn't want to start now.
Paul in the tank here as Martin has just set his hand down.
It's an awkward draw for Paul to puzzle
We're
through.
going to put a +1/+1 counter on this and have this fight that.
All right, so he names his modes very cleanly. He's going to pump up one of his Fleece Mains with a counter and then have it fight the other Fleece Main. This does represent 7 damage
It
here.
works.
Awkward for Muller here.
Combat.
Muller sitting on Foul Tongue Invocation and Silumgar's Scorn, neither of which could stop the Dromoka's Command.
Right, and no reveal here for Muller either, so he is taking the full brunt here of the 4 damage, dropping him down to 7. And that will also cue Paul Rietzel to know that he doesn't have a dragon, though right as I say that, he rips Dragon Lord Ojutai off the top.
Yep. So Silumgar Scorn is live now?
It is, unless he wants to play Dragon Lord Ojutai, which is exactly what he's going to do. And he's going to pass it back, so Paul will think, well, he probably just drew that, right?
Yeah, of course. Down to 1 mana and 1 card.
Yeah.
Untapped land would have been huge.
It would have been so great for Rietzel, and we've probably, there's been 3 turns where that would have been the case, and he just can't
He'll
find
trade.
it. Oh, he'll definitely trade.
Well, he needs to trade, otherwise the Siege Rhino is lethal.
Wow,
And
you're right. If
I
Martin
think he knows that.
this, he dies
or
to Siege
suspects
Rhino. This is good for Paul either way. And
Oh,
Martin's
he didn't
down to-
block it, and that's it. He shows him a
Wow.
Siege Rhino, and Paul Rietzel takes game 1.
You know, I think Martin's right to do that because all he's got left in his hand is a Silumgar Scorn.
Yeah.
He's not beating a Siege Rhino anyway if he trades. He has to assume Paul's hand is going to stay clunky and bad. So I think Martin's right to play it that way, but it didn't work. Paul Rietzel's up a game.
I think so, too. All right, we'll be back with more Magic action right after these messages.
Watch the best players in the world battle for fame and glory on October 16th to 18th at Pro Tour Battle for Zendikar. See the impact of the new set on Standard and Booster Draft with complete video coverage streamed on twitch.tv/magic. Put your game to the test at a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix events include Madrid, Oklahoma City, Madison, Sydney, Quebec City, and Beijing. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule.
A lot of tension down in the feature match area here in Seattle. We're here for the World Championship. Let's check in on one of our other tables. We've got Seth Manfield, the man of the tournament. Seth has
he can't go 13-1,
annihilated this
right?
tournament.
That's just not.
I'm
a thing
certainly
that should
not
be
holding
possible.
it. Yeah, I agree. Not in this field. He's playing against Thiago Saporito from Brazil. But just in the dark, I'm going to say Seth looks like he might be a little bit ahead here.
Well, Crux of Fate might change that.
Not that much.
True.
It's
Still
just going to keep
Elspeth.
him alive for a turn. Elspeth was going to ultimate there. Not that he needed it.
Seth Manfield's just going to keep winning.
He is just going to keep winning.
Which, like I said, Sean McLaren, Paulo Vitor Damarosa, Yuya Watanabe, these guys all want Seth to keep winning and open up a spot for an 8-6.
It does drastically change the way things play out for who makes it into the top 4.
Indeed.
Seth is in.
Owen Turtenwald's the other guy that is above the scrum and winning to knock down Sam Black. And Owen actually took game 1 from Sam Black already.
Yeah, Owen Turtenwald came into this round at 9-4. He's looking to beat Sam and improve to 10-4 now. For Sam Black's side, he can be 9-5 if he manages to peel off 2 wins in a row against Owen Turtenwald here. Very much in the conversation at 9-5, depending on how the rest of the matches go.
Dig through time for Thiago.
Well, that is what he wants to be doing here, but needs to find now an answer to Elspeth and friends.
Two cards? 2 cards. Good. Good.
Upkeep, and it looks like he found the hero's downfall to take Elspeth out of the equation here, but still those 3 soldier tokens are going to demand an answer at some point here as well. It looks like he actually had to go down 1 more life to be able to cast the downfall, so he's actually at 4 now.
Got another Crux.
He does have the Crux. Interesting. So Saporito has stabilized here at 4. Siege Rhino's nice, but it's not lethal.
Siege Rhino off the top.
9.
That dissolve in hand for Saporito.
Does he have Foul Tongue with a dragon also? I think he's got a Foul Tongue and a dragon.
Yes, he does. I saw a Silumgar in his hand. Oh, man. Saporito hanging in there. Seth Manfield's asking if he's going to gain the 4 life no matter what, and the answer is yes. It is not relevant whether Seth actually sacrifices a creature to it or not.
Right.
You can even cast it into an empty board since it targets a player.
So what is the question?
He gains even if I would remove this from.
So there goes Siege Rhino.
It targets you.
And that's going to bump Tiago back up to 5. Tasigur.
All right. Well, Seth has to decide how he's going to delve here. I think Tiago has a Silumgar Scorn. Or no, he has a Dissolve.
It's a
not
Dissolve,
a Scorn.
yeah.
So no 6th land. Tasigur's going to stick. That cannot be good for the Esper Dragons player.
No, the good news is he will get a draw step, though.
2 activations of Tasigur.
Yeah. Now, it looks like he's put 3 copies of Thoughtseize still in the yard. He could just fire it off here, too.
Yeah, activate Tasigur.
And just,
see
if he
you give
gets
me
a
a
Thoughtseize, yeah, then try to take something away from Tiago here while the shields are down. Of course, he'll know that if Tasigur resolves, then...
Yeah, I'm not even sure which pile is which.
Yeah.
Like, all these cards are great. Which 5 are getting exiled? Okay, those 5 get exiled. Here's the graveyard. It does include 3 Thoughtseize.
3 Thoughtseizes. There's Den Protector and a Rhino in there, too. And it was 2 lands, so he is getting one of those spells. And it was a Thoughtseize that he let him have. He could even activate Tasigur again.
Oh, yeah, he totally Thoughtseize and activating it.
Yeah, so here's Thoughtseize to take a look at Thoughtseize,
Puts me at
Ojitai, Silumgar, and then that Dissolve that we knew about before. All right, looks like we're just about underway back on our main match here, though, so I think that we should jump back up there.
Sure.
And keep an eye on the Martin Miller versus Paul Rietzel match here. So much on the line there. We've seen Manfield win a lot this weekend. We can go back and watch somebody else win for a little while. All right, so to set the stage here, Paul Rietzel up a game. Comes in at 8-5. He's playing against Martin Miller, the 17-year-old, the new guy from Denmark, who earned his way here by being the captain of the team from Denmark that won the World Magic Cup. And Paul's 1 win away here from putting himself into a probable top 4 situation. We can't quite put the stamp on it, though, right, Randy?
This top 4 announcement is going to be insane.
It's just too jumbled.
I mean, we could still get a clean cut from here, but like, it could be the X5 sweating. It could be the X and 6s sweating. It could still be a clean cut, but it feels like it's going to be a crazy top 4 announcement.
And Paul would love to be in that group of players that stands next to the stage who have a chance to make it in.
Yeah. Oh, we're going to get this on stage, right? We're going to watch all the players react as the top 4 is announced?
I mean, what we do is the players that are eligible that have a chance to make top 8, we kind of group them up, you know, because...
Top 4, yeah.
Excuse me. Normally it's the top 8 at the PT, which is where we do this.
And maybe 8 players standing on the stage
and we'll
at this
do it
one.
for the top 4 here, yeah. All right, so not a lot of action here. You can see that Rietzel's taking the card advantage route, which we've seen pretty consistently from the Obzon decks, just using their Obzon charms to just draw cards. And here's Thoughtseize to potentially clear away maybe a counterspell, something like that from Martin.
Yeah, Paul actually had this Thoughtseize since turn 1, but has just held back on playing it knowing that he doesn't really need to take anything in the early game to stop Muller from playing it proactively. He can wait till a turn where he's ready to present a threat and back it up with Thoughtseize.
And interestingly here also, Ian, this is the turn before Martin could play Ojutai.
Yep, great point, Marshall.
And speak of the devil, there is a Dragon Lord Ojutai. We're going to get a good look at Martin's hand here. Yeah, he had land Ojutai for next turn.
He declines to dissolve here.
He does not dissolve, so that is a card that Paul could also take. There's a Hero's Downfall. I see a Silumgar, the Drifting Death.
How scary is it to play against Paul Rietzel, who's now writing everything down?
Oh, Paul's the scariest. He's so methodical. Like, he just doesn't miss stuff.
I don't want to give him
He's
full
a
information about my hand.
Oh, God, no.
So
There's also a Tastigar in hand there for Martin.
I like the decision not to dissolve here. If Paul takes the dissolve with Thoughtseize and tries to follow up with a threat, then Muller knows he can untap and play Ojutai. If Paul takes the Ojutai, then Muller has dissolve for whatever threat Paul's going to follow up with.
Yep.
Update from the side table. We were talking about Yuya Watanabe a few minutes ago. They're going to game 3. Magnus Lanto forces it, and again, 7-6 Yuya Watanabe, not technically out of the running for top 4 here. Magnus Lanto at 8-5, a really impressive performance from him. He's our Magic Online champion. So Paul's still thinking here.
I will take your dissolve.
He takes the dissolve.
What was he clearing a path for?
Thoughtseize.
Ah, okay.
I just want to get some time to make the decision here. So,
it's very reasonable. You gotta take a minute here. This is a huge match.
I will take your Tastigar, the Golden Fang, and I'm going to Thoughtseize you again.
Thoughtseize you again and take your Ojutai? Wow. So he took away 3 major issues there off of the docket for Paul Rietzel, and he's like, yeah, your move, go.
Ashiok off the top.
Mm-hmm.
Just Did you hear Paul? Mm-hmm.
Missed. Here's some creatures he could potentially put into play next
I
turn.
love it that Paul he's still funny even in these tense moments. He said, you missed. And he hit 2-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop with Ashiok. So an interesting turn there. Martin ripping Ashiok off the top, playing it, and hitting. Great draw there, and it's going to throw a huge wrench into the works. I mean, remember, Paul dissected his hand last turn, all under the premise that that's what he had to deal with for now. And now all of a sudden, there's something very pressing on the battlefield.
Paul's even got a Den Protector to go back after whatever else was left.
And I believe he has enough mana, if he wants to play Anafenza and Tassiger in the same turn. He knows.
Thanks to dumping all those Thoughtseizes in his yard? Okay.
And he knows that Muller only has a single Hero's Downfall, which would leave him with a threatening creature on the board.
Den Protector.
Your turn.
And he's just going to pass the turn back.
Wow.
So this means that Ashiok is going to get some value. It could be an Anafenza. It could also be a Fleecemane Lion.
And we're going to see a Thoughtseize number 4 coming up with this Den Protector.
I mean, I think you take the Abzan Charm. Yep. Maybe put counters on Den Protector so it can't be blocked.
Yeah, it's possible. He does know that there's a Hero's Downfall in Muller's hand right now. Yeah,
that's true. That's probably not the right
Just
line.
draw some cards then.
Yeah, go digging for Hero's Downfall.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to see it.
If he had a Hero's Downfall in the loop here, he'd be much less worried about this Ashiok.
I mean, post-board, Paul Rietzel's deck can draw a heck of a lot of cards. You know, using Den Protectors and Abzan Charms to just sort of churn through his library. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and make an Anafenza the foremost as Martin Milla, so not bad. And he still, of course, gets to keep his Ashiok as well.
It's the line here. Charm away the Anafenza, attack Ashiok with Den Protector, run it into Hero's Downfall. Hero's Downfall is kind of a problem here, isn't it?
Yeah, the trouble with that is that he knows Silumgar, the Drifting Death, is coming down next turn. So I think he almost is obligated to bring back a Thoughtseize.
That's what he's done.
Yeah, Paul Rietzel very much on the defensive here. He's looking to set up a scenario where he can strip away Martin of his counter spells and his big bombs and then just start slamming threats, but...
Oh, Paul had it if it wasn't for the Ashiok.
Yeah,
off the top.
totally. He
or
was
if the
very well
Ashiok
set up.
whiffs.
Even through a very good hand there from Martin, and he just tore it apart, but Ashiok off the top was huge. Uh-oh, we've got another Game 3 forming in the feature match area here. Owen Turtenwald and Sam Black are going to Game 3, of course.
Crazy.
So we could see something like Thoughtseize, take your Silumgar, Tasigur delving away 4 cards, and Hangerback Walker for 1. Would put Paul in a pretty decent spot to both pressure Ashiok and hold off on Offensa.
Seth Manfield won again. Not the match, just the game.
Yeah, that was the game we were watching. It looked like he was winning.
He finally finished that one off. So he's up a game over Thiago Saporito as well. We'll be keeping an eye on all of these other matches. They all have potential top 4 implications. This is the one that has the most at the moment, though. Paul Rietzel versus Martin Miller from Denmark. So we will stay right here until we get a conclusion of this game. Rietzel up 1-0. Had set up this beautiful scenario where he had the triple Thoughtseize turn, had the shields down for Martin, and Ashiok has really messed that up for him here. But he's still fighting. He's got that Tasigur now.
Trying to figure out if he wants to delve or tap his forest.
I'm going to go to 7.
Dropping down to 7 is Paul Rietzel.
He doesn't want any of those cards.
And he's just going to pass the turn back with the forest up. Okay. Martin draws his card. He's got an on-offensive the foremost facing down another one. And he still has Ashiok. He could even minus Ashiok to make a Fleece Mane Lion here. He would leave Ashiok dead, though.
Yep. That's the line.
Oh,
Off the top.
jeez.
Wow.
Dragon Lord Ojutai as well.
I was like,
Wow,
okay,
what a
now
huge
you're out of
play.
cards. Now this is what I got to beat. All right.
And Paul's at a low life total here.
He's
been
at
dealing
7.
a ton of damage to himself.
He could be at 1 here if he takes a single damage. Remember, Onofenza can throw a counter on Dragon Lord Ojutai, right? If they both were to attack. Hitting for 6. Jeez, that Ashiok. So great for Martin Miller.
Paul was going to survive it. Now, the Ojutai is now the relevant top deck.
Yeah, it feels like the bar just keeps getting set higher and higher for Rietzel. He keeps overcoming it, and then it just it moves on him. All right, yeah. Looking at his options.
Is it activate Tasigur?
We'll activate Tasigur.
Yeah, that's what he
less
did.
than ideal, but
And he
land.
actually whiffed. Jeez.
That's right.
And they could have played the Skyland first, too.
Could have.
I mean, I agree with his sequencing was correct,
Yeah.
you know, in the average case.
I guess if he was psychic, he would have left an Obzon Charm in the graveyard when he
Right.
delved with Tasigur.
It still hurts, though, even when you know you made the right decision, if
Yeah,
the
yeah,
result comes out wrong.
Okay, so he's going to play a hanger backwalker just for the 1 counter. That could buy him a turn if it were to die here.
Right.
I think that Martin's just going to attack with Ojutai, though.
I don't think he's suicide in the Onofensa. Not that much difference between putting Paul at 2 and putting him
Yeah,
at 1,
exactly.
Right?
Paul knows the score here. He's going to have to find something.
Don't think it's scared.
If there's a counter spell here, there wasn't.
Languish and a Bile Blight.
Yeah, Languish, Bile Blight. He's looking at a fly. Did you? He said, don't they get scared? Gotta focus, Paul. All right, Magnus Lanto came in here at 8-5. He's 9-5 now. He just beat Yuya Watanabe.
You know what that means?
Is he in or is he in the scrum?
He's not in. It means the 8-6 scenario is dead.
Okay.
He had to lose. Yuya had to beat Magnus Lanto for us to get an 8-6 into the top 4.
So bad news for Sam Black there.
Well, no, Sam
no,
Sam's
Sam's 8-5. Excuse me.
It's bad news for Yuya, Paulo, and Sean McLaren. Is what it's bad news for.
Okay.
The Sean McLaren-Paulo match is now for no better than 5th. I mean, I'm assuming this doesn't end in an unintentional draw, but it's not going to happen.
Yep, you win.
And there it is. Martin Milla attacks for the win with his Dragon Lord Ojutai. The game looked like it was going to be Paul Rietzel's, but Martin fought back. He drew that Ashiok, made full use of it, and he picks up game 2. So we're going to get a game 3 out of that match, and that is going to be some really intense stuff. All right, let's jump over to the match we've been referring to a few times here. Owen Turtenwald versus Sam Black. Sam Black's on mono white Devotion. Turtenwald's playing Obzon. And a quick start here for Sam Black. This is what his deck's supposed to do. He's got a Soldier of the Pantheon there.
Is this game 3?
Archangel of Ties is game 3.
Huge game.
Huge game for these guys. Now, Owen can stand the loss here, right?
Owen, even with a loss, his tiebreakers are good enough that he would get in.
What about Sam with a win?
Sam with a win will be in at 9-5, listening on stage as the top 4 is announced.
Oh, God.
I mean, technically, Owen would, too. We could have 5 guys. We could have 2nd through 6th all tied at 9-5, starting with Owen and running down to whoever's in 5th and 6th. Like, I have Owen finishing second or third in that.
That was a huge swing, by the way, for Owen. He got rid of both the Archangel and the Master of the Unseen on the same turn, thanks to Romika's command and Valorous stance. And Sam is left with just his 2-1 Soldier of the Pantheon to peck away. But he has followed up with the Hangerback Walker on 2 as well. So Sam Black has reinstituted his board state quite quickly here. And Owen is once again left to try to figure out how to get out of it. Now I see that he's got a Languish in his hand, which gets him part of the way there. There's also a Bile Blight and a Hero's Downfall.
Go.
And it looks like Owen's going to pass the turn, so no Languish here. He's going to use one of his spot removal spells, likely setting up kill your Hangerback Walker, and then next turn Languish.
Yep, and we'll see if Sam plays into it here with a Wingmate Rock.
So there it is. Hero's Downfall is going to take down Hangerback Walker, at least target it.
It's interesting. This kind of signals that Owen has a sweeper that he intends to play.
Yep.
I think, I don't know what life total. Oh, Owen's
9.
at 9. Okay.
Yeah.
So
he'd be taking 2 here as well.
Had he taken the extra 2, he may have coaxed Sam into playing Wingmate Rock, and then he could go end of turn, kill your Hangerback Walker, untap Languish.
Putting him down to 2. Interesting.
This is probably going to signal to Sam, hey, something's up.
I don't
Owen's
think you
planning
can
on
take
playing
that
a
2
sweeper.
damage if you're Owen, though.
Why? He's playing mono white. What are they going to do? Lightning bolt you?
No, they're going to hit you with more creatures.
They are going to do that. That much is guaranteed.
Wow.
So that
Valorous
was
stance
Valorous stance to save it.
Cut as a response.
Yeah, Murderous Cut in response to make sure that it dies. And that probably means that Sam's not going to do much else this turn. He could play a creature, but that's not in his best interest. Yeah, he's just going to pass the turn. So now Turtenwald is obliged to Languish here. And no land drop from Owen Turtenwald. He passes the turn back to Black. Now, this is a big one. Sam could just play a Wingmate Rock. Oh, he's got an Elspeth. Huge play. Land Elspeth. Make tokens. It doesn't get any easier for Owen Turtenwald. He does have Bile Blight and another Languish, so he can survive tokens for a while. Really needs a Hero's Downfall, though, to take down Elspeth here. Yeah, he's got multiple sweepers in hand, especially if you count the Bile Blight. He's got 3. Yeah, he's got to find lands. He's also got to find a downfall here somewhere. He did hit a land. That does also put Turtenwald down to 5.
Yep, 2.
Make it 2. And Black is just going to keep ticking up Elspeth here as he marches to victory. This is going to be incredibly difficult for Owen to get out of. He could survive the next turn with that Bile Blight, but not having an answer for Elspeth's a big deal. And how about a Wingmate Rock as well? Now, I think that Owen's got that Languish, though.
I think he has an end hostilities.
He definitely has an end hostilities.
There's
That was
Hero's
Hero's Downfall. He's got a Languish, an end hostilities, and a Bile-Blight in his hand.
Wow. Huh. He can't cast 2 of them, though, right?
No.
Oh, he has the Bile-Blight?
Yeah.
Does he have enough black mana to Bile-Blight and Downfall?
Well, he just dies in that scenario, right?
Oh, he dies to the
Wingmate Rock.
Yeah, which is why
pretty
Sam played them.
important that Sam played that. There.
Yes, that was a huge play for Sam Black. You know, oftentimes you don't think you need to do that, but he did. Here's Languish to wipe the entire board. But what this means is...
Elspeth.
Is it Elspeth's going to make tokens, then Owen can Bile-Blight the tokens and Hero's Downfall Elspeth. So the question is, does Sam have another 2-powered threat? Does he have anything he can play here?
the White Orchid, I think.
Yes. You were totally right.
Wow.
That's huge here. Owen's so close. Now, he still has the option here. Oh, he's thinking about Bile-Blighting now? Doesn't do anything now. He does have the option of sweeping the board. He finds a land, but still doesn't have quite enough mana to sweep the board and kill Elspeth in the same turn. And since she's producing a lethal number of soldiers every turn, he just can't quite get out from under it.
So it's end hostilities this turn. Hope Sam makes tokens and doesn't play another threat next turn.
Right.
End of turn, Bile-Blight the tokens, untap
Yes.
Hero's Downfall.
That's the line.
That's his line that can work.
Now, does Sam have anything else? No, Sam's passed the turn back.
And we do know Sam has a second Wingmate Rock in his hand, I think.
Yes.
But declined to play it.
So Bile-Blight takes out the tokens, and Owen Turtenwald is facing down an 8 loyalty Elspeth that he actually gets to kill here.
Wow.
Down goes Elspeth.
And now Owen's down
still
to an
alive.
Obzon Charm?
Wow.
Yes, and he can't cast it to draw cards.
But he can cast to kill Wingmate Rock if Sam...
And Sam passes
Low
the
plays
turn. Land off the top here. Turtenwald's going to keep moving things forward, passes a turn back.
Archangel.
That was an Archangel of Tides, and he's going to play it. He drew a Siege Rhino.
Sam, I think, has Glare of Heresy in his hand, though. But
the life gain.
The life gain, yeah.
Exile that. Siege Rhino. Go back up to 5. Pass
But also
the turn.
Hellbent. So Sam's got perfect information now.
He does. He's also got a Valorous Stance to take down the Rhino if he views it as an issue here. He might want to save it in case he draws a land so he can protect his Wingmate.
Wow,
Foundry of the one of Foundry of the Council.
Is that what he drew?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Council of the Foundry.
Foundry hits the battlefield, and he is just going to run out the Wingmate Rock. He knows
Empty-handed.
it'll kill him in 2 turns if he doesn't find something. And he finds a Siege Rhino off the top. Back up
crazy.
to 8. Black's at 15, going to 16. There's a Glare of Heresy number 1. Attack you. Down to 5. What's the follow-up play? Hanger Backwalker for 2. So Turtenwald, it never gets easy.
Threatening lethal. Another top deck going?
Does he have it? Killing 1 creature buys him some time here. Only a turn.
This is tough. I'm struggling to think of even a sequence of draws that can get Owen out of this, but I would have said that 5 turns ago. you
Yeah.
know?
If Sam wins, he ties Owen at 9 and 5.
Who's ahead on breakers?
Owen. Sam's breakers aren't great, but they're better than Magnus Lantos. But only by a little bit.
He's casting something. It's a Den Protector. What is he going to do? Languish? He can play a Siege Rhino?
Well, Languish throws a couple Thopters
I
into
know.
play.
So then he would need to find another answer.
Jeez.
This is so tight here. 10 Protector off the top, and he's got that entire grip of cards. He gets to choose 1.
I mean, yeah, Obzon Charm.
Obzon Charm to kill that because he can trade for the Hanger Backwalker and still live through the tokens for another couple of turns as well.
Although Foundry means not that many turns.
Yes, that is true. But it also means that Sam, you know, there's a potential Bile-Blight situation here.
True. Yeah, I'm not sure Sam should make the more Thopters.
Yeah.
2 of them versus an empty-handed opponent at 5 might be good enough.
he also can attack with them once and then make them the next turn. But yeah, it seems to be his backup plan because yes, no threat. Can Turtenwald draw again?
Looks like Sam's sitting on a Nykthos and a Glare of Heresy, I think.
Yeah,
Sam does not use his
to cash his
Foundry.
land in.
He's going to attack for 2, dropping Turtenwald down to 3.
Something like a Den Protector off the top.
Yes.
And Owen could be right back in this.
Oh, yeah.
Land go from Sam Black, and he finds a
Courser.
Courser of Crewfix, which could actually buy him a turn. The
Not
problem
if
is
Sam cashes in the Foundry.
right, and he has a land in hand. This needs to be a land to. He did hit a land, so he goes to 4.
Now I think Sam just has to assume there's no Bile Blight, right? Go for it.
Yes.
Take 2 Thopters. Hope your opponent's not holding a Bile Blight.
He is. He's going for it, and he's got lethal in the air now.
To tie for a top 4 spot.
Sam Black
There
hits
it
the red
is.
zone, and he wins the match.
Wow.
2
That's a
games to
crazy
1.
one.
Round of applause
I'm going back
from
to watch that
everybody here.
replay. That was crazy.
That was too intense. We couldn't bear but leave it, but to leave it. So we're going to go back to our main match. We were actually holding them.
Yeah,
so you're not going to miss anything from our main match. We would not do that to you.
What you did, what did happen off camera though? Seth Manfield was victorious. He's 13-1.
That's his final record for Swift.
He just overnight leader and then 7-0s day 2. That's what Seth Manfield has done.
Yeah,
Tiago
unbelievable.
Saporito now will not be in the 9-5 tiebreaker scrum. Tiago Saporito falls to 8-6.
All right, let's get these guys underway here. Deep breath. Got one more to go here before we cut to our top 4 gents. We've got Paul Rietzel, Martin Miller, and they are starting right now. Let's see who can win this probable win-in. Does any of the results that we've had so far in the feature match area, Randy, affect these players and their ability to win and make the top 4?
It means they're not guaranteed with a win.
Okay.
We now know that we're going to have 4 people for 3 spots. That's what we know now. The winner of this is going to join Sam Black, Magnus Lanto, and Owen Turtenwald on stage to listen for the tiebreaker math. The top 4 announcement, there are going to be 4 players. The winner of this will be the 4th player in a scrum for 3 spots at 9-5.
Win and survive.
Yeah, 1 game. And by the way, their breakers are pretty good. So the winner of this is almost certainly going to be on the good side of that. If it's Martin Muller, he has the best breakers in the room. If it's Paul Rietzel, he's got a little bit, he's got more of a sweat.
A little more question marks. All right, so here it is, Fleecemane Lion. Is that going to be the creature that takes Paul Rietzel to victory here? Thoughtseize takes away an Obzon Charm. From Paul. You can take a look at Martin Miller's hand here. Bunch of lands, a Languish, Silumgar Scorn, and a Dragonlord Silumgar as well. And Paul just plays a land and ships a turn back.
So Muller with a Silumgar Scorn for Paul Rietzel's first Siege Rhino.
Mm-hmm.
No immediate answer for the second.
Paul's
Meanwhile,
got 2 Rhinos, a Tassiger, and an Obzon Charm.
Now, interestingly here, Martin, though, doesn't have an answer for the Lion as it sits. He could cast a Language to kill it as a 1-for-1, but that would open the door here.
18.
And
wow,
doesn't counter the Siege Rhino?
He doesn't. Saves his Silumgar Scorn. He's got blue. He's got a dragon.
Now, we know that Martin has Thoughtseize Paul, so he must have an idea for what it is exactly that he wants to counter. It must be Tassiger.
He's going to downfall the Rhino.
See him.
Has the Rhino definitely resolved yet?
You know, that...
They went to change their life totals, and I was thinking the same thing as you, that it was the Rhino resolving, but it could also be the Lane of Waste.
It's definitely a pain land for
Yeah, that was a pain land. Okay, that makes way more sense.
Okay. So the Rhino does get countered, and that leaves just Fleecemane Lion. Languish, a nice answer for that, even if it gets monstrous. So it's not quite the normal threat that it would be here, where if Paul goes untap land monstrous it, then all of a sudden it's a huge blowout. Now, Martin's had enough of taking 3 a turn from it, though, and he is going to fire that off. So this is a big turn for Rietzel. The door's open here for him to resolve something great.
Choices are Siege Rhino and Tassiger, right?
So Muller's actually, I think, got the next couple turns sequenced pretty well, because whatever Paul plays this turn gets met with Hero's Downfall. Whatever Paul plays the following turn gets hit by Dragon Lord Silumgar, or stolen by Dragon Lord Silumgar.
It's a solid sequence.
So we'll see if it does indeed play out that way. They could be thrown for a loop depending on what Paul Rietzel does draw or how he decides to sequence here.
Yeah, also, one of Martin's lands enters the battlefield tapped.
So I go down to 17.
Which could slow down the Dragon Lord Silumgar hitting the battlefield in a timely fashion.
Also, Paul scried to the top with that temple.
Okay. So he opted for Siege Rhino, dropping Muller down to 10. There's a Temple of Enlightenment now for Muller. He's going to put a card on the bottom. And there it is. Hero's Downfall to take down the Rhino.
Sorry, you scry to the top, right? Scry to the bottom?
I think so. he did. It was to the bottom. So much on the line for these guys.
Yeah. Interesting. Is that a Herald of Torment for Paul Rietzel here?
Hey, one, I got a 19.
Down to 19, cracking and windswept Heath here.
3 cards, right? Yeah. Okay.
Wonder if we'll see Paul play Tasigur by delving, leaving up 4 mana for an activation.
We have seen that play multiple times.
Seems like the most conservative route here.
The shields are down for Muller, so Paul knows that he gets free reign this turn to resolve whatever it is he wants, and it does feel like getting back an extra spell from Tasigur is a big deal. He's just going to leave Siege Rhino. He is just going for Martin Muller's throat here. Got him down to 10.
Ojutai off the top.
Ojutai off the top, nice. But that's not what he's going to play. Again, the flavor of victory here is Dragon Lord Silumgar stealing Tasigur.
Wearing Tasigur around his
turning
neck.
him into a necklace. In the meantime, though, 2 nice hits for Rietzel here, so Martin now has to decide if he wants to give him a Thoughtseize and a Johnny Mentor of Heroes, or the Siege Rhino that he had left in there originally. He says, you can have an Ajani. And he passes the turn back to Rietzel. So now, Rietzel's got an Ajani, but Martin figures...
He desperately needs a removal spell here.
Drew a land off the top.
Didn't find it, and of course Ajani's not going to help him find removal spells. It will help refuel his hand, but with the force that Martin has now, he's got a lot of power on his side of the table. Crunching for 7.
He's even got the ability to activate that Tasigur.
Still Herald of Torment in hand for Rietzel, but it doesn't look good against the 3/5 flyer on the other side of the table. So Paul's going to play a Johnny.
Yeah.
Also look at the top 4.
Look at the top 4 and try to find some action here. See what he finds. Fleece Mane Lion's not what he had in mind here. Yeah, it looks like a Johnny is just going to be a distraction for the 2 creatures for a turn.
That was the best Paul could manage with this turn, unfortunately for Paul. A Johnny and a Scryland. Not really the cards he wanted to draw the last 2 turns.
We'll put it on top.
Okay, well, he's put this card on top, so this is important. Pass the turn back. Is it a Silumgar the Drifting Death off the top?
Wow, these are tough threats for Paul Rietzel to deal with.
Yeah, a 4/5 and a 3/5. I mean, Hero's Downfall would do quite nicely here. He put her back on top. It could be a removal spell. Let's see what it was.
Martin said go with basically Tasigur mana up rather than adding another dragon to the board.
Looks like it. Okay, Okay, there's that Fleece Mane Lion, and you'll note that Paul does have 5 mana available
Yeah,
here.
he's baiting. Den Protector, I think, is the card that he put on top and
I
drew this
believe
turn.
you're right.
So he wanted to try to see if there's a Silumgar Scorn coming, thinking maybe Martin would counter Fleece Mane. Now he goes for the Den Protector.
Hold on, it's not in yet.
Yeah, it doesn't get a morph overlay until it's resolved.
So what's going to happen here is Tassiger's going to get active.
Yep. True. And then Martin's going to get to draw Thoughtseize.
Does look like that, doesn't it?
I mean, I think it's Thoughtseize. What's the last card in Paul's hand?
There's also a Languish. He's got that Herald of Torment.
Oh, Herald of Torment.
Yeah, I think Paul's likely to go with the Thoughtseize here. He just wants to be, I mean, this is likely to be one of the final turns of the game. He just wants to be super careful.
But I think he's also got to worry a little bit about Den Protector getting killed by removal spell. Paul then is forced to flip it and pick whatever up, and then the Thoughtseize can get the card he gets back from Den Protector.
Good point.
Yep, he
I
gave
mean,
him the
I don't think he can
Thoughtseize.
do better, but I mean, that's why Thoughtseize isn't automatic.
He did give him Thoughtseize in the end, though. And Paul's just going to pass the turn back to Martin. Martin draws another Silumgar, the Drifting
More
Death.
dragons.
Yeah.
Unlimited supply of dragons off
Yeah,
the top.
still got that Ojutai. He's got a Bile Blight in hand as well.
"17-year-old Martin Muller playing for a spot in the top 4 against the Hall of Famer, Paul Rietzel.
Yeah, such a classic David versus Goliath. You know, this is his big shot, right? You know, he got in off of the World Magic Cup bid.
I think he's got a little more than a slingshot to fight with. I think he's got more game than, than
Sure,
that. But
sure.
But yeah.
But, you know, at least in terms of experience.
Martin fires off the Thoughtseize and gets Herald.
Martin has really impressed the players that have watched him play in the pro community. They all say he approaches the game right. He listens. A super bright future for Martin, but he's trying to bring that future to him now.
Yeah, he was one of our overnight leaders too, right? He was 6-1.
Yes.
He's actually only, what is that, 2-4 on the day so far?
It has not been the best day for him. He's played in 6 Pro Tours total.
So Muller's played 6 Pro Tours. Paul's top 8 at 4 Pro Tours.
There is a gap in experience here.
Paul played his first sanctioned Magic match before Martin Muller was born. I think Maeve played I don't know if he played a Pro Tour before Martin was born. It's close.
Double Dragon. Here's Dragon Lord Ojutai. Paul can't do anything about it. Attack with Tassiger. No problem, says Rietzel. He's going to drop down to 15 here. He still has that Den Protector activation in his pocket. He's going to wait till the last moment to use that.
Huh. Is there a little bit of a window where he could get back a Johnny and then put counters on the Den Protector and it's unblockable? That's...
He can do that.
But it's only 6, right?
It's just not enough to kill Martin. That is interesting.
But
I don't think it gets the job quite done here.
I mean, if he makes that play and he can survive another turn, then Siege Rhino becomes an out, maybe?
There you go. Or it attacking again.
Yeah, it attacking again, right?
I mean,
If he goes,
is he guaranteed that he's going to lose his Den Protector here?
Not with any cards he knows about.
It also gets it out of range of Bile Blight. He's at 15. He can take a full hit here.
Herald is similar, but cheaper.
Oh, that's true. The Herald is similar.
Herald makes it 6 power for
True.
only 3 mana, although he obviously has to pay the life for the Herald. Well, it's not 3 mana, it's 6 mana. Yeah, Johnny's cheaper. Or it's the same.
It's the same. They both
It's the
cost
same.
5
They're both 5.
to get the counters. Yeah. One leaf.
And he has
Wow,
the Siege
that
Rhino.
was a Siege Rhino off the top for Rietzel.
Whoa, okay, we're starting to put something together
Is
here.
this business here? Remember, Martin's completely tapped out here. I think Paul sees this line that you found, Ian. Now, it's not going to be over, though, because Martin gets a draw step and a hit with Ojutai to find something.
Right.
But he can't deal 15 next turn.
No, he's not going to be able to kill him. And bang!
Unbelievable.
Attack you for 6, put you to 2.
And
he needs to find multiple somethings here now with that Siege Rhino draw.
Paul Rietzel, I've heard him described as stubborn. He refuses to die. He just
He
never
will
dies.
not die. Looking to put his hands on his head.
Well,
And
he knows
what's
he's
more,
got this next turn.
A Tassiger activation doesn't help here because Paul can just give Martin back Thoughtseize, which he can't cast.
Which he can't even cast
So
at all.
he needs to find a solution from his draw step this turn.
And he has to counter the Siege Rhino that's in Paul's hand.
That's right. And you know what? Ojutai just killed a Johnny.
Johnny?
Yes. That means he doesn't get to try to find an extra answer here.
Paul's going to win this game.
Paul is going to win this. He can go to attacks here. Attack for lethal. See if that happens. And if not, he's got the backup plan with the Rhino.
So Muller has a Bile Blight, which
He
he
does.
uses to
Which
shrink the Den
shrinks,
Protector,
and
then
then he can
block,
block?
it. Right? And then the question is...
But then Rhino.
I don't think Muller has a counter spell. I don't
think
the
so
question
either.
is, how will Paul respond to that?
Oh, by the way, Paul top decked a second Siege Rhino. Now
And
he's only got 7
he's a
mana.
mana short, yeah.
So he's definitely going to jam
But he's
it
at
this turn.
15.
Oh, my God. Has Paul Rietzel found the line here? It looks like he has.
Unbelievable.
Combat.
Go to combat, Bile Blight that to shrink it down. Make it to a 3-powered creature, which now can be blocked. Block with Tassiger. Sure. Paul just doesn't have a choice here, right? He just flips it on the table. There it is, Siege Rhino.
Could this be it?
He wins! Paul Rietzel defeats Martin Milla.
Unbelievable.
Huge applause from the crowd here in the feature match area and a sigh of relief for Rietzel.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
You know, I'm not going to lie, Marshall. I had like dialed out of that game like 2 turns ago. I'm like, Paul's definitely dead. There's nothing he can do. He's kind of going through the motions here. But
well, you know what? You
he put
came
it
back
together.
just in time to find the winning line for us. So nice work, Ian. Great stuff down in the feature match area.
And that was the last match of the round. We have a top 4 announcement coming now. We've got 4 guys for 3 spots.
Oh, yeah. So there's going to be a lot of tension and a lot of drama coming up. Let's send it to the news desk and Rich Hagan for all the updates.
Thanks very much to Marshall Sutcliffe, Ian Duke and Randy Bueller. Yeah, no tension here at the news desk at all. We're all utterly calm. Yeah, no. Well, utterly extraordinary happenings here. Jackie, what about that last round?
That was intense.
It was just
Yeah.
incredible stuff. And Luis, Paul Rietzel, a man who is pretty much the #1 player in the world when it comes to choosing not to die.
I remember watching him play a winner in at Pro Tour Avicen Restored in Barcelona, and it was the same situation, a super tight game, except Paul was really far ahead and just drew land after land and ended up losing a heartbreaking loss.
Thomas Holtzinger.
Yeah, exactly. And in this case, it was the opposite way. I thought Paul was dead for like the last 10 turns, and then all of a sudden, Den Predator hits for 6, and he draws Siege Rhino.
Just astonishing. What it doesn't do is put Paul Rietzel into the top 4. We know, as we have known since approximately past yesterday, that Seth Manfield was going to be in the top 4. And we should, Luis, take a moment just to talk about Seth Manfield, because when he starts on Sunday, he will be at 0-0. There are no prizes for going 13-1 other than that spot in the final 4 and knowing you were there with rounds to go. But you are one of the very, very few people on Earth to have done a similar achievement, which you did at the Pro Tour. Just, can you give us a sense of what it is like when, against the very best, you are winning all the time?
Well, It's like, you know how you're playing a game of Magic and you're really hoping to top deck something? Imagine always top decking that something. I mean, that's really what it felt like. When I was doing well, and when I'm sure when Seth's doing well, it's like you're playing great Magic, you're feeling good, you're in the zone, and you're drawing well. And, add those two things together and you become pretty unstoppable.
All right, well, someone who is in the top 4 mix is Owen Turtenwald. He is sitting waiting patiently across the studio with Brian David Marshall.
Hello, welcome to the Easy Chairs here. We're just talking about tiebreakers and math and your season and the potential of getting platinum with a couple more wins here at this tournament with Owen Turtenwald. Owen, tell us a little bit about your day today. You come into the tournament, into day 2, with just 2 losses. What's your roller coaster been like throughout these rounds?
Well, I did a draft tech in which I reviewed my draft, and I'm sure that's posted somewhere. And after that, and after the draft that I did, Marshall was like, "What do you think of your deck?" I was like, "It's over, I win. This deck is great." As the draft was happening, every time I saw a pack with a card, I said, "Oh, I would rather like to have that in my deck, but I'll take this instead," and it just tabled. Every card that I saw in the draft that I wanted to have in my deck, I had in my deck. So I was really confident after the draft. I rattled off 2 easy wins, played against Seth, got crushed 2-0, as many have done this weekend.
As everyone has done this weekend.
So I started the draft 2-1, and then in the constructed, I won my first round, lost to Seth, won the next round, which at that point I knew that it was almost a certainty that I was going to make top 4, and I lost my final round. But I know I'm going to make it.
Okay, you feel good about your tiebreakers?
Yeah.
Just tell me one last thing, and I'll let you go and start looking at tiebreakers and thinking about playtesting with your friends. What would being the world champion mean for you?
It would be great. It would be pretty great. I said to you the other day, my preparation for this tournament was playing Magic Online every minute in which I was not asleep or eating.
Or at a GP.
Yeah, I went to one GP, and I didn't feel good about it. But every minute that I had, I spent preparing for this tournament. And so for the past 3 weeks, I've been eating, sleeping, and breathing Magic. It's been all I've been thinking about and the focus of all of my energy, emotion, attention. Even today, I'm beat. You don't eat well, day goes long, you get dehydrated, and your heart and everything you have, every fiber of your being is trying to win every game, trying to deal 1 damage every turn. You're like, I just need to deal 1 more damage. Now that happens best 2 out of 3 for 7 rounds, continuous. There's no breaks in this tournament because it's so small. A round ends, they just start another round. You're just always playing. So I feel really good about how well I've done so far. I feel good about the fact that I can continue to do well, and I don't know, I'm going to try my best.
All right, well, good games and good tiebreakers
Yeah.
the rest of the way. Owen Turtenwald sending
Thanks.
it back to the desk and the guys.
All right, thanks very much to Owen Turtenwald, speaking so eloquently and so heartfelt there. And it is so hard. We do our best here on coverage to convey to you at home just how much this stuff means to these people who put themselves time after time after time. And that was a really great couple of minutes just showing Luis that, yeah, of course I care all about my correct manner and my correct sideboarding decisions, but this is people's lives that we get to watch for our entertainment.
Yeah, Owen was giving himself the best chance to win this tournament, but you can't say he didn't care about it. It was definitely, a passion project. You can't spend that much time on something if you don't care about it.
I think also it's worth saying, Jackie, because you've worked your way through the pro ranks as well, that it doesn't actually matter what your level is. If you can get so much out of the game if you choose that commitment. Maybe it isn't 15 hours a day, but maybe it's 5 hours a week. You can get so much better, so fast, on a relatively small commitment, but it has to be that commitment, because so many people come up to us because they want the clever answer from you as great players. Like, how do I become a great player? And basically the only answer I've ever heard from every great player I've ever spoken to is, yeah, you play Magic. That's how to get better at Magic. Play Magic. What are you doing sitting there? Go and play Magic. Right? And it's so exciting also to see the culmination, because Jackie, you sit there in R&D trying to make the game as fair as possible. You put scry into sets. We have mulligan rules to make things just that little smoother, right?
Indeed.
But you know that in the end, the top of your deck isn't always what you want to see, and it's just so great when it does all come together.
Yeah, I love watching people's path through this game because it is such a deep game. Whatever you decide you want Magic to be, it can be that for you. So the very first year that I ever qualified for the Pro Tour, I made gold in the Pro Players Club that year. And I know how that feels. It is a long struggle and it takes a lot of work and a lot of time, and it is just fun. And I think, honestly, that fun and work can be the same thing when you've got it right, and I think that these players have it right.
Yeah. We must say, because somebody is about to finish 5th in this tournament, Luis, you finished 9th, you've finished missing out in quarterfinals, you've finished points shy of different levels, and you're one of the most successful players of all time. So we must just take a moment to say hats off to whoever does finish 5th here, because they've given us an incredible run. So Owen Turtenwald, Magnus Lanto, Sam Black, Paul Rietzel, thank you so much for the entertainment you've given us. And I know that all these people here, I know you love watching Magic. I can tell you that just off to my right, Marshall Sutcliffe has appeared with a piece of paper. I suspect, assuming that he can read, it has some very, very exciting information on it. So it is time here at the home of Magic at PAX in Seattle, the home of Wizards of the Coast. It is time for the top 4 announcement of the World Championship for 2015.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the top 4 announcement here from the World Championship at PAX. In first place, from the United States, with 39 match points, Seth Manfield. Congratulations. And in second place, with 27 match points from the United States, Owen Turtenwald. Congrats, Owen. And in third place, also with 27 match points from the United States, Paul Rietzel. Congrats, Paul. There are 2 more players on 27 match points. Only one can make the top 4. From the United States, Sam Black. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 4 for the World Championship 2015. Congrats, guys. Thank you. So we just hang out for a few minutes up here and be happy. Look at this guy. It's been 5 rounds.
He carried us into the top. Thank you, Seth. First he mashed us, and then it's like, come on, Seth, you got to keep those breakers. All right, we can go, guys. Head out down that way, yeah.
Hello, everyone. We are live at PAX in downtown Seattle, and crowd, haven't we had an amazing afternoon of Magic? It has, yeah. Just, yeah. Brian David Marshall, 4 people came up onto this stage a couple of minutes ago. I swear at least 3 of them you could see glints in eyes.
Oh, they were overjoyed. Sam Black set a land speed record getting to the stage, and that was including doing like an entire lap around the room of high fives before he came up here.
Yeah, it was an extraordinarily tight tournament, and part of the reason it was so tight was because someone rocketed off into historic distance.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of funny when we were talking about the team that was made up of, that had both Seth Manfield and Steve Rubin on it. We talked about Steve Rubin as the dark horse for this tournament. That kind of made Seth Manfield the darker horse, because we were talking about Rubin, but I mean Manfield, who has a Pro Tour top 8 this season, he annihilated this field.
He absolutely took them apart, and you used Annihilate for a reason.
Well, I did. This is Pro Tour Battle for Zendikar is on the horizon, and we're going to be doing a Battle for Zendikar preview thing tomorrow.
And Seth did indeed make Ulamog.
Oh, he did. Okay, that's right. I forgot about that.
So, 13.
I'm just looking at all this cool artwork here, and I'm just thinking about getting to play Magic with some of these new cards tomorrow. So I was a little distracted. I apologize.
Pretty extraordinary. So Seth Manfield, of course, is your #1 seed heading into Sunday, where, by the way, the format will be standard, which separates it from 3/4 of the rest of the tournament BDM, because this was an extraordinary examination not of metagame skill in one format, but 2 constructed formats, 2 completely separate limited formats. And it's interesting to note that when we look at our Final Four as we head down, where they've come from, this format of 4 formats has tended to favor the players who have been consistent throughout the year, whether that's at large or top pro points.
Right, we talked about 2 different types of invites for this. There were a number of people who won a trophy, got an invite. And it's kind of like, not to say, doesn't matter how they did the rest of the year. They spiked a tournament, and that qualified them for this event. But then at the end, there are a lot of seats to be filled, and those go to the top performers over the course of the year. And all 4 of the players on Sunday had at-large berths.
Or some form of pro points, right.
Some form of pro point invite to this event.
So, #1, Seth Manfield. In fact, why don't we get to the leaderboard? Let's show you how it all panned out. So this is how we end up. 4 wins clear of the field, Seth Manfield. But then it was 9 and 5 all the way, and you had 3 in and 1 out. And for a long time, it looked like the 8 and 6s, Strasky, Saporito, McLaren, Muller, they looked like they were in with a shout. And Martin Muller, hats off for a great run, 17. He will be back for sure.
Yeah, I also want to do a shout out to Tiago Saporito. I think a lot of people, he was sort of at the bottom of a lot of people's pick orders, just because maybe they didn't know him. He doesn't have the experience to, but he put up a great tournament and was within 1 match of making the top 4 here.
Yeah, and thanks to all our Brazilian viewers, we're sorry we couldn't get you Saporito live in that last round. But the thing was, he was against Seth Manfield. We already knew Manfield was going to win. So, what we ended up with was Turtenwald next, Rietzel 3rd, and then Sam Black 4. Now, Paul Rietzel, we talked about at 3 and 3 yesterday, going into a last round after.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. My phone is exploding with people on Twitter talking about that Paul Rietzel match.
Yes.
I thought I was having a heart palpitation, but it's really just my phone going constantly. People are just going crazy on Twitter watching that match, watching Paul Rietzel. They're like, how did Paul pull that out?
Rietzel is so extraordinary because you can talk about technical play, you can talk about the right deck list, you can talk about, for example, working with Sam Black and being on the right team, and Girapur Ether Grid would be an example of a card that, that was an edge he had. But the thing about Rietzel is that in the end, when it's absolutely on the line, he is one of the few players who you almost always bank on to come through.
Yeah, no, he is. I think one of the most fearsome competitors to sit across the table from. He's going to give you no quarter. He's going to be jovial. He's going to be a gentleman, and then he is going to leave you lying by the side of the road with a sucking chest wound,
right,
to drown in your own fluids, as he walks away with the win.
Right. Owen Turtenwald, meanwhile, it looked, he's slightly been lost in this conversation over the last few hours because we kind of felt that he was in, even with some losses down the back end. But listening to you in the chairs just a few minutes ago with Owen, talk about, again, laying everything on the line. Leaving themselves, and the thing about that, it's not just about the effort and being great at Magic, it's about leaving yourself no excuses, because when you don't make it in, if you behave like that, you have to look yourself in the mirror and say, I was not sufficient to merit this challenge. So to actually put yourself on the line in that way is just wonderful in and of itself, and then he succeeds even better.
Marshall and I saw Owen in the lobby of our hotel, I think it was Wednesday, and we're like, Marshall was like, hey, Owen, how you gonna do it? He's like, oh, I'm gonna win this thing. And, he wasn't joking.
Who last said that, wasn't it?
It was Owen.
Wasn't it Shahar Shenhar?
Well, Shahar said it. But Owen has said that before when he's like, he won a GP, like, oh, what are you gonna do at the next GP? He's like, I'm gonna win it. He is someone, he had formats that he could prepare for, and the confidence in his preparation. Again, he said 12 hours a day, just pretty amazing. I also want to just, Seth Manfield worked with a team of 4 players. Owen Turtenwald worked with a team of 4 players. There were a couple of smaller teams. In fact, there was a team of 2 players that I want to talk about specifically. The Team Ultra Pro team, Sam Black, Paul Rietzel, those guys were the only 2 people from their team qualified for this event. We've talked about them time and time again. Team Ultra Pro putting people through into the top 8 of Pro Tours, putting people through to the top 16 of Pro Tours. Well, you know what? Both of their players at this tournament, sitting in the top 4, they're going to be playing on Sunday.
So, Manfield, Turtenwald, Rietzel, and then the unkindest cut of all, someone has to be 5th. This time it was Magnus Lanto, the reigning Magic Online World Champion. And he put together a real run, and runs in this event, unless you're Seth Manfield, are almost impossible to come by. You win one, you lose one. You change format, you win one, you lose one, you change format. Lanto, from nowhere, just went, okay, time to buckle up. 6-5, 7-5, 8-5, 9-5 tie breaks. Miserable. And yet, a tremendous achievement when you just start by looking at Muller, McLaren, Sapri, Dostrowski, Watanabe, DeRosa, and Wilson, who are the top half who are below Magnus Lanto. So great job by Magnus, and we will not see him, sadly, on Sunday. But Sunday is now 2 days away. We get a day off for recovery tomorrow with so much great stuff going on here at PAX. We got the Battle for Zendikar event. We've got the party. We've got the Battle for Zendikar preview.
We're going to need a Saturday 0.5 for recovery.
That's a very good plan. But on Sunday, what will we see on Sunday?
You know what? We're going to see Seth Manfield versus Sam Black. Best 3 out of 5. Mm-hmm. We're going to see every game of that match. We're going to see Owen Turtenwald versus Paul Rietzel. Every game of that match. And then we're going to see the 2 winners of that match square off for the right to be called the World Champion of Magic.
Normally, we try and find a clever way to say goodbye to you. This time, we're not going to say anything. Instead, we're going to show you something. We've tried to convey to you just what this means to people, just how much 15 hours a day means to Seth Manfield and Owen Turtenwald and Paul Rietzel. But to close today as we head towards Sunday, and we can't wait to see you all there, we just want to show you what it means when you hear that you are in the Final 4 of the World Championship. Take it away, Sam Black. We want to thank you so much for coming and being part of PAX today. I want to have a big shout out to this couple in the 4th row who have been here since approximately Monday. I don't know what you came to us for, but you have sat there relentlessly. And we'd like to give you particularly a couple of draft sets to have a little Winston draft together. And to all of you, we want to say thank you very much for being here with us.